Happy Tuesday morning, all. We are the Junks coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, the Team 980. You can watch us on the TV side on the Monumental Sports Network. Hope it's been a good Tuesday so far. Got a four-man junk show coming to you live. I'm Cakes at Money Metal Cakes on your Twitter, at Cakes Flops on that Instagram. I'm joined by Jason Bishop.
What's up, Johnny?
What's up? I'm joined by John Paul Flame.
Cakes, you have a lot of Maiden t-shirts.
I do have a lot. I probably have too many. I might have a problem. And Eric Bickle here.
Morning.
Well, that is your
How are you,
Junks foursome. I am good.
Big day. Been waiting for this. Big day.
It's finally
The
here.
big one,
I
NBA
can't
Draft Day. Wizards are at the epicenter of the NBA universe as they hold the number one overall pick in tonight's upcoming NBA draft.
It's gonna be huge.
A lot of drama and intrigue as to who will be the number one pick.
It's still crazy that we don't know. And DeMonte admitted last night on SportsCenter late that he has no idea.
Yeah.
They're not telling. And supposedly this is the first time it's happened since 2022 when the Magic drafted
Pablo.
That people were thinking one thing and just nobody knew until basically the pick.
Paolo, right?
Paolo,
I'm sorry.
Paolo Biancarlo, however you say his name.
Banchero, yeah.
Banchero, yeah.
Out of Duke.
Yep.
I think that's how well-run organizations do
I
things.
guess.
They don't let people know who they're going to pick before they pick them.
I just think I also think it could be that there's a lot of back and forth.
I mean, that could be the case too.
I think there's a lot of
But
back and forth. I
even
think
if
when
they've
you know,
even if they've known for a month, good organizations that are run well don't have a bunch of leaks and don't have a bunch of sources probing them
Yeah.
and getting that information
I guess.
a month before the draft.
I guess I can buy that. I don't know. I agree with it. There's no reason to leak, but usually guys know. They talk to their agents and they know 24 hours before. It's just unusual.
Well, they've known
That's why
for
it
the
hasn't
last-
happened in like 4 years.
Yeah, I was going to say, yes, they've known for the last couple of years. But
Yeah.
we'll see.
Can't wait.
I won't be surprised if it's three names. I'd be surprised if it was Caleb. I don't think it's going to be Caleb.
That would be stunning if it was Caleb.
But I wouldn't be surprised if it was AJ, DP, or Boozer.
It would
Probably
be
all
somewhat
deserving.
stunning if it was Boozer. I could get behind any of them, but it would be somewhat stunning.
Yeah, I mean,
Somewhat.
slightly surprised. But I think I'm going to stick with AJ because I've been saying that for weeks.
Jay Billis knows college basketball, watches a ton of college basketball, ESPN college basketball analyst. I liked what he said about the three prospects. He said he believes, his opinion, Darren Peterson's the most talented. AJ DeBonsa's the guy that you would build in a lab to be an NBA player. And Boozer is the best basketball player.
Yeah,
Maybe that's true.
Almost can't go wrong with any of those.
right.
I think, listen, I made the argument the last 2 years ago or whatever when Jaden and those guys came out. I thought that all of them would be pretty good. So far, I guess the kid in Minnesota looks like JJ may not be as good, but by and large, pretty good crop. I think this is a pretty good crop here. So
Yeah,
we'll
there's some
find
that
out.
say it's the best draft in years.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't even talked about the guys that could go 5 to 13. I mean, there's some really good, talented players.
For sure.
All freshmen, studs. Most of them are guards.
I can't
It
wait.
could be one of the best drafts we've seen in a long, long time.
Going to be
Yeah.
exciting. We're going to be at the Anthem tonight, 7 o'clock broadcasting. You can listen to us on the Team 980. So it should be a good time. I got to figure out my parking situation.
I think
I'm going
you
to
just
drop
gotta-
off my kid
I'm taking
at
Cakes'
5,
advice.
and then I'm going to drive in.
I'm just taking Cakes' advice. Going to park in that big garage there. Hopefully they have a spot.
massive. I mean, look, I am the king of panicking about parking. It's kind of my thing, and I've parked there before with no issues.
Right. I've never
Good.
been there. That's why I'm nervous.
Yeah.
But I trust you. So if I can't find a spot, I will be blaming John Allville.
I've actually only been to the Anthem once, and it was for an esports event.
Yeah.
I've been to the Anthem one time as well, and that was for a different company's Christmas party.
Right.
Yeah, that was the steampunk.
That was the
Christmas party.
same night as our company's Christmas party.
Right.
And I chose that one because our friends OAR were performing live
Correct.
at that company's Christmas
Seemed like
party.
it might have been a good choice.
It was a good time.
So
Good time was had by all.
the Purple Heart, you guys got it in.
We did, yes. We got
You
all
got
18
it
holes
in.
in.
That's
yesterday.
awesome.
Barely.
Barely. I heard the,
The
horn went off.
Horn went off, and then I made them finish out the hole.
Yeah, the horn goes off, and Drab T-shirt and I are looking at each other like, shouldn't we go in? And Valdez is like, we've already started the hole. We're finishing this out. It's like, okay, that's fine. That works.
That's two more shots in.
Yeah, I mean, we were halfway through the hole. Like,
I would have let you guys finish, and I would have sat in the car.
There was thunder rumbling off in the distance. Like, it didn't seem like the threat was imminent. So, and the rain picked up a little bit while we were finishing out. But it was good.
But Mike Marr made it.
Mike Marr made it. Drab T-shirt made it one hole in. He got dropped off. I think we started on the
I was worried.
fifth hole, and Drab was waiting for us at the 6 tee box.
I was worried Drab was going to be like miss half of it.
Because of work stuff?
Yeah, but he made it.
All right, good.
Yeah.
Good.
What was our final score?
We finished 5 under. I believe
pretty good.
I believe the winners were 15 under.
Yeah, we were never in contention.
Yeah, those things
And
are impossible.
I have to give just a shout out to Matt Valdez. Just so much heavy lifting for our squad. I mean, Atlas didn't do this much heavy lifting.
We had to play out of 2 bunkers, 2 greenside bunkers.
Yeah.
That's how
It's hard.
it
Yeah.
was. And I didn't play that great.
Yeah.
I didn't have my A+.
Well, you can't hit it. You're not going to hit a great shot every time.
I know.
No.
Yeah, that's
I
golf.
mean, I think we were forced to use one of my drives when both Drab and Valdez hit theirs. Like, might have been in the water or just lost them.
Right.
You know, like that.
Well, that's
drive
the whole
was
shot
just-
yours out there.
Well, that's the whole point of the scramble
Yeah.
is that if you're in play, you can kind of wing it a little bit.
Go
Yeah.
for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Try to go all or nothing. Cakes is still the worst putter in the world. I don't know how he gets worse and
Well,
worse.
he never
over time.
putts. He never
needs
putts.
He needs like to go to Golfdom and get like a putter fitting. He needs
Maybe. I
'cause
don't know.
I've never seen anyone stub as many putts.
He needs a new technique.
And if you tell him to aim left for whatever reason, he hits it 2 feet right.
I didn't even come close to making one putt. Not even close. I mean,
Not even the 3-footers.
not even the close. Not even.
Makes me feel good about my putting.
Now, to be fair, you haven't
Oh,
played
yeah.
probably since last year's Purple Heart
I mean, I
Open.
played-
Yeah, but like Drab doesn't play golf often. Maybe once a year,
Nah,
maybe
he's
twice
not-
a year.
He's not a very good putter either. He might be slightly better than me.
I'm
but,
not.
I mean,
He's not.
But
He's
I made
not.
a 30-footer.
He did.
He did drain a long one.
But,
That's
but,
true.
I mean, Cakes makes Drab look like Tiger Woods on the
I
green.
know. I know.
Like Cakes is so bad that Drab looks like a competent like 10 handicap when he putts.
Yeah, I'm just
For some reason,
horrible putter.
Cakes' brain doesn't comprehend. I don't mean this in a mean way, but like he doesn't know how to fix himself in golf. Like in pickleball or tennis, I'm sure he knows. I need to do this. Maybe
Yeah.
you know. What I mean? In golf, it doesn't compute. He just does the same thing over and over and
Yeah.
over.
How many
and over
heaters?
2 heaters.
Again. That's not bad, right?
2. And after the first, I was like, I know the second one's going to be just a bad idea. But I mean, you have the king of vibes, Mike Marr, out there wanting to smoke like an entire pack. So he needs a partner in crime. So I was like, okay, I'll have a second, but I couldn't have a third. I'm sure I'm going to feel it for the rest of the week.
Why? How do you? What is the after effects when you have a steak?
I'm just gonna. I mean, if you don't smoke
Right.
often, and then you,
What's the after effect?
Your mouth tastes hurting.
it's not even that. It's more like just in your lungs. You just
just
feel,
feel it.
there's
Oh,
like a
you
little.
really?
You just feel like a little bit of.
Even with just 2 cigs?
Yeah, I mean, if you're not a smoker and then you just have 2 cigs during a golf round, and you're old,
Yeah.
it's gonna affect you.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Does it get you fired up to be back when you first have that first puff? It
back
must feel.
smoking?
Yes.
I thought you meant back playing golf. I was like, no.
No, I know the golf is no.
No, to be like a casual smoker or like a half a pack a week. No, it's very psychological. It's very site dependent. Like if I'm out on a golf course and we're in a
So
scramble.
Dewey Beach and the International Golf Club.
I told Drab T-shirt the 2 best cigarettes you're ever going to smoke are on the golf course or at an outdoor bar while you're enjoying a cold beer. Those are your 2 premium cigarette occasions. If you're a casual smoker.
So after the second one, you didn't even think about a third.
Oh, I was so.
You were done.
I shouldn't have had the second, but I did. I sucked it up, so to speak. But I will say this: I did smoke them down to the filter. I got my money's worth out of those 2 Marlboro Lights, like way down to the filter. There was no ash left to suck
right.
off that cigarette.
I know you guys just love golf. I don't know how you do it. It's mentally exhausting.
It's
and
draining.
it's not even like the challenge in it. It's just you're out there all day. I mean,
Yeah.
it's 5 hours. I don't know how you guys do it. 5
Yeah.
hours, that
That's-
time and time and
usually
time
it's not
again.
It's
5
not.
hours.
Yeah.
Usually
Usually
it's
the
4.
scrambles
Okay,
are
4,
longer.
but still,
and
The
4
scrambles are a
hours-
nightmare.
It's
4 hours is
it's a
long
lot of
commitment.
waiting and scrambles.
Like if I go play tennis, I play tennis for an hour, hour and a half.
Yeah.
Pickleball,
Yeah.
same thing, hour and a half.
but it-
If you keep it moving, it's a little different. But if you're waiting on every shot, it becomes
okay,
a
but
nightmare.
you keep it moving 3.5 hours, maybe. But that's still a
still hard to
huge
get up.
commitment.
But Drab smoked this one drive on a hole. Probably hit it 300 yards. But he just like that. The high of that compared to the lows of just messing up the next shot. I don't know if Drab's brain is built
No,
for that.
it's actually not even. It's just after 13 holes, I just can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, I get it.
you
You're
know,
not into
like-
it.
You could tell
No,
Drab
I
had,
am. It's just so long.
he had like
you know?
a switch
Yeah.
that was flipped. He's just like,
yes.
I'm done.
There-
I've had enough.
At some point during these Purple Heart scrambles, you can tell when Drab has officially checked out.
Yeah.
I actually
you-
don't think that that's unusual in scrambles. I don't think it's unusual.
Well, what do you guys? And again, I'm not trying to be. What do you like? Isn't it boring going
challenge.
the same course over and over and over and over
No,
again?
because you hit your ball in different spots. It's just a challenge.
It's not
I don't
like
know.
a video game where you just hit the same button over and over again.
Yeah, it's just a challenge. Trying to be consistent.
I will say Drab ricked me a little bit, and I
feel silly when you make birdies.
and I don't know if he's to blame or what, but I gave Drab this amazing putter. I got it as a gift for playing in a pro-am.
Hey, why don't you give me an amazing putter? Maybe I'll
Yeah,
putt
he's the
better.
one who needs it.
Come on.
Oh, this I guess this was before I realized how awful you were.
Yeah, understood.
And so I gave him this a beautiful putter. It's probably a $500 Odyssey putter. And after the first hole, Drab comes walking on the green and going, "Hey, I think something's wrong with my putter. The thing is bent like an L, and I don't know how he did it. He's not taking care of his clubs. I gifted him this beautiful putter because I
You're
want him
just
to start
slamming
getting
the
into
clubs
golf
all around the house?
And it's snapped in half practically.
What'd you do?
I don't know what I don't know what happened. The putter was definitely bent all over the place. I didn't have my eyes on my clubs for about 10 months, so I'm not taking full responsibility.
Oh, somebody could have trampled on them when they were in the garage.
Yeah,
or-
yeah. I don't
They
know.
could've thrown a lawnmower on
Somebody
him.
else could have used them. I don't know.
Yeah.
Recently
Yeah.
got him back. Not in the same shape I left him.
Yeah.
Trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not great when that happens.
That's what I'm putting it on.
Do you think they could have been purposefully vandalized?
No, because it was just that one club.
It was just
Right,
one.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, until next year.
Yep, till next year.
That'll be Cakes won't play until next year.
The big takeaway is raised a lot of money for combat wounded veterans. Like those people deserve all the money that comes their way. So we're happy to go out and help support that amazing cause. There were guys
you get good
there were guys
swag?
parachuting down out of an airplane, landing on the 18th green
That's the live bit.
before everything started.
Yeah, you got a silly Bluetooth speaker.
Yep.
Oh, nice.
Shirt.
Nice. You guys
So-
always get good swag there.
We do. So-
That's what I'm basically admitting to. I'll play a couple of those a year. Only ones that get good stuff.
So thanks
Right.
again.
I gotta
Purple
get
Heart
good
for
stuff.
having
And that
us
was at
out.
ICC, right?
Yes.
International Country
Yeah.
Club. Great spot.
That is a good spot.
Yep, that was the
Great
host.
bar.
Yep. So big day here on the Junks. Big day for Wizards fans. It is NBA draft day. We will be at the Anthem later for the Wizards' first draft pick. When we come back, big news in the NBA. Giannis got traded last night. Trae Young signed a fat extension with the Wizards. We'll get into that and more next here on The Fan.
You know, the world's biggest soccer tournament, it's underway. It has arrived. It's awesome. And you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you trade every match, all the way from the opener to the final. Let's take a look at today's slate. How about going with Canada? They're trading at about 29% to best Switzerland, meaning $100 is going to get you $328.48 if they win. Not bad. Not bad if you roll with Canada. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app. And don't forget to use the code JP. You're going to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. Must be 18 or over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Fed contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
So this is probably a couple hours after I. This is one of my signatures in golf. Swung and missed on my first tee shot. Swung and missed.
I mean, did you take any? You probably didn't hit any balls on the range or anything.
0 balls
So it was
on the
your first
range.
swing.
Yes. Well, I mean, I had a short practice swing, but then I swung.
It was your first swing
missed.
at a ball.
First swing at a ball. I was like, maybe nobody saw it. Then I look back and Valdez is just chuckling. Like, what are you doing?
Did you guys count that as a stroke?
Absolutely
not.
not. How would we count that as a stroke, JP? I didn't touch the ball. And I also bought the package where we got a mulligan. We got the eligibility for all the par 3 holes. And what else did we get? Oh, entrance to a putting contest. So
All right.
all of that was involved for $40. So we were good. No, we did not count that. So
I still remember, I think when you faced Crickety
yeah,
in our homies versus the junkies golf challenge at Blue Mash.
sure.
Probably 28 years ago.
Right.
You had a swing and a miss there,
Yeah, I
too.
told you. It's like my serial killer signature.
Hey.
Swinging and
No
missing.
one has ever played golf and not swung and missed.
It happened. Well, it happened again for me yesterday. Just so everybody knows.
And it'll happen again next year.
Well, it's like
over
every
for
time
the
you play,
round.
it's like a beginner playing because you don't play.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a beginner.
That's exactly what it is.
Maybe I should have gone to the range, but I was too busy stuffing a sausage and egg sandwich into my face and watching Zabe and JP Finley broadcast from the veranda
Right.
at International Country Club. So good time again yesterday. So we were on the course when we saw the news about the Trae Young extension with the Wizards.
Was that the talk of the course for the next 3 or 4
I mean,
holes?
it's kind of the talk of the foursome for at least a few holes as
Right.
we saw the numbers that Trae Young got. 4 years, $212 million deal to stay with the Wizards. So this answers the question that some people had, like, why is he declining his player option? And the answer is always because these guys are always going to get
More,
bigger
yeah.
bags of money
Yeah.
and more years tacked onto their deal. That's why they declined their player
The
options.
the expectation was by most that were reporting it for the last 3-4 months was 3 years, 120.
Yep.
They didn't think there'd be a market for him, but apparently, I guess when they changed the lottery rules, bottoming out is now not cool. What's cool is middling. Can you imagine like how Tommy Shepard would do in this era?
Oh, he would just thrive.
And
he would
now
get a 20-year
teams
extension.
need to be more competitive,
Yeah.
and there was a market suddenly.
Right.
for
There was
Trae
other
Young.
teams that were interested.
Yeah.
I was shocked by that
I think
number.
everybody was shocked.
Yeah,
I think it's an awful deal. Feels like the Bradley Beal deal again.
Well,
I
hope
just
it's
don't
not.
think he's. Look, I think he's going to put up numbers. I don't feel like he's a winning player, and I think the league kind of decided that. Now, there might be a couple of teams out there that wanted him, but I think that is a massive overpay, and he still might be moved. That's the thing about it. I'm not convinced that he's going to be here a year from now. I think it's
that
a
cements
massive
that he's gonna-
overpay.
I think that's listen. I think everyone
Yeah.
agrees it's probably an overpay, but I think it's what you had to do if you wanted to keep this deal going. If you let him go, you're going to lose AD probably either way. Then you're just kind of back to square one. They're ready to start winning. I think they are super impressed with everything about him
Yeah.
when he showed up. I think they love what he's going to bring to this team. I know I do. I love what he's going to bring to the team. I probably wouldn't want to pay him $50-some million a year, but
53 million.
but
It is-
that's
it is what it is.
It's crazy.
The Wizards have been so bad for so long. They're forced to overpay.
Yeah.
If they want a player of his caliber, and look, I know he's not a top 5 or top 10 player in the league, but he's a pretty big get for the Washington Wizards.
Well, remember-
and to keep him here, you have to pay that guy.
They haven't had a point guard in years. They've been playing guys like Spencer Dinwiddie and Raul Neto, and as much as we like Bub's not an elite point guard. They have an elite point guard, an All NBA player, and he'll be entering his prime years. 28. Imagine getting Chris Paul from 28 to 32.
Yeah.
Well, Chris Paul's a totally different player.
I'm just saying, getting
Trae
somebody
Young,
in
yeah.
the prime of his
Chris
career.
Paul's a
hopefully-
winning player.
Well,
and I know Trae Young,
I think
early
Michael
in his
Winger
career,
thinks that
has led him
he's
to
a winning
it.
player. I think Will Dawkins thinks he can be a
Look,
winning
Will
player.
Dawkins apparently has had a relationship since Trae Young was 12 years old. So there's some bias there. I was watching a bunch of guys. I think maybe it was Kendrick Perkins. Not exactly sure who it was. It said, they've known him since he was 12 years old. Mm-hmm. So we're going to have Andrew Sharp on the show later. And we've had Andrew Sharp on the show to talk football a lot. He's an analytics guy. It's great when he comes on the show.
You're thinking of Warren Sharp.
That
Oh,
Warren
you know what?
Sharp.
I am thinking of
You're
Warren
going to get
Sharp.
Sharps mixed
I don't
up.
think they're related. I don't
You
think
know
they
what?
are.
I am getting them
They're two
mixed up.
different people.
And you know what? At first, I was like, I thought it wasn't the right guy, but then I kept like, okay, this is an analytics guy too.
Yeah.
All right, so Warren Sharp, football analytics.
Yes.
Andrew Sharp,
I mean, look,
basketball
Warren
analytics.
Sharp may dabble in NBA analytics, but he's an NFL guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
He's not a big fan of it.
not a big fan.
Yeah.
I mean, his tweet. I mean, I'll read a couple that came out. He goes, "I hated the Trey trade from the beginning, and would have hated any deal they signed. But credit to the Wiz, I never expected it could be that insane."
Yeah.
Well,
This
I think-
one from Michael Pena.
Let me just say this
from
though,
The
hold on.
Ringer.
I think if you didn't like the deal to begin with, like JP, you're not going to like any
Oh, you're certainly
resign.
not going to like it at
Yeah.
this point.
Yeah, you
I
wouldn't
mean,
like
that's
it
money.
if it was a 2-year deal.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Well, it
guys
could be
like
more
JP didn't like
reasonable
it.
if it was, guys getting paid. I know this sounds insane. 25 to 30 million a year would be more reasonable.
Yeah, $53 million a year is a lot of money. But like Cake said
They
during the
would have
break,
lost him if they didn't.
you would have lost him, but you
Okay.
also
Didn't
have
wanna
to
lose
you
him.
have to spend a certain amount of money.
Didn't want to go back to just having all rookies.
You know what it's like? It's like remember when the Nationals had a huge overpay for Jason Worth?
Yeah.
And they
Kinda like that.
They had to do that because they were the Nationals and they weren't really a legitimate,
Right.
serious
You have to
organization
show
yet.
you're a player.
Yes, and they had to spend all of that money to kind of make the announcement to Major League, hey,
Right.
we're trying, we're open for business, we're
See-
ready.
Right. That
And I
opens
also
up-
think it shows that they were committed to Trey, and guys like JP never believed it for a second.
Yeah.
That he was just an asset. He wasn't. They didn't really want to build
Build
around him, and they did.
And look, if he's
I think
all-
it proves.
I'm still
that.
not convinced that they want to build around him.
if he's off injured,
I think they want
and-
him
I don't
to
know when you
lead
give
all
a
the
guy
young guys.
you give a guy 4 years at $53 million. I mean, you're
a pretty big commitment.
you're
They didn't do
expecting
that to move him at that trade
you're
deadline.
expecting to have him for at least 2 to 3 years.
I'll make a
I
bet
would
that he's
think.
not here on the roster in 3 years.
I'll make a bet he's here in 2 years.
No, maybe he'll be here for 2 seasons, but
Yeah.
I don't see
I
a
don't
third.
know about the third year.
This
I don't know.
is-
Well, he's
This
got
is-
his player option in his 4th year.
Player option is 4th year.
I would say at that age, at age 31, he's probably going to take that $53 million.
And look, if he becomes Bradley Beal and he's off injured and can't play for 35, 40%
then
of
it
the
was a big
seasons,
dud.
then it's going to be
I think
blowing
that's
up
the
in their
deciding
face.
factor.
But if he stays relatively healthy and scores, I don't know, 23 to 25 points per game and gives you 11 assists per game and helps bring this young core along, I think it's going to be worth the money.
I'm not going to pretend to know about the aprons.
Yeah, I don't know how
I'm not
going to
pretend to be some salary cap expert. I
Right.
read that his salary could eat 30% of the salary cap, so that may be a limiting move down the road. This is from a basketball guy from The Ringer. He said, if I was a team about to have the number 1 pick, I'd probably not go out of my way to create one of the worst contracts in the league 24 hours before the draft. That's just me.
Look, for
and
better-
that is it's not just a JP opinion. There's a lot of basketball insiders who think
Understood.
this is a terrible
But
move.
this is what this signals. Dawkins and that front office, they love Trey Young.
They love.
They
Trae
love
Young.
him. And they feel like he's a
JP
good
doesn't
fit.
love him.
You might
Will
not like
Dawkins
him.
loves him.
Pena might not like him. Andrew/Warren Sharp may not like the deal. But Dawkins and Winger and the brain trust here, they really like Trey Young. And that's what this deal signals.
I agree with that 100%.
They're not infallible.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah, but they love him.
They're walking down the
You
altar
were
with Trey
wrong
Young.
that they didn't love him.
They're walking
I still
down
don't know that
the
they love
altar
him.
with him.
They
may-
love him.
I don't know if they
That's why
love
they gave him $200
him.
million. They love him.
They gave him
kinda
the
love him.
minimum. They gave him the minimum max, right? The
Yeah.
max
Minimum
that
match,
other teams
yes.
could give him.
Yes.
Which to me is a weird rationale. Like let's pay him just to keep him, and they traded for him. It was relatively cheap, right? They gave up Corey Kisper
and
What's
CJ.
it?
and CJ McCollum, who was another
Yeah.
pit stop guy. They've had a
Right.
lot of pit stop guys.
Yeah.
I feel like Trey Young is a pit stop guy.
I think he's
now
that's
we'll
where
see
you're
what
wrong.
happens
I think he's
tonight.
more
That's where
than-
you're wrong.
I think he's
That's where
a
you're
few
wrong.
notches at least above like a CJ McCollum. You're putting those guys in the same category.
Now, what are you talking about in terms of a player, or are
In
you talking
terms
about
of,
a
like,
pit
you're-
stop?
In terms of you're just going to treat him
He's
like
not
a, like
Mike
a trade
Bibby.
chip.
He's not Mike
No,
Bibby.
I don't. I think that he likely will be here longer
Yeah.
than CJ McCollum. In terms of quality of player, I think they're about the same.
Right. I think Trey
Well,
Young's
they
better
just-
than CJ McCollum, but
I think Trey
and
Young
he's
has
got-
major
Trey
deficiencies.
Young can do a little bit more than CJ just in terms of being a point guard.
Right.
Sure,
Right?
Of course. He's done
But
things
neither
that
of them
only
are
like
great
two other
defensive
guys have
players.
ever done.
Yeah, Trey Young's just his deficiency is he's not a good defensive player.
Yeah.
And that's been the knock on
I'm
him
not
for
gonna
7,
worry
8
about that
years.
because almost all of the Wizards players over 25 or 30 years have been deficient
Yeah.
defensively.
But here's the
Outside
thing
of a guy
about
like Sarr.
here's the thing about the salary cap. There's a floor that you've got to spend at least $140 million.
Right.
And
I think it's like 150 million.
did it go up? Maybe go
149, 150.
Okay,
yeah.
so say it's 150. So I don't know what their salaries added up to without signing Trae Young.
Right.
Put
But
it
with
this
all
way.
those young guys, it can't be
Their third
close
highest
to that.
salary SAR at 12.
Right. So they had to go out and spend something. Now they could have gone out in free agency and signed a couple guys
Or they
to
could
get
have,
over that.
Or they could have given
Or-
Sarr a bag early and extended him, given him big fat money,
Okay. Maybe
which
that's-
eventually they're going to have to do.
Sure.
Yeah, in his third and fourth year. Like it's out there.
But like you said, maybe Trey is on his way out or gone or traded by that time. They just had to spend money somewhere. They decided this was the guy to do it.
I think
And Anthony Davis might be moved today
Yeah, he could
or
be
down
could
the
be.
road.
He could be.
There are
But let me say
rumors about
this.
the Blazers having interest in Anthony Davis.
I agree 100% with Cakes. I think ultimately this will come down to health. If he proves to be unhealthy over the next 3 or 4 years, it'll be a disaster. If he is healthy, I think it'll be just fine.
I think there's a middle. I don't think it has to be a disaster. I just don't think he's. I don't envision
he's
him
healthy, he'll be
as
fine.
a player on a championship team.
Mhm.
And that's the whole goal of this: is to turn them into a championship team.
Yeah, but maybe he
To
could
me, he's
make-
not a
and-
chip on a championship team.
And to explain kind of the aprons, so you've got the salary cap floor, you've got the salary cap limit, and then you've got that luxury tax number, which is I think about 190 million. All right, so they're not there yet. That first apron is 196 million. That's when you get a penalty. Then there's a second apron, which is about 207 million, which is it's a stiffer penalty. So they're not going to get to that apron
No, not
level.
until like 28, 29.
Yeah.
And by the way, you got to remember that cap goes up every year. I think
Cap
it's going
goes
up
up.
5%
Yeah.
every year.
So they had to be at a certain number, which we just explained, which was the salary cap floor. So they had to go out and sign somebody, and they decided Trey was the guy. 53 million is a lot of money to give the dude,
Lot of money.
but they decided he was worth it.
I hope he balls out. I like him.
I hope he crushes
I'd rather
it.
have him than not have him. It's a lot of money. In a perfect world, you give him less, but
Mm-hmm.
it's not a perfect world.
I hope. I'm a Peterson guy. I hope it doesn't affect their draft, and I suspect it probably does a little bit.
John Wall thinks it helps Peterson's case.
I know. I watched John Wall say because Peterson can play off the ball, and he
Absolutely.
doesn't think Tabonsa can, which was surprising.
Well, Devonta is more of a just dribble create on his own than coming off screens and that sort of thing, catch and shoot,
Yeah.
which Peterson proved he could do
He
at
could
a
do
very high level.
Yeah, I would have liked.
I think
to have
AJ
seen,
can work on that and get better.
I would have liked
yeah.
to have seen AJ as a guy who's got the ball in his hands as a primary guy versus a two guard essentially.
The guy who's going to have those ball in his hands is going to be Trae Young, and he's
Right,
going to
right.
distribute it.
Yeah.
And
But
he's
I
gonna,
could see-
he's going to give 11 or 12 assists per game
Yeah,
when he's out there.
yeah.
He's the
I could
third
see
leading
it.
assist guy all time in the
I
league.
could see Peterson being a guy. I saw Seth Greenberg talk about this yesterday, and he was like, "I was a Peterson guy." He goes, "Then I wasn't," and he's like, "But I'm back." He's like, "He's
Saw that
Devin
too.
Booker, or who else did he compare him to?" And those are guys that can create with the ball in their hands. But hey, they're gonna go Trae Young. Trae Young's gonna be a big time scorer, probably be the leading scorer on the team. He'll be the leading assist guy. He's really good on pick and roll. I just don't know if he's a winner anymore in the league. The Atlanta Hawks decided he wasn't.
Yeah.
What? I don't think the Hawks did a whole hell of a lot in the playoffs, did they?
No.
No,
Yeah.
they did not.
Didn't
But
he
they're
ta-
an up and coming team,
yeah, I think
and
they
they
made,
decided to hand the reins
Well,
to the other.
Jalen Johnson.
Yes.
Yeah, it helped in the regular season, didn't help him in the playoffs. So, I don't know. I think that Trey could be a winning player, especially if you surround him with what could be four very excellent defensive players. I think you can overcome some of
They're
those
going to
shortcomings.
mask his deficiencies.
Yep.
Yeah,
Fingers
and look,
crossed.
Jalen Brunson has the same knock, to be fair, in terms of being a defensive liability, and they just won the championship.
Exactly.
The Wizards still have $75 million in cap space for 26-27, even after the deal.
Right. They had the money.
That's where their payroll was.
they had
before
the
that.
money.
Yeah. So they got a big cushion.
Yeah.
So you had to spend it on somebody.
It might
And
might
they could
hurt a guy like Koulibaly who'll be up sooner than the other guys.
Yeah.
But
They could
See?
still go out.
Man, Bilal.
Could be bad news. All right, lots of NBA draft talk on the show. Obviously, Wizards hold the number one overall pick. We're just about 13 and a half hours away from the start of the NBA draft. Later on today's show, Ben Anderson, Utah Jazz insider for KSL Sports in Salt Lake. He'll join us coming up at 8 o'clock. The Jazz hold the number 2 pick. Of course, the Wiz hold the number 1 pick. It's coming up later. We're the Junks. We'll be right back.
All right, guys, EB here for FanDuel. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel's changing the game. Because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Well, not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. If you have Messi and they take him out late and his sub scores, you get it. Same thing. They take out Mbappe, you get his sub scores. Same thing with Pulisic. Any of these superstars, if they go out, they replace them, your bet's still alive. That's right. Your player leaves the match, your bet continues on. So you're still in the hunt until the final whistle. All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
So you had to wait an hour and a half plus for the game to start, but the Nats take care of the Phillies last night at home. They win 4-1 in the start of a big NL East series here
Big
in
one.
D.C. Foster Griffin, I believe it's the longest outing for a starter for the Nats all season. He goes 7 1/3. Another great story, Curtis Mead.
Hit
It's his
another one.
12th dinger. I
Yep.
mean, that guy was picked up on the first day of the season for nothing. He was just floating out there, and Paul Tabone's like, okay, I'll pick this guy up. We have some history with him.
He's on pace for 30 bombs.
I guess that's why they didn't need Brady House anymore.
I mean,
Yeah, right.
what a pickup that is.
They said, Brady House, we got this guy Mead. Nobody's heard
Yeah.
of him. Nobody cares about him.
And how
But he's
about
better than you.
Dylan Cruz up to 209. I think Grant tweeted yesterday that it's his 11th RBI in the 11th game.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
playing better.
He's playing better.
But Foster Griffin's a story. Foster Griffin's a guy who was a first-round pick. The Kansas City Royals drafted him in the first round, but he didn't do anything. He goes to Japan for a couple of years, was an all-star last year in
been
Japan. They bring him here to Washington. He's allowed 1 run or less in 4 consecutive starts, 1 earned run or less in 10 of 16 starts. And his last 7 starts, he's 4-0, 2.68 ERA, 40 strikeouts with only 5 walks.
He's been
and
awesome.
that Phillies lineup had been on fire.
Yep.
Schwarber had hit 4 home runs in his last 2 games.
Yep.
Bryce Harper just came off hitting for the cycle,
Yep.
and
They were on
he
fire.
just
Well,
mowed him down.
We asked Taboni about him last week, and he said, they thought he was pretty good, but you just never know because it's an inferior league how it's going to translate.
Yeah.
But he's basically what they thought they were getting, but you just don't know.
Well, he's the ace of the staff, and he's 30, so that's why it's kind of hard to bet on somebody like that that's had no major league success, who's 30 years old.
It almost no experience.
Man, he reminds me of Wyndham Clark. He just kind of looks like Wyndham Clark whenever I see him.
So Baseball
But he-
Cakes was listening to the broadcast when I was crawling home from Fairfax. It just mind-numbing, mind-bending traffic because it was
Because it
raining
was rain,
and it was
pouring.
rush hour.
Yeah.
And Zim was on with Charlie and Dave, and I guess Bryce Harper switched from now this is very dorky, switched from like a 31.5-ounce bat to like a 35-ounce bat.
Okay.
Like a
That's
bat that
big.
he uses for like batting practice in the games. And that's when he started going on that heater before last night where he hit for the cycle.
Well, Harper had a couple hits last night. He
Yeah.
was one guy who actually
Heavier
hit
bat.
Griffin.
He's been hot.
So Harper,
But like you said, the entire lineup's been pretty hot.
yeah. But I mean, Trey Turner was 0 for 4. Schwarber was 0 for 4. And Griffin, it's not just a one game thing. I didn't know you guys talked to Timoni about him last week. He's been awesome
his
of late.
Month of June in 4 starts, he's got a
And
170 ERA. He's been
Somebody
awesome.
on the offense who's been hot, who we've talked about, like if this guy could just hit a little bit better, Nasim Nunez.
Yeah, right.
I mean, Grant Paulson tweeted this. He's 18 for his last 43 over his last 14 games. That's 418 batting average. Now, that's got him up to 241 on the season, but that's plenty good for getting on base and stealing bases the way has success at that. So that's another great upturn offensively for the Nationals.
Yeah, we hear
It's-
great nuggets from the Nats PR office. So this is from them. But his hitting streak is now 8 games. He's 14 for 25 over his last 8. He's reached base safely in a career high 14 straight games.
Also, for Grant and Danny, they have James Wood and CJ Abrams in studio today
Awesome.
getting out the vote for the All-Star game for the Nats. So that's in studio today.
Man, we can't get those guys up early enough to come in studio for our show.
I'm sure James Wood loves the Junks, but not to the point where he's going to get up at 5:30.
he doesn't live that far away either.
I'm sure he lives within walking distance of Nats Park.
But
I would guess.
it's interesting how they switched the lineup because the Phillies were throwing that guy Meza, who's an opener, and he was only going to throw 1 inning, and he's a lefty. So they dropped Garcia all the way down to 8. Garcia's been hitting 2 for most of the year, and they moved all the right-handed hitters like Mead and Cruz up in the top. Although Wood, he's a lefty, but he's leadoff. He'll stay there all year. But Garcia dropped to 8, and he hit another bomb.
Yep, those are the little things that they've been
Little
doing.
things
this
like
year.
that.
It's on the margins, but it's definitely paid off. Where Taboni, obviously running the big show, and then Butera as the manager, they're embracing analytics more than this team ever had before.
Right.
There have been a bunch of articles written about it, and it's paid dividends.
Yeah, I'm not sure Davey Martinez would have done that. Could be wrong, but I just don't remember seeing that kind of a switch in the lineup order that we've seen this year multiple times.
And it's modern day baseball with openers.
Yeah, of course.
It's embraced it.
But it's just rare that you see your 2-hitter drop to 8 and Cruz, who's been 5, 6, 7, sometimes deeper, go to 3. So, but it worked out. And, after losing that series down in Tampa, this is a big one, 4-game series. They were coming in about 2.5 games back of the Phillies. And to get that first win is huge.
Cubs, Padres, and Nats all tied right now for the third NL wild card. Leading are the Cardinals and the Phillies. So this is huge for wild card race ramifications too.
Yeah, it's big.
I'm going to put this up as our poll of the
big
day.
Series.
Do you think the Nationals will make the playoffs?
Put it up. Junkies poll is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. This summer, grab a Surfside, your go-to canned cocktail. Made with real vodka, only 100 calories, and 0 bubbles. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. I think Mike Marr deposited a few golf balls with Surfside logos on them in some various bushes and trees throughout International Country Club. But
Was he the leader in the clubhouse at
for
losing
lost
balls?
It's a good question. I think I lost 2 or 3. We were probably in the same ballpark. I think Valdez put 1 in the drink. He might have lost 1.
Well,
on
let me
one
just
shot.
say, speaking of deposits, have to thank Valdez,
Yeah.
Johnny Cakes,
Oh, yeah, I
Okay,
forgot.
yes.
and
Yes, I begrudgingly gave you your $20.
and,
Oh, that's
and
right.
our girl in
Anna?
Annapolis, Anna.
Well, she's rich, so of course she's going to
No thank you to Lurch.
All right, hold
no
on.
thank you to
He's
JP.
He's going to give you
no
cash
thank you to
money
Drab.
now.
No thank you to Mar.
So I assume you had Wyndham Clark.
yes, sir.
Okay.
I like how you're doing your on-air collection agency
Well,
bit. That's a good
at some
bit.
point you have to shame people.
I understand.
Some
Get
people you have to
pay you.
shame.
It was
people.
$20, right?
Yeah,
20,
You don't
yeah.
want a Venmo? It's nice for the Venmo.
I don't even think
Whatever.
I have set $20 in my Venmo.
All right,
Venmo's
sent.
felted. All right, thank
But
you.
don't you have it set up to your credit
No,
card?
I do not.
You don't?
No, I don't.
Oh,
I
got-
actually don't.
I don't have my
mine either.
Venmo set up.
I
to
got
anything.
my Venmo linked to my bank, which could be dicey.
Hey, can
What? that's a wild thing.
What is?
Jason and Eric don't. They just have
not
Venmo
really
monies,
easy.
and it's not like
Venmo's just fun.
it's just
I don't
play
really,
money.
Yeah, I
Just
don't
play
really
money.
use it
So
for
the
anything.
only
Use it for
way
bets.
the only way you have your Venmo funded is by people sending money to you.
My wife can
Oh,
send
I'd
me
be
money.
so bro. I'd be Venmo.
But what do you
poor.
use Venmo for, really? I really don't use it for anything. Pay off bets on
Yeah,
the
I
show.
I
Pay
send
off
it to-
bets. I do.
Maybe if I
do,
buy a used golf club or something.
I do buy a little bit of Bitcoin when it dips, and there's been some dipping of late. There's been
okay.
some dipping.
Yeah, no, I don't do that.
No, I don't have it set up to that.
This, in fact, cash. I only use cash for haircuts. And I
Okay.
could use Venmo for that.
But you like that cash, don't you? You like the cash.
I actually would rather have Venmo. How weird
really?
is that? I don't know why. It's weird.
How much cash you have there? You want me to Venmo? you?
$91.
$91.
Yeah, I mean,
Hey,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
s-
fine. You
Hey,
keep
I'm
it.
Sice.
You
I'll
keep
take.
that
I'll
paper
take
money.
the cash.
you want to send me some Venmo?
Yeah, I'll give you 91 for 91.
Well, I need
in
something
cash.
for my haircut.
I'll give you.
How about 50? You want 50?
Yeah.
All right, sure.
Just
weird
dabbling,
transaction to me.
just dabbling in all sorts of currency,
I just
digital,
don't use
paper.
cash except for haircuts. You know?
I-
Maybe
I
if can-
love
most part.
cash.
Yeah.
I use cash,
Cash
for a
is
lot.
king.
yeah.
Yeah, I
Use
use
it twice a day.
twice
Morning
a-
valet, afternoon valet.
That is true.
I mean, Valdez was using cash as his ball marker yesterday. Had a big old coin.
Oh yeah,
Big one.
I use a silver dollar.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
You know who was cash yesterday? Messi, Mbappe,
Well,
and Holland.
Why didn't we do that? I mean, that parlay had to pay huge to bet
Oh,
each of them to score twice.
Yeah, that was like 89 to 1. And then
Well,
someone
slept on it.
someone has Harry Kane to score 2 goals today.
Okay.
And that is like 150 or 1500 to 1.
Oh, really? Wow.
Really?
Harry
Oh,
Kane is he
And who
England?
do they play?
Yes.
Yeah.
England,
Who do
yeah.
they play?
They play Ghana.
Well, that could
Oh, they
easily
should-
happen.
I mean,
Right?
Ghana's no slouch, but I mean, England's one of the favorites in the tournament.
All I know is that Mbappe's second goal was a joke. I tweeted it reminded me of like bad co-ed soccer. I mean, just the miscommunication there between the defender and the goal.
They were so much better and faster at each position than Iraq.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't.
I mean,
it
it
was a
was-
joke.
Iraq couldn't do. They couldn't even get the ball down in France's half. They couldn't do it.
Yeah.
I mean, they would just kick a 60-yarder and then sprint to it, but they couldn't get to it.
Yeah, but his first goal was a banger.
But
Yeah.
He got the ball and just smashed it with his left foot.
did you mention that this Messi, Mbappe, and the guy with the
Haaland.
guy, yes,
Yeah.
hit and get match 1, 2?
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
crazy.
There's-
They all scored 2 goals in both games.
No.
Right?
Messi scored a hat trick
Oh, he
in the
scored a
first
hat trick.
one.
Yeah, it was
That's
3.
right. Yeah.
But it was 3-2. It was 2-2-3, and then yesterday 2-2-2.
so now we're too late to the party. If they all play on the same
There's
date
no
again,
there's
it's not
no
gonna happen a
chance
third
there's no
time.
chance it will happen a third time, right?
Well, also sometimes some of these guys
No.
might not even play in the
Right,
next game.
right.
I'm not
'Cause-
sure.
Well, if they're chasing the golden boot,
you would think, but you never know.
I think that's already locked up. I think you're going to give it to that short Argentine. I mean, he's
well,
got
not
it
if they get
locked up.
bounced
couldn't-
out early.
But
They're
I
going
was
to get bounced out early.
Argentina
you
could
never know.
lose in the round of 16 or the
Yeah.
quarters for sure.
yeah, they could. They could.
Probably going to be there at the
I
end.
couldn't believe Messi.
you know what to do, people.
Yeah, yeah, blow it up.
I couldn't
He
believe
just
Messi
jinxed
missed
the entire
did.
country.
The PK.
the PK.
Yeah.
Couldn't
They're going to
believe
show
it.
up my house and pitchfork.
He just jinxed an
He
entire
jinxed the
country.
goat.
Yeah.
He jinxed the goat.
I may have. We'll see how powerful Messi is.
Yeah.
Can he beat the always bet against cakes?
Yeah, he
Jinx?
missed the PK. I mean, it happens.
Yeah, but it was.
He
it
was
kinda
shocked. Everyone was
shocking.
shocked.
Yeah.
The guys calling the game, they were shocked.
Yeah. Oh,
Or
it
the
was,
match.
It was shocking. But you knew
But
he'd make up for it.
He came back pretty
and
quick.
the second goal was just relentless. It was amazing.
Well, he made a great pass.
Oh yeah.
I mean, his pass, that guy should have finished there.
Yeah.
And then he puts himself in the right spot. Look, he's a great player.
Yeah.
But so are Mbappe and Holland. I knew nothing about that Holland guy.
No, nothing.
No.
It
Mbappe's
throws me his
gonna-
name's Holland, but he plays for Norway. Throws me
Right.
every-
Yeah.
How old is Mbappe? He's like still young,
Oh, he's
right?
got to
I
be
think
young.
he's like 27.
Yeah, I think he's
I think
gonna
that-
run away with the goal thing when it's all said and
because
done.
he's what is he 3 back or 2 back?
2 back.
Yeah, he's
I think.
very close to
He's
Messi.
gonna run away with it.
Yeah,
He looks older, though.
Yeah.
To me,
you think? I think he looks pretty young.
All right, when we
I'll
come
tell
back,
you what, that guy can run.
we're going to pivot to the Commanders. George Kittle is offering a stark warning to Commanders fans about getting into the Brandon Ayuk business. We'll get into that next here on The Fan.
Baseball fans in D.C. had to deal with a weather delay last night, but it was well worth the wait as the Nationals knock off the Phillies 4-1. Couple of more home runs for the Nats last night. Luis Garcia Jr. solo shot in the second, and Curtis Mead adds the icing on the cake, a 2-run blast in the seventh. And how good has Foster Griffin been? 8-2 now. He scattered 4 hits over 7 1/3 innings for the win. He fanned 9. Nats once again tied for the final NL wildcard spot. They'll have another one against Philly tonight. Second of 4 against the Phils, 6:45 here on The Fan. The big NBA trade we're all expecting happened last night. Milwaukee Bucks send 2-time league MVP Giannis Antetokounmpo to Miami for a package of players and picks. Wizards, meanwhile, have the number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft tonight, which starts at 8 p.m. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, brought to you by our friends at Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Let's update the listeners on the guest situation for today's show. Ben Anderson, Utah Jazz insider for KSL Sports in Salt Lake. He will join us coming up at 8 o'clock. I was his guest, I think it was last Friday, if memory serves correct. And he will join us at 8 o'clock to talk about what he thinks the Jazz will do with that number 2 overall pick.
Also to give us some insight on Devonsa, right?
Yeah, he can certainly do that too. And Andrew Sharp, basketball writer and podcast host of the GOAT NBA pod, he will be on with us at 9 o'clock. He had some strong words about the Trae Young deal that was handed out yesterday by the Washington Wizards to the tune of 4 years, $212
I can't wait to
million.
talk. I can't wait to talk to Will Dawkins after all of this. You know,
Yeah.
he's not going to talk before the draft, obviously, but just to kind of get his thoughts and his rationale for all the moves and who they pick at 1, why they gave Trae Young so much money. It's going to be interesting.
Definitely.
He's always a positive guy.
He is.
Oh, yeah.
And if you watch the Wizards little pieces that they're putting out on YouTube, they take their PR very seriously. They're very rehearsed. They go through everything. So we probably won't get too many silly nuggets, but
He's generally pretty rehearsed on this show, too.
yeah, but he's a good guy. I really like him a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, kind
And
of the
overall, they've done a fantastic job
They'll give us something.
positioning themselves to draft number 1. You know, none of us really know if Keefe can coach. To me, it was mission accomplished. They wanted to be a terrible team and get a great lottery pick. Mission accomplished. So now we're going to see if he can coach, and we're going to see if they actually can start winning because they tore down the team.
Well, they
That's
also
what they
want to
did for
still
3
develop
years.
the
What was
players.
necessary.
Yes.
I think they know they're not going to win a championship next year. There's a bridge year you're going to have to have.
You got to take some
Yeah.
steps.
Yeah.
There has to be progression.
No, I just mean that Winger and Dawkins for 3 years have been tearing down the team so that they could build it up, and now they're in that position. So I think they've done that for 3 years. Now you're going to have to judge what happens the next couple of seasons.
Yeah.
No more deconstruction.
All eyes on the Wiz this year.
Yes,
This
yes.
year, anyway.
And today and tonight.
Super excited.
NBA draft starts in 13 hours.
Right.
It's
We
not
haven't even
that far
talked
off.
about the Giannis trade. We probably should talk about that later in the show.
Yeah,
but
we'll
it's
definitely get
obviously
into that as
Obviously
well.
a big one.
Yep.
Biggie.
Massive trade. So we wanted to get into the Commanders here. We have some audio from one of Brandon Ayuk's very high-profile teammates. Maybe you've heard of him. His name's George Kittle,
Pretty
tight
good
end
player.
for the San Francisco 49ers.
He's got a terrible beard.
He's got a big, gnarly, manly beard. No doubt about it. So he was on the Pardon My Take podcast with Big Cat and PFT Commenter. And here's what he had to say when PFT Commenter asked him if Commanders fans should be excited for Brandon Ayuk joining the team.
I know that it's a sensitive thing because you like
To
the
who,
guy.
me?
I'm gonna let you guys talk while I eat a
because
Reese's.
you like the guy and the whole rehabbing away from the team. That can be tough on everybody. So I get that. How good is he still? Like the last time you saw him play, like how excited should I be to probably have him on the Commanders?
The last time I saw Ayuk was, call it week 6, 7, or 8. I don't really know. But I used to make it a habit of mine to go out early in the morning before meetings to watch him train because he'd always be out there early. And I watched him run over 22 miles an hour and stop on a dime. So he's still got it. Or at least, that was 8 months ago. So I don't really know. But yeah, you guys have fun with that, I guess.
Yeah, thank you.
That's perfectly put.
I'm gonna have a lot of fun with that.
Perfectly put.
I guess.
Still got it. Have fun with that, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have fun with all that comes with it.
Yeah, I mean, he seems like he's very active on social media, which that's a great way to connect with fans and
true.
brands and sponsors.
Yeah.
So it seems like this. Once he gets to us, then he'll finally be happy, and every bad thing's going to go away.
Yeah, you're right. I wouldn't be happy either after a team paid me $130 million.
I know that could be. Well, the taxes in California, he's probably like, oh, this sucks. I got so much taxes. to pay.
More money, more problems, right?
Yes.
So yeah,
100%.
we'll take him. He'll make less money, and he'll be happier, and then he'll stop posting weird stuff on social media.
That honestly sounds like a game plan.
Okay, yeah. Okay, good. Then we're all in agreement. It sounds like a win-win for everyone.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he really is not a fan of Brandon Ayuk.
Well, I think he feels a little, burned as a teammate or whatever and doesn't understand the situation. So
Now let's build on the positive. When he did see him play,
he said he was money.
He ran 22 miles per hour and could stop on a dime.
Yeah.
So the talent's there, but it sounds like there's a lot of
baggage.
baggage.
Oh, we know there's
a lot of baggage.
Yeah.
And I've said this a few times on the show. I can't remember if it was on B. Mitch and Finley or Grant and Danny, but I was listening to our station months ago, and there was an insider from San Francisco, and he was talking about Brandon Ayuk. And he said, we've had a lot of diva wide receivers. And he started going through all the guys who've had problems. Michael Crabtree, Terrell Owens. He said, but none of them has been as bad as Brandon Ayuk.
That's pretty bad. I mean, if you're rattling off names like that, guys who are just tough to deal
And he
with in the
rattled off
locker
like
room.
8 or 9 names that I can't recall at this time, but that once you heard their name, you're like, oh yeah, I remember. Oh yeah, that was a disaster.
Right.
who is it
And
that
he
said
said
that,
Ayuk.
JP?
It was some sort of like beat reporter from San Francisco that was
Yeah.
on. I think it was on Grant and Danny's show.
I mean, I didn't hear that he was a disaster when they signed him to the deal. I heard he was a disaster when it went bad.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
I wish they would have followed, and maybe they did, but followed up and asked Kittle, well, was he a good teammate when you were playing with him? Did you like him? Maybe they did somewhere else in the interview.
Obviously, he liked his talent, that he wanted to go out and see him run routes, but it was all the other stuff that I guess turned him off.
I missed the last. Did he post another video that he was talking
Yes.
about? I didn't see that.
He did a Father's Day. He just said, "Go Commanders."
Yeah.
That's all he said?
Pretty much.
Well, he said something like, "I had a great Father's Day. Go Commanders. Go
okay.
Commanders."
Oh, okay.
Look, he's a weird
I didn't
dude.
see that.
There's no denying it. He's a weird dude.
I didn't.
I mean,
I expected there to be another one, but I didn't. I missed it for some reason on
Can
Father's
you
Day.
use your considerable 49ers clout and keep Brandon Ayuk away from the Commanders?
I got tons of it.
Just keep him a million miles away, please.
What I wonder, and I've said this a few times, is should they, if they sign him, if he gets released and, seems like the 49ers aren't in a rush to release
No,
him.
they're
Let's say he
not.
gets released in August. Is he going to be ready to play and in shape come the season?
Who knows?
probably not.
I mean,
if he didn't
probably
go through all these mini camps, and I don't think
No,
so.
it's going to be the same spot as Terry, only worse.
Right.
Yeah.
I just have to hope that
not-
he's
yeah.
So is it worth it?
like in between all these
I don't know.
random Instagram videos.
I don't really want him.
I hope he's working out every day. I hope he's training every day to get ready for the upcoming season. I don't know if he is.
That's what I worry about
That I don't
more
know.
than the wackadoo videos, because ultimately it doesn't really matter if you get the production. There's so many teams that have dealt with way worse, but they get production from the players and they overlook it. So if you can get the production, which is what is tantalizing, right? Then you don't worry about goofy videos. But I do wonder if he can produce, because we haven't seen him on the field. He hasn't had a touchdown in
3 years.
over 3 years.
I mean, if he shows up here and he becomes the number 2 wide receiver behind Terry McLaurin and he's hyper productive, you're going to forget about all these dumb videos.
Exactly.
If he goes out and catches 55 or 60 balls and is a threat downfield and is an outlet for Jaden Daniels and helps the offense hum, you're not going to care that he's a weirdo and he's a diva.
But I'm
he's a
not
bit of a head case.
convinced.
But he
Let's
might
say
not-
he gets released August 15th.
Yeah.
I'm just, so
Okay,
you got
month before the season.
A month before the season. I'm not convinced it'll put up Debo Samuel numbers.
Yeah.
He might not.
Debo had 72 catches last year.
He might be a big giant dud. He
I
come
just
out, catch 20 balls, pull a hamstring, and then it's just a lost season. We don't know.
And we've talked about it a billion times. I just wonder if he's ever going to post a video where we could see him running and catching balls.
I mean, I think most people would like to
They
see
would love
that
to
if
see it.
Yeah.
But since he won't do it, there's that many more questions.
Maybe he's not running 22 miles per hour anymore. I saw that Kittle, who's rehabbing, because to me, I don't really understand when somebody says I'm running 22 miles per hour versus 20 or whatever. But this gave me a frame of reference. Kittle in his rehab was positive, or people were pointing to he's on the comeback because he was running 16 miles an hour. 22 significantly faster
Well, of course.
than 16.
Yeah, well, I mean, Ayuk's a
Well, I mean, you got an older guy coming
different
off,
breed. He's a receiver.
off of an Achilles injury.
And he's got it right. Well,
Like-
Ayuk is coming off a pretty significant injury too.
Yeah.
Well, the good news is like he said, is that when he saw him running, he looked great.
Yeah.
But, hasn't played football in a year plus, whatever. So, I mean, I don't think you can expect it to be ready day one. No.
Yeah, my sense would be it would be kind of like a Terry season where
Only worse.
up and down, maybe some injuries pop up because you haven't been working out consistently.
Yeah.
And he's going to be rusty.
Yes.
And by the way, new system.
Yes.
So
I don't
you-
know.
so-
I've told you, the guy that I'm most intrigued by is Tyreek Hill.
I mean, he's
I
still
can
out
under-
there.
I can understand that.
There are some multiple big names still available. Debo, Tyreek Hill, Keenan Allen,
Diggs.
Diggs. Diggs might be the most productive of all. He had a really good year last year in New England. Wonder where he's going to land.
Or this team just likes what they got.
I mean, I've seen Van Jefferson toe tap in the end zone maybe 1,000 times. Because you always see a play from like mandatory minicamp or
Right.
from an OTA. It makes you raise your eyebrow, but you're like, okay, there's no defender. I mean, these guys are in t-shirt and
People
shorts.
always fall in love with these receivers.
Yeah,
Remember
I mean-
Marco Mitchell?
Yeah,
Is it Marco Mitchell?
I think you might be right.
Yeah.
You might have had a
People
couple
would fall in love with a guy like that. Like, oh,
like Billy
he's-
McMullen.
Yes.
Billy McMullen.
So many guys.
UVA.
So
Yeah.
many of those guys.
So what? Yeah. Look,
But you don't want him anymore.
well, I
Right.
don't care either way.
But you did want it, but now you're just okay. You're on the fence.
I mean, it seems like a lot, but there are guys I'd rather have. I think I'd rather have guys that played last year and played at a very high
Right,
level.
so you'd rather have Diggs
Rather have Diggs, I think.
or
I'd rather have
Debo or Debo. Yeah,
But if you gave me Brandon Ayuk, and they're obviously not going to pay him anything,
correct.
probably be littered with incentives. They're going to pay him nothing. I mean, I don't know how it hurts. And if he's a chemistry guy that's bad for everything, they'll just cut him. So it's almost no risk. That's why I kind of don't care.
It's just strange. But also when people say that played with him say have fun with that,
Well, I think
which
that,
means that he obviously had some
Well, he
sort of an
knows-
issue
he
with
knows
him in the locker
he's a
room.
But yeah, but I
nightmare.
think that's all post. It fell apart. I didn't hear
Yeah,
that before.
Yeah, you might be right. You
I
might be
think
right.
it's since it all fell apart.
Well, it
It's,
also,
it's a teammate who got frustrated that the guy didn't show up.
Right.
Yeah.
Feels burned.
well, there also might have been underlying issues even before that.
It might have been,
That
but
might
I
have
didn't
just
hear
been
anybody
kept
say 'em.
inside the locker
That's
room.
true.
Possibly, but
That's
he
true.
was still
Didn't hear it though.
going out to watch him
Right.
run routes in the morning, according to George Kittle, because he was so impressive.
Well,
Right.
that's George Kittle basically saying to the whole world, buyer beware on Brandon Ayuk. Like, you're going to have your hands full
He's saying,
if
yeah.
you bring this guy into your locker
Have
room.
fun with him. He's a handful.
Yeah.
That's what I interpreted that as.
It'll probably be.
I don't want to deal with him
Look,
anymore.
It'll probably be, if it happens, an Antonio Brown like ride.
Well,
But
that's a
Antonio
terrible
Brown
ride.
can produce at
That's not a
times.
ride you want to be on. You want
Well, it depends.
you want your guy taking his pads off and his shirt off and hopping around in the end zone and
depends.
leaving the field?
It depends because Antonio Brown still put up big numbers at times.
Okay,
but
you're-
it's going to be 10 years.
I want
It's
the
like
100 catches. I don't want the guy acting like a complete psycho and a clown on my sideline.
George Pickens ride. The Steelers had enough, and the Cowboys said, "We'll roll the dice with Pickens," and he produced.
I'll sign up for the Pickens ride because I know right now he's in his prime.
Right, but
I don't know that Brandon Ayuk is in his prime. Actually, I know he's past his prime.
Well,
because
Pickens-
he's already shredded his knee.
And Pickens wasn't.
Pickens had a resume.
He wasn't as bad off
Yeah.
the field as Antonio Brown.
Yeah, but you still deal with things.
There's some
and that's
red
why the
flags
Steelers
there.
moved on.
Right.
But here's the thing. Again, what's the downside? If he's a distraction, they're going to cut him. They're not going to give him any money.
I know it's going to be minimal risk.
Yeah, it's a minimal risk thing. I guess the only argument you can make is, well, they could have signed somebody better.
Yeah.
But that's an argument I can't argue.
I think the downside would be, and I'm with you, it's not a big downside, but locker room chemistry and maybe takes away from the development of a younger player like Antonio Williams, who they drafted.
I would rather just, if you're going to sign another guy, I would rather pony up and pay Diggs $15 million for one season to see if he can give me 80 catches, then roll the dice on Brandon Ayuk for a minimum salary.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather just I kind of know what I have in Diggs. Ayuk is a giant question mark as to whether he'll be productive. I just don't know if he's still has a desire to play high level NFL football.
Could you get all the guys on the field together for a tryout? Essentially, you get Ayuk out there, Tyreek Hill, that's my guy, Diggs, Keenan Allen. You have them run routes because a couple of those guys have major injury question marks. All right, Tyreek Hill just posted a video, I guess, on Instagram. His reborn rehab video, but at least he's got a video of working out, doing stuff.
Right. Brandon Ayuk is just walking around like cash falling out of his pocket.
The only thing I can think is that he
shirt off.
Like, is it possible he's going through all this and then they actually don't sign him? That actually seems hard for me to believe. I feel like he knows
It's
they're going to sign
possible
him.
if behind the scenes, Peters and who's his right hand man, Newmark, if they've met and they go, look, this was our plan all along. We never wanted to trade for him, but man, it's just too much. It's possible. Don't think it's likely, but it's possible.
I think he knows they're going to sign him. He's acting like a guy who knows he's going to be here. Now, maybe he's just a crazy person and he's just agitating to try to manifest it. That's possible.
I would think Peters, if he told him, yes, once you get released, we're going to get you in. I
told his agent or something.
Well, yeah, but I would have thought Peters would have told Ayuk, stop posting these videos. It just makes everything look worse.
Right.
So stop doing it.
Right. Maybe he's just not listening.
Stop doing it.
Maybe.
Or we're not going to sign you.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess.
But maybe not. I don't know.
Because it makes the Commanders look bad?
Well, it gives I think makes him look bad to the fans.
Yeah.
So the fans are going, we don't want this psycho.
Okay.
So it would just look bad, and then the media, obviously the media is on top of it, so if they did sign him, it would just be a bigger story than what he can do for them on the field.
Or does it just make other teams not as interested, too? And so then you have less competition.
I guess
let him post whatever he wants.
I guess there's a billion ways to look at it, but I don't know. I would just think that Peters and Quinn would say, bro, stop doing this. Just chill out, relax. If you want to post some videos of you working out, that's one thing, but don't make yourself look nutty.
Well, I think Jaden should say that.
Maybe he has. Maybe
that might help too.
Maybe he's not listening to anybody.
All right, when we come back, we're going to get back into the Wizards. It's their day. It's NBA draft day. It's only a little more than 12 hours away before they make the first pick overall. But they also made news by signing Trae Young to a 4-year, $212 million contract extension. Do you like the Trae Young deal that the Wizards handed him yesterday? 800-636-1067. We'll get your temperature on the Trae Young extension next here on The Fan.
All right, guys. EB here for FanDuel. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel's changing the game. That's right, because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with him. Well, not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. So if Argentina takes Messi out, his sub scores, you get the points. If the USA takes Pulisic out and his sub scores, you get the points. See how it works? If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. Who else is doing that? So you're still in it until the final whistle. All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. President DC. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wizards fans, time to give us a call at 800-636-1067. What do you make of the Trae Young extension? The news broke yesterday afternoon. Trae Young intends to sign a 4-year, approximately $212 million deal to stay with the Wizards, player option in year 4. We know that he turned down his $49 million player option last week. He gets the new deal this week, heading into NBA draft night. 800-636-1067. I believe JP is very anti this deal. I think the rest of us either like it or like the deal a lot to keep him here in DC.
I like
You like the
keeping
deal
him.
a lot?
I like keeping him.
I like keeping him. I don't know if I like it a lot, but I do like the fact that you're able to keep a big name here to help lead a younger core along. And he's a highly productive player. I mean, he's going to score more than 20 points a night. He's going to dish out 10-plus assists. He's the third leading assist person ever in the NBA career-wise for his averages. I like the move. I think it had to be done. You acquired him for a reason, and the Wizards, they really like Trae Young, whereas it seems like his style of play is out of fashion in a lot of spots in the NBA. The Wizards disagree with that conventional wisdom.
It also tells
they like
me
Trae Young.
that they know that they're not going to be able to keep Anthony Davis because they wouldn't be able to sign both of those guys
Sure.
to huge max deals. Now, you may not like the deal because of the player. Fans shouldn't worry about the money.
Well, I just think the money could affect them down the road.
Because they've got a lot of flexibility in
Not
how
gonna
much money
affect
they
them
can
Right
for
sell.
now,
several years.
I'm not savvy enough
So
to know about the aprons and all that stuff.
Right, well, we
I
kind of
think
went through the numbers.
I mean,
There's a big gap.
There are analysts who believe Trae Young eating 30% of the cap is too much.
Yeah.
So it's not my opinion. There's others, and I just am hesitant. Look, he'll put up numbers.
Mhm.
He'll help them win more games than they won last year. I just don't know if he's a piece of a championship team, and that's what they're trying to build. I saw somebody say they would have been better off, and this was a lot of money for a guy who's a role player in the league, but the Phoenix Suns just signed Colin Gillespie, who played at Villanova, to, I believe, a 4-year, $48 million deal. He's a point guard.
Yep.
And the analyst was like, they would have been better off signing Colin Gillespie than Trae Young. It's not to say that Gillespie's a better player than Trae Young, but if you have a team with a potential star, let's go with DeBonsa,
Yep.
and you have Alex Sarr, and you have all these other guys,
You want
maybe
someone
you
getting
want
them to
just
the
a
ball.
setup guy
All right.
who's not eating up the huge cap. But it remains to be seen. We'll see. I'm not convinced like you guys that he's going to be part of this team 3 years
Well,
down
Will
the road.
Dawkins-
2 years down the road.
Will
I think that
Dawkins-
is the intention.
Will Dawkins feels like they still need that scoring threat from that position, where they would have gone out and gotten someone.
Well,
like
they
that.
Well, they want a
need-
real point guard.
Well, they need scoring. They
Well,
were the
Gillespie's
sixth-
a real point guard, but they also feel like they need a guy who can be a threat, like Trae Young, especially from deep.
They were the 6th lowest scoring team in the league
Yeah, they
last
need-
year.
they
They
obviously-
need scoring.
And
they
Trae
need
Young's-
offensive output.
Trae Young's play, not significantly, but his shooting has dipped. I think his turnovers went up. So I don't love the deal. I wouldn't use the language which you used at the beginning of the segment, Cakes.
He likes it a lot.
I think he said something like, I strongly hate it or whatever you said.
There's a range of emotions for the Trae Young deal.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't think they had to pay him. I think it is. I agree with some of these people. It's a massive overpay, and it feels like it could end up being the Bradley Beal deal all over again. Now, the difference between the Beal deal and this deal, and look, Beal put up numbers, and you could have made the same argument that Beal was productive and he was our leading scorer and he was a veteran with maybe some younger guys, whatever. He had a no trade clause.
I just don't
Trae Young
understand-
doesn't have a no trade clause.
I don't understand how it's a massive overpay when he tears up his player option for, was it $48.9 million, and then he gets signed for 50 plus.
Because the league doesn't, most of the league doesn't see him that way.
Okay, but I mean, that's fine.
Will
The
Dawkins
Wizards-
did.
The Wizards and their brain trust,
They did.
They value Trae Young, whereas others don't. They clearly have a value for Trae Young.
All right, so how are Wizards fans feeling about this? I'm guessing we're going to hear both sides of it because there are going to be fans like JP that say, "Well, that's just way too much to give a Trae Young," And then there's going to be fans that think, you know what, he's going to be a piece to something bigger that this team is striving for,
I think
especially with the younger guys.
I mean, I want to hear from him, but what I've seen online is most people are kind of stunned at the cost. And then I think it kind of falls down into whether or not you like the acquisition in the beginning or not.
That's probably fair. 1-800-636-1067.
But the
Wizards
bigger
fans,
move-
what do you think of Trae Young? Here's just another opinion. This is from Sam Quinn, NBA reporter, CBS. I think this Trae Young contract is worse than the De'Aaron Fox deal. I bet the Wizards start reasonably hot next year, and their fans dig this tweet back up. But in the long run, that deal is just a significant overpay. I would have let him walk. And who knows what's going to be proven to be right. But there's a decent amount of people that say that. And I know that you don't worry about the money, but it might be something that comes into play 2 years from now, 3 years from now.
You know what? I'm going to worry about that 2 to 3 years from now. I'm not worrying about it right now. I'm worrying about
Winning games.
how does he mix in with
the young guys,
with the young guys, especially the number one pick that's going to be picked later tonight. I care about this upcoming season. That's for Will Dawkins and the bean counters to deal with 2 or 3 years down the road. That's not for the fans. Shouldn't be worrying about 2 or 3 seasons down the road right now. I wouldn't think. That's for the general manager to worry about.
You're worried
You
about
worry
Two or
this
three
year.
years down the road is when you want to be competing for a championship.
Yeah, and I have trust that Winger and Dawkins are going to have this team ascending
Well, I think
into
fans
that
are.
level.
I think fans are thinking about 2 or 3 years down the road because whoever they pick tonight is going to be a vital piece.
Okay.
in 2 or 3 years.
I'm more
along
focused
with
on
Sarr.
next season.
Well, next year is kind of like let's jump ahead.
It's a bridge year.
17 to 39 to 42 wins, whatever.
That'd be a great jump. I'd take that jump. If you told
They
me
better be.
we'd have 42 wins, I'd sign up for
Okay,
it.
maybe
right
that's a little
now.
high, but they better be in the high 30s,
Sure.
especially if Davis is out
That
there.
should be the expectation.
It'll be
Totally
interesting to
agree.
see. I think that Anthony Davis, there are rumors, I think he will be dealt. I don't know if it's going to be today.
Maybe he gets dealt today. Who knows?
It might be before the season
Well,
starts.
look, if
Maybe
he's
it's gonna be
dealt-
before the All-Star break.
He's going to be dealt for.
That's
I
going to
don't
be a
think they
big
have
piece.
to, though.
They don't have to.
Yeah.
He's not going to just be dealt for picks. He's going to be dealt for some players and some picks.
That's fine.
Correct.
So you're going to get a piece or two
know what?
that will be on the floor.
I have no affinity for Anthony
I know you
Davis.
don't. I know you don't.
I was dumb enough to believe he'd be playing in a Wizards uniform after he was acquired last season.
Yep. Didn't
Now
play.
I'm questioning whether he'll ever put on a Wizards uniform.
Well, he wants
It's gotten to that point.
He wants a max deal.
Well, he may want a max
Good luck
deal,
to the team that gives him a max
and
deal.
he may get it, but it's not going to be from the Wiz kids.
I just
right.
know this: at the end of the day, if we would have lost him to say the Nets or somebody, I would have been disappointed. I actually been a lot of my enthusiasm for next year would have waned,
Right.
Because I just fell in love with the guy.
Yeah.
Watching him embrace the city, watches how electric he is on the court, seeing it up close and in person. Those 4 or 5 games that he did actually play, I think, yeah.
I know.
Yeah,
He showed out when he played.
and I think honestly, listen, he could just be a big disaster and play 10 games a year for the next 4 and just be the worst deal in history. It's possible. It's on the realm of possibilities. But I think if you look at his average, he's averaged about 65 to 68 games or so. If you added it all up, take this year away because they were tanking. He generally is pretty healthy. So we'll see. We'll see if it backfires. If he's unhealthy, it'll go down as one of the worst contracts in a long line of them
Yeah.
that the Wizards have given out and that the NBA has given out.
His last 4 full years in Atlanta before being dealt last season, he played 76, 54, 73, and 76 games.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's generally a pretty durable guy. Generally.
So, I mean, keep your fingers crossed and hope he can play in 65 games a year, 60 to 65.
Yeah.
Why did his shooting percentage dip? Like when he used to shoot at 3-point line, like 37, 38%. Then in 2024-25, it was down to 34. In 25-26, it was 30.5. It's a limited amount of games, so maybe it's unfair, but his shooting percentage from the field kind of went down too.
I don't know. I don't think he got worse.
He doesn't seem to be an ascending player.
Well, no. I mean, he's been
I
in
don't
the
know.
league 8-9 years. I don't think
He
he's
claims
ascending.
he's entering his prime between 28 and 32. And maybe on average, you could say that for superstars. Would you say that superstars are in their prime from age 28 to 32? Mm-hmm. All right.
I'm just skeptical.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I'm a big Trae
What did your
Young
boy?
mark now.
I would think
what did your
you'll
boy
be-
say that coached in Atlanta? Can you say?
Well, we'll keep that
Okay.
between us.
Oh. I might need to
Feels-
pick.
Well, I mean, he did say this. I could say this publicly.
Okay.
He said it was a needed change. Like,
Yeah.
So he thinks he's a good player.
Yeah.
He just needed to do it somewhere else.
He needed to change the scenery.
Yeah.
He needed to go north.
That felt like a
From
George
Atlanta.
Kittle response.
Well, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, when you spend 8-9 years in one spot and you
Yeah.
just aren't winning, okay, let's.
And remember,
And you've
he's
got
still
another
there.
younger star that you're kind of building around. All right, let's try and move him, and maybe he'll do something better in another city.
All right, let's go to Rick in Waldorf. Hey, Rick, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junks.
What's up, fellas? On the way to work once again. How y'all guys doing this morning?
We're doing
What's
great.
up? What's up?
Good. Yeah, I mean, I hate the deal. He's essentially talking about $53 million over that span.
Yep.
He is a 4-time All-Star, but other than that, what is he? Other than that, 4.
Well, I mean, he's done some things like the 25-10 thing that he's done.
He's a scoring point guard.
There's only a few guys in the history of the
Yeah,
league
yeah.
that have done what he's done.
Yeah, and I will say, I mean, I don't think at this point, who else you going to bring in that's better than him? I feel like if AD and Devonta and Fars around, he can distribute the ball. He can, shoot some threes. I think, guys, how you feel about it? Like with the culture now of the NBA, I mean, there's a lot of bums that's making tons of money. I mean,
Absolutely.
that's the way it is now. But I hate the deal. But I mean, what can you do? I feel like that's the
Well, do you
culture of the
hate-
league
do you-
now.
do you-
Everybody's just making tons of money.
Look,
Do you
again,
hate the deal because of the money or because of the player? You just don't. You're not a believer in him as a player. Because you shouldn't worry about the money.
For the player, yeah. I mean, just like you guys said, that's made about $50 million over his 4-year contract. I just don't think that essentially giving him a max contract. Really, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Well,
And I
it's a
don't think
max
he's a max
contract for
player.
an opposing team. They could have given him another $80 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're fiscally responsible by not giving
I mean,
him
they
another
could've.
$75 or $80 million.
I know.
Should
They
be
could've.
lauding the Wizards.
Look, Bradley Beal, when he was with the Wizards, had 2 seasons where he averaged over 30 points per game.
Yeah.
I mean, in 2020, 2021 season, he averaged 31.3 points per game. It didn't lead to a lot of winning.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like to me.
I think this team's going to eventually win. I like the way they're putting it together. I guess you don't.
And tonight, another huge piece will be added to the mix. We will be at the Anthem tonight, broadcasting live between 7 and 9 p.m. I believe Strober and Toby Altizer will take the reins 9 to 11 p.m. So be sure to come out to the Anthem later tonight. Coming up at 8 o'clock, we'll be joined by Ben Anderson. He's a Utah Jazz insider for KSL Sports in Salt Lake. They hold the number 2 overall pick tonight. We'll continue to take more of your calls on Trae Young. Next, we'll be right back. Remember, you can listen to the show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. Also streaming live on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
Let me say this. I want Trae Young to succeed, and I think he's going to have games where he's going to light it up for like 45, have a 50-point game. Like, he has that type of ability. We'll have a game where you won't be shocked if he has a game where he hits 12 threes.
Of course not.
Well, I'm always shocked if someone hits 12 threes, but I can see what
He
you're
has
saying.
that
yeah.
sort of talent and shooting range.
He's going to take enough of them. Sure.
I think it's as simple as if he stays healthy, I think it's going to be okay. I think if he's not healthy, it's going to be a disaster.
But for some reason, the Hawks, and in generally the league, like the Wizards
But that
were able to get
changed.
in on him at a very cheap price.
Right, but that just changed. Now all of a sudden you had more bidders than you did a few months ago.
I think there were one or two bidders from what I've read.
Okay, that's more than what it had before. There's more than what you had before.
Just need one bidder to drive the price
Yeah.
up.
In fact, if
That's
they
all
had
it
changed the
takes.
rule, you probably would have got him closer to the 3 years, 120 that was being rumored.
And as it relates to the draft tonight, we're going to be at the Anthem night. It's exciting. You know, EB and I are DP guys. We're Darren Peterson guys. I envision
I
Darren
think AJ's
Peterson.
going to be a stud too.
I envisioned Darren Peterson being the point guard for the Wizards. But I'm always like the guy that I wanted Denny to be the point guard on the Wizards.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah,
envision
I
it
want-
being the off guard to Trae Young.
Yeah.
I'm okay with Trae Young being the point guard for the Wizards.
Yeah, the guy
I'm
that
pretty
averages
cool
10
with that.
assists for his
Yeah,
career.
I'm pretty cool with
In
that.
25? I think it'd be a great
I know-
combo.
Is he an efficient player? No. And does he have defensive deficiencies? Yes. Am I overly concerned about both of those things? Clearly not.
Why wouldn't you be down with Darren Peterson running the point?
I'd rather have the combo of Trae Young running the point and AJ DeBonsa on the wing than Trae Young and Darren Peterson.
I think
Personally.
Trae Young dishing to Darren Peterson, it'd be lightning. It'd be amazing.
Well, I think
Dishing
it
all
to
those guys, yeah.
Sar and AJ DeBonsa is going to be pretty.
Well, those
prolific,
guys too. Those guys too.
Yeah,
for sure.
it's going to be fun to
And
watch.
eventually, maybe
But-
they do see Peterson if they take him as the one. I mean, Peterson's not going to be a 2-year, 3-year player. He's going to be a 10, 12, 14-year player.
Remember-
you would hope.
DeBonsa, he's got a great mid-range game, right? In an era where that's kind of coming back, which is cool.
Peterson does too.
He's an amazing pressure the rim guy, right? It's going to dunk in your face 3 or 4 times a game. It's got to be dynamic. He's going to create off the dribble. I'm not sure that he's elite at catching and shooting, and I think that's a great skill set that fits in DP and Trae Young. Personally, it doesn't mean AJ couldn't work with him. Of course he could. AJ's going to be a star.
Oh yeah,
And AJ's going to get better at those things.
he'll be
I think so.
He will.
an alley-oop recipient many times from Trae Young.
If AJ DeMonts is here,
Yes.
yeah, sure. I think Sar will too. I think a lot of those guys will be. I think they can. They
Bilal?
can. I don't know. I don't know.
I'm holding out hope. I'm praying I don't hear his
All right,
name.
let's go
in
to-
trade rumors tonight.
Let's go to Greg in Reston. Hey, Greg, you're on with the Junkies. Big day today, man. I'm so excited for this draft tonight.
Morning, boys. Yeah, I'm excited as well. So going back to the Trae Young deal, I don't see how it's a bad deal at all. I mean, if you look at the long-term ramifications, it doesn't impact our ability to re-sign a Sar or George down the line. And people need to get over NBA sticker shock. It's Ted's money. You said it would be a disaster if he's not healthy, EB.
Yeah.
I don't
For
see
most
a disaster.
deals.
If he missed 3 years, let's just say worst case scenario, okay, Bub Carrington, Darren Peterson, or AJ DeBonsa, Keyshawn George running point. I mean, that's what we imagine this team growing as anyways. And overall, people are saying, oh, well, you should have signed Dosunmu or Gillespie. Well, guess what, guys? They didn't make it to free agency. And if you remember, that's what Dawkins said. He said, we traded for Trae Young because we looked at the landscape of free agency, and we didn't think we would be able to find guys to be able to spend the money there that would be worth it. So
That's
if you
fair.
pull all that
That's fair.
together-
You know, just to chime in, some people are saying free agency is essentially dead with the way that they've set up the salary cap and everything. That you're mostly going to see guys move via trades like you've done here with the Giannis deal. And so that's a good point.
And I think overall, people, if anybody tries to say this contract is unmovable and maybe the 3rd or 4th year, we've moved it off of Gilbert, Wall, and Beal, probably at some of their lowest values.
How about
No
Juwan Howard
contract
back in
is
the day?
unmovable.
We've moved
Yeah.
after every big bad
Yeah.
deal
If you
we've
can
done.
move off Bradley Beal's poisonous contract, you can move anybody. I mean, I'm convinced of that.
That was a shocker. It was.
Kudos to Will Dawkins for getting Bradley Beal off the books.
I think you just got to chalk it up as to you're just right now you're paying the Wizards tax for being the Wizard.
Yes.
You're paying.
There's totally something to that.
Because they're
just because
they've been dregs for
Yeah.
so long, for 4 decades.
And I don't think the players and agents may take the organization seriously in terms of trying to win it. Yeah, I know.
Now they are.
I know, but you kind of have to pay the toll
Maybe
to go across the bridge.
Yeah. I mean, look, they wanted a point guard. And I think it was the best one they thought they could get.
And they think he's a good fit for the young players. Hopefully they're right.
I've been super excited by everything I've seen from the kid.
But, yeah.
I just am. I'm super excited about
And
it. And
he
I
is a
didn't give a
kid.
crap about him before he came here.
Yeah.
Didn't give a crap about him. And I just love the way he's embraced everything. And I don't know. I think he's going to be a good influence on the team.
You got sliced when you went to the Caps game.
I get excited when he wears that jersey for all the different guys.
I like when I saw him hanging out in the vault suite. Seats.
Is he going to give up his number to AJ?
He shouldn't.
He shouldn't give up his number.
He shouldn't.
As great as AJ DeBonsa is, he's still a rookie. He's got to learn his place.
I still think there's a
amongst the
30%
vets.
chance or more they're going to take DP.
Oh, I think it's way lower than that.
I know you do.
10% chance
I
or
think
less.
I still think it's in play. I don't
I'm
think
with-
it's a done deal.
I'm with you.
I don't think it's a done
I'm with you.
deal.
There's enough guys out there. I know that the prevailing wisdom is they're going to draft AJ DeMonson, but there's enough guys out there that just say Darren Peterson's better. And so why wouldn't?
Why would you draft the best player?
Yeah.
Well, that's true, but the odds have shifted massively to DeBonsa in the last 48 hours.
I know, but they don't know.
Well, I mean, they might know.
Well, how would
A
they
little
know?
bit.
No.
Maybe that one
Honestly,
donk.
I'm being
Maybe that
honest,
one
I'm not
donk
being-
from
Do you think
Dallas
somebody told them.
has got sources.
Because my understanding is
Well, they have-
DeBonsa doesn't
yeah.
know and Peterson doesn't know.
Of course, they have. You know,
Maybe
They're
just,
saying-
maybe he's
they're-
just being
I think
told
they're
to say
doing that
Of course
because
they
the
don't know.
media is overwhelmingly saying they think it's going to be. It's kind of like feeding on each other. The media and the fan bases are overwhelmingly saying AJ.
I mean, I think it would be closer if people maybe believe that or were putting money on it. I don't know. I know Boozer is 50-1, so that would be absolutely.
I think it
fall
would be
over
shocking
dead
if they
pick
Boozer.
Boozer.
It'd still be exciting, but I think it would be shocking.
If it's not
Nearly
Peterson or
impossible.
DeBonsa, it's a huge upset.
DeBonsa's minus 800.
Yeah.
To be the first pick.
I know. To me, it's crazy because I think we would know by now as a fact if that was true.
Should I risk what nubbins are left in my account on AJD being the top pick?
Well, yeah, you think it's
I
90%.
probably should. I probably
Damn it.
should do that.
Let me see this out. What do you got? What do you guys? You got a guest coming up next? Ben
Yes.
Aronson?
Yeah.
At some point, I want to talk about this. I personally don't think it matters how marketable a guy is to Will Dawkins and Michael Winger. I don't think they care at all. Like if he's a quiet guy.
I disagree.
I think it matters to Ted.
Yes.
I don't think, and
I think you're right.
And apparently, Ted. That the one thing I have seen is Ted favors DeBonsa, which makes sense. Wants a marketable guy, butts in the seats. He's the owner. He's writing the checks. Now we got to get into this. Do Will and Michael Winger have the authority to say no to Ted? I have no idea.
I would hope they do.
I have no idea.
I think
Probably not.
I think Winger probably
I have no
cares.
idea.
I think Winger cares about it a little bit. I don't think Dawkins cares about whether he's marketable or not. I think Winger does as the head of the whole basketball ops.
Maybe
He probably
you can
cares
make
a
that.
little
Argument.
bit
Maybe you
about
make
it.
that
Could
argument.
you make the conspiracy that Ted gave him the okay to give the deal to Trey?
If they draft AJ.
I'll write the check.
Believe me, that's crossed my mind. That's crossed my mind.
Well, some people theorize that Ted was behind the Trae Young deal in the first place because he was sick of
Losing.
the absolute.
He wants to. He also wants people in the seats.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's well. Listen, but people were going to games. I went to the games. They're pretty crowded,
Yeah, but as a whole, it's not like.
but they weren't all rooting for the Wizards.
Yeah, it's
I mean, you
that's
know.
been happening for.
Yeah, but it's
again,
that
4
and the
decades.
combination of the ratings on Monumental Sports.
Yeah, everything.
The app selling.
You're tired of
all
losing.
of that.
You're tired of losing on purpose.
Yeah.
The one thing that Trae Young did in Atlanta was he sold tickets.
Yeah,
He put a lot of people in the seats down in Atlanta.
he's entertaining.
Right.
He's fun
I
to
think
watch.
Ted cares about that, and
I
maybe
do.
you can make the argument Winger does. I don't think Will Dawkins and the scouts and the people
Not
that are
supposed
truly,
to.
They should not care about
No.
that. I don't want that to factor in one iota. And if Ted's making this pick, God bless him. I don't want Ted making this pick.
I don't either. I want the
I
basketball
want
guys.
the basketball
making the
guys
pick.
making the pick. Whoever they say, if they say it's AJ, I believe you. I'm with you.
But for his tenure as an owner of both the Capitals and Wizards, I think he's known for delegating.
For empowering his
And
front
empowering
offices.
his
I agree.
guys.
I'm just getting scared because like it's really getting to it's
crunch
go
time.
time. It's
Yeah,
go
yeah.
time
12
right
hours
now.
away.
Yeah.
12 hours away from the NBA draft.
How,
We're gonna be at the
how
Anthem.
anxious- more.
how anxious are you going to be when Adam Silver's up there going?
Well,
and
if we
with the first pick,
If we don't know,
You're
like if
gonna-
we literally don't know, I mean it's
Yeah,
it's
pins and
riveting.
needles.
I'm going to be riveted by
It'd
it.
be like when the Commanders just drafted Sonny Styles. You didn't know.
You didn't know?
not really, but
Yeah. Didn't know.
you had a better vibe with him.
All right, when we come back, we're going to get the skinny from Utah, Ben Anderson, Utah Jazz insider for KSL Sports in Salt Lake. He will join us next. They hold the number 2 pick in the NBA draft. That's too bad for them because the Wizards hold the number 1 overall pick, and it's all going down in 8 hours. We're the Junkies. We'll be right back.
The world's biggest soccer tournament is going on right now. It is awesome, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match, all the way starting at the opener, all the way to the final. Let's take a look at today's slate. Ghana. How about going with Ghana? They're trading at 6% to beat England. Be a big upset. That means $100 is going to pay you $1,563.66. Pretty good score on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. That means there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app. And don't forget to use the code JP. You're going to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 or over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Fed contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. Huge night for local hoops fans. The NBA draft is set for tonight at 8 p.m. The Wizards have the top overall pick for an NBA record 7th time in franchise history. It'll be the first time since selecting John Wall number 1 back in 2010. The excitement started in the NBA late last night as the Milwaukee Bucks finally traded superstar Giannis Antetokounmpo in a blockbuster deal to Miami. How about the Nats? They used the long ball last night to knock off Philadelphia 4-1. 2 more home runs get it done. Luis Garcia Jr., solo homer, and Curtis Mead, a 2-run shot. Also, Foster Griffin scattered 4 hits over 7 1/3 innings. Fan 9 for the win. He's now 8-2 on the season. Nats and Phils again tonight, 6:45 here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Let's head out to the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Welcome in Ben Anderson, Utah Jazz insider for KSL Sports in Salt Lake. He is in New York. He's on the East Coast for the upcoming NBA draft tonight. Ben, thanks for the time, man. We appreciate it.
What's up?
My pleasure.
Ben, what's been the World Cup foot traffic up there since you've been in New York?
It's not been crazy. There are some streets that are certainly getting blocked off because you have to make several stops before I guess you can get into the actual arena to watch the game. But it's been pretty relaxed. I almost wonder if the city's died down after the parade last week.
Right.
So, I don't know. It's so intriguing to me that we don't know for sure. Even though the betting markets are, heavy. It's the Bonzo one, and I think the media as a whole is like 85%, of the mainstream media people are saying it's the Bonzo one. But they're being very tight-lipped about it. The only reports we might hear is that Leonsis may favor Bonzo, which, if your owner favors it, that's a pretty important guy. I still think that there's a chance, a reasonable chance, I don't know, 20-30% that it could be Darren Peterson. What is your best guess as to what's going to happen here at the top of the draft, and then where does that leave Utah?
Yeah, I was at the NBA media availability for the pre-draft yesterday, and it felt like AJ was the guy. I mean, AJ carried himself like he was the guy. He spoke like he was the guy. It certainly feels like that's what everyone is expecting tomorrow. And even some of the movements like Darren Peterson having a late conversation with the Jazz before the workout after canceling it originally last week, I think does seem to imply that. But as you guys mentioned, you are one, strange morning away of the ownership or management waking up and saying, you know what, I've thought about it. Ultimately, I'm going to go with Darren Peterson. And I certainly think that's still in the cards.
Yeah, I think so too. But it's wild. Bonzo admitted last night, though, that he has no idea. He'll know when we know. And I just think that that's unusual.
Peterson said the same thing. He said he's trying to get a read on everybody, and they've got a poker face, and they can't really tell. So, I mean, unless all the players are in on this as well and know what's going to happen but are keeping themselves tight-lipped, I truly think nobody knows. I think they're probably not going to know until a few minutes before the draft when they make it official.
All right, so we've all seen highlights of Bonzo and seen him play a couple of times, and we know his upside, but you being in Utah, you probably saw him way more than any of us. Tell us about his game in particular and what type of kid he is.
Yeah, as far as the kid goes, I think he's great. I think he's a super pro. I think he really is built for this type of experience. I think he wants to be a star, but some guys want to be a star and don't really have the ability to make it happen. He carries himself like a star, but I don't think he's obnoxious. I don't think he's entitled. I think it is just a level he's always been above everybody else as a player throughout his career, and I think that plays out on the floor. far as his game goes, I mean, outside of being a knockdown three-point shooter, it's kind of the perfect modern wing. He's very good with the ball in his hands. I think he can get anywhere on the floor that he wants to. He's a much better passer than advertised. He's not making incredible reads, but when you're 6'9" and the entire defense collapses on you, you just need to know where somebody is in the corner in today's NBA, and he does that very well. Obviously gets to the mid-range better than anybody, but I think he's going to finish at the rim a ton in the NBA. I think the spacing he's going to have around him, whether it's shooters in Washington or in Utah, I just think it's going to really open up the floor for him, and that 42-inch vertical is going to really jump off the floor. His quick-twitch athleticism is going to really pop. I think people are going to be surprised and remember, they may have overthought this, the whole A.J. Debonsa saga, if he doesn't end up going number one.
And Ben, don't you think his perimeter game, I understand that the three-point shot's deeper in the NBA, but don't you think the perimeter game will get better? I mean, he's going to be working on that.
Yeah, I know there's kind of some, lack of belief in some players' ability to develop the three-point shot. You just have to be able to shoot the three now in today's NBA. So guys work on it so much. It becomes such a focus for NBA, everybody. That wasn't the case, obviously, 15, 20 years ago. You didn't have to shoot the three. Now, because you have to, it's going to be his biggest priority. And the type of worker he is, the type of kid he is, and the touch he has everywhere else. I mean, he has an incredible mid-range shot. I just can't imagine eventually that doesn't spread out to the three-point line.
So, Ben, do you think right now that Danny Ainge, if Debonsa is the number one pick, is it a 100% certainty that Darren Peterson goes to, or is Boozer in play there as well? And I saw your tweet from yesterday about Darren Peterson and like his personality. You said he was warm, he was sharp for the 20-plus minutes in the media availability. Like, I know that was kind of a question mark with him. Did that like soothe some people's fears about him, kind of like off the court, his personality yesterday?
Yeah, because he did so little media throughout the season at Kansas, there was this kind of mystery around him. I think even for front offices. Now, front offices can talk to, coaches and scouts and say, yeah, we kind of get this intel on the guy. But I'm sure it's different when you actually sit down with him for a dinner, for a breakfast, if they're coming to stay in your city. And obviously the Jazz didn't get a full dinner or breakfast with him because I don't think he visited Utah. But you do get him on the phone and you realize, he's probably a little more stoic than he is kind of put offish. I didn't get the sense at all that he thought he was too big for the situation or too cool for Utah or Washington. I would be surprised if that's anyone's kind of read on him. I think he's quiet. I think he's young, but I don't think he's, thinks he's above any of this. And I thought that was really impressive. So my guess would be that he's leaning towards that Jazz would be leaning towards Debonsa at this point. Boozer was impressive as well yesterday. I mean, he just speaks like he's a veteran. It's kind of funny to hear him talk. You can tell some of these guys who have been around the NBA their entire lives, and Boozer's certainly one of them. But I thought Peterson was much different than I had expected, and I wouldn't be surprised if he impressed some teams during the interview process.
Did you ever get the sense? See, part of the reason why people think that the Wizards are so tight-lipped about this is they're trying to just, explore every opportunity, potentially get a trade maybe going. I think it's also because they're just going back and forth on the deal. But did you ever get the sense that Danny Ainge would trade up anything for any of these guys?
I haven't heard any real concrete evidence of that. And then you change your mind at the last 10 minutes. That could certainly happen because why would the Jazz leak that? So while I've absolutely heard nothing about it, I've heard nothing about the Jazz having interest in moving up to number one overall or feeling like that has to be a priority. Like we just said, the Wizards might wake up and think, ooh, maybe it's Darren Peterson this morning. The Jazz could wake up and just have this gut feeling that, it has to be A.J. Debonsa, or they have to get up to number one to get their guy, whoever it is, and they don't want to wait for him to fall to two. And if there's, a first-round draft pick that has to be included, something along those lines, I could absolutely see the Jazz doing it. I do not think it would ever be Ace Bailey. The Jazz love him, and I know that's kind of been the popular name, as close as he was to getting drafted by Washington last year. It would be a much smaller deal. But if the Jazz decided, hey, why tempt fate if you want to go get one specific person, I could still see them doing that.
Ben, I've tried to make this point a few times on this show when people, media and fans are trying to compare Peterson to AJ, especially when they played head-to-head. But AJ Debonsa, he put up some big numbers against college teams that historically are really good defensively. Houston, Arizona, Texas Tech, Iowa State. I mean, he lit up a few of those teams. I mean, he had 25 against Houston, and Kelvin Sampson's team's usually the best in the country defensively. Is that something that you kind of try and emphasize in terms of how good of a fit he would be in Utah?
Well, I will say this. I think the 20 minutes, the first half between BYU and Kansas is some of the kind of most misleading film there is that I remember in draft history, because obviously everyone wants to watch these guys go and play head-to-head, and Darren Peterson has that huge first 20 minutes and doesn't play the second half, and AJ's very quiet. I think if you go look at the box score of that game, AJ still finishes with like 25 points in the second half. Yeah, I mean, every time you watch AJ with like very, very limited examples, he's just unstoppable. And yeah, that's Houston and that's Iowa State, like you mentioned, all these teams. And it's really funny to go back. I mean, you can take a freeze frame basically anytime BYU's on offense, pause the film, and you've got four guys pointing at A.J. DeBonsa or wondering where A.J. is, whether he has the ball or not. I mean, he was just the focus of what everyone was trying to take away, because BYU was talented, but they were flawed and they weren't particularly deep. So if it wasn't, A.J. or Richie Saunders hurting you, you were probably pretty safe as a team. So, yeah, I mean, AJ's production is pretty unimpeachable. He's going to produce in the NBA. He's going to be a big-time scorer. And I don't think he's a pig. I don't think he's the type of guy who's going to get his numbers regardless of whether it helps the team or not. I do think he really cares about winning, and then that's going to translate really quickly.
Saw the dad being interviewed. I respected the guy. I think he's done a great job raising this kid. Some, though, think maybe the dad and the family, maybe they could possibly be a little too meddlesome. Do you see that scenario playing out?
I saw AJ at some Jazz games, and his dad was always there, and I kind of wondered that same thing. Is he around a little bit too much? They didn't hire an agent. Sometimes that can end up leading to a father who's a little overbearing. I've not heard that from anyone, though, who's been close to him. And, in fact, what I've heard is that Ace has done Ace, by the way, is AJ's dad. Ace has done a good job of making AJ available, kind of making him accountable, putting him out there for some of these things. I don't necessarily think this is AJ trying to live out his father's dreams. And I think that's when you can get some of these guys to go astray. I honestly think he just wants to be involved in his son's life. He's a former police officer, so kind of wants to make sure he stays on the straight and narrow. From everything I've heard, AJ is just a very good kid on top of it. So I would be surprised if he never hires an agent. Usually that does end up being beneficial, but I wouldn't really worry too much about the father's aspect.
We're joined by Ben Anderson, Utah Jazz insider for KSL Sports in Salt Lake. He's in New York City for tonight's NBA draft. I want your outsider's opinion on Trae Young re-upping with the Wizards, 4 years, $212 million. What did you make of that news when you heard it yesterday?
It's pricey. It's certainly expensive. My brother, who's even a casual fan, texted me the number with the large eyes emoji. I think everyone was a little surprised by the sticker shock of it. But look, the NBA, it's just not kind of a consensus anymore on how teams are going to operate with their cap. Nobody wants to be over the second apron, but if you're not close to being there, I think teams are pretty comfortable spending. And here's what I will tell you. In Utah, the one thing I've heard about the Wizards consistently is Ted Leonsis just wants to win now, and that was a part of the Trae Young deal. That was a part of the Anthony Davis deal. That's why Caleb Wilson was really never considered as the number one pick here. They're kind of done with the rebuilding process. The same thing is happening in Utah. So even if you have to pay these guys now, it seems like that's the desire, is start winning again, get back into competition. There's no value of being one of the worst teams in the NBA with the new tanking rules. So it's steep. It's a little bit expensive. I do think we have a short memory in the NBA. Trae Young, not 3 years ago, was viewed as one of the top 15 or 20 players in the NBA. I know he's been flawed, and it's expensive. It is. But you can get reasonable value out of it.
Ben, from the Jazz fans that you talk to, if AJ goes 1, which I expect he will, are they okay? Are they excited about Peterson at 2?
Yeah, there's kind of been a weird flip-flopping just because some of the narratives in Utah where, for a minute everyone was afraid it was going to be Cam Boozer, then everyone jumped on the Cam Boozer bandwagon. Now I think people are coming back to Darren Peterson. In fact, a lot of people tell you they want Darren Peterson over A.J. DeBonsa. That's because I think they recognize it's pretty unrealistic that A.J. stays in Utah long term. So, yeah, I think that they're going to be on board for Darren Peterson, and then there's going to be a annoying argument between the Wizards and Jazz fan base about which team got the better player for the next 10 years.
Yep, that'll definitely be a thing. Ben, thanks for the time. We know you're super busy. Best of luck to your Jazz at that number 2 slot tonight. We'll talk to you again soon.
My pleasure, guys. Thanks.
buddy.
Thanks,
That's
bud.
Ben Anderson, Utah Jazz insider for KSL Sports in Salt Lake. He is in New York City for tonight's NBA draft. You can join us at the Anthem tonight. There's a Wizards draft party going on there. We're broadcasting starting at 7. Wizards make their pick at 8. We hope to see you there tonight. We're the Junks. We'll be right back. We hope you've already secured your tickets to the Anthem Wizards draft party because, according to the Wizards website, it's sold out. All
Sold
tickets
out.
are gone.
You think there's
So,
not excitement for this
There's
draft?
definitely buzz building about
I saw
the
even
Wizards.
Bobby Marks saying on ESPN how excited he is for this draft.
Ooh, very
like
good.
he's been more excited for this one than in several years.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I'm right there with him, man. Just the intrigue, just the value they're going to get, regardless who they pick. They're going to get. I think they're going to get a great player. I don't know if it'll be the right player. But I think they're going to get a great player, and it'll be great to see how it all works out.
There may be multiple players that are going to be right. Like the year that LeBron James got drafted, wasn't Dwayne Wade drafted that year? Wasn't Chris Bosh drafted that year?
Yeah, that's also the year the Pistons took Darko at number 2.
Yeah, he was the whiff.
Yeah.
But if you look at that draft, if
Oh,
I
it was
recall,
loaded.
it was just loaded with studs. Now, obviously, you want LeBron number 1. What makes it intriguing to me is there's so many people. The majority say DeBonta, right? But there are so many people that say Peterson's the best player. This one's from Jeff Goodman, who's a longtime NBA and college basketball insider.
Oh, yeah.
He said he was talking to an NBA GM. Here's the quote from an NBA GM. Maybe this could be Dawkins.
I doubt it.
I mean, he says one NBA GM said to him, Peterson's the most talented player in this draft. That's not a debate, but he's also the most terrifying. He then says, I just don't think Washington can roll the dice on him because they can't afford to miss on this pick.
That's why I think DeBonta is going to be the pick. There are less
Well, I'd
question
like to
marks
know
about
what-
him than there are about Darren Peterson.
And I also would like to know what that executive or whoever it was said about AJ and his talents.
Well, he's talented, super talented.
Yeah,
There's no
I just
doubt.
want to hear those people say that.
That he's super talented.
Okay, Peterson.
I think it's a given.
Peterson might be the best player in a lot of people's eyes, but they might say, but AJ's freaking good. I mean, he's really good.
I think
and
everybody
can be
thinks
a star.
that. I think
Yeah.
everybody thinks that.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to tell you that they don't think that AJ DeBonta can be a big star.
So there's not. I don't think there's this huge gap.
So, yeah. And so the LeBron James draft, let's take LeBron off the board. Here's 3, 4, 5. Well, let's just say maybe, because Darko went number 2. Let's say DeBonta, Peterson, and Boozer are the equivalent of these guys, 3, 4, 5. Carmelo Anthony, Chris Bosh, Dwayne Wade.
Well, they're all Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you get that level of player, then it's a home run
you
for
lit it
whoever
up.
drafts those teams.
Yeah, but
those
you'd want
players.
Dwayne Wade of those 3. By far, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Dwayne Wade led the Heat to
Won a championship.
championship before LeBron came. Now Shaq was his teammate there, but LeBron's the one. Dwayne Wade was the one who carried him over the Mavs in that series, and then won a couple more with LeBron James.
But LeBron went 1, so you want that 1 to hit like LeBron did.
Yes,
but I don't think anybody believes that.
I know.
Peterson. I mean, there are some people who believe Peterson can be as good as Kobe Bryant.
But it's not just.
I mean, Kobe Bryant won 5.
But this draft is going to be so good, not just because of those top 3 or 4, but those guards that are going to go, the Acuffs and the Flemings and the Mikael Browns and Burry, all those guys, they're going to be some studs that are drafted 5 through 13.
Well, that's why you keep hearing now these are rumors that the Wizards want to get back into the back end of the lottery to have another bite at the apple in what is a very talent-rich draft.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. I mean, if Will Dawkins can pull that off, then that would be a huge coup, you would think.
The drop off in the 2003 draft.
Yeah. Oh, it was
after LeBron James.
Yeah.
Okay, Darko's number 2. Then it's Melo, Bosh, D Wade. The drop off of that, it's the Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
Chris Kaman went 6. Kirk Heinrich went 7. TJ Ford 8. Michael Sweetney 9. And the Wizards drafted Jarvis Hayes.
Jarvis Hayes. I
He was a
remember, I
dud.
remember that draft
He
too.
was a dud.
What a drop off.
All right, he was done. Our buddy Ben Standig, he's also, he's been covering the Commanders for years. He's also he started up like a newsletter where he's covering the
Substack.
Wizards. Yeah, you can make sure you check that out. I'll retweet it. But he interviewed 10 different guys right before the draft, right? So 10 different executives, scouts, coaches, and evaluators. 5 have DeBonta, 5 picked Peterson. That I'm telling you,
Right down the middle.
This is wild. This I do think that it's not anywhere near as clear cut as the
betting markets.
The betting markets are suggesting. I think
the
betting markets are.
If you go by the betting markets, AJ
in a
DeVonta,
landslide,
huge favorite.
Right. I just don't think that
number one.
I just don't think that that's accurate. I mean, he may well go one, but I think it's coming down to the wire. I can't wait to hear from Dawkins. Now, if Dawkins says, yeah, it was AJ all along, we knew it, we just were trying to see what we could get, then I stand corrected.
Yeah, I'm looking at DeBonsa minus 750, and I'm looking at Peterson at plus 550.
Even after the pick
It's
is
a huge
made,
difference.
I don't know if he's just going to come out and say we knew it was DeBonsa for the
I don't
last
think he would
3
say
weeks.
that
He's
either.
He's going to be a diplomat. He's going to say it was
I
close.
agree.
It was down to the wire. They're
Cakes
both great
could work with me
players.
if he says it off the record. I'll be shocked if he, even off the record, if he says it was always AJ.
Yeah.
I personally will be shocked by it.
Yesterday you were asking me, would you have been interested in that trade proposed by Memphis, I believe it was, that you said were offering
that 3 and 16.
3 and 16. This is
Then
why
you
I'm
get
not that
Boozer.
interested in 16.
Yeah.
Corey Kispert was drafted 15. I like Corey Kispert. We interviewed him multiple times. He produced. He could knock down threes, but he's Corey Kispert.
You know who else is drafted?
Need
in that
those
range?
top picks, right?
Typical guy. Was also a Wizard for a while. Kelly Oubre Jr. That's the kind of, I think he was picked 15th or 16th, 17th in that range. That's the ilk of player you're going to get in the middle of the
It can
first
be
round.
a good, productive player in the NBA.
Right.
I mean, George, Riley, all those guys, they're not top 3 picks in the draft.
Yeah.
But,
Giannis is the
but
latest.
there's a
usually not-
difference between,
of course,
generally the top 3 guys and the guys who are drafted in that 15 range.
Yeah.
Part of the reason why I also think so, again, I've been very transparent about this. When Dawkins said fierce to describe him as by far the best adjective I thought to describe Peterson, I thought that was
the
a
clincher?
window. I thought it was a window into his soul, sort of how he thinks about Peterson. And remember, you know how we say that he's known Trae Young since he was 12. Okay, He's been watching Peterson and DeBonsa like all these other scouts and executives have since they're 14, 15 years old. Darren Peterson is not some revelation to him. Darren Peterson has been at the very top of his class with AJ all along.
Yep.
And they're very keenly aware of all of their talents and abilities. They're very keenly aware of what AJ did at BYU and what DP did at Kansas. They're also very aware of what they did on the international circuit, what they did on the high school circuit, what they did in the summer circuit.
When they played each other.
They've been watching these guys for years and
Haven't
years and
missed
years.
anything.
Right. There's nothing that they don't know about these guys. And so
They've seen every play.
when they say immediately, this is not a clear-cut one guy draft, that's resonating with me. I don't know why it's not resonating with the rest of the world. It's just so resonating with. That doesn't mean that they're not going to pick DeBonsa. It seems like I'm an idiot. They're going to pick him. But I just think this is very close, and I still think it could go either way.
I agree with you.
And that's why I think we
I agree
don't
with
know
you.
who
and
it is.
And I think it's hard because it does seem like the conventional wisdom is DeBonsa's the safer
in a
pick.
landslide.
But it appears to me there are more guys who say Darren Peterson's more talented.
And they've been watching him for
Yeah,
years.
yeah, yeah.
And
Years.
we could start with Jonathan Givney, who we've had on the show a bunch of times, Draft Express, who said these guys. He said I've seen them play 8 or 9 times against each other.
Right.
And he said never once was there a time he walked off the court thinking that DeBonsa was better.
Right.
Never once.
Right.
And then, I'm sorry, to me, the preeminent college basketball guys on TV right now, it's Jay Billis, Seth Greenberg. I mean, you can name a couple others, but they are in the top 5, all right now, of guys who cover college basketball that do studio shows on a daily basis and do big shows weekly that are covering college basketball. And both of those guys say Peterson's more talented.
Okay,
Doesn't mean it's going to work out, but
they're
he's
not.
got
But they're
more
not saying.
upside.
Hold on. But they're not saying the Wizards shouldn't take AJ.
No.
You haven't heard one
No.
person say the Wizards should not take AJ DeBonsa for this reason.
I think Greenberg
It's not-
And then when we
advocates-
had Paul Biancardi on the show, who also covers college
Yeah.
basketball and recruiting, he said AJ DeBonsa is the better player.
Yeah, it's very.
That's what he said. So it's,
right. To Eric's
it's
point,
not
though,
a
there's a difference of
landslide.
opinion.
It's
Right.
not a
Yeah.
landslide.
Right.
There
Yeah.
are guys out there that think
No, it's a
AJ 's-
landslide that it's going to be DeBonsa, but I don't think it's anywhere close to a landslide that DeBonsa is the clear-cut number one. It is in the perception, but I don't think it is in NBA evaluators, scouts, and all those front office executives.
Hey, if it is
I think it's
DeBonza,
butt close.
as a Wizards fan, are we going to have your full support
Full
and
support.
rooting interest of on
Full support.
DeBonza?
Full support. More than Sonny
Even if
Styles.
it's Boozer.
Also,
no,
do
no,
you-
more than Sonny Styles.
Also, do you agree not to root for Darren Peterson for the dumb Jazz?
Well, I would like to see
He might
Peterson
say
do
that
well.
now,
I want
but
to see Peterson do well.
behind closed
I don't have
doors,
nothing
he's
against
rooting
him.
for
I know
Peterson.
everything against him, but just don't
Yeah.
root for him. You're going to root for our guy.
Well, he
No,
won't
I don't-
care.
I don't play that game.
He won't care.
I don't
if
play that
because
game.
Peterson's going to be in Utah.
Yeah, I don't
So
play that game.
He won't care. If
I root
Peterson
for my
was
team,
in,
but I like stars.
if
So I wanna
Peterson
see
was in
stars.
New York or Philly or Boston,
Yeah.
then he's
I don't
not
know.
rooting
No,
for him.
here's how this is just me. I'm me. I like my team to do great, and I like seeing stars. So whoever team they're on. I like to watch Giannis if he's playing. I like to watch Steph Curry if he's playing. I like to watch Brunson when he's playing. I like stars.
I'll tell you though, for the show
So
tonight,
I don't care if they
if
do
I
well
was just selfish for the show tonight, the pick that I would want them to make,
Boozer.
no, it's Caleb Wilson.
Caleb Wilson.
That would be awesome.
That would be
because that would be
unbelievable.
like Will Dawkins.
Greatest secret
Will
in
Dawkins
history.
is doing this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's saying, this is the guy I believe.
That's fine.
Oh, yeah. He's put
That's a
two
one-
massive potatoes right on
It's a
Right.
1% chance that happens. But I've said this before. Caleb Wilson, he's a piece of trash that you throw away when we're done with the end of the show. Like
Why?
he's not even a guy
He's-
that's being considered.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
he's
Because
a
we're
freak
the
talent
Wizards
who
are in
5
such,
years from now.
they're in such rarefied air with the number one pick. They don't even have to consider the Caleb Wilsons of the world.
Yeah, I
If he's
think
not even on the-
so.
he's barely
I
on
think
the
so
radar.
because there are more polished guys available.
Right.
I think Caleb Williams'
Like you have to
Caleb
scout
Wilson's
him.
ceiling is huge.
You have to scout him because if you didn't, you're not doing your job correctly. But he's such an afterthought for this.
Yeah, they're not
franchise.
taking him. They're
Let me
not
say
taking
this
him on.
about the AJ argument that intrigues me and is exciting to me. Just the sheer size of their lineup.
It's huge.
But I just saw a guy 6'2" just win the title. Like, I don't think you have to have massive size top to bottom.
No.
But, I mean, it's certainly an attractive quality to have. Athletic
Yeah, but that's rare.
size
It's-
like that.
That's kind of rare that a guy who's not that athletic, who's 6'2", can score 45
Of course
against
it's rare.
a really good team. It's
No,
very
of course
rare.
it's rare. Of course. Of course.
I mean, the better odds are if you have a guy
But I
6'9"
do-
who's athletic.
Yeah, I guess. I guess there is part of me that I've been biased when somebody compared him to Andrew Wiggins, and there've just been so many athletic guys his size that sometimes they work out, sometimes they're really good players on mediocre teams or whatever. I don't think there's any doubt that AJ DeBonta is going to put up sick numbers throughout his career. I don't think there's any doubt.
Well, if you think he's going to put up sick numbers, then they hit on that pick.
I don't
Sick
think
numbers.
I don't think they're going to miss on the pick.
Yeah.
I know Drab doesn't like it when I say. I think they're going to hit on whoever they pick.
If they miss,
They're going to hit. They're going to hit.
It's the most wizardy thing ever. If the Wizards somehow
Right,
miss and flop on the number one overall pick in one of the most talent-rich drafts of all time,
They're not going to miss.
then I don't really believe in curses. Then I will kind of believe
I
that the
honestly
Wizards are
think,
cursed.
I truly believe they could find a path to winning with AJ and they could find a path to winning with DP. I personally would love to see them go against the grain and take DP because I do think that there's something special there. But I think AJ's special too. What a freak athlete.
Mm-hmm.
And he's pretty darn polished too. No doubt
Might
about
be
it.
worth putting a few ducats on Darren Peterson at plus 550.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree.
Place the wager.
I mean, you're not getting any value if you would think it's going to be AJ minus 800.
But I'm just stunned that maybe it's just because it's just thought of as a safer pick. Size, athleticism, production. You can't knock DeBonta.
There's less question marks with DeBonta, for sure.
And the Wizards can't afford question marks with this pick.
Now,
Well, can you afford? I've heard some analysts talk about this.
I don't want the same
Can you
pick. I want
see-
the best pick.
They've said, can you see certain players as the MVP of the league?
Yeah.
They've basically been saying Boozer, can't see Boozer ever being the MVP of the league.
Right.
But they could see Peterson being the MVP of the league.
You might be able to see DeBonta
Now, he
too.
could flame out too. Like the flame out thought is he could be a Ben Simmons. That Ben
well, that's
Simmons.
a horrible pick.
Remember
For who?
that Ben Simmons
Peterson.
shut it down in college, right at LSU.
Yeah.
He certainly, for a little period of time, people thought he was going to be the next LeBron. Like he'd be better than LeBron. And then He's got head issues, clearly.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. I mean, he was an all-star.
Yeah, he's talented, but yeah, you don't want
That something
You
was
don't want him
off
in your
there.
locker room. Correct.
What also keeps coming back to me, though, is by all accounts, his NBA medicals, which got passed around the league, every team has access to it, were clear. They were fine. There are no medical issues that the NBA currently has. Now, maybe you have a psychological issue and you think he's like some kid that's just going to shut it down. I guess you could have that. But there aren't any, and if the reporting is true, there are no NBA medical issues regarding DP.
All right, coming up in just about 20 minutes, we'll talk more NBA draft with Andrew Sharp, basketball writer, podcast host of the GOAT NBA podcast. He'll join the show coming up at 9 o'clock right here on the Junkies.
You know, the world's biggest soccer tournament, it is here. It's been riveting. It's awesome. And you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. Let's look at today's slate. Panama. They're trading at just 13% to beat Croatia. That means $100 will net you $725.02. How about going with Panama and Kalshi? Oh, Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. That means there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app. And don't forget to use the code JP. You're going to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 or over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. And contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
I know we touched on this earlier. If you're the guy that bet $500 on 4 different World Cup players to score 2 or more goals in their latest game, and 3 of the first 4 have come through,
Yep.
and Fanatics Sportsbook is offering you $100K as a cash out
On a $500
on a
bet.
$500 bet, you have to take it, right? You can't. Now, if Harry Kane scores 2 goals, he nets $800K
Yeah.
or close to it, like $796,000. But I mean, there's no guarantee that Harry Kane's going to score 2 goals today.
Did Kane score 2 in the first match?
Yes.
He did.
Oh, he did.
But
I think one was a PK.
But still, like, are you gonna risk losing $100K in the hand for him to score 2 goals?
Depends how rich you are, is what I said.
I would have cashed out. Yes.
I don't think it matters how rich you are. I think if you
Yeah,
can
but you still
turn $500 into $100K, even if you're the richest guy on the planet, you have to take that.
No,
deal.
but let's say you have $3 million.
Yeah.
100,000 doesn't change your portfolio that much.
It's a lot.
It is a lot.
A big chunk.
But 800,000 would dramatically change your portfolio.
I mean, I couldn't hit that cash out button fast enough.
Well, maybe he will. Or did he say he wasn't?
I haven't seen what that guy's leaning towards. I believe towards cash out.
Speaking of the World Cup, Drab put it in the outline. JP thinks the U.S. men's national team can win the World Cup.
Okay.
That's not the case, but I did want to play some audio from what they're saying in studio and what some of the big boys are saying, including Zlatan, who's entertaining to watch. By the way, he hates Alexi Lalas.
They hate each other.
It appears Alexi Lalas is the most hated announcer on the planet. I was reading, I can't remember who wrote it, but it was from one of these like TV insiders. I don't know if it was Andrew Marchand or one of these guys. And they were saying nobody seems to like Alexi Lalas.
Why is he so polarizing? Why does he rick everybody that he's on set
I think
with?
some of it is politics.
Is it because he disagrees with the other analysts?
And then the other guys kind of make fun of him because it's Thierry Henry and Zlatan.
Right.
They're
Yeah, but
like 2 of the best players ever, and they kind of look down on
But the politics
Lalas.
thing, like I can understand if it's a bunch of Americans on the panel. I mean, you got Zlatan, who's I'm not sure where he's from. Henry's
I think he's
French.
Swedish.
Okay, like what would those guys care about his politics?
No, they don't care about his politics, but some of the viewers don't like Alexi Lalas' politics.
All right.
But anyway, here's what Zlatan said when asked about the U.S. men's national team chances.
Zlatan, I want one word from you. Can the US win this World Cup, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, Zlatan has spoken.
He's spoken.
Hey, I mean, he's certainly an expert. He knows what he's.
Could you
what he's
imagine, though,
watching.
if they went on a run, like you talked about it, that their matchup, once they advance, is pretty favorable. So that's in the round of 32.
Yeah.
Can't get too carried away with that because they didn't even used to have, I don't think they even used to have the round of 32,
They
right?
usually went down to 16.
Right. So
Yeah.
then they'll be in 16.
Yep.
If they can get to the quarters, which I think is realistic, the thing about this American team, if you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067, they seem to be a much more attacking team than they've been in the past, right? And arguably their best player has played a half. He was exciting when he was on the field, creating on the left side. Balogun appears to be a finisher, so they've got a striker. Their back line is a little weak. That's why I don't know that they can win the whole thing. The guy with the man bun, Reem, he's
an older guy.
He's like 100 years old.
So the back line meaning
soccer-wise.
the defensive players.
The defenders, they're not the strong. It's not. Well, Richards is a really good player, Chris Richards, but they attack like they clearly they're scoring more goals than they ever have.
Yeah,
and that's without Pulisic.
Well, when we had Sebastian Salazar in studio, he said this is the most talented team. He liked the talent, but he just questioned he questioned the goaltender, and he also questioned the coach.
Goalie
because
really hasn't been tested.
He really hasn't. But I mean, they're definitely talented. How do they arrange the seedings for the round of 32? Is it based on the strength of the group that you win? Or is it based on?
I mean, you definitely get a more favorable
number of
draw.
goals
If
you've
you win
scored?
The group, you get a more favorable draw going forward.
Yeah, but how do they compare the groups?
That I don't know.
So, I mean, I know that they've already advanced, but some of these other teams have advanced. I just don't know who they would play. But I don't know. I mean, I've been
The bracket is preset by groups before
Oh,
the
it's
tournament
predetermined.
begins, and then if USA, as they won the group one, gets slotted into that spot. Whoever finishes, second, Australia, whoever it is, will be in the bracket elsewhere.
Gotcha.
So,
Do you think that they should play Pulisic
in the game against Turkey?
Yeah,
no chance. Why would you risk your best player?
He hasn't been
who's
on the
coming
field.
back from a calf injury in a meaningless game. I'm giving him as much rest and as much time as he needs to recuperate for the round of 32 game.
Well, when we talk in the NFL, and soccer's different.
Yeah.
But when we talk about preseason, there's always that debate. Don't you want the offensive guys to get some rhythm? Right? We always debate that versus not seeing them on the field at all.
Yeah.
Well, the Americans presumably in this next game against, are they now calling it Turkey?
I'm calling him Turkey. Okay?
Right.
I'm not buying into this. I'm calling him Czech Republic. I'm calling him Turkey.
Right.
I'm calling him by all the old school names.
Right.
Okay. I'm not
Well,
buying into this propaganda.
In their next game, presumably, they're not going to play the four guys who have yellow cards.
Right.
Because they don't want to risk losing them in the next round.
Of course. Makes sense.
If you don't play Captain America, then who are you playing? I would like to see them continue
What
to
does it
roll,
matter?
or you don't. So you don't think it matters?
Because Pulisic, as soon as I saw him touch the ball in the Paraguay game, he was freaking electric. So I need him to be back at that level or as close as he can be in the round of 32.
You don't need
game.
game reps.
I don't need any more reps from him. I've already.
You don't need. What about Freeman?
Soccer-
You don't need.
Soccer cakes his eyes have seen enough.
Antonio Freeman, the Packers' son.
Yeah.
You don't need Freeman on the field. You don't want any of these guys playing anymore.
Need all my sillies to take a seat on the bench. Get
So
some
you'll
rest.
put like Gio Reyna out there and all the rest of the backups.
All the end of the bench
All
guys.
backups.
This is your time to shine against Turkey.
Turkey
Okay?
hasn't scored a goal in their 2 games.
This is your time.
Yeah, they've already been eliminated.
Yeah. So I don't think it matters if you play him or not. So it's fine.
Totally fine
Don't
with
play
those
him.
guys resting.
Get them ready for the round of 32.
I might want to see him on the field a little bit.
Well, you may be disappointed because I don't think you're going to see those guys. You're not going to see any guy of importance.
I don't know
against Turkey.
Do you know what
For the most
Pochettino's thinking?
I can't get inside his head.
It does.
I'll make a little side bet that Pulisic plays in this next game.
That's maybe one of the worst bets you've ever made.
I don't think so.
I mean, it's
A
honestly
$5 bet?
in
Sure.
your
$5. Put that
30-year
in.
history.
I
It's one of
should
the
bet-
worst bets
I
you've ever
should
made.
bet $5,000. I should. I mean, I should
Make that
right?
bet.
5K.
As much
honestly,
as he would be willing to take.
It's
a bet.
I think it's one of your worst bets.
I mean,
I think you might get
what's
a
your
15,
table
20
max?
minute run.
Huh? What at the end?
Yeah.
I was playing for 15 minutes,
Or the
it's
start.
Just the
What are you willing to wager?
the risk
just
of
said
injury.
$5.
The risk of injury is too great.
Did you accept the bet?
He can get
it's
plenty
it's
of touches.
consummated. I
He
can't
get-
make that bet quick enough.
He can get plenty of touches in practice. Like, it's just different than football, right? Like in football, you need to play for the hitting, the physicality, that whole sort of nature of it. In soccer, these guys could do their little thing where they're bouncing, they're kicking around each other in a little. I don't even understand it. The way they warm up, you've seen it before, right? Your kids all played soccer at a high level, reasonably high level. The way they kick it around in their little warm up stuff, he could get all the touches and feels.
You might be right.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think
pretty
you might
sure
get a
I'm
little
right.
run.
Like, isn't Argentina already through? They're locked in.
Yes.
Yep.
So like, you're not going to see Messi in the next game. Like rest,
Unknown.
No, I wouldn't think.
Well, you're going to rest Messi. He's at least 39 years old, right?
Yeah, but these guys might care about the golden boot and scoring the most goals in the
but
tournament.
He wants to
Fine.
advance. He doesn't want to get hurt. He doesn't want somebody to slide into him.
What am I going to buy with that $5? What can you buy for $5 these days?
I don't know.
Can't buy a Happy Meal. Probably buy a Happy Meal for $5 with an extra large diet.
Well, don't
Coke.
they? Do they still have dollar menus anywhere, or that
Yes.
pretty much
I think-
way of the dodo
I
bird?
think
It's
it's
a
like
value
a $2.
menu.
It's a value menu. It's
Yeah.
not a
Value
dollar
menu.
menu. I think most of the items are $2 to $3, somewhere in that range.
I don't know. It is pretty fascinating. I will say I'm a little bit with Valdez during one of the breaks. He was saying, when he was out and about, he was saying that a lot of the soccer fans are dorks and they're just the chants are terrible.
Yeah. I'm sure they are.
Well,
They just think we need better chants.
Yeah,
I
we've
mean,
come up with better
we got
chants.
some dorky chants out there.
Well, the thing that annoys me about soccer is the flopping, and especially the Austrian players who were flopping and against Argentina.
Yeah.
And they were laid down on the ground for 20 seconds.
And then they pop right up.
Well, they pop right up, but they're also they're putting themselves a man down because Argentina has the ball and they're going down and getting ready to score.
Yeah.
And you're laying around because you think you're going to get a penalty and some guy's going to get a yellow card.
It.
I mean, they all flop.
Yeah.
All right. Occasionally the injury looks pretty serious and they hop off the field, but they all flop. They're not hurt.
Me and Drab have some brilliant ideas to help with home field advantage
Okay.
that we can maybe tell you guys.
You're going to pitch
later.
USA Soccer?
Yeah, we can pitch USA Soccer
you
stuff
should.
to you guys later in the show.
Excellent.
Okay.
All right, coming up next, we're back into the NBA and the NBA draft. Andrew Sharp, basketball writer and podcast host of the GOAT NBA pod. He's going to join us coming up at 9 o'clock. He's got some strong opinions about the Trae Young extension. We'll ask him about that and more next.
Tonight is the night we've all been waiting for. The NBA draft gets underway at 8 p.m. Wizards have the top overall pick, but things really started heating up late last night as the Milwaukee Bucks sent two-time league MVP Giannis Antetokounmpo to Miami for a package of players and 3 first-round picks. Baseball, Nats knock off Philadelphia 4-1. Couple of more home runs last night. Luis Garcia Jr. and Curtis Mead went deep. Foster Griffin went 7 1/3, Fanning 9 for the win. They're also tied once again for the final NL wildcard spot. Nats and Phils again tonight, 6:45 here on The Fan. Also, the training camp dates for the Commanders were announced. On Monday, rookies will report July 24th. Veterans get in on July 28th, and the first practice 5 weeks from tomorrow. We're getting close to football on Wednesday, July 29th. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Let's head out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Welcome in Andrew Sharp, basketball writer and podcast host of the GOAT NBA Pod. Andrew, thank you for the time. We appreciate it.
Yeah, how you guys doing?
We are doing well. We're excited because the Wiz are on the clock for the #1 overall pick. Before we get into that, I wanted to get into your tweet about the Trae Young extension. This is at Andrew Sharp 17 hours ago. I hated the Trae trade from the beginning and would have hated any deal they signed, but credit to the Wiz, I never expected it could be that insane.
Mm-hmm.
End of tweet. So you're clearly not in the camp of Trae Young deserved this sort of extension. How surprised were you when you saw that news yesterday afternoon that he inked a 4-year deal with the Wiz?
Oh, man. I mean, it was one of those things where I stared at it because I cover the league nationally, but I have been a Wizards fan for, 30 years at this point. And I saw the news and I just stared at it and was speechless for about 10 minutes. It's like we got out from the Bradley Beal contract and then signed another Bradley Beal contract. So that is suboptimal, I would say.
Can we take a step back because you mentioned that you weren't a fan of it initially. Tell us why you weren't a fan of the trade initially before this extension.
Well, I wasn't a fan of the trade because I feared that the Wizards were going to do something like this.
Okay.
So that was part of the issue. And honestly, I would separate the contract from Trae the player because Trae the player is also a problem. If you have a team full of young guys like Alex Sarr, like Keyshawn George, whoever they take at #1 tonight, they're going to need the ball. Trae Johnson could benefit from some on-ball reps. And if you look at Trae Young over the last 5 or 6 years, he needs the ball in his hands to be effective. He's not very good off the ball. He's never been interested in playing off the ball. And, Atlanta, with him playing that system, never really had any success. They went to the Eastern Conference Finals, but regular season-wise, he's never won 50 games. He's never won 45 games. And so the idea that he's a superstar just doesn't really hold that much water with me. And clearly the Wizards feel differently, and they want to sell tickets, and they want a name that they can put on the marquee to get people in the building. But I look at the last couple years and what the Wizards have been saying they're doing and trying to build a real championship team and take a couple years to bottom out and build something that's real. That's what will sell tickets. If fans feel like the Wizards actually have a shot at building a title team. And I just feel like Trae Young really puts a ceiling on what they're going to be able to achieve. And I worry that he may kind of screw with the development of the young guys because everything's going to run through Trey in D.C. So that's a glass half empty take on it. But then to throw $200 million on top of it and basically guarantee that you can't possibly trade him for the next 3 years at least, it was, again, just like not how I would have played it, but it is what it is.
Andrew, let me play devil's advocate for just a second. Do you think that there have been discussions with Trey and Will Dawkins, the other decision makers, about him just being more of a facilitator to the young talent that's being accumulated on the team, less shooting, more distributing, or is that just not in his nature? Do you think he can't do that at this point in his career?
I mean, I would hope that those discussions have taken place, and it's a question of whether I'm sure Trey is willing to try that, but is he skilled enough to do that and be useful off the ball and just be primarily a distributor? I think that's an open question, and it's a gamble that somebody's going to just completely change the way they play halfway through their career in the middle of their prime. But that's what would need to happen in order for this to be successful. And you look at Atlanta, like Atlanta was a team with a lot of good young talent around Trey, and none of the young talent really popped while Trey was down there. And then he got traded, and they turned into one of the best teams in the league. Took more games off the Knicks than anyone else in the NBA playoffs. And I don't think that would have happened had Trey still been on the Hawks all year. So that's the challenge: is can he change enough to make this work? Because if it's a 30% overpay for Trey, or maybe 40 or 50% overpay, we could live with that if he's going to actually contribute to winning and allow the young guys to flourish over the next 3 or 4 years.
Talking to Andrew Sharp, basketball writer and podcast host of the GOAT NBA Pod. You're not alone. I saw Brian Windhorst from ESPN said it's instantaneously one of the worst contracts in the league. I want you to get into that a little more, because for people that are excited, they say, well, they didn't overpay because they didn't give them the max that they could have. They only gave them the max that other teams could have. How hard would it be to move him eventually? I mean, we just saw Giannis traded. Hey, the Wizards were able to ship Bradley Beal out at some point. Like, is this going to be an albatross in your opinion?
I would guess that it will be an albatross. Like, if it really just doesn't work, and some of the other young, like if they take AJ DeBanza tonight and AJ looks fantastic and he should have the ball in his hands, and you get a year or two down the line and Trey just doesn't really fit in the equation anymore. If they wanted to move him at that point, I'm sure they would have to attach some draft picks to convince teams to take him. Because you look back at February when he was traded, I mean, he was traded for basically nothing. And he only had a year left on his deal at that point. And he was traded for C.J. McCollum and Corey Kispert, which was more than the rest of the league was willing to put up. And had Atlanta tried to move him elsewhere, they would have had to attach picks to him. And the Wizards just came back and gave him a raise on that contract and more years on that contract. So I agree with Windhorst. It's definitely one of the worst contracts in the league right now. And it's going to be on Trey to sort of surprise some people over the next couple of years and get back to playing all-star basketball, and we'll see where it is. But I don't think that there's an easy off-ramp from here. Like if they try to turn around and trade Trey tomorrow, they would definitely have to attach picks. And I don't think it's going to get much better over the next couple of years.
I don't think that's the intention. I think they love Trey Young, to be honest with you. I think they acquired him to play him. They love him. Also, I think I might agree with John Wall potentially that it might not be a great fit for AJ. But it might be a really nice fit with Darren Peterson, who could play off the ball, catch and shoot. We've all seen what he can do there. What's your take on that, potentially?
I think John is spot on that one. And it is. They definitely want Trey to be on the team for the next 3 or 4 years. Yeah. And it's just a different evaluation than I have based on what I've seen from Trey over the last several years in Atlanta. But I could be wrong, and I'd be happy to be wrong. And as far as AJ, I think AJ is another guy who wants to have the ball in his hands and sort of needs the ball in his hands in order to be effective. And what we've seen from Peterson, I think he can be great off ball and be great as a point guard, initiating and creating from the point guard spot. So I think you do have a little bit more versatility there with Peterson. And I also think he's got a little bit of a higher ceiling than AJ if he's healthy and it all kind of clicks. So if they go the Peterson direction tonight, A, I think that's a better fit for the next 3 or 4 years with Trae Young. And B, it would make a lot of sense to me, even independent of Trae. But I do think John Wall was spot on that one.
Might be something to it, fellas.
Hey, Andrew, getting back to the Trae Young deal, do you think this came from, or a lot of it came from Ted because he wanted to put some people in the seats? And that's certainly something he did in Atlanta. He sold tickets, even if they weren't a great team. Or was this Will Dawkins and his scouts going, no, Trae's going to be great for our young core, and he's going to help them get better?
So I've wondered that. I think when they traded for Trae, they had a sort of a handshake agreement in place to bring him back on an extension, because otherwise I don't think Trae would have been willing to just shut it down for the rest of the year while the Wizards tanked, shut it down in a year where he was going to be entering free agency. So I think there was a deal in place. Was it a 4-year, $200 million deal, basically the max? It cracked me up that there were Wizards fans saying, well, we could have paid him $75 million more. But yeah, so basically I think the front office between Will Dawkins and Travis Schlenk, who was the Hawks GM who drafted Trae years ago in Atlanta, I think they like Trae and believe in Trae and believe in his upside. So they were in. But then once he was here and had a chance to enter free agency, and apparently there were other teams that were interested in Trae, I think at that point, the thought of losing him altogether was probably a non-starter with Wizards ownership, who had sold themselves on this idea and sold themselves on having a bankable superstar to get people in the building and make people excited about the Wizards again. And they had to match basically whatever the market was going to give Trae. And I think that was probably more ownership's call than the front office's call. But I think both ownership and the front office is aligned here and really believe in Trae. So maybe they'll be right.
So let's get your opinion on how the team would look like with each of kind of the top prospects. So let's slide Dembonsa into the Wizards lineup right now. What do you think that team looks like, and how good can they be?
You know, I mean, there's a lot of talent, and it's difficult because they were tanking so aggressively down the stretch last year that when you say the Wizards have a lot of talent, you sound like a psychopath. But there are some young guys who can actually do some things. Slide AJ in. I don't know what to expect from Anthony Davis. I'm still not sure he'll be on the team by the time we get to opening night. But if he's there, that's like a 40-win team, maybe 45 if everybody sort of clicks. And AJ Dembonsa, I think he can be pretty effective in year one. But again, the fit alongside Trae could be a little bit more complicated than one might think, because when you think about it, you're like, oh, point guard, slide a small forward in there, and it'll all be perfect. But I would guess that AJ is going to need the ball in his hands to be really effective, and it may take a year or two before that gets ironed out.
So let's do the same exercise with not just Darren Peterson, but also Carlos Boozer.
Yeah. So Cam Boozer, he's like definitely the guy who is most likely to succeed in year one, and just look awesome from the start. So I would guess that they would have the most success with Cam, although there's a little bit of a crunch with Sarr and AD because they all basically play the same position and want to live at the 4. But in terms of rebounding and just like productive scoring that translates immediately, he's probably the guy who could help them from day one. I would go Peterson. His shooting is so special, and his feel for offense, and he's also the best defender of the three that are in contention at number one. There's so much risk with Peterson because of how sketchy his season was at Kansas. But I do think that in terms of upside over the next 5 to 10 years, he's got the highest upside, and he's sort of in a tier of his own. Like, he's the only guy of the guys at the top that could really challenge for an MVP one day if it all comes together. But year one, I would probably say that AJ and Cam Boozer make the Wizards better immediately. But we'll see.
So you want to see them take Peterson tonight?
I would look. It's a number one pick. Go for the guy who has a chance to be All NBA, challenging for MVP.
I'm with you.
Risks be damned. Just let it all hang out and go for it. That would be my hope.
Let it go.
I'm with you, brother. Don't you think there's? I mean, the fact that DP said when he talked to the Wizards, one thing that struck him is they didn't ask him about all that. They're not concerned about the medical
cramping.
stuff, the cramping. I know I've been saying this, I'm screaming it, and I'm just an old man, but I've cramped up severely on creatine. I get it. It makes sense. I think they've resolved it.
It's funny because all season long, he looked amazing at Kansas for the first 2 months of the season.
Yeah.
And then there was all sorts of health stuff popping up. And then I read that some of that had happened in high school as well.
Yeah.
So I was pretty spooked, but from what I've heard talking to people in the last month or two, a lot of teams are not concerned by what they've seen from his medicals and everything else.
Exactly.
And team doctors evaluating everything. So I defer to the team doctors that have reviewed everything in detail and say, nope, he's fine. And if he's fine, he's the best player. So that should carry the day.
Well, maybe Washington's doctors don't care and they're not concerned. So maybe we'll see tonight.
I think he said.
You know what I mean?
Didn't he say in an interview they found out his creatine levels were alarmingly high. They were way too high. And then you throw in all the cardio and all the running and all the sweating and everything. It makes perfect logical sense.
It could. I don't know if I totally buy the creatine explanation, but he was in a weird system at Kansas as well. And it's one of those things where college sports is in such a weird place right now. Like, he was basically a professional who had 1 foot in and 1 foot out the entire year.
True.
And so I don't want to put too much stock into what a weird year it was in Lawrence. And maybe it was the creatine. Maybe it's a cramping issue because some of it did happen in high school as well.
Mm-hmm.
But I, again, just defer to the experts who have reviewed everything and said, no, this guy's okay. And a lot of teams don't have any issue with it. So I will take their word for it. And again, if that's the case, just go for it. I hope that's the direction the Wizards go.
Andrew, thanks as always for the time. We know you're super busy. We appreciate it, man. We'll have you on again soon.
Good stuff.
Yep, great to talk to you guys.
Appreciate
Thank you, buddy.
It's Andrew Sharp, basketball writer and podcast host of the GOAT NBA pod. He thinks the Wizards should take Darren Peterson. The betting markets favor AJ DeBonsa. Who's it going to be? The draft is going down at 8 o'clock tonight. We hope to see you at the Anthem. We are on the air starting at 7. We're the Junks. We'll be right back. Picture your retirement for a minute. What do you see? Maybe it's finally booking that dream trip to Europe or buying season tickets so you never miss a game. Maybe it's spoiling the grandkids every chance you get. Whatever your vision looks like, one thing is certain. No two retirement plans are the same. That's why at Trajan Wealth, spelled TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors take time to understand your unique goals. They'll build a strategy designed around your lifestyle, your comfort level with risk, and your timeline too. And here's the best part. Trajan Wealth keeps you focused on the big picture, not the daily distracting headlines, because markets shift, laws change, inflation happens. But your dreams shouldn't have to. It's never too early or too late to get a plan in place. So call Trajan Wealth today, 1-855 Trajan1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1, or online. Visit them at TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. I did bad radio math earlier and said the draft was like 8 hours away. It was actually 12-ish hours away. It's at 8 o'clock tonight, and we're going to be broadcasting live from the Anthem starting at 7 p.m.
It's going to be fun because Eric has said this many times. We don't know for sure who they're going to take. It does seem like conventional wisdom is it's going to be AJ Debonsa, and hopefully Debonsa is going to be a great player.
I think he's going to be
part
a
of
great
a
player.
championship team
For sure.
down the road. But it could be Darren Peterson.
Sure.
And I think there's still, 5% it could be Boozer.
And
because this is what I think Dawkins and Winger do well. They keep it close to the
They
vest.
do. Yeah, they're
They
not
really-
tipping their cards, which
They've
is great.
they've done an amazing job.
Because we didn't see the Trae Young deal coming when it happened.
Nope.
Although
Not this deal. I'm saying the trade.
Yeah.
Or
Right.
the Anthony Davis trade. We didn't see those
No,
coming.
I
It
did
was-
see some NBA guys going. They saw the Wizards on that because the Wizards were the only one that would work potentially.
Yeah.
By the
there
way-
might not have been a lot of teams that really wanted to trade for him.
This is from Brian Windhorst, we know from ESPN, does a show with a podcast called Hoop Collective. Tim McMahon's part of it. Tim McMahon is super plugged in NBA insider, and I think our guy Tim Bontemps does the show with him. I'm not sure, but he was asked about this supposed interest in Trae Young from other teams. He said, "I don't believe that. That's not an intellectually sane argument." So to say they had to give him this money because there was interest from these other teams, this is an insider who's saying he doesn't believe it, and that's not even a sane argument that other teams are going to give him the max.
I mean, do you think that they're just dumb? I think that they wanted to give him 120, and then push came to shove, and they had to give him more.
Or
I think
maybe
they were
what Jason
given
said is they
evidence.
got to pay a certain amount of people to get to the floor and all those things about aprons.
Yeah, there's an NBA salary floor.
Yeah,
you can't just go out
that's
there and
also
spend
true, for sure.
$70 million on your player salaries. There's a minimum that you have to spend.
Oh, for sure.
You have to hit like 90% of the
For
salary
sure.
cap number.
But that was known. I think they were going to hit the floor anyway, to be honest. Because even if they gave him 40, but in essence, what they gave him was 40. They gave him 50-something million, 51, 52 million instead of 40 million a year. Right? So they gave him 12 million extra. I don't think they were going to be 12 million away from the floor. Like I think the floor was going to be hit.
Yeah.
Either way. I don't know.
That's something we'll never know because
No one's going to tell us the truth.
we're never going to find out from Will Dawkins.
I know. I'm desperate to know. I'm going to be on pins and needles all day.
And there's things Will Dawkins and the Wiz know that Bontemps doesn't know. Just because he's
definitely.
an insider and deals with the NBA doesn't mean he's all knowing.
he doesn't have
course.
unfettered
There's-
access
Every,
to the
Of course.
Wizards.
every one of these insiders get things wrong.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Yeah.
Schefter gets stuff wrong. Shams gets things wrong. Everybody gets some stuff wrong.
But look, it is shocking. The number is shocking because we didn't
I
think
agree.
it would be in the twos. We thought it would be in the ones.
Right.
So, of course, everyone's shocked by that number.
do you buy the argument? I actually do. That it's because they changed the draft lottery rules. That actually had a massive impact
That had something to do with it.
because teams now need to be competitive.
Yep.
They need
think
to be
that's part of it.
somewhat competitive.
I think
Well, they want to be competitive too. I mean, they're done with tanking. They don't-
Oh, yeah. They're
Oh, yeah.
past
I
that
know that
phase.
tanking.
We
There's
do.
I know there's no upside, but you
Well, here's the thing.
you want to be competitive now.
But could they hit the middle one more year and then be rewarded? Is that possible? You get like a Spurs thing, like almost where. So let's say they win 35 games, they're better, but that's still middle of the pack. It gets them lottery eligible, but because they're not the bottom, they might
Yes.
have more
Yes,
ping
they have a
pong
higher
balls,
chance.
and they could
and they
nail
get
it.
their
get
Dylan
lucky
Harper
again.
Thread the needle
they
again.
get their Dylan Harper.
Could that be the play?
Because the Spurs got Wemby and then they got Dylan Harper.
that could be sick.
It's fascinating. That's why we're doing the show tonight from the Anthem. Dylan Harper was a guy, the rap against him, right? He played at Rutgers, right?
Yep.
Rutgers had two like studs that came out that were freshmen,
Were
and then
paying so
and then,
much NIL
and then
money.
people were going, well, "Why isn't Rutgers any good?"
Yeah.
Turns out
They
maybe
were.
the college, the record doesn't matter that much.
Well,
you just got to get the studs.
It definitely doesn't matter when you know that those guys, both of those guys, that Rutgers is a one-year way station for them.
Right.
They
But
care
same
about playing
for
Rutgers.
same for
They're going
Debonsa
there to
at
get
BYU.
paid on
Same
the way to the NBA.
Yeah, same for Peterson at Kansas. For all these guys, the colleges. That's where the relationships and knowing these guys are 12 years old and seeing all of
Yes.
those games really
That's
stacks
why-
up. The
right.
college is Not even that important. It's a factor. You want to see what they did in college.
You know what it is? It's a 4-month blimp. It's a 4-month blip in a 5 years of watching these kids.
You've seen way more AAU games.
Way more. They made their opinion on DP was made 3 years ago. And then it just kept getting cemented and cemented and cemented and cemented.
There are freshmen that lead their team. I mean, Cooper Flagg led his team to a Final Four.
Yeah, but he was known before he went to college.
They knew him for years.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is freshmen can still be
rise
out for their own because they want to increase their NBA draft stock.
Sure.
But they could also be trying to win college championships.
Sure.
They could improve their stock.
Which Boozer was, which Cooper Flagg was.
Yeah, they could improve their stock, but I'm kind of with EB that I think they formulate their opinion over years of high school, and the college is part of it. It's maybe 20%, but 80% of it has been formulated before they even get to college.
Yeah. I'm not going to say...
That could have been going on for a long time.
But development changes for different years.
Yeah.
You know, Kevin Garnett's a Hall of Fame, unbelievable player. Came out of high school. His first year, he averaged 10 points.
Listen, I'm not going to say it's the same thing as high school sports. You know how high school sports have been diminished? I mean, I love it. It's great. I think it's amazing to play high school sports. It's amazing to play for your school. But like AAU is probably more important. Club lacrosse, probably more important. What you do in baseball, in the summer circuit, probably more important than what you do for your high school team. I'm not going to say it's the same way in college, but it might be getting there. Might be getting there. That's just a blip. It's just a blip for these guys.
Well, but also Keaton Wagler from Illinois improved his draft stock at Illinois, not from high school. He was not a highly recruited player.
That definitely can happen.
So
that definitely can happen.
It goes both ways. I understand what you're saying, and I would agree with most of that, but it goes both ways.
No, that can happen.
Yeah.
But I think AJ DeBonce's stock went up in college, actually.
Yeah. Somehow Boozer's stock
think it did.
seems to have dipped.
Boozer but he's still going to be at worst the number 3 pick.
Right.
He was player of the year.
I know, but somehow people disrespect it, right?
Because
he was potentially
got a little chubby.
He was potentially the best high school player, right? He was potentially the best high school player. Then they said he was the best college player, and yet he's not going to be the number 1 guy.
Yeah. Well, he's going to be the number 3, possibly the number 2. That ain't bad.
It's
not bad.
I think he's going to be.
He's not going to be the number 1, but he could be 2.
The great
definitely
unknown
3
is Caleb Wilson. He is a great unknown.
What if Will Dawkins believes that Caleb's going to be the best?
Impossible. It's an impossible thing you just said.
It's too risky.
That's what I'm rooting
it's
for.
It's too risky.
I mean, it's just not going to happen.
No, the
now
comp
I'm
they
do a
gave.
one-sided bet.
Jason, remember I told you the kid from
out of that business,
LSU
though.
like 15 years ago that was like Caleb, like he was super athletic. He went like 2 or 3 in the
Stromile
draft.
Swift.
Maybe that might be who I'm
100%
thinking of.
that's
I thought you were going to go with Hot Plate Williams.
No,
that's 40 years ago.
He was silly.
Yeah.
But
It's
trust
Stromile
me,
Swift.
there have been guys that have been super long, athletic,
Mm-hmm.
jump through the ceiling, have all the potential, but
they weren't working in the
Here's
NBA.
one thing I saw recently, and it was that of the top 3 picks, generally, one of them does bust.
Yeah, I agree.
Please. God,
But I'm not saying that that's going to happen this
I don't
time.
ask
There's
you for a
different
lot.
levels of
God,
bust.
I'm getting a direct line to you. God, I'm asking you. Please let the Wizards, whether it's Peterson or DeBonsa, please hit the pick. Don't let the Wizards whiff on the pick in the most talent-rich draft in maybe the last 15 to 20 years. Thank you, God. Thanks for looking out for us. Thanks for looking out for Wizards fans. We appreciate
There's
it.
a lot going on.
We need it.
But
If there's ever been a fan base that needs God's help, it's the Wizards fan base.
there's a lot going on in the world. If you could pay a little attention to the draft tonight, though, that'd be helpful.
Here was the...
Well, 2 years ago, you might be right. Last year, no, because those 3 players are studs. But 2 years ago, when Ricochet went 1, you could say Ricochet and Reed Shepard.
We dodged that bullet.
Now, Reed Shepard, it's too early to give up on guys like that, but it was Ricochet, Sarr, and Reed.
Reed Shepard's just not going to be a star.
I mean, there's different levels. 2022 draft, just a few drafts ago, Banchero was number 1. He's a very good player. I don't think he's franchise changing. Like, he's not an MVP type. Chet Holmgren was 2. Very good player, made the All-Star team, All-NBA, great defensive player, dud playoffs this year. Jabari Smith, number 3. All right.
Yeah. I think
They got to do better than I
think they're going to do better. I think they're going to do just fine.
Oh, they need to hit a home run with the pick.
I think they're going to hit a home
It
run.
can't even be a triple. It needs to be a
I
freaking
think
home run.
I think they're going to hit a home run.
I hope you're right. I hope that's the case. We need it.
I feel like it's at least going to be a triple. I don't know about home run.
We need a home run.
But honestly, does
you
it
pick
make
number 1
think
overall?
it-
You need a home run.
Don't you think the Bonsa needs to create with the ball in his hands more. And so,
Yeah, and I think he's going to get better at that.
That's why
I think he will get better at that too. But
I brought this up to Cakes during the break because he's been.
I think Peterson
He's
might
been a
make more
Dabonza
sense.
guy since they won.
Yeah.
So I just looked at the top 10 scorers in the NBA this past year, regular season. 9 of them were guards.
Right.
If you want to expand to 15, you can find 4 forwards. Like, to me, Dabonza's more of a forward, but you're right. Modern day NBA, he's a wing. He can
Considered
do all
a
these
wing,
things.
I guess.
But I'd rather have, and this is not the most glamorous player in the league, but I'd rather have a Tyrese Maxey type than a Pascal Siakam type. And I'm not saying that AJ Dabonza's, hopefully he'll be better than Pascal Siakam. Pascal Siakam's a really good player. He's been an all-star.
Well, he has to be better than Pascal Siakam.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you
But if I
draft-
told you what Pascal Siakam's numbers are, it'd probably surprise you.
I know they're pretty good, but you don't draft
24
Pascal
a game.
Siakam at number 1 overall. Like that's different level of elite player.
Pascal Siakam averaged, as he said, 24 points a game, and he's usually close
Okay,
to double
well,
digits
I
in
mean,
rebounds.
I would expect
He's
both Dabonza and Peterson at some point to average more than that per game.
And he was a steal.
Yeah, he
Guys
was-
like Siakam who go late first round and is averaging 25
Yeah,
a game.
unicorn. Oh, yeah. That doesn't happen.
That doesn't happen. It's
Denny
just-
Avdia gave you 24 points per game and 7 assists and 7 rebounds.
Yeah, it just didn't quite fit their age timeline. JP, I know it's the line that the front office tries to sell everybody with Denny.
24, 7, and 7 is what Denny
No,
gave
it's
you.
great
But
production.
that's a forward.
Yeah.
Now he has the ball in his hands a lot, and maybe AJ can be that guy.
Let's hope that's the case.
We will
It's going to be awesome. So how many hours is it, Cakes?
Hold on. Wait, I will give you the exact
8
number.
plus whatever's left. 2,
It's
10.
10. I can give you the exact countdown. 10 hours, 21 minutes, and 0 seconds until the Wizards make their number 1 overall selection. We'll be broadcasting live from the Anthem. Hopefully you'll be able to come down and join us. We're the Junks. We'll be right back here on The Fan. I'm sure this is a boomer take, but I couldn't believe these numbers when I saw them. Darren Ravel tweeted this yesterday. Fanatics Fest prices for taking a photo with Knicks players.
Oof.
Care to guess how much it's going to cost you, Jason Bishop, if you went to Fanatics Fest, if you wanted a picture, just a
With
picture
Brunson.
with Jalen Brunson? What do you think it costs you?
I mean, I don't even know what to guess
Take a
because
guess.
Well, my guess that I would think would be a lot, and I know it won't be, would be $100.
Okay,
That would be
you're
my-
guessing
that would-
100.
I would think
would've-
that would be a lot.
All right, I'm going to say $1,000 then.
I mean, you're very close with 1,000. To take a picture with Jalen Brunson at Fanatics Fest is $935. If you want a picture with Cat, $338. Josh Hart, $283. Landry Shamet, former Wizard, $142. And at the end of the tweet, Darren Ravel says, "I guarantee these will sell out. These are very affordable for Knicks fans."
Crazy.
And then his follow-up tweet, he tweeted this less than 30 minutes ago. Landry Shamet sold out 450 photos at $100 each this week at a random bar in Long Island. So he's probably right. You're going to have Knicks fans lining up to pay nearly $1,000 to get a picture with Jalen Brunson.
That's what happens when you win a championship, and that's what hopefully the Wizards will do when they draft either AJ DeBonsa or Darren Peterson or Cam Boozer.
JP's got a case of bullets fever.
Or Caleb Wilson.
I love it.
Well, whoever they draft.
Yes.
I mean, I go to more Wizards games than any of the local teams.
Yeah.
That's a team that I want to win.
Ooh, am I gonna get a DeBonsa jersey? Probably am.
Yeah, you will.
Probably am.
I'm going to get a Trae Young jersey.
I should get a Trae Young at least jersey because
I
I'm
need one
big
for the
time in the
beach.
tank for him now.
Who do I have a jersey of? I have a jersey.
I have a Jordan Poole, and I have a blank.
That's embarrassing. I'd rather wear the blank than I'd wear a Jordan Poole.
You understand? It was given to us.
I understand.
Didn't you have
but
Beal? Didn't you have a Beal jersey? I thought you
Oh,
had
I have
Beal.
a bunch of.
I might
stuff.
have
I
Keyshawn
old stuff.
George.
But you have Beal,
Okay.
don't you? I thought you had Beal.
I'm gonna have to dust it out for tonight, unless it's a Jordan Poole.
Yeah, you can't wear a Jordan Poole around DC at this point.
Who do
Or
I have?
Probably ever.
I forget who I have.
It's embarrassing.
I think I feel like I have one of the young guys.
Yeah.
I could have Will Riley.
You know, I always wear jerseys when I go to the beach.
Will
That's my
Riley.
thing. I wear NBA jerseys when I go to the beach.
Yeah. Show off your guns. Sun's out, guns out.
Suns out, guns out. I need a Trae Young.
Beach.
I need a Trae Young jersey.
Well, I mean, there are going to be plenty of them.
Well,
There'll be a lot of them
maybe
out there.
tonight at the anthem, I could sniff around if I see some Wizards folks,
Beach.
some PR
Sure.
folks.
Put a bug in their ear. Let 'em
Winger
know.
and Dawkins and all those guys. Are they going to be in New York? Is that where they're going to be? Or are they just going to be doing it
I
from
would
there?
assume they'll be at their headquarters and at
Yeah,
They'll be
I'm
at their
assuming
headquarters.
we'll be here.
I would assume they'll be here in DC.
Okay, they're not going to be at the anthem.
No.
They'll be at their
I don't
place.
think so.
No.
They might
Maybe
show
they drive
up.
over
gonna
there
be in
after the
They're
pick.
going to be in their war room.
in their
wherever
war
that is.
room,
Yeah.
which would be maybe over where they practice.
I wish I could see a picture of the war room right now. Whose name's at the top of the board? I need to get in there. How do we not have a Wizards mole at this point?
I
A
do know
Wizards
this.
Spy.
Will
I know.
Dawkins is going to join us at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
Ooh, that's
Can we get
great news.
Can we get the pick at
Spy
9
report.
a.m. tomorrow? If it's AJ,
That would be amazing.
I mean, come on, they want to do a
Spy
media tour.
report.
Better call his dad Ace.
Well, whoever
Call
it
Ace.
is going to be at the wharf tomorrow for the there's like a introduce the player bit
Right.
tomorrow at 10 a.m.
So we won't be able
Thursday.
to.
Oh, it's Thursday.
Thursday.
So you're not going to be allowed to
Yeah,
interview
because
a
the
player
second
before
round
that?
is tomorrow.
Probably
or
not.
Wednesday.
It'll be difficult. We'll see what maybe they'll be able to get him tonight, right after he's picked.
Who was the guy? Remember Awad? I'm pretty sure I know the answer. Actually, I'm just setting up. Remember Awad was in a locker room. I don't know if it was during the NCAA tournament before, and he said something like, the guys all said Wizards, and they were kind of laughing. I think it was Caleb Wilson.
It was Caleb.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I think it was Caleb.
You know what? Good. We are not,
They're not-
even Caleb Wilson. We're not even.
He's
considering
going to
you.
Chicago
You are
or something.
beneath us.
You donks. Caleb Wilson was butt sized to go to the Wizards in that interview, and his teammates
Caleb
were hyping
Wilson,
him up.
I like you. I like
JP
you.
just
all of a
totally
sudden.
misrepresented
I like
that
the cut of
interview.
your jib, Caleb Wilson.
No,
You're
I think
fine.
Caleb did. It
You're
was his
fine,
boys
young
were
man.
like Wizards.
No, they were going Wizards.
He's
they were hyping him up.
He's a fine young man, but he's going to be plying his trade in Chicago, okay, or Memphis. We don't even. Will Dawkins. Hopefully, you spent 5 minutes looking at Caleb Wilson, a lesser pick. He's dealing with the big boys, DeBonsa and Peterson, and maybe a little smattering to Carlos Boozer.
Again, to Eric's point, he's
Cameron
probably
Boozer.
seen Caleb Wilson play since he was 12.
He's been watching these guys forever. He knows them.
Well, you know
down.
who he goes really far back with? DeBonsa, Massachusetts guys.
That's so overrated.
They're bound together.
He drafted 2 Frenchmen in the first round recently.
Okay, that's true.
He only drafted
Yeah, but they were watching Sarr. They were watching Sarr for a long time.
Yeah, I'm just glad he drafted the
Where's
right
Trey
French.
Johnson from? Is he Massachusetts?
Trey
guy?
Johnson? I'm not sure where he's from.
Hey, so you know how everyone acknowledges Trey's not a great defensive player, right? Maybe
Trey Young.
Yeah, maybe
Who
awful. Maybe you want to say
cares?
awful, right?
All right.
You know,
Yeah,
also, you
nobody
know
cares
who
about
else they
defense.
also say defensive metrics were awful?
I mean, I mentioned Jalen Brunson earlier in the show.
How about AJ DeMonta?
Oh, yeah.
Now, he's an athlete, so athletes can play defense if there's effort, etc. I'm not saying he can't, but
You can win with the defensive liability. I mean,
can you win with multiple?
Probably harder, but
Yeah. That's all. I'm just throwing it out there as a
I don't think
potential
you can-
factor.
Yeah, I don't think you can
Here's
win
what I
with
think about defensive
3 or
liabilities.
4 guys who are defensive liabilities.
Sleep on them.
it's
Sleep
harder. But
officially.
you know, before Luka Doncic got hurt, that month of I guess it was April, I think the Lakers were 14-2, and Austin Reeves is also known as defensive liability. So you can do it. You just got to score a lot.
Yeah, Luke is a great player. You know, he's a defensive slug. I would take him on my team.
I agree.
every single day.
I agree, but can you have multiple slugs in your
Sure.
starting lineup defensively?
As long as you have a
in the
defense-
playoffs.
As long as you have a defensive stopper like my guy Bilal on your squad.
Maybe sure when he's going to play.
Point to Sarr, maybe a little bit better. He's a
Sarr
little bit
would've
better.
been
defensive
better.
All right,
player.
understood.
At least
You
Sarr's
probably
gonna play.
can, but if you have a superstar that can score 45 in a game like Brunson did,
Yeah.
that's what you need.
Yeah.
All right.
Right.
I'm just trying to. I'm coming up with
Hey,
scenarios
look,
here where DP.
there's some
still call.
people, the Brian Windhorsts of the world, the guy we just had, Andrew Sharp on the show, who believe that the Trey Young deal is horrendous.
Still makes me laugh. You thought Andrew Sharp was Warren Sharp, and then he just splits his time between NFL and NBA.
Well, there could be an analytics guy that does both. I mean,
I'm
there have
sure
been
there
GMs who have done multiple sports.
Yeah, but Warren Sharp, he's an NFL guy.
Okay.
All right.
It was early in the morning when he said it.
I understand. You get brain fog
a little
sometimes.
foggy.
It happens.
Okay, man, it wasn't Shannon Sharp. I didn't think it was Shannon.
No, you definitely didn't think it was him.
I just thought it was that there might have only been one analytics nerd, and I forgot the first name.
Yeah.
It's going to be awesome.
I cannot.
I
wait.
really do hope though that they draft Caleb Wilson just to see what.
No, they wouldn't do that.
You keep thinking that there's even an inkling of a possibility that Caleb Wilson's name is read
I don't
for
think
the
he thinks
Washington
that.
Wizards.
No,
I don't
but
think
he is
know what
the way that you're selling him. He's a massive
You know what
talent.
Caleb Wilson is? In this discussion, he's a piece of toilet paper that gets stuck to my shoe when I walk out of the bathroom here at Odyssey. That's what Caleb Wilson is to me.
It's Cakes Jason the pick.
He really is.
Yeah, I don't know, but I just put $2 on Caleb Wilson to be drafted number 1 because
Okay.
Cakes is.
Well, you just wasted $2.
He's such a
Probably,
horrible
but-
piece of toilet paper that he's been comped to Kevin Garnett.
That's fine. He's, you know what else he's comped? To be the number 4 pick. And last time I checked, the Wizards have the numero uno pick. Number 1.
What are the chances they
Number
trade?
1.
What are the chances in the next
0.
10 hours they
0.
trade?
25%.
No.
That's pretty high.
25%.
I think that's pretty high.
If they got that trade offer of Ace Bailey,
not
the
gonna
number
give
2
Ace
pick,
I think it would have been
They love
already
Ace.
done if they were going to trade him.
You want to double
Trade the
down
pick.
on your Pulisic bet?
Well, you know what they do? You know what they do in the NBA a lot is they draft guys
And then
then
they
they
trade
trade.
them.
yeah,
Yeah.
That would be the stunner if
they do
that
the
happens.
old bad hat bit.
That'll be the stunner if that happens. Oh, I can't wait. So much drama. Cannot wait. We will be
gonna
out
be
there
fun.
at the anthem and broadcast.
It's going to be less
all
fun
that.
if the Wizards draft Aaron Peterson and you were ultimately vindicated and proven correct.
Yep.
It'll be a great day for me.
Oh, no, wow, it will be.
It'll be great for the Eagles.
Hey, I was the
brand
original
if that
DP
happens.
guy.
I'm gonna have to add something to my
All right,
Twitter
we'll-
name.
We'll see you at the anthem later tonight for the Wizards NBA draft. The pick at number 1, B. Mitch and Finley. They're coming up next here on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Mervis. Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The NBA draft is tonight. Wizards with the number 1 pick. It's already been a crazy 12 hours or so with the big blockbuster getting done last night. Milwaukee Bucks dealing superstar Giannis Antetokounmpo to Miami for a package of players and 3 first-round draft picks, 13th pick overall tonight included in that deal. Wizards will pick number 1 for a record 7th time in franchise history. Of course, we'll have you covered all day, all night. The Junkies have the live show and from the anthem starting at 7 on the Team 980. Big night for the Nationals as well. They had to wait out the rain, but it was worth the wait. Nationals with a win over Philadelphia 4-1 last night. Couple of more home runs. Luis Garcia Jr. and Curtis Mead, and Foster Griffin was terrific. Scattered 4 hits over 7 1/3, striking out 9 for the win. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
What up, everybody? B. Mitch here. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. JP is in New York. We're trying to get him locked in here. Thank you coming live from WFAN. He's there for the draft tonight, the NBA draft, where the Washington Wizards have the number 1 pick. And right now, I think everybody's losing their minds because they don't know who's going to be picked number 1. Everybody's talking about the Trae Young trade, the signing, the extension, and also the big trade that happened, Giannis Antetokounmpo going to the Miami Heat. But ultimately, listen, the draft is tonight, and we're going to get into it. We're going to dissect all types of things. We're going to find out who you think they're going to pick between DeBonza and also Peterson. Is it just Peterson or bust, or is it DeBonza or bust for you? We're going to go through some things. Brandon Ayuk with another video. But there's some talk from Kittle, who I think was his boy. Right now he's saying, is he worth the mess? And I think that question goes for a lot of people. We're going to have GOATs at 12:45. Find out the worst sports contracts of all time. And let me just tell you, I'm going to go on record and say this, and I don't mind standing on the top of a mountain by myself. Why are we asking this question? We can't sit up here and act like the Trae Young contract is horrible. If you are a guy in your 7th, 8th year or better, and you are a baller, you're going to make over $50 million. It's the going damn rate for what NBA players make. So people that want to get upset at that, then you must be watching the wrong damn sport. They all get paid. There are contracts on the Wizards that were worse than his contract. There are contracts in baseball from guys that play here and went other places that was worse than that contract. There are contracts in baseball and in football that have been proven that were worse than that contract. We saw guys come into the league and that play games. They play less games in a year. And in the last 5 years, do you consider this worse than that? Let Trae Young play a year into this contract. Then on top of that, they are trying to make sure they get what they want, they think they can get out of Anthony Davis. And you know what? If Trae Young is around, Anthony Davis may lean towards coming back here. So ultimately, I don't see it as a bad contract, but I'm sure I have a lot of people tell me why. They're gonna tell me how much more they know, way more than Will Dawkins and his crew. And the ultimate thing is, we gotta stop. Like JP always say, stop being pre-mad. We are already pre-pissed off, and the man hadn't come out here and played any basketball. I would say this: they went out there and they traded for him last year. He came in with a willingness. If everybody right now is losing their damn minds because a guy keeps saying, Commanders, because he wants to play for the team, he wants to play because you know what? Many teams aren't going to deal with him. He feel he has a shot here because his boy is on the team. But the ultimate thing, if you're going to do that, then you got to be loving on Trae Young too. Trae Young came in. He was talking about how great how happy he's here to be here. He's already played a little bit. He's went out and he wore every jersey under the sun. He's represented the D.C. area with all the sports teams. So he's doing the exact same thing. Brandon Ayuk hadn't even gotten to the building, and y'all loving him, and you hating on Trae Young already? It's just, this is what sports media has turned into, where everybody has an opinion and want to mess up stuff, and the people that are supposed to be the journalists, they feel like they're being lost. So they start saying stupid stuff and jumping out there and saying some of the most erratic things ever under the sun. But you know what? There's one person who's not going to fall for it. Me. Okay? I will sit there and fight back and tell people what I think about some stuff. And you could tell me I'm wrong. You can say what you want to say, but hey, I can't say this is the worst contract ever. I can't say it's a bad contract because they hadn't played yet. If we were in year 2 of it and he hadn't been on the court and nothing has been going on for the better, then I would understand. But when I talk to guys that play ball, real ballers, they say best pick and roll guard out there. One of the best assist players ever. Okay? The guy has an unbelievable 3. He can knock down shots. So if you get him and you get some 75% of an Anthony Davis, I think you all of a sudden now have a team that can play. So I am not going to go on that bandwagon with Big Brian. I'm going to call him Big Brian Windhorst because I think he likes to say a lot of stuff too. I put my face over my head every time I hear him talk because he says some asinine crap. So I feel in this situation, we're going to sit here and I'm going to let the contract play out. Okay? Let's let it play out. Let's see what happens. Let's see if Anthony Davis is more interested in playing because Trey's back. John Wall, a former player here who we love. John Wall said he'll take Peterson because he feels DeBonza is too ball dominant, needs the ball in his hand, and feel that it's going to mess up Trey and it'll mess up Trey's what would say how Trey plays the game. So if that's the case, and John is saying it out loud, could it be that John is thinking that they're going the Peterson way? We will see. We got JP in here now. What's up, brother?
What up, B? How you doing, man?
I am fantabulous. I'm back, and I'm already pissed off at everybody calling this contract the worst contract ever when the dude hadn't even played yet. But they're loving on a damn guy who hadn't even come into this town because he keeps saying, I want to play Commanders. Go Commanders. Take Commanders. Man, give me a damn break. This man here has come here and played and has tried to show you that I want to be here. But, Jay, let's be real.
Good morning, Brian.
If you are an 8th year player and you have shown if you've shown you can walk and chew gum at the same time, you make $50 million.
The NBA, it's really hard to process the money in the NBA because it's just so astronomical.
He was supposed to make $49 million.
Right.
You think he tore it up to go lower? Nah.
I think the Trae Young contract is a little scary in that he's been hurt and his last couple seasons in Atlanta were down years. I think there's some reality with that.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is,
I think the local reaction that hates the contract is PTSD from Brad Beal. I think that's what this is. It's like, oh my God, we gave a guy that wasn't that good a supermax, and it killed us for a couple of years, and now they're doing it again. I think it's important to point out they didn't supermax him, right? Yep. Like they could have paid him a lot more. They gave him the max he could have gotten in free agency, so at least there was some recognition.
They saved
there.
A little bit, and also, what if that's him also saying, you know what, we need extra on this team, and I feel I can be a piece of what we need to get. I would say this right now: Bradley Beal's contract is worse than this contract.
Totally,
okay? Because you know why? Because it happened, and I've seen what the hell has happened. I can't knock this one right now.
Now, there are people out there really, really knocking it. And Windhorst is a guy that I respect a lot. Like, I think he's a really good reporter. And for him to say instantaneously the worst contract in the NBA, that does carry some weight. You got to at least consider it.
It carries weight, but you know what, Jay? This is what I learned. I said this, I don't know if you heard me. Everybody is a reporter today. So the real reporters feel they got to go out there and say something because guess who else saying it? The people that get to the social media and say a lot, that's the problem. We have so many people that are real reporters competing with non-reporters. I believe that happens. So they say some stuff. I don't believe this is instantaneously the worst contract ever. Hell no.
I think you're right, though. It is remarkable that everybody in D.C., not everybody, because I've seen some smart fans, some good replies. I think there's some room for context with this. But, like, there's a lot of reaction in town that people really want Brandon Ayuk, who's never played here, and they're mad about this Trae Young contract, where Trae Young has done nothing but the right things since he arrived here. He even played, 4 or 5 games. He could have gotten hurt in the 5-6 games he played. And if he got hurt, he would have had the player option and then nothing else. Yeah. So, he did show them some level of commitment with that. Yeah. I think the NBA money is just so insane that we get blown away by the numbers. You know what I mean?
I think people have to understand. I've said it for years. I'm not here to just entertain people. I'm here to make them smarter. Okay? Educate. If you stop looking at your circumstance and look at the NBA circumstance, like every time somebody see a contract, oh man, you wish you were playing today. No. I had people sit up there and calculate and do the inflation stuff on what I would be probably making today. I'll be all right. So I didn't play in this era. I'm not going to sit up here and try to compare my numbers to the numbers that are here because they won't be anywhere close. So I understand it. But I think people got to stop looking at their circumstance and look at what the NBA does. Trae Young, for his experience and what he's shown, could be making more, and he's not. So they have lured him to a certain situation. And let's be real. The little stuff about the Miami Heat, after watching them go get Giannis, I don't believe that was a joke. I think if he had gotten out of this thing and they wanted to trade him, they could have traded him to Miami because they're trying to build something down there too.
I think the people that are like they were bidding against themselves, I think are way off. I think Trae absolutely would have had a market. And I think if you don't believe so, wait until you see with the Lakers, either Rui or Austin Reeves is going to hit free agency. Like the Lakers aren't going to be able to bring everybody back. Like wait till you see what those numbers are going to look like. And I would argue Trae Young's a way more accomplished player than those players.
But see, the thing of it, we only, for the most part, you know this, I know this. And I want fans to understand. When you hear something publicly, that's not the only conversation that's been going on. You think the Wizards haven't talked to people to see what he could possibly get, what the situations are before they made this move to go do this?
I also think because he's been in the NBA, what he played, 2 years at Oklahoma? Maybe just 1? He's been in the NBA 6-7 years, so you feel like he's old. He's 27 years old. Mm-hmm. the contract you just signed, the 4th year is a player option, which if things are going well, you can opt out again. You didn't sign.
Ask people up there where you at. When you see the NBA people, ask them what they think about trades. Like when he's, and now people say when he's on, but people talk about how damn good of an assist guy is, how great he is in the pick and roll. One of the best alley-oop throwers in the world in the NBA. So when you start getting that, that's all you want him to do. He's not here to carry the basketball team, but that's the money that point guards make.
Oh, I guess, did Reeves sign already?
I don't know.
I know there's reports like Brooklyn's going to throw money around. And I think the other reality is, and I saw David Aldridge tweeting about this. I don't know I know we got a packed show today.
Huge.
We'll have to talk to DA at some point. Derek Fisher is going to join us at 1 o'clock, which will be awesome. But with the new tanking rules, teams can't really tank anymore. They changed the lottery so that teams would try to compete. You combine that, which is a seismic shift in the NBA, okay? Teams can't tank anymore. That's what teams have been doing for 15 years. So that is a dramatic shift for how these teams have to operate. And then basically in the NBA, because of the nature of the Supermax deal, that the home team is able to pay more than the marketplace, you don't get stars to free agency anymore. Mm-hmm. I'll equate it to an NFL thing. On any planet, was Alec Pierce worth $30 million a year? or did he just happen to be the top wide receiver free agent in a year where the salary cap's going nuts?
You know what I'm saying? Right place, right time?
Yeah.
That happens. Like, when you become a free agent and when the when the salary cap climbs, that's how you get paid. There were times back in the past, I remember here with this franchise, where a guy becomes a free agent and the going rate was higher than what their star player was. I'm just going to use one name. Jim Lachey was making a certain amount of money. and the team refused to pay guys that became free agents more than Jim Mercedes. But you know what they were able to do? Leave this team and go to another team and get more damn money. When you become a free agent, when you can't, like if you sign a deal today and you're going to be signed for the next 5 years, in 3 years, somebody else become free, they're going to top the money you're making if they're in the same position and they have some level of the same ability. That's how salary caps work. So that's why you see so many guys, when they hit that, they try to renegotiate because it jumps rapidly. It's not that, oh, you're the best player. No. You know who makes the person that makes the most money is not always the best player. It's the person who became free at the right time makes the most money.
I got a text from somebody I talked to, right? And I said, you know, it's a lot of money, but that's what NBA deals are. And the reply was, it better work. And I think that's a fair place to be. I think you need healthy Trae Young scoring 27 a game with 8 dimes a game. You need him throwing alley-oops to whoever the number one pick tonight is going to be. And I think it's also important to note, like, this is not the most important piece of the next of the present 72 hours.
That's what I'm saying.
Tonight is the most important piece.
Yeah.
And clearly they think Trae is a player that, whether it's Peterson or DeBonsa tonight, they think Trae is a player that's going to advance that player's career.
Uh-huh.
And I think that is like a reminder of, okay, this Trae Young thing happened. The big move is tonight, not necessarily screaming about the contract for Trae.
I think the move tonight may still be less than what you get from Davis. Even though it's a number one pick. It's not a number one pick like it was last year, not a number one pick like LeBron coming out. I think Davis and what you get from him might be bigger than this move tonight.
If you look at the Giannis trade and what he got traded for, I mean, that's a bunch of parts and then 3 ones, including 13 tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And then a pick swap and all this other stuff, right? Like a second rounder. But 3 ones for Giannis. And Giannis has been better than Anthony Davis. But they, healthy, are on a similar caliber. I don't know what's going to happen with Davis tonight, because when Washington acquired Trae Young and Anthony Davis for the relatively advantageous trade compensation they had to use, that was before the lottery rules had been set. And did NBA teams probably have an idea where the lottery rules were going? Probably. But they didn't know how punitive it was about to change everything. So a number of teams have to change their philosophical team-building principles fast. And so, like, the Giannis deal is not going to be touched by the Anthony Davis deal. But if there is an Anthony Davis deal, you do wonder what that looks like. I'm not sure you want to get to a place. We had, I think it was Geltzeiler on yesterday from SiriusXM NBA, and he's like, yeah, you know, they're going to be in a position where they got to pay one of Trae or AD, but you probably don't want to pay both of them. And I agree
AD
with
getting
that.
60-something. Isn't the contract 62 or 58?
It rounds out to he has about 2 for 120 left.
Yeah.
But one of them is a player option. Next year's a player option.
Okay.
But it's an open secret that he's looking for a contract extension.
Okay.
So I don't know how that works out. I don't know if something works out by tonight for Anthony Davis, whether there's another team that will give him the contract extension and give the Wizards some compensation for it. But if you get the Trae Young deal done, to me, he's a part of what they're going to build in the organization. And I don't think this is a chip to then move him. Who knows what's going to happen tonight? It could be wildly fluid.
He's young enough to be around for a while, and he's also still good enough to be used as a piece. I mean, that's how it is. But the ultimate thing is, I'm not overwhelmed by the $52 million that he signed, basically.
Here's what I want to do. I want to open the phones. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Do you think Trae Young got overpaid? Do you think overpaying him was necessary for the Wizards after acquiring him before they make the number one pick tonight? You do want somebody to take some pressure off the number one pick to score. And having Trae Young, with all the other good young players they have, but having Trae Young like an established veteran in this league, I would think does take some pressure off of whoever gets selected tonight. 800-636-1067. I'm up in New York. I'll be at the draft tonight. B's holding it down at the Navy Yard Studios. This is B. Mitch and Finley taking your calls. I know the city is fired up.
We're brought to you by the Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational. Start with the NBA. The Wizards take center stage tonight after the big Giannis deal by the Bucks last night. It's the Wizards on the clock with the number 1 pick tonight for the NBA draft starting at 8 p.m. It gets underway at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn. Of course, the reports yesterday, Trae Young intends to remain in Washington 4 years, $212 million. The draft tonight, by the way, will have complete coverage. The Junkies, a live draft show at the Anthem starting at 7 p.m. on the Team 980. Baseball Nationals continue their homestand. They get a win against Philadelphia. Nats knock off the Phils 4-1. Couple of more home runs. Luis Garcia Jr., Curtis Mead went deep. Foster Griffin was great. Nats again tied for the final NL wildcard spot. They're now just a game and a half behind Philly for the second wildcard spot. Nats and Phils again tonight, 6:45 here on The Fan. More artists, more talent, more ink. The 3rd annual Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational's back June 26th through the 28th at the Fredericksburg Convention Center. Experience 3 days of live tattooing and tattoo competitions at our biggest show yet, presented by Black Horse Tattoo Studio. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Busy day in the nation's capital because the Wizards have the number 1 overall pick in tonight's NBA draft. I think we got to remind ourselves not to bury the lead here.
Yeah.
They have the number 1 pick tonight.
They do.
All right? Everybody
do.
remember that. That dude is going to become the most important person on that team. That said, they made big news yesterday by agreeing to a new 4-year, $212 million contract with Trae Young, a player they traded for about a couple weeks before the trade deadline last year. Fans are all over the place in reacting to this. It's an interesting situation. I'm up in New York. I'll be at the draft tonight doing the show from WFAN Studios. B. Mitch holding it down in the Navy Yard fresh off his trip to the Outer Banks, which eventually we need to talk about, but I have a feeling that might not be till tomorrow, B.
Cool with me.
Let's get to these phone lines. Let's start with Rod in D.C. Rod, what do you make of the Trae Young deal?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
What's up, Rod?
Mitch, relax, man. It's okay. I know the people got you angry, but it's okay.
Oh, I'm good. I'm excited, bro. That's me. I'm always like that.
Oh, my God. Okay. Oh, for sure. Okay. But no, so I do think we overpaid for Trae Young a little bit, right? And I know he's an offensive talent. He sees the floor well and everything. But on defense, he's a liability, right? It's 4-on-5 when Trae Young is on the floor defensively. I also don't agree with John Wall's take on A.J. DeBonta having to need the ball in his hands. He averaged 25 a game last year because his starting point guard went down last year. Like, he had to take over the game. But he can play off the ball. He rebounds, he defends, he does everything well. So I definitely think we overpaid for Trae, and we do need to sign AJ number 1 tonight. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Thanks for the call, dude.
Let me say this too. I'll say this. I'll make this comment. You know who also was supposedly a liability on defense? The MVP of the finals this year. Okay? They won it. So sometimes when you're so damn good offensively, you can be a little risk at that. Let's be real. 75% of the NBA are liabilities on defense. Let's not fool ourselves. Defense is not the thing that a lot of people in the NBA plays.
Especially in the regular season.
Yes.
Like, the regular season NBA is shooting contests. And you know who's a good shooter? Trae Young. There is something really interesting, though, that if you sign Trae Young and you don't trade Anthony Davis, you damn sure better win. Like they have turned the pressure up inside the building.
Yeah.
And, you know, pressure makes diamonds or pressure makes cracks. It was pressure.
I'd much rather them have pressure than
River.
I'd rather much see them with pressure and all of this instead of what I was seeing. I'd rather that.
Let's go to Easy E in Rockville. What's up, Easy?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, bro?
Thanks for taking my call. Look, I need people to take a chill pill, to relax, quit using the word overpaid. Trae Young has been in this league for several years. You saw how good he was on the floor last year. What was it, like 10 games or whatever, 15 games with the Wizards, doesn't matter. They saw something in him. People say they didn't want him in Atlanta. Well, guess what? He probably didn't want to be in Atlanta no more. He wanted a change of scenery. He seems very happy here. And I'm going to give you something else about this word overpaid that's pissing me off. Do you know how many of y'all that are saying Trae Young is overpaid, but when Jaden gets paid, will you come back and say Jaden's going to be overpaid? Because people are going to use the word because the going rate when he gets paid is going to be around $70 to $80 million. So quit using the word overpaid because you won't say that the Commanders overpaid Jaden, but you'll say that the Wizards overpaid Trae Young. It is the going rate. JP, B. Mitch, y'all know this. Y'all on contracts. You know how this works. You go in there and you ask for what you're worth. And some people don't agree. Some other people do agree. And people may say you're overpaid. Doesn't matter. You've been doing it for a long time. You're asking for a certain dollar amount. 2 quick things before I get off this phone. JP, I hope there was no traffic on your way into work this morning. Okay?
Dog, it was easy. I was here early.
He's in New York. He's good.
I took the subway.
And that's why I was saying traffic, because he's in New York. And just want you to know you still owe me my 2 beers, man.
It's a beer. It's a beer. That's a good call, dude. Like, market economics dictate that you get paid what the market will allow. And the NBA market is just insane. If you have a categorical problem with Trae Young getting paid whatever that amounts to, $53 million per season, that's a problem with television contracts and global rights fees. Like, that's just what the NBA market is. This doesn't bury their salary cap situation. Now, if you think, can I just ask a simple question, Brian?
Mm-hmm.
If Washington paid Trae Young the exact amount he could make on the open market, you think they just randomly picked that number? Or all parties understood, this is what you could make, we'll give you what you could make?
Mm-hmm.
Like, do people really think there wasn't another team that was going to offer that if Washington got to the exact same number? Now, if your evaluation is that he's not the right player for the Wizards and you wish he wasn't going to be part of this, that's different.
Yeah.
If that's where you land, that's a different mindset certainly than Dawkins and Winger. But like that, you can make a rational argument there if you want to.
Mm-hmm.
But if your argument is he's a good player, I'm happy he's here, they just paid him too much, they paid him what the market will allow.
Totally. And like you said, he could have made more. But they didn't pay him more. But he was probably got that on the open market, I guarantee you. And if anybody think he wouldn't, are you crazy?
Let's go to Eli in D.C. What's up, Elijah?
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. I think, I don't want to say they got their hand was forced, but like you just said, the Bulls and the Nets were still out there. I think there was still a chance for him to go other places, so they had to kind of match what was there. Now, I do think he has value as a passer. I think there's certain things that he can bring you that's valuable for a young core to be able to distribute the ball appropriately. Now, I'm curious, because you talk about the overpaying, this is a particular situation. Now he's making more currently than Luka, Bam, Fox, Kyle, Leonard and Donovan Mitchell, Jamal Murray, Jalen Brunson. So when you start talking about the names, you can get a little in your feelings if you're not careful. You have to, you got to trust the system. You have to trust that they know what they're doing. They knew what was going on. They'd rather keep him here than let him go with having the young man that they're going to draft. The situation, I think, forced them, or made them, not forced is the right word. The situation was like, hey, we need to have a veteran here who can get us through these years, and that's going to be worth more to me financially than maybe certain moves on the floor that certain fans may be into. And as an organization, they say there's more to this pie. A team is stronger than one guy. So if he can distribute better for us than us being able to get a guy and he's slamming clipboards around because he feels like, man, I don't have what I need, and boom and bop and boom. You're like, you know what? Let's draft. We got young talent. He can be in the ears of the guys on the plane. Hey, man, this is what we need. Boom, boom, boom. This is what needs to happen. I know what this needs for this time. And they're paying to essentially grow this team up. And for me, that's worth it to me, to pay to be able to grow my team and know that when he leaves, my team is going to be better. There's going to be certain nuances that they gained from his time here.
All right, brother.
It's a good call. Thank you, Elijah. Listen, man, the overwhelming reaction nationally, I would say, is super negative. I'm reading from The Ringer here. I believe I'm reading from The Ringer. Young is not terrible. He turns 28 in September and is one of the greatest passers alive.
Mm-hmm.
But the Atlanta Hawks soured on him, even though he made 4 All-Star teams in 7 seasons. Young doesn't get along with teammates, has clashed with coaches, and may already be showing some physical decline. If the Wizards promised this money to Young when they traded for him, that was a mistake. If they promised less and felt the need to match or rise above whatever a team like, say, the Brooklyn Nets were hypothetically willing to offer, that's malpractice. The length and costs of this contract are potentially disastrous for an organization that could have simply not made this trade back in January. Ditto for the one in February that landed Anthony Davis, and then could have used all its cap space elsewhere this summer. I just don't think these star free agents are going to hit. Like, would you have wanted whatever Austin Reeves or Peyton Watson are going to sign for?
No.
Are those players that make this transitional difference for
No.
a terrible team?
I'm cool with what they did.
I think you're rolling the dice on stars. Can they get back to where they were? I'm not sure, but they've at least shown you they can do this. And they're not, at least in Trae Young's case, hardly old.
Yeah. We gotta give it a chance. And I understand it needs to work, but he don't have to be the best player. If you're drafting a young guy and you still have Anthony Davis, he has to be a facilitator, not the best player. And we got Derek Fisher coming on later. Hell, was he the best player? But that dude he was able to facilitate and knock down key shots at key moments.
Let's go to Uric in D.C. Uric, what do you think of the Trae Young deal?
Hey, appreciate the call, guys. In a lot of respects, I do think that there were only a couple of teams that could give Trae Young this money. For the Washington Wizards to give him this amount of money on a 3-year contract instead of 4 is savvy, in my opinion. I think we need to trust the process here. And if you look at it from a talent perspective, Trae Young was able to take the Hawks to the Eastern Conference Finals about 5 years ago. So, is he worth the money? Absolutely. The NBA salary cap is going up by $10 million next year. So, as B. Mitch said, the market value has increased. It was a great opportunity for this young man to make this money. It makes Washington much more respectable in the East. Depending on who they draft, they can't lose tonight on whoever they draft. And if we keep AD or we trade him for for another pick in this draft or another high value player, this makes Washington respectable in the East, and it helps us to make a playoff run next year, in my opinion. So I trust what Will Dawkins did, and I think this was a good, savvy move by our office.
Good call, brother.
Thanks, man. We're going to keep these phone lines open. It is B. Mitch and Finley. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Taking your calls on the new Trae Young contract and trying to keep the focus on tonight, the number 1 overall pick coming to Washington. It's B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. B's holding it down at the Navy Yard Studios. I'm up in New York for the NBA draft tonight from the WFAN studios. The big news yesterday, Trae Young gets a massive deal. I was just talking with a couple New Yorkers out here in the bullpen. I said, fellas, what do you think of the Trae Young deal? And the one kid looks at me and goes, bad. So there's certainly some dissension in how people feel that contract will play out. What these guys were saying.
Man, they just won a championship. They going to say everything bad. You're not New York. Come on, dog. We got Shamit selling out pitchers $100 a pitcher. Come on, bro. Everything's going crazy in New York right now.
I think it is wild how much Knicks gear I'm seeing, B.
Yeah.
I think there's one fair criticism is to go to a fourth year on it, to give him the player option in the year 2030 at over $50 million. If that was a 3-year deal without the player option, but maybe they clearly believe Trae is the guy to help guide this number 1 pick tonight and this young team to where they want to get.
Yeah, but I like that's whatever the amount the money is in 4 years is going to be low compared to where those numbers are going to be.
Yeah, that the caller that was like, man, he's now making more money than Jalen Brunson is, or name your star.
Jalen Brunson's chose to not take the amount of money he could have received.
And on his next deal, he'll get it.
Yes.
Donovan Mitchell on his next.
Yes.
A lot of this, I feel like we experienced some of this in the Kirk days. Like, it's often about when your number comes up. When it's your contract is when you get to get paid.
Totally.
Alec Pierce is a prime example of this, right? Like he was the best free agent wide receiver in a class that didn't have many of them, so he got paid. I think there is some from that.
Totally.
I think in DC there is PTSD from the Wall and Beal deals that really hung over the organization. Let's go just as simple as this, Brian. At their best, I think Trae Young's a significantly better player that accomplished more than Brad Beal. Do you agree with that?
I think so.
Yeah. All right.
You know what you heard what Kendrick Perkins say about possibly if you go with a Peterson? His floor is a Bradley Beal.
It's a high floor.
And his ceiling is...
I don't even want to invoke that comparison, honestly.
I'm just saying. if my floor is Bradley Beal, that's not bad.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Let's go to Tony in Capitol Heights. Tony, what do you think about the Trae Young deal?
I'm loving it. I'm going to tell you right now, all that money talk, it doesn't even matter. The cap go up, like B. Mitch is saying. The gravitas, the gravity that Ice Trae carries, it's going to be amazing. Trae Young will give you 20 assists out there. Like, we ain't had no passer, no disher of the rock like this since Rod Strickland.
I love Rod
He about
Strickland.
to show you something. Yes, love Rod Strickland. A lot of these cats too young, they don't even know nothing about Rod. But he about to swoop up the whole city. And these youngins and the vets we get, they going to love it. Because Shawty will dish the rock. He don't even have to score. And he going to show the new, little Ice Trae a little something about shooting that rock. You know what I'm saying? So, I love it.
Appreciate you, Tony. Thanks for the call, man. All right, so there are people that like it. Let's go to Jay in D.C. Jay, where you at on the Trae Young contract?
Hey, guys. I know it feels like a lot of money because it is, but like you guys have said, it's not going to be a lot of money in a few years when the max contract is $80 million a year anyway. But a lot of fans are like, oh, we're not going to win a title with Trae Young. Nobody wins a title with Trae Young. Well, we're not. That's not the point of this trade. Dibansa's 19, Sarr's like 21, Trey Johnson's 20. This is the bridge to getting those guys to their mid-20s when they can really compete for a title. Not everybody, there's only one Wemby who does that at 22. Everybody else has to be in the league a few years, and this is going to get us in the playoffs, make us respectable, maybe even touch an Eastern Conference Finals. And, in 4 years, if he actually played here for 4 years without trading him, our guys would still be short of their prime, our real elite foundation. So I actually think this is a great move that's going to set us up for, years of good ball, culminating in like Dibansa at 25 just being a dominant NBA player as we move to really, truly contention.
Good call, man.
You
Thank
saw
you,
how many people tell, so many people that was apologizing to Brunson? Stephen A. Smith, Draymond Green, because they say that the New York Knicks couldn't win with him. The whole thing about it is, can you get a guy that's going to be into the point where if Trae Young uses all his talents and he's and then this team, the way this team is taking care of him and showing him love, I see him showing that love back. They talk about Atlanta began to run dry on him. Atlanta started to not give a damn about him and treat him crazy too. And I don't care who you are as a player. If somebody treating you like ish, you're not going to give them your best. Ain't going to happen.
It's funny because whatever happened in Atlanta clearly went sideways.
Mm-hmm.
But because Brandon Ayuk is likely coming to Washington, Commanders fans want to blame the Niners and say, Ayuk was treated poorly. But with the Trae Young discussion, it is, what did he do in Atlanta? You know what I mean? Like, players and teams have divorces across sports all the time. Listen, I have no idea if this Trae Young thing will prove fruitful, right? I'll say this, though. I think of the trades the Dawkins Winger group has made, the Denny Avdia one looks bad. Now, you could explain it via timelines. I understand that, but it looks bad. You traded away a kid that went on to make all-star teams, and I understand because you were trying to tank. Like, I can wrap my brain around it. But now you make big moves to acquire Trae Young and to acquire Anthony Davis. And sure, it didn't cost you that much, but you have ramped up the pressure.
They remember the pressure, and they want to get something out of him. I mean,
if this deal doesn't work, at some point you're 3 years in, you're 4 years in. This, like, if Trae's hurt again, if he's unhappy again, if he's clashing with coaches or teammates, like, the pressure is on them now. And then you've got to nail this tonight. And I think they must feel comfortable with that, because if you and I know that, Brian, they sure as hell know it.
Oh, they know it. And listen, bro, I think this move here, as much as I hate giving Ryan Clary any credit, this move had a lot to do with making Anthony Davis want to be here and play, as it did with anything else. Because getting Trae, yes, cool. But if I got AD and Trae, can you imagine that pick and roll?
And the number one pick.
Yeah. So
AJ Debonsa.
I think this is a whole combination of things working at the same time. And the thing about that I'm impressed with, they're working it. Man, I listen, what everybody says outside that building, I care less. They have a plan. We've said it for years with the Commanders. At least tell us what your damn plan is, and they never would tell us what the plan was. You saw the new group come in, and they're showing us a plan. This team over here with the Wizards right now, they are showing you we have a plan. No matter what everybody thinks, this is what we believe. And at least if they go out there and show them what they believe, I can at least get on board with it. Now, I understand it has to work and all that type of stuff, but they're not coming in here just going by a whim on every different other move. Every time the day changes, they going to change. They have a plan, and they're putting it in place. They have two top-notch players that, yes, they have some injury history, but if they could get them to play, hit this thing tonight with the young players they already have, this could be a quick turnaround.
We're going to keep the phones open all damn day. This is a conversation day. The number one pick, the Trae Young contract. Eventually, we got to talk about Brandon Ayuk and what George Kittle said about him. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Nobody go anywhere.
Big night in the NBA, big night in D.C. The NBA draft is set for tonight. That'll be 8 p.m. for the start up in Brooklyn. Wizards have the top overall pick for an NBA record 7th time in franchise history. First time since selecting John Wall #1 in 2010. We've got you covered all day, including tonight. The Junkies have a live NBA draft show coming up tonight at the Anthem in D.C., 7 p.m. over in the Team 980. Also, B. Mitch and JP talking about Trae Young intending to re-sign in Washington. Reports a 4-year, nearly $212 million deal. He will make $49 million next season. Nats get another win. They beat Philadelphia last night 4-1. With the victory, Nats are tied again for the final NL wildcard spot. Just a game and a half behind Philly now for the second wildcard spot. We'll have more Nats baseball tonight. Another one, 2nd of 4 against the Phils, 6:45 p.m. for the Nats here on The Fan. From the Crop Midcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We're at this interesting crossroads where we should be so excited to talk about the #1 pick tonight. And because of the Trae Young contract yesterday, the Giannis trade yesterday, left hand up, I thought Giannis would end up in Boston. He ends up in Miami. What did you think of that Giannis trade, B?
Well, I knew he would get a haul, and he did that. But the thing about it, I'm like you. I thought he would go somewhere like Boston. But when those moves start happening, these teams are going to go with the best move. And I don't think Boston was going to offer him all of that.
My understanding, so the dude that owns the Bucks is Jimmy Haslam, same dude that owns the Browns.
Mm-hmm.
And I think knowing that Giannis wanted out of Milwaukee, and after having to deal with Myles Garrett and trading him to L.A., I read that basically the Celtics were offering Jaylen Brown, and it was like almost roughly straight up. Like, all right, we get Giannis, you get Jaylen Brown, you get the younger superstar just going into his prime. We'll take Giannis, kind of what he's got going forward. And Haslam was like, I want picks because I don't want another guy here that in 2 years wants to leave Milwaukee.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think some of that is a real problem, especially maybe in the NBA where players don't want to be in certain markets. But I think Giannis was there a long time. They won. I think the trade for Lillard just kind of broke that organization. But I don't think the Bucks are not better today after trading away Giannis, even getting 3 1s.
No.
Because now the Heat's first-round picks with Giannis and Bam and whatever else Pat Riley does down there, I don't know. I'm not expecting those to be a whole bunch of top 5 picks.
Milwaukee is the place where people hang out in Wisconsin because all the people from Green Bay jump in the car and drive to Milwaukee to have fun.
We had to do that.
Are they going to spend a night there? But Milwaukee is not a place where you say, "Oh yeah, nightlife is great." You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's not like that.
Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Nah.
No offense to Wisconsin. Wisconsin is an awesome place to drink beer and eat cheese curds
and play golf.
But if you're looking for the NBA lifestyle, I think South Beach might be more the spot than whatever the beaches are on Lake Michigan.
Hey, Bam don't have to do an 83-point night no more.
No. So I do wonder what happens with Jaylen Brown with the Celtics because it seems like the Brown-Tatum relationship is maybe not fractured, but
it could be fractured, but I think that team overall, Jaylen Brown overall to me is a better player.
Can you put the toothpaste back in the tube, though? If everybody knows there were talks about this trade with Giannis?
I'm sure he knows. I'm sure everybody knows. Jaylen Brown probably knew already, but he heard the rumors now. But the thing of it, he's a defensive and offensive player.
Yeah, and just a total dog mentality.
Dog. Yeah, so if I'm them, if I'm the people making the moves and making the decisions, I'm trying to make those two dudes work.
Well, it's also interesting. I think back to, I'd like to give the right person credit, but I don't remember who wrote it. But somebody got Taboni on the record talking about trading away Mackenzie Gore in the offseason. And Taboni said, I went to C.J. Abrams and told him, listen, we are having trade discussions about you. We really like having you here. We think you're an excellent player. So if somebody doesn't get to what we think your value is, we're not going to make that move. But it's only fair for me to tell you that we're at least having these conversations. And I would think with a player of Jaylen Brown's stature and a championship ring that similarly that happened in Boston. But there's a ton of just NBA gossip news happening today because it's the draft, and you've still got, now that the Giannis deal is done, you still have what happens with LeBron. Like, there's still questions, right?
People are thinking that he's going to the Warriors.
All right, now, specifically for the Wizards tonight, I don't really understand these predictive markets. I feel better looking at Vegas because Vegas is set by experts that have been doing this for decades. Whereas the predictive markets, I think, are just driven by what people bet. Now, if you look at the predictive markets, they say it's an 87% chance that A.J. Debonsa, we got to figure that out, is the pick tonight. Does that sound right to you, B? About a 9 in 10 chance it's Debonsa?
Still don't feel right. I think a lot of people, all the talk about Peterson kind of threw me off. Where I thought at first it was all about Debonsa, but now I don't think so. I think there's a chance.
I think there's a chance too. And from like real NBA people, you hear Peterson over and over and over again. Do you think John Wall's the one that said it, I believe, and Stallion, forgive me if you have this in here and I'm stepping on it, but Wall came out and said he thinks by giving Trae Young that contract, it makes more sense to get Peterson because Debonsa, according to John Wall, needs to like be a ball dominant player, and Trae Young's a ball dominant player. He thinks Trae and Peterson in the backcourt makes more sense, perhaps, than Trae and Debonsa. Do you agree with that? I would like to think the guy you just paid $200 million and is one of the great passers in the NBA can play with damn anybody.
Yeah, you would think so. But if my thing is, when the games I watch with Debonsa, I don't know I don't know if he's a ball dominant guy or he's a guy that needs to be set up. I understand. In some games, his point guard was hurt and he had the ball in his hand a lot. You know, so I don't know what he really is. I just know a lot of people talk about him.
Yeah, I know that I value what David Aldridge says, and Aldridge wrote a column that I thought was really good, and it was take AJ. Like, don't overthink this. I'm looking at Sam Vecini in The Athletic says, Washington Wizards, number 1. I'm sticking with Debonsa here for now, as we have since lottery night. The team has done a lot of research into Peterson to understand everything it needs to know about him. But Debonsa remains the pick as the most likely option for the Wizards and the best fit for what the team needs, according to league-wide sources. It's, I don't know, man. It's a very interesting time. I think, they quoted my interview, B. Look at this. Washington's lead executive, Michael Winger, said in an interview with the local NBC station in Washington that leadership is an attribute he looks for in a number 1 pick. Peterson is considered an exceptionally hard worker by all sources connected to him, but his leadership ability has been questioned as he's regarded as a quiet introvert. Peterson is a stone-cold killer on the court in terms of competitiveness, but Debonsa is viewed by NBA sources as a more dynamic personality with leadership tendencies both in the locker room and in the community.
Yeah, but see, the thing about it is being loud don't make you a damn leader. I just finished having a conversation with somebody about his 2 sons. Just because a kid is not very, very outgoing and loud doesn't mean it doesn't mean he's not a leader. Totally. Art Monk didn't talk. He was a damn leader. D. Green wasn't very, very vocal. He was a leader. I don't understand why people think you got to be just outlandishly crazy. Joe Gibbs didn't yell a lot, but he was a leader. You know what I'm saying? So just because you are, hey, do it. No, that's sometimes they showboating. Sometimes they just showing, trying to act like they are when they're not. There are a lot of guys who lead by example. And if you're a hard worker and you're the number 1 pick, you know what everybody else do on the team? Follow you. So that's leadership, right?
if that's his thing, is that he's an incredible hard worker. if they start winning games, people are going to do what that dude does. I don't know this. I personally, this should be about who's the best basketball player on the court. Period.
Totally.
I do not want how this player can engage the community to be a factor. Jalen Brunson, I'm here in New York. I hope I don't get beat up saying this. Jalen Brunson's not the most engaging superstar, right? Like, he seems kind of quiet to himself.
People love him.
He's a stud. They win games. They just won a championship. Like, I don't want a part of the Dybantsa-Peterson debate to be about who's going to be better giving away turkeys on Thanksgiving.
You know what?
If one of them's going to smile and take a ton of pictures, if one dude's just not that into it.
If he giving away turkeys and not playing good basketball, I have a problem with him.
I want the best player, period.
Yes.
Now, I'm reading this from David Aldridge, who we both know and respect very much. The 19-year-old Dybantsa just has too much potential to become the kind of star the Wizards haven't had around here since Chris Webber's brief tenure in D.C. He's a dynamic young big man with the talent and charisma to make the city remember that it's a basketball town first before everything else. And after Dybantsa led the nation in scoring at BYU and shot 51% from the floor, becoming just the fifth college basketball player in the last 40 years to average at least 25 a game while shooting at least 50%, it's hard to construct a scenario where Washington passes on his potential. Those C-Web teams, Rod Strickland, Rasheed Wallace, those were my favorite teams ever. The Gill years I loved, but still, in my life as a Wizards Bullet fan, it was C-Web wearing a Bullets jersey in Landover at the Cap Center was the pinnacle. That Bullets team got swept by the Bulls in the first round. That's back when it was 5-game series. And MJ said, watch out for that team. They're on the rise. Now, obviously, it didn't work out that way. But that may have been, I'm not even BSing here, B. That may have been the highlight of my Bullets/Wizards fandom of my life. Juwan Howard, Calbert Chaney. Then you go trade big for small, and it was just a disaster after that. But there was that brief glimpse of incredible. And I don't know if DA is making a Dybantsa to Webber comparison, or he's saying this could be the best player here since Webber. But damn, that is exciting. And I think, I don't know, I'm not going to speak for you. I think you and I both perhaps lean Peterson.
Listen, Jay.
But I'm going to be thrilled if it's Dybantsa.
You know what I lean towards? Whoever gets on the court and play. I've said before, getting someone who's good with the community, who ain't paying out turkeys, that's a bonus.
Right.
If the guy's not a good basketball player, I could care less what he does after that. If he's a damn good basketball player and he's good with the community, cool. But don't start telling me about community before if he can play or not. That's the first thing you know my little thing, the first job mentality. If your first job is great, you can do whatever the hell you want to do. But if your first job is not very good, I don't need you doing nothing else. I need you to be doing more time working on your game. So when people start doing that type of stuff, when people immediately go to, oh, look how he is in the community. Why? Why I need to know how he is in the community? If he's a damn good basketball player, that's what I care about most.
Absolutely. Get me the guy that's going to win the most games.
Yes.
I think I'm reading this from DA again. There's this too. Dybantsa has a public-facing persona. Peterson, in his own words, is an introvert. There's nothing wrong with leading by example and letting your actions speak for you. A fella named Tim Duncan did it quite effectively in San Antonio.
Big time.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander doesn't have a look-at-me persona either. But the Wizards don't just need better players to reignite a fan base that has been waiting a long time to see competitive basketball. They need some star power. They need a player who excites both the hardcore hoop heads in town, the folks who go to Berry Farms in the summer and watch the WCAC teams go at each other's necks starting around Thanksgiving and bounce from Maryland to Georgetown to George Mason to GW and the casual fan who just wants to have a fun night at Capital One Arena. Along those lines, Ted Leonsis owns the Wizards. Most of the times, owners should be quiet and their front offices and coaches run the teams. But when it comes to number one, the owner is entitled to have a say. I do not think Leonsis is telling Michael Winger and Will Dawkins who to draft. I do think he is well within his rights in this case to ask, if it's that close between the two and we can't go wrong either way, why wouldn't we take the guy who'll sell a few more tickets and merch or up our local TV ratings a point or two?
You know what? I'll say this here, and Dave's my dude. But if a guy's scoring 30 a night, I don't give a damn if he's talking to the fans or not. People going to still show up because they're coming to be entertained. You don't have to be a loudmouth for people to want to come see you play basketball. You got to be exceptional at the game you have in basketball. So I've seen a lot of dudes that are very boisterous, can't play, and they still don't have people in the seats. So it comes down to who's going to, like Steph on the court made you want to come see him. He didn't have to do nothing off the court. Steph shooting the basketball made people want to see him. Not that he would go talk to you or this, that, or the other. The fact that he would shoot the ball when he stepped across half court. The fact that he would knock down 10, 13 3-pointers in a game. They didn't care about all the other stuff. They cared about watching him play because he was exceptional at what he did.
I want a killer. I don't like Steph Curry seems to be a truly nice gentleman.
Mm-hmm.
He and I had a very brief but polite interaction once at Augusta. Like he seems to be the kind of guy that if an old lady was having trouble getting her luggage up into the overhead compartment, he would pick it up and put it in there for her, right?
Mm-hmm.
But on the basketball court, he's an absolute assassin.
He'll cross her over.
Dude, Anthony Edwards.
And try to dunk on her.
I remember in last year's playoffs when the T-Wolves were so good and Ant was healthy, he did an interview afterwards with, I think it was SVP, and SVP said, "What's your mindset out there?" He said, "I want to kill everyone." Like, that's what I want. And I do think DeBonce is that guy. I think you've seen some of it with, yeah, I think he wanted to go to Utah, but he just wants to go number one because that's important, and he wants to prove he's the best.
Yep.
So I like that. We're gonna
and Anthony Edwards, as good as he is in basketball, he hadn't shown up in some moments. And I guarantee if he's showing up in those moments, there'd be more people in their seats than if he was the guy who said all the crazy stuff. See what I'm saying? It comes down to your play, not what you say.
Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. Who do you want? Number one pick tonight. Sinai is in D.C. Sinai, what's up, man? Who's your guy tonight?
Oh, I think it's AJ DeBanza. And shout out to John Wall, but wasn't it last week where Darren Peterson was saying he wanted to be a point guard? And so, I mean, that would take the ball out of Trae Young's hands a lot more than DeBanza would potentially. So I think AJ's the go. And he had like 6 35-point games in college, 2 of them being 40 balls or better. I mean, he's a bucket, and he's a killer like you guys just said. So I'm all in on AJ.
Appreciate you, Sinai. Taking your calls next, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Who do you want at number one?
Brought to you by the largest fireworks store in the East Coast, Guerrilla Fireworks. The NBA draft is tonight. Wizards pick number 1. Still not sure who they're going to take. 8 p.m. is the start time at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn. Junkies live NBA draft show tonight as well at the Anthem downtown, 7 p.m. over on the Team 980. Nationals continue their homestand Monday night with another win, beating the Phillies 4-1. Couple of more home runs. Foster Griffin was great on the mound. Nats are tied again for the final NL wildcard spot. And James Wood and C.J. Abrams in studio with us today with Grant and Danny today, 3 p.m. here on The Fan. Guerrilla Fireworks is the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, now open, featuring all major brands, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, Roman candles, and more. 30 minutes from the DMV in Charlestown, West Virginia. Guerrilla Fireworks, 1 mile from Hollywood Casino, celebrate 250 years of America by lighting up the sky. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Taking your calls now, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Who do you want tonight? What do you want to happen? Debonsa? Overwhelmingly, the betting markets would tell you that it's going to be Debonsa. There does seem to be, like music hipsters? Like people that find this band and they really love this band and they love them so much they don't want you to know about it. There seems to be some NBA draft hipsters with Darren Peterson. There's like this undercurrent of, he's actually the guy. Mm-hmm. He should be the pick. And so I feel like we continue to hear that, and that leads some level of question about who it's going to be tonight. But I think it's going to be Debonsa. Let's go to Thomas in D.C. Thomas, who's the pick tonight and why?
Okay, Mr. Finley. First off, my uncle played for the Redskins from 68 to 76. His name was Willie Banks.
Okay, who do you want them to draft?
Options breed opportunity. Not everybody fits his system. I love Debonsa. He's physical. He's athletic. But if you can get a king's ransom from the Jazz and move down and take Peterson and possibly get Ace Bailey, who wanted to be with you anyway, you really want gentlemen who want to be where you are. You play for the name on the front of the jersey, not the back. And you got to get what fits your system. I understand what Mr. Wall is talking about. He physically played against that gentleman. He knows what he is. And if there's not a margin of difference between the two in your eyes, then I think that you got to give yourself more options for opportunity. If you can get other picks, other players, which allow you more opportunities to move down one for a margin you don't deem is so great, then I would say you move down and you take Peterson. I love every guy 1 through 4. I like Caleb Wilson. But I don't think he's the pick at 1. I think that you have to remember that this is Washington, and unlike the gentleman said before, this is a football town. This is a town who had a great returner in Mike Mills and chose the options of a Brian Mitchell, who gave you flips out the backfield and was one of the very first people I've ever seen as a running back to catch the ball out of the backfield. That's like a Pro Bowler, and they should know it. And I think you take the options because you have more options to not fail. If it
Appreciate
doesn't
you,
work
man.
out to be a great pick,
Appreciate the call there, Thomas. I will not hate a trade.
Yeah?
I will not. And I know
I saw
that
some report yesterday that said they are not going. They have said they're not going to. But then after I read it a little bit, they say, well, presently they're not thinking about trading. Until that pick is made, anything can happen.
Yeah, DA said I'm trying to read exactly what DA wrote. The Wizards aren't trading the pick, no matter the fever dreams of the uninformed and gullible on social media. I think the Wiz might trade to get back into the first round, but I think there is something to they've been bad for so long and they finally got number one that you kind of got to use it because they've been awful and missed on the lottery balls with Flag particularly. So I think you got to take it. I think it's likely to be Debonsa. I'm cool with Debonsa. What does Rodney think? Rodney, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up, man?
I would love AJ Debonsa. I think he's had a lot of upside. The only thing I question about him is defensively. I think he has the mindset. I think he has the want to. But do we, like the other caller previous said before, do we want to be here? But I'm glad y'all said a trade. And speaking about trade, I would trade the number one pick for Jaylen Brown. Even though you locked up Trae Young with $200 million, bring in Jaylen Brown. He's a winner. He's defensively, he's a mindset, and bring the same thing like Paul Pierce brought here when he came here to the Wizards. Yeah, I would love that. But I will go with AJ Debonsa.
All right, man.
I don't think you're trading the number one pick for Jaylen Brown. Do you?
No.
He's a hell of a player.
But I tell you like this here, Jaylen Brown, he's better than any number one pick he got in this draft. Tell you that. That's instant.
Well, then do you trade it for him?
I mean, they're not going to do it. But if it were to be made, I wouldn't have a problem with it.
What if Boston called?
They will not answer.
They were willing
any
to
call.
trade. They were willing to trade Brown to the Bucks.
They're going to the Wizards will be answering every call coming in. Believe that. Now, what they do afterwards would be a different thing.
You think Boston would call?
I don't know. But what if? I mean, Boston was talking to them about getting a guy who's already established. Boston not in the position, or they're not trying to sit up here and grow something. They want stuff to be going. They already got their guy. If they were to be trading Jaylen, they feel like they want to add somebody to him, not no young dude.
Listen, this is possibly an incredibly stupid hypothetical conversation. But if Boston called, like the caller just suggested, now Jaylen Brown's 30. But, dude, if you had a 2-year window with Trae Young, Jaylen Brown, and Anthony Davis, Cap One would be sold out. They got those new vault suites sold out.
Well, they talk about you got to have the guy going to put butts in the seats. Jaylen Brown will put butts in the seats. But I don't think they're building this thing that way here.
And he's durable. Like, Jaylen Brown plays 65 games a year. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
And this past year with no Tatum was certainly his highest scoring year. I don't think that's going to happen, but it's kind of fun to think about. I was ready to be super dismissive of it. I also don't think you can trade the number one pick for a 30-year-old. Because you're talking about if this number one pick hits, if it's Debonsa and he's the guy, you've got him for 15 years. You got him for 11.
You hope. You hope.
So, B, are you more Peterson than Debonsa?
Jay, I could care less. I just want people to understand you don't just automatically jump on somebody's side because other people say it. You want to look at the whole thing, okay? Head-to-head matchups, this, that, and the other. If your plan for this Wizards team is to have somebody of Debonsa's capability, you go with that. If not, and you want a guy like a Peterson who could do just as much stuff, not as big as him, but he could do just as much stuff, and head-to-head he's beating him, you go that way. But the whole thing of a ball player is a ball player. I saw the smallest guy in the finals be the best player overall. Okay? So I don't care how big. People are like, well, he's a bigger body. That doesn't mean better. Jalen Brunson wasn't the biggest body out there, but he was the best in the whole damn finals.
Now, one thing I have heard about Peterson, when you talk about the size, is he has good size if he's the 1, but if he's the 2, it's not small, but he's not a huge player. I watched this thing that Peterson really doesn't watch games. He only studies tape. So, if the Final Four or whatever, I don't think Peterson was watching that. I think he's a unique cat.
I rather the guy who studies tape, because you know when you're studying tape, you're looking at what people are trying to do and things of that nature. When you're watching games and TV, you got the hype meter pushing the games and the TV. So if he's watching the actual tape of the games, he gets to break it down. He don't hear nobody like promoting this person, that person. Watching the games, you could be misconstrued.
Do you think there's any chance? What do you think is more likely? Because, White Bride, tell me if I'm wrong. I believe Carlos Boozer, Cam's father, works for the Jazz now, right? I think he's in their front office.
Mm.
Do you think it's at all? What is more possible, that Peterson goes 1, or that Utah then takes Boozer and Peterson goes 3?
I'm not seeing that.
Even with his old man in the front office?
Yeah, I just don't see that one.
I don't think I do either, but NBA draft can be wild, man.
Hey, then again, you never know. They just saw Jalen and his dad win one with the league, the NBA, ML, all of them are copycats. So you never know what could happen.
That's true. I didn't even think about that part.
Hey, get his dad in here, boy. We get in, boy. We can win the championship.
I have a feeling we get there tonight, and it's the Bonza. What I'm really interested in, what else could happen? And when you look at, we were talking yesterday, a ton of NBA, and the Wiz maybe, they have gotten into the back half of the second round over the last couple of years, right? Mm-hmm. Will Riley was a pick. Keyshawn was a pick. You're telling me with Anthony Davis sitting there, and the Pistons had a phenomenal regular season last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the playoffs, they kind of got, I think, exposed a little as a team that just doesn't have enough scoring yet. The Pistons have 21. Chase Hughes talked me into this Jaden Quaintance guy from Kentucky that was hurt, but he's a legit big fella, 6'10", 260.
Mm-hmm.
I want them to add some bulk to help Sarr. I want some size in the middle added in this draft. I just wonder if there's another move coming, whether it's Davis or it's some collection of their current young players. And I know you got to match. Like, it's different in the NFL because the cap is so different that you can just trade a player for picks and then cut somebody else. You know what I mean? Because the contracts aren't guaranteed and it's a very different structure. You do have to match the salaries, which makes all this so complicated. And I don't know how you match Anthony Davis's incredibly large salary. But that, now that you pay Trae Young, I don't think you can give AD a contract extension. I just, that to me, we're about to do our GOAT segment, right? And our GOAT segment is we talk about the greatest of all time. This one, in honor of the Trae Young contract, is going to be a little complicated because we're going to do what is the worst sports contract of all time? What is the GOAT of bad contracts? And
it's kind of misleading, though. I don't think this is a bad one.
Okay. You and I don't think Trae is. Yeah. People do. You and I think it's reasonable. I just think you have to pay up for players, and the money in the NBA is astronomical. For me, I think some of the worst contracts are baseball-related. Obviously, Albert Hainsworth's name is going to be invoked in this conversation. Mm-hmm. I mean, golly, that was
Rendon.
So yeah, there's some bangers on this list. We're going to do that next at noon. You'll hear from George Kittle talking about technically his teammate, Brandon Ayuk. Very, very interesting comments. Then we'll open the phones for an Ayuk discussion. It is B. Mitch and Finley. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Whenever you hear centuries means it's time for GOATs. We discuss the greatest of all time. A lot of talk about contracts, so we decided to discuss the worst contracts given out in sports. Unfortunately, a number of these are local, B. or
a lot of them are local.
Teams and players we saw.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have a ton of time because we got to get to this Ayuk stuff. Why don't we let White Brian lead us off here?
Let's go, B.
Dub B. Worst contracts in sports history.
All right, third, close to home, I'm going Jason Bay, signing with the New York Mets. Just a complete disaster. 2, Deshaun Watson, Cleveland Browns contract.
Ooh, I didn't think about that.
And the worst contract of all time, the Orioles signing Chris Davis to a 7-year, $160 million contract. Year after he hit 47 homers. It's pretty much terrible for the entirety of that contract.
He was so good that 1 year.
Yeah.
He was such a monster.
Yeah.
And that was terrible.
Yeah.
Those are good. Stallion, what do you got?
All right. I mean, seriously, like you could do a local one, but I mean,
You really could just
a lot of them are local.
I know a lot of them are local. Number 3 is Albert Hainsworth.
Yeah.
So 7 years, $100 million, most guaranteed money ever, with $41 million back in 2009. Quick story: Albert Hainsworth actually came to my school because some kid won like an NFL Play 60 contest, and he had to run a lap around the track with
he
the
couldn't
kids,
do it.
and he didn't run. He sat there. Seriously. True story.
Well, he did
Woodburn
that. He did
Elementary.
that in his conditioning test too.
Exactly. So that's a true story.
Yeah.
And literally did not run as it was advertised. So
Did they say like, "Oh, okay, Albert, it's your turn to run a lap," and he just stood there?
he just stood there. I mean, I still remember the kid.
Did he
remember,
take pictures and sign autographs?
Yeah, I mean, he definitely did not want to be there. But I think like the Washington Post wrote up about it. Like you can find it. A kid won some contest and he showed up, and he literally just showed up.
They
That was
probably
it.
didn't tell him about the running part. He would have never admitted to do it. He would never committed to doing it.
Yeah, so he's number 3. Number 2, I'm going to go Russell Wilson. 5 years, $245 million, cut after
Denver.
2 years.
The Denver contract, right?
Yeah, the Denver contract. Just brutal. I mean, there's no other way around it. Like, he was supposed to be the savior, and I think the expectations kind of why.
That was once he had been taken over by the alien.
Yes.
Late career Russ Wilson was an alien and terrible.
Yes. And then number 1, Anthony Rendon. 7 years, $245 million in over 5 years with the Angels. He had a 3.8 B WAR. In 2019, with the Nationals alone, he had a 7.3 B WAR. All-star.
How many games did he play in that contract?
Over 5 years, 257
It was a 7-year deal. He played
games.
257 games. That's well over 1,000 games. He played less than 25%.
He never played more than 60 games on that contract.
Yeah. Yep. And it was just brutal. So I think he has the worst contract of all time. And even then, with that same logic, you could throw in Steven Strasburg as well, but I'm going to ignore that.
Strasburg, and who's the other pitcher that you had? He was really good in the World Series, but you have a signed jersey of his.
Patrick Corbin. He's Game 7 winner in the World Series.
Yeah.
I'd sign that contract again.
I think the worst is you buying that jersey.
It was a lot of money.
Yeah, a lot. You made a big mistake.
Jeffrey, what do you got?
Okay, first. Kirk Cousins to the Falcons. Third, he didn't do anything. And he was hurt.
He was good 1 year, but yeah.
Yeah, no. Then I have to go with Russell Westbrook to the Lakers. Oh, man, my cousin is a Lakers fan. He hated that move. Their whole fan base was pissed off. And number 1, it have to be Albert Hainsworth. Being a fan of this team as a kid and watching him lay on the field and give up on plays, like our coach was literally telling us, don't be like Albert Hainsworth, like yelling at us. Don't be like Albert Hainsworth. If you get down, get up and run. It really ticked me off because, Ashburn Syndrome, Jeff, thought Albert Hainsworth was going to come here and do some damage. I was excited as a kid.
That was peak owner taking control and ruining stuff.
Oh, big time.
Shout out to Dan Snyder. Hope all's well in London.
Big time.
Me or you, B?
You go.
All right. Number 3, Hainsworth. just a disastrous move. Just true. And like you sign him to the outrageous contract, then you ask him to play out of position, then you got a coach that hates him. Like it was just a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
Number 3, Deshaun Watson. I mean, shout out to David Mulligetta for negotiating that fully guaranteed deal. It was the only way Cleveland was getting that quarterback, and it has just been a disaster throughout its tenure between injuries, everything else. But the number 1 for me, Ben Simmons. Do we remember Ben Simmons with the Sixers?
Mr. Next LeBron?
Doug, they signed him to a 5-year, $177 million contract extension. When he signed that thing, he was averaging like 14 points a game. Then the injuries start. Then the holdout starts. He never averaged more than 7 points per game on a 5-year, $177 million contract. And do you remember how it got to a point with him where he wouldn't shoot? He was scared to shoot? That Ben Simmons, 5 years, $177 million. Help me with the math, B. I mean, that's like, I don't even know, 30 mil a season or something? It's insane.
Yeah, 30 plus.
Insane.
Yep, that was bad.
Anybody that wants to scream about Trae Young, that wasn't that long ago. NBA contracts are nuts.
Yeah, see,
Ben Simmons, worst contract ever.
The thing about it, all these contracts we're discussing, they've already happened. So people that just automatically throw Trae Young up there, I think is ridiculous.
I did want to add on Rendon.
Well,
throughout his career, there were questions how much he cared and loved baseball.
Remember he said something, it wasn't his favorite sport or something like that.
Right, he
didn't
said it's
like
my
it.
job.
Yeah.
Right. So for the Angels to give him that money was just insane. But I got love for Rendon, much like Strasburg and Corbin. Like they want a ring. Flags fly forever. So you're cool with me, Tony.
They fly forever, but that's why I give him. I'm going Rendon. Well, I'm gonna go third. I'm gonna go Ben Simmons, Deshaun Watson, Rendon the worst. Baseball of all those sports, I think, is less taxing. And that dude played 22, 23% of the games for a 7-year deal, $240+ million. That's not good, bro.
You got to do your homework. Like Cleveland, with all the stuff in the Deshaun Watson world, at least Cleveland was like, we're never going to get a star quarterback. This is our opportunity. We're going all in. And it didn't work, but I can understand it. The Angels, you got to do the homework on the kid. And he didn't love baseball.
But like, I mean, sometimes though, Jay, like people say, look, it's my job. I hear all kind of people saying that about this sport. It's my job.
Right.
And I do it. You know what I'm saying? But if it's your job and he got this far, he loved it somewhere along the way. But you can't guarantee, once the injuries start coming in, that's when you find out how much somebody loves something. See, playing the game, you can say it's your job and it's good. Once you get injured, will you constantly go back again and again and again and again? That's the problem where we found out he wasn't willing to go through that to get back. You watch some guys get injured, hell, they're like, I'll be right back. Don't worry about it. I'll be back. And they go out there and they love the rigors and all the toughness and the bad things through the sport. Because you know you got to get through that sometimes to be good. He didn't like that.
Let's have a conversation about how much somebody loves the sport. We're going to talk George Kittle, San Francisco 49ers tight end, who clearly loves ball, puts everything on the line. Had some interesting comments about technically his current teammate, Brandon Ayuk, who sure seems to want to be a Washington Commander. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Brought to you by the Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational. We finally get the answer tonight. Who will the Wizards take number one in the NBA draft? Things get underway in Brooklyn at 8 p.m. We found out yesterday Trae Young intends to stay in Washington 4 years, $212 million. He'll make $49 million from the Wiz next season. Blockbuster NBA trade last night. Bucks finally deal two-time league MVP Giannis Antetokounmpo a package of players and 3 first-round picks to Miami. Baseball Nats get another win over the Phils last night, 4-1, tied again for the final NL wildcard spot. And James Wood and C.J. Abrams show up in studio with us with Grant and Danny today, 3 p.m. here on The Fan. More artists, more talent, more ink. The 3rd annual Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational is back June 26th through the 28th at Fredericksburg Convention Center. Experience 3 days of live tattooing and tattoo competitions at our biggest show yet, presented by Black Horse Tattoo Studio. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
No doubt. High noon in the District of Columbia. High noon in New York City. I'm up here for the NBA draft tonight, working from the legendary WFAN studios. B holding it down in the Navy Yard. And Brian, as you know, PFT Commenter is a friend of the program. I'm a loyal listener to his podcast, the Pardon My Take podcast, probably the biggest sports podcast in the world. And they had a really interesting interview yesterday. Now, before we get to that, I got to remind you, Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
Exactly. So, the Pardon My Take podcast gets huge guests all the time, routinely, right?
Mm-hmm.
And George Kittle is a friend of theirs. It certainly seems like it. And there is Tight End University going on this weekend.
Yeah.
This is a tradition started many years back down in Nashville, where a lot of the tight ends, the best tight ends in the NFL, and maybe even some college kids, go for workouts. And I think it turns into a pretty big party by the end of it. They play some golf, but, you know, it's all about the technique of the position. And it's kind of tight ends celebrating tight ends, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, tight ends consider themselves the best athletes on football teams because they both have to block and run routes. There's some argument to that.
Well, running backs got to do that too.
That's true. That's certainly true.
All right. Yeah.
So it's an interesting world, right? But this tight end university is going on, and George Kittle was on, Pardon My Take, to, you know, talk about tight end U, and then at the end, PFT commenter, noted Commanders fan, asked Kittle about his teammate, Mr. Brandon Ayuk.
The last time I saw Ayuk was, call it week 6, 7, or 8. I don't really know. But I used to make it a habit of mine to go out early in the morning before meetings to watch him train because he'd always be out there early. And I watched him run over 22 miles an hour and stop on a dime. So he's still got it. Or at least, you know, that was 8 months ago. So I don't really know. But yeah, you guys have fun with that, I guess.
Yeah, thank you.
That's perfectly put.
I'm gonna have a lot of fun with that.
Perfectly put.
I guess.
Still got it. Have fun with that, I guess.
Yeah.
You have fun with all that comes with it.
Once he gets to us, then he'll finally be happy, and every bad thing's going to go away.
Yeah, you're right. I wouldn't be happy either after a team paid me $130 million.
It's interesting.
Listen,
now,
man. Listen. The kid has unbelievable athletic ability. But I think when you start looking deep into this thing, you wonder, when things go his way, can he be perfect? And when soon things go the other way, will he flip on you? I think that's a logical question to ask. Because George may have sounded like he was being funny, but this happened after they paid him. You know what I'm saying? So all of the people that want to make that excuse for it, like, hey, that should show you that somebody like you or really care about you. But the things that he needed to do, he wasn't doing either. So, I don't know.
That's the thing with all this. We had a caller call in yesterday and be like, everybody's mad at Ayuk, but nobody cared when Eli forced his way off the Chargers. And that had some merit. I mean, Eli has generally
people were pissed off at Eli and his family for that too.
Right.
I mean, but that was 30-something years ago.
And Eli, this wasn't a second contract. Like, Ayuk signed the extension.
Yes.
And then got mad. You didn't have to sign the extension. You could have waited and gone to free agency. Obviously, something happened, and it was significant. To me, there are two major parts of Kittle's comments. You saw him running 22 miles an hour and stop on a dime. Physically, there has been the question, physically, is he back? Now, that's not taking on a safety over the middle, but if he can run like that last year, I would assume physically he's back.
Okay.
That's a huge part of this question. The other part of the question is mentally. Do you love football? Are you locked in? Or are you ready to go this season? And for Kittle to be like, yeah, have fun with all that.
He just saying it's mental stuff with him.
Yeah.
He brings a little drama with him. And can you handle that? I mean, that's the ultimate thing. Can this team handle it? Like, listen, I would say this. They shouldn't have to. Any player individually shouldn't have to deal with somebody else's ish. But the thing of it is, are they equipped enough to handle that if that was to come about? That's the question. And yes, there are veterans on this team. There are guys, I think, but I still don't know the guys that will step up to you, grab you around the damn neck and say, look, get that stuff out of here now. We are here for a team. We're here to do something. We're not putting up with that. I don't know that person yet. It could be somebody on the squad. I don't know who that is.
For me, there's three things. Physically, Ayuk's got it. He's going to bring some element of noise to the team.
Mm-hmm.
Noise cannot necessarily be negative, but it's another element that you're bringing to the team.
Yeah.
But three, Kittle has been asked about this before and has always been complimentary, good teammate. I know Kittle said that after his big injury that I texted him.
Yeah,
right. Yeah. That Kittle's going, he didn't go hard, but he threw a jab, right?
Yeah.
That Kittle is doing that in this scenario also clearly tells me everybody knows this is happening. Like,
oh, yeah.
The Niners aren't pretending like they're going to even bring him to camp.
Yeah.
But there's still that element. He's got to show up to camp.
100%.
Do you think there's any chance he won't?
I don't know. See, the thing about it, the longer he doesn't show up and do his part, they can drag this thing on. They can play games. And I mean, I don't think people really understand that. If he doesn't show up, they can play games with him. And the game they're playing is they can keep you on this list and don't pay you. They don't have to pay you when you're not on this list. So for me, I can dislike you all I want. And I feel if I show up, I get released, I am in your damn face, smiling, cheesing, chest cat. I'm going to make you hate me so much. Bye. We're going to cut you now. I'm not going to let you play me, just drag me along. And when I walk in, ain't nothing you could say can make me do something stupid when they could get me now for conduct detrimental. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They have options to keep playing this game. I would hope that they have bigger fish to fry and they don't have to worry about this, but they can play this game with you if they want to.
I want to open the phones on this. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Also got to tell you, James Wood and C.J. Abrams are going to be in the studio this afternoon with Grant and Danny at 3 o'clock. It should be a very cool opportunity to hear live from Wood and Abrams stopping by the studio. That's cool. Those guys are going to come by. Specifically with Ayuk, does it change anything that Kittle says physically he's good to go?
For me, no. I need to see you doing it against people, against talent, against, like, we have seen people all the time show up at mini camps and working out and doing stuff, running without any resistance. When I see the resistance is when I start to believe. That's why when I'm asked questions in the off season, in mini camps, in OTAs, I tell people I don't know yet. And they go, well, why don't you know you played? Because the fact that I played tells you should be waiting just like I'm waiting. Because when you don't have competition going against you, everybody can look good.
To that point, Antonio Williams, when we got to watch him in minicamp, I thought it looked pretty damn good.
Yeah.
But I hesitate to
He got to take
say
another
anything.
step.
Well, he's also – DBs aren't bumping him. He's not getting brushed off by linebackers. There's no pads. Like, let's see him get off press at the line of scrimmage in the NFL with pads on. Like, it's too early, right?
Yeah.
I do think it's positive to hear that Ayuk physically looked good as recently as last season because we haven't seen him in so long.
Yeah, he said he got out there and saw him running, and he stopped on a dime when he was working out with the trainers.
Probably on his own on the side field.
Okay.
800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. I hear three things from George Kittle, a teammate of Brandon Ayuk's his entire NFL career. These two have shared a locker room for some time. I believe there's a level of closeness inherent with that. BA can still go physically. BA brings some level of noise. And the Niners players know he's gone. They know it's over. Do you want Ayuk knowing, hey, physically he's good to go, but there is going to be some stuff? When he says good luck with all that, I think it's pretty obvious that there's some stuff involved there.
That's just who he is. I mean, this is basically telling you that he was this before all of this happened. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because he hadn't been in the building in how long? So the stuff that he's talking about, that he brings the noise, that was happening before, right?
Yeah. Let's hit these phones. My guy Jonesy is on the line. Jonesy, what do you think about George Kittle's Brandon Ayuk comments?
What's going on, JP? How you feeling, man?
I'm good, bud. How about you?
Mitch.
What up, brother?
What's up, Vegas?
Chilling.
Hey, listen up, man. Look, man. What I think he failed to realize is he's playing with the ultimate petty dude in Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan was here, if you all remember. And I remember that dude being in some petty interviews, and he is, I don't know, man. It's just something about that dude. Good coach, heck of a coordinator as far as calling plays and things of that nature. But when it comes to just being a real damn good wholesome person, I don't know about that. We got to look into that a little more. But Ayuk, he need to get it together and figure out, do we want to play ball first of all? Get into those camps or whatever have you. Like I said, make some people sick of you to make them want to get rid of you so you can go do what you want to do here as far as playing ball. But I like to have them, but we need to check that mental status first.
It's interesting how much fans are willing to dismiss the beef in San Fran as Kyle Shanahan driven.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's a two-way street. Like, the way I look at this is I'm guessing both parties have done some dirt and the relationship is irreparable. And I'm not letting the coaching staff front office off the hook at all, but I think it's naive to suggest Ayuk's just a innocent victim in all this either.
Yeah, I understand that, but like as you always say, two things can be true. And
right.
Who has final say in this thing? The coach.
And
in the front
at
office.
This point,
yeah.
At this point where players are openly talking about him not being a part of the organization and the guys posting these crazy videos rooting for another NFL team, nominally his competition, just release them.
What he's doing is annoying to me. Like, rooting for the team while they not doing anything. I mean, but the thing of it is, just go show up, deal with whatever you got to deal with the speeding stuff, and get the hell out of there. But if you don't show up, they can string this along, man. That's all I'm saying. I'm like, listen, he say you can still run, you physically there. I want to start seeing that. If you're going to be here, I want to see you practicing with this team, getting ready to play. I don't want to see little videos, little clips little sayings, gay, go. I don't care about all that. I care about putting the work in to become a player and an asset to this squad. That's what I care about.
Andre's in Alexandria. What's up, Dre? What do you make of the latest from George Kittle on Brandon Ayuk?
Oh, good. This question is directly at B. Mitch because he knows about NFL contracts, and I want to do a little role playing, putting on my GM hat, and seeing if I can write this in Ayuk's future contract with the Wizards, not the Wizards, chief, with the Commanders. And B. Mitch, get me out. If I'm the GM, I'm telling Ayuk and his agent, I'm putting a clause in this contract to protect the team interest if he starts some Ayuk, Antonio Brown-esque. Your contract is void. Now, we're going to treat you fairly, but if the minute you see something you don't disagree with it, you want to start some stuff, goodbye.
Listen, they can put some clauses in it to protect themselves. I think they have to at this point. And I think that's something that most teams do when they have people that seem to have little issues and have certain ways of acting. Most teams will do that. And if you don't, then you're crazy. That's all I gotta say.
They've got to.
Yeah, they got to do something.
That's a given. I would say.
You never know, man. Like I know people could say, "Well, Carl has been that way." Well, hell, we see him this way now. We don't know if this is him acting like this because something happened, or when things don't go his way, that's the way he responds. I don't know.
Here's the question for the phone lines. Is Brandon Ayuk worth all this stuff? Is it worth the mess, worth the trouble? Or is he misunderstood? Do you want to see Washington bring him in? Because it sure as hell seems like they're going to. Is that the right course of action for this team? Or should they just move forward? If you're on the phone, stay there. Alex, Mike, JR, I see you. If you want to join, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067 is B. Mitch and Finley.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. What a crazy 12 hours or so it's been in the NBA. The late-night Milwaukee deal sending superstar Giannis Antetokounmpo to Miami. Now tonight, the NBA draft, with the Wizards having the top overall pick. Things start at 8 p.m. Part of that trade last night, by the way, Bucks will get the 13th overall pick in the draft tonight. Nationals continue their homestand last night with a 4-1 win over Philadelphia. Nats again tied for the final NL wildcard spot, just a game and a half behind Philly now for the second wild card. They'll have another one, 2nd of 4 against the Phils tonight here in the Fan at 6:45. World Cup U.S. star Christian Pulisic returned to full training Monday, appears to be fully recovered now from the calf injury. U.S. plays its final group stage match Thursday night against Turkey at 10 p.m. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
The last time I saw Ayuk was, call it week 6, 7, or 8. I don't really know. But I used to make it a habit of mine to go out early in the morning before meetings to watch him train because he'd always be out there early. And I watched him run over 22 miles an hour and stop on a dime. So he's still got it. Or at least, that was 8 months ago. So I don't really know. But yeah, you guys have fun with that, I guess.
He's still got it, but you guys have fun with that.
Yeah.
B. Mitch and Finley here on NBA Draft Day. I'm coming to you live from the WFAN studios in New York City. I'll be at the draft tonight. B. Mitch holding it down in the Navy Yard studios. We've been pretty draft heavy, NBA heavy all day.
Yeah.
We're going to have Derek Fisher join us at 1 o'clock. Also, if you're looking for some baseball, it should be very cool to Grant and Danny have 2 Nats coming in studio with them, James Wood and C.J. Abrams. Ooh. 2 All-Stars coming in studio with them. I hope you better adjust those lights, B. Make sure James Wood doesn't hit his head on him. That's a big man coming in that studio.
He'll be all right.
He'll be all right.
Yeah.
But right now, we got to talk about this George Kittle comments on Brandon Ayuk. Physically, he's still got it. Kittle clearly knows Ayuk's not going to be part of the Niners anymore because he is willing to take a little bit of jab. Mm-hmm. And says good luck with all
he might
that.
not care. I mean, people don't just say stuff because the guy leaving the team. You could be on the team. There are certain guys who tell you right in your face.
Hell yeah.
So, I mean.
You were one of them.
Hell, you damn right. So, what I'm saying is, if you know it's not going to be there, whether he's, like most guys wait till the guy's gone. Nah. I mean, you're still, in essence, under contract. They don't care. At least Kittle don't care.
Let's let these phones weigh in. Our guy Alex is in Silver Spring. Alex, what's the word, dude?
Hey, fresh start. We're like AP said, everyone needs a second chance. Just look at Antonio Brown. He came to not Antonio Brown. What's his name for Philadelphia? The one that just left them to
AJ Brown?
The Patriots.
AJ Brown.
AJ Brown. Excuse me. There we go. Man, he got them. He helped them Philadelphia to a Super Bowl. Thank you. Then you get I can go on and on and on. But
you can go on and on and on. I go on and on with people that had the second chance and still screwed up. So don't make a difference either way or the other. Will he be able to come here and play and get back to that? It's the matter. It's not what A.J. Brown did. It's what he's going to do.
Yeah, but I mean, just like Kittle said, he said he still got it, but he said, but good luck with the rest of it. Hey, I mean, well, we want somebody to play, right? He can stop on a dime. So that's what we're looking for. And all the other stuff, I mean, there's something else behind it. I mean, you got to look at the other side too, B. Mitch, on the GM side and the 49ers camp. If a dude just walked away from $24 million, man, if I was in this dude's shoes, man, I would ship him out wherever he wants. I would even give him a bonus.
You can still play with him, bro. I understand what you're saying about looking at the other, and I'm looking at the other side. I've already said on this radio airways a lot of time, Kyle Shanahan is an ass, point blank. Didn't like him when he was here. But still, if you show up, you get released quicker. And I'm wondering why he won't make himself get released quicker.
Totally. There are so many red flags in this situation but at least half of them are on the Niners management. Why on earth? He posted a video rooting for another NFL team in your conference that you compete with. That's not enough to say, I'm done. I know we're in a stare down here, but I'm done.
They don't have to do anything, Jay.
I know, but
this is what fans aren't getting. The 49ers are not required to do a damn thing right now. When they put him on the did not report list, you know what I mean? Don't get paid.
They've already voided all the guarantees.
You already voided the guarantees, and they don't have to pay you. And if you continue, they could get this thing to a point where you could be on another list and be sitting around again.
Reserve left squad.
It's just, listen, bro, this is what I think fans are not getting. I know things get so pissed, so to a bad situation where you are going to walk away from things. But the way you get yourself freely released, show up. That's the part I can't understand.
It's not that complicated.
Because if you don't, they've been able to play this long because you didn't show up. They could change their mind at any time. And they will if you are starting to come around, because they damn sure don't want your negativity around their players now. So that's the reason I'll be showing up in a heartbeat.
JR is in Rockville. What's up, JR? What do you make of this Brandon Ayuk drama?
Yeah, guys, great show. Listen, I think there's a perspective here people are forgetting, and that is the Commanders' perspective. They don't have to do a damn thing either, and they haven't, and I think that should be really gratifying to fans. I mean, they could have traded a fifth or a sixth or something to the Niners to get him and played the Niners game. They didn't. Adam Peters knows this cat better than as well as anybody in the 49ers group, and I'm sure he's done his homework. And they are taking a complete zero-risk, high-return perspective on this. If he becomes available to them before camp, I'd say bring him in. Let's see what he's got. Don't pay him anything. Pay him all in incentives. And if he screws up, you send him out the door. And I really think the Commanders have done the right thing. And, the old days, Danny would have called Vinny and had him send, a second-round pick. And,
Vinny absolutely would have sent a third. You're definitely going to cut this player, but here's a third-round pick to speed it up.
And we're going to give him a new extension.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's interesting. I would like to see if he's got anything in the tank or he wants to play again. But I wouldn't risk a dime on him until he came and showed me that.
Yep.
Good call.
That's a damn good call right there.
I think we've seen that. If they had gotten to Saturday afternoon of the draft and said, you know what, let's just lock this Ayuk thing up and give him a sixth.
Yeah,
I think that would have been problematic. The dude is obviously not going back to San Francisco, and based on the social media content, clearly wants to be here. So you don't have to provide an asset. And if you lose him, if the Jets call up with a conditional seventh, then you lose him.
Yeah.
But if he gets to free agency,
you got him.
I think it's going to happen.
But the question would be the fact: does he ever get to the point where they haven't just like the caller said, they haven't done anything either? Does he finally get to the point where, damn, they didn't really come at me neither?
Hey, Jeff, I think you sent a tweet this morning. Do you know this guy, Kenny? KENNEYY _? Is that a friend of yours?
I think we follow each other, if I'm not mistaken.
So this is the mindset I can't understand. I feel like my commentary surrounding the Ayuk thing has been down the middle. I think it's pretty clear the Niners front office is undeniably a part of this, as is Ayuk. I think to see that in any other fashion is just naive or picking a side like politics or something.
Yeah.
So I said, George Kittle's comments on the Pardon My Take podcast tell me three things. BA has it physically and he's ready to play. BA does bring some off-field noise to the team, and the Niners players know BA is gone. Kenny replies to me, he's been in the league 5 years. We never heard any off-the-field noise until now. I was like, haven't we kind of been hearing this for the last 18 months? To which he says, yeah, since the injury, he wants out. That's obvious, but let's not paint a picture to destroy a man's character. No one's doing that.
I don't think anybody said anything about a person's character. I can't understand how people defend him so much and don't have a damn clue of who he is.
Right.
They don't know him just like we don't know Kittle or anybody else. How the hell do you defend somebody you don't even know? You don't know his character. How you going to defend his character?
It's crazy. My guy Tay, this was funny, B. Tay says, I hope he shows up to Niners camp in a Commanders jersey, which at this point, we've gone so far down the crazy train, maybe he will. I mean, he posted, did you see that he posted a picture of Mark Rippon holding the Lombardi?
Yeah, man. I mean, hey, I'm kind of like, don't bring that team into none of this. Let us rest.
Dude, what if he posts a B-Mitch picture?
No. No. I'm not with the games, bro. One thing about me, I'll be on your side, support you, but I'm not with the games.
Let's go to Chucky in Columbia. What's up, Chuck?
Hey, what's going on, man? First time calling, man, but
Appreciate
I love
it.
you guys' show.
Thanks, dude.
Yeah, I just think that he might mess up the team dynamics, man. I think we got enough in the we got enough in the receiver room. I don't want him to come in and think he's a prima donna and take over, try to take over the number one spot, and I think we got guys over there that they drafted, guys that can catch the ball, man. Make those guys play, and I don't even know if this guy can even play now. We don't even know if he can play. So, and it's too much drama, and Washington teams have always had too much drama around, and whenever we have too much drama around a guy, it just doesn't work. So, let's just move on, man, with what we got.
Chucky says, move on. Listen, man, they had a lot of drama last year at camp, and it did not help the team.
No, it didn't.
This would be different, and maybe he shows up here and there's zero drama. Like maybe just the drama is a creation of wanting out of San Fran.
We really hope.
But we don't know.
Yep,
Thanks for the call,
really
Chucky. Appreciate you, bud.
Like we always wondering why people do certain things. This whole social media thing has changed the way people think, bro. People like this type of stuff because they feel like they can be a part of it now. And if he come around, maybe they're going to be along the bandwagon with them. Bruh, it's still about winning football games in my book. I don't care about the social media aspect. I don't care that you could talk to a fan on the media, on social media, and then start thinking you're a part of the whole story. No, I care about guys strapping it up and playing. That's still number one in my book.
You play to win the game. Manny is in Southeast. Now, our friend Manny has been very pro-Brandon for a number of months. Manny, what do you think of George Kittle's comments? Any concerns?
Let's go, BA all day, man. So, Brian just said it, man. What's up, B. Mitch? What's up, Jeff, all y'all? Hey, Brian just said it, man. Win games. The man said he still got it. If he could get to this team and perform, that's what we want from him. I don't know why anybody is talking about we're being distracted, because that's not on us. That's that team and them people over there. My team is still doing what they're supposed to do. It's no distraction because that's not what they're hearing in camp. Last year was more of a distraction than any of this is going on right now, even
Manny,
though we being mentioned.
You don't think Commanders players are aware of all this stuff?
Of course they got social media, but you think they can't? Why do you think they care? Why would you think they care what's going on with Brandon Ayuk over there when they trying to make a team and play over here?
If
Like
you're
Brian said,
Van
the coach is
Jefferson
not
or
playing
Chris
with-
Hilton and you play receiver, you're damn sure paying attention about the former Pro Bowler that might be headed to town.
Listen, he's a
Jaden
Pro
Daniels
Bowler
supposed to be his
headed
best
to town.
friend. You don't think he sees this stuff?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He has something to do here. This is not what's going on in our camp. That's
Certainly
what's going
not
on over
in
there.
camp, but I think it's naive to suggest the Commanders players
I never
aren't aware
said
of all
that.
this.
You are saying that. I never said that they don't know. I just said that that's not a distraction for us. Last year, I literally said this, with Terry, was more of a distraction for our team, and you've seen it as it played out the year.
Sure.
Even though Terry came back strong the last six, 7 games, it was a distraction for our team. You know why? Because our team couldn't move forward not knowing what they needed to do with the players that they got, because Terry was our center point on offense.
I agree with that. That obviously made more of an impact, but I think it's naive to suggest that Dan Quinn's been asked about this, Adam Peters has been asked about this, Jaden Daniels has been asked about this, to suggest that this makes no impact.
It's a distraction.
Yeah, like what's currently
Whether it's
happening.
small or large, it's a distraction.
Correct. Scott is in Phoenix. Stay on hold, Scott. We'll take you when we come back. Plus, we got training camp dates for the Commanders and when fans can go see them. We'll give you the information when we return. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. NBA draft. We're going to talk to Derek Fisher in about 15 minutes. Fish got a bunch of championship rings, knows what it takes to win in the National Basketball Association. We're going to ask him
100%.
what he thinks of the Wizards holding the number one pick tonight. Right now, though, I want to round out these phones. George Kittle says Brandon Ayuk has it physically, and he wishes Washington well. Maybe he's just being sincere. Hope it works out. Not so sure. It is certainly the presumed landing spot for the former Pro Bowl wide receiver is right here in Washington, burgundy and gold. He's made no secrets that it's where he wants to be. What do you think about going to get him? Let's go to Chad in Alexandria. What's up, Chad?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Distraction or not, all I want to say is competition breeds greatness.
Sure. I think, listen, to Manny in Southeast is a great caller, and he said this is not a distraction for Washington, and he compared it to last year with Terry. Last year with Terry's contract situation, that was absolutely a daily distraction for the Commanders, right?
Yeah.
And Terry's practice habits and his competition on the field drive this team to be better. So not having him there was a real detriment. I'm not at all comparing this Ayuk situation to what that was, but that doesn't mean this Ayuk situation isn't some level of a something else for players to have to consider. Like, it just is. It does not compare to Terry's situation last year, but it doesn't mean it's a zero either.
I agree with you.
Let's go to Scott in Phoenix. Scott, what's up, dude?
Hey, fellas. I appreciate you taking my call. Just got to say really quick, B. Mitch, huge fan, lifelong Redskin fan. You're one of my favorite Redskins of all time, so it's an honor to be on with you guys.
Appreciate it, bro.
I just want to say really quick, I'm team sign Ayuk, man. Buy low, sell high. He's a flawed asset right now, but when I hear Ayuk talk about him running 22 miles an hour and stopping on a dime, suggests to me that his knee is fully healthy. He has been doing his rehab, because I don't know how you come off of that type of surgery, run that fast, and stop on a dime. So I think as long, and I will preference this, as long as you're not giving up anything and it's a low-risk contract, you have to make that move, because you don't get that caliber of receiver at that age come available to you like that. With his relationship with Jaden, I think Jaden is a player that can talk to him and keep him in line, and if not, you cut the guy. So I don't see how you don't make that. And there's other players in the league, Puka Nacua, guys like Antonio Brown, Tyreek Hill. You got guys like Geno Smith being brought up on charges of domestic. There's way bigger issues than the social media stuff, and he's never been in that type of trouble. So I say 100% sign that guy as long as it's low risk and you can get out of the deal.
Appreciate the call, Scott. How you listening to us out in Arizona? Odyssey app? He dropped. I'm curious. Before we get to any more calls, I want to remind you, Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't Rude, B.
It ain't right.
Let's go to our guy, Ryan, in Annapolis. What's up, Ryan?
How you guys doing?
We're good, man. How are you?
So I appreciate you guys letting me on here. But I just kind of want to talk about the whole George Kittle thing. I mean, what else is he supposed to say? I mean, he saw him going, 22 miles an hour. I mean, how true is that? We don't know. But is he supposed to bash the guy? Because that's not a good image for him. He's gonna wish him well if he goes to Washington or wherever he goes. He's gonna say, I hope the best for him. So I don't really take that much into consideration with that. And then, I mean, it's a low risk, high reward. I mean, we're not trading anything. This is a different ownership. We're no longer under the Snyder ownership of going out and spending crazy amount of money on guys that really don't like. I heard somebody bring up Hainsworth the other day. I don't think the situation is any way, shape, or form like that.
I agree with that. This is not like that. They're not going to pay him top dollar. Like, from a straight football strategy move, if when the Niners release him and Washington signs him, I'm with that. Straight football strategy, this is not something to knock the organization for. Let's see what this dude has left. Now, if they gave him a 4-year deal at $28 million per, that'd be a different conversation. But I don't expect that, and I think they will handle this the right way. So it's like what I say with CJ. Like, you can make the baseball case, whatever might happen with him, but you're going to have a PR problem. The Ayuk problem is PR. And whether or not Washington wants to handle that, whether or not they care, if he can catch touchdowns for you, it doesn't matter.
That's all that matters.
The professional sports has different rules for different people. And
all the time.
If you're really good, the rules are very different. Now, I wanted to be sure we got to this because the Commanders have now announced their training camp dates where fans will be there. Training camp set to open on July 28th. Gonna be a hot summer, B.
Oh yeah.
So July 28th. Let me get my.
We gotta get some good air in that tent.
Yes, we do. July 28th is going to be warm. Here's what we have. 5 training camp practices open to the public, and then 6 others open to only season ticket members.
Okay.
We see they are making a big push for these season ticket members things.
Yeah. Membership has privileges, dog. People can't get mad at that.
August 1st is open to the public. That's NFL Back Together Weekend. August 3rd, 4th, 5th for season ticket members. August 7th, Military Appreciation Day, open to the public. August 8th is open to the public. That is Kids Day. Then the 10th, 11th, 12th are season ticket members. The 18th and 19th are going to be open to the public. The one thing that's going to be really interesting is that, what game is that? They play, so August 12th is going to be the joint practice against the Dolphins.
Yeah.
And you're going to have fans in there?
Yeah.
It's going to be crowded, dog. There's
Very.
not that much space.
Yeah, that may be a limited amount of fans in that one. I think.
That one stood out to me when I saw that. I was like,
it's going to be a limited amount. It's not going to be full. It can't be full.
That is going to be crowded.
Yeah.
When we return, Derek Fisher joins the program. We're going to talk Trae Young contract and what the Wizards should do with the number 1 pick tonight.
Brought to you by the Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational. With the number one pick in the NBA draft, the Washington Wizards select. We'll find out tonight, about 7 hours from now. With the number one pick, 8 p.m. things start for the NBA draft up in Brooklyn, New York. Big start to the festivities last night with a big blockbuster trade as the Bucks sent two-time league MVP Giannis Antetokounmpo to Miami for a package of players and a deal that includes 3 first-round draft picks, including the 13th overall choice tonight in the draft. Baseball, Nationals get a win. Another Curly W, beating the Phillies last night 4-1. Couple of more home runs. Luis Garcia Jr. and Curtis Mead. Nats again tied for the final NL wildcard spot. Another one against the Phillies tonight, 6:45 here in the Fan. Before that, James Wood joins us, a guest in studio today with Grant and Danny at 3 p.m. here on the Fan. More artists, more talent, more ink. The third annual Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational is back June 26th through the 28th at Fredericksburg Convention Center. Experience 3 days of live tattooing and tattoo competitions at our biggest show yet, presented by Black Horse Tattoo Studio. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Busy day in the District of Columbia. We got Brandon Ayuk stuff. Nats beat the Phils last night. We got 2 Nats coming in studio. James Wood and C.J. Abrams. 2 hours from now.
I just dapped up James.
Oh, he's already there.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Tell him I say hi.
He's gone. I mean, I don't see him now. He's probably in there. He's doing some taping.
I know those guys a little bit. So those guys will be in studio at 3 o'clock, which is very cool. James Wood and C.J. Abrams, 2 guys that are going to the All-Star game before too long here.
Yeah.
Where is the All-Star game this year, Stallion?
He on the phone.
Perhaps White Brian can get me that information. Wherever. The All-Star game's going to be dope.
Philly?
Philly? All right.
Philly?
Make sure you're listening. Nats are playing the Phillies again tonight. It's a big series here. It's 4 games against the Phils. The Nats are 1 game behind them. It's I don't know. You win this series, you're putting teams on notice, man. We're talking late June now. This is serious.
They're starting the ball, dog.
Serious time. Let me remind you also, B. Mitch and Finley is brought to you by Rude. Rude is the official show sponsor. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and your cash. Right now, we're fired up to jump on the Rude guest hotline and talk to Mr. Derek Fisher. Derek, what's up, man? Thanks for making time for us.
Yeah, appreciate you guys having me, man. How's everything out there on the East Coast?
Things are good. It's getting a little hectic out here. You know, we got big signings. We got a number 1 draft pick coming up, and we'll see. We'll see. Right.
We're going to see how everything works, right?
Yeah, I want to ask you this question, Derek. You play point guard in this league. Everybody always talk about the big man, this, that, and the other. How important is the point guard running the whole show?
Well, I mean, as you guys know, from the NFL side of it and what the Commanders have been able to accomplish when you have the right quarterback, it makes all the difference in the world. And I think it's very similar in basketball, where your point guard, lead guard he's that person that can kind of set the table, make sure everything is where it needs to be. He helps other people understand their responsibilities. He helps everybody to get organized. He brings a level of expertise, composure, poise, and a lot of times, just that swagger and that confidence. I mean, even some of the best recent years and for the Wizards were, it's the John Wall, era where that dynamic point guard is a guy that can just really set the tone for everybody else. So Trae Young has that ability. It seems like he is motivated and incentivized to build something there in D.C. over the next few years, and it's good to see. I mean, I'm all in on the leadership there with the Wizards. I really am. I know Brian Keefe. I know Will Dawkins. I know Michael Winger. All 3 guys are great human beings outside of being great basketball people.
What is it that you see that Trae brings to the game? Because I know a lot of people talk about the injuries, but everybody I talk to talk about his passing, the way he throws alley-oops, the way he rolls in the pick and roll. What do you see?
Yeah, that's what I see. I mean, the injuries That's part of a larger conversation that we all have to continue to have around, what can we do? How do we help players, stay healthy and be available? But when Trae Young is healthy, he is a player, like gravity is a very popular term in the NBA right now, where Trae Young has an ability to create gravity, which means he draws people towards him because of his ability to score the ball, which also then sets up great passing opportunities when he's making other people better. And when you think about, him being surrounded with guys like Anthony Davis, whoever the Wizards take with number one tonight, like you start to see where you can build a group where there's interior presence, there's Trae Young playmaking and scoring ability, and then, the number one pick most likely is a guard forward type player that has some positional versatility, and then you have a good combination of guys you can start to build with.
Derek, I'm curious for you. I don't know if you've seen some of the reaction to the Trae Young contract, but a lot of people are saying it's an overpay. Considering where the salary cap is and how much money these players make, do you view that as an overpay?
Well, some situations require different decisions, right? And when you're in a situation and in a market where, like, really, like, signing, like, high caliber players to free agent deals that are not your own free agents, it's going to be tough. And so when you have an opportunity to sign a deal with a player of Trae Young's caliber, he's still an all-pro player. So it's not an overpay for an all-pro player. It's really not. And again, with 30 teams in the NBA, there's going to be different levels of players that are the franchise player for that team, right? Mm-hmm. Trae Young is different than Giannis. Trae Young is different than Steph Curry, right? But he still is one of the two guys on your team that is going to be a foundational cornerstone piece to your success in the short term. And there's a currency that you have to pay for that when a guy has an all-star history and still has potential to be an all-star player now.
You look at the two young guys coming out tonight, Dabanza and also Peterson. What have you seen that you like about both of these games, and do you have a lean one way or the other?
Yeah, I haven't seen Peterson as much, and so I do have to say, like, I have a little bit more of a bias towards Dabanza just because I've had more experience being around him, seeing him and interacting with him in different settings. I think, he's the type of young player that is very serious about his craft, and there's a look in his eye that tells you he wants to be great, and he's going to be willing to do the work that it takes to be great. I think he'd be really interesting when you think about him being, kind of between Trae Young and Anthony Davis. I think Dabanza could fit really well as that versatile wing type of piece. Defending at an NBA level is something that it's going to take time for college players to become, but he does have the length and the athleticism to be a really good wing defender. Darren Peterson, again, I haven't seen as much. Everything I've heard about him is that he is one of the most gifted young offensive scorers and players that we've seen in a long time. I think it's not a comp to Kyrie Irving, but it sounds very similar, like a guy that didn't play a ton of basketball in college his freshman year, but like clearly he became an elite NBA player in terms of his ability to manipulate the basketball and create offense for himself and for other people. So if he has that type of potential, I see why people have been really considering him in the top two picks.
Talking with Derek Fisher here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can give Derek a follow at Derek Fisher, 5-time NBA champ. How cool is that to hear? Just to be reminded of.
Yeah, man. I have to pinch myself every time. I mean, I know I was there. I know I was a part of it, but it's still, I'm still always grateful, man. It's being in the league. Just being in the league is a gift in itself, and having a chance to win a title is even more special. And I play with a lot of great players and teammates and coaches that made it a lot easier for me to do my job than it is for most guys.
You can hear Derek on the new D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan in L.A. I hope you're enjoying the new radio gig. I'm curious for you, being in L.A. and understanding the the gravity, to borrow a word you use, the gravity that LeBron James brings to every situation he's in. What do you think happens with LeBron?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, I don't know, what will happen per se. My tea leaves that from my perspective, it always starts for LeBron with one, does he still really have the passion for the process that he's always held? That for older, experienced players that have had the career he's had, that's the first box you have to check. Like, do I want to do all the things that it'll take at my age to show up every day and be the best version of myself? So once that box is checked, now it goes to, now if I'm willing to do that, I'm only willing to do that for a team that has a chance to win the championship. So that's the second box. And, can the Lakers re-sign and or make, moves over the offseason that increases the chances of him feeling that way about them? Or is there another situation where he feels like that could be better for him? So to me, those are the two things that it's going to come down to is one, as he's taking some time, with his family and to check in with himself, like, do I want to grind in the off season to make sure that at 41, 42 years old, I can still be an all-NBA type of guy? And then two, can we win a championship? Because I'm not going to make the sacrifices to be away from my family, to do all the work it's going to take for me to stay healthy at my age for a team that's only going to win 45 games and go home before the play-in. Like, he's not going to risk all of that for that type of team. So it's kind of a wait and see. It sounded more recently in L.A. like the Lakers will have a good chance of re-signing him. But, things change quickly, as you guys know. Yeah. So, you never know. Some draft day trades and different things, and teams look a lot different.
Derek, I know you got to run before too long, but we saw Giannis get traded to Miami. Trae Young would have been a big piece in free agency, but he's re-signed now. LeBron question is going to be massive, and there's other big questions, but there's still another big question here in D.C. with Anthony Davis. I don't know if your paths crossed much when he was in L.A., but do you expect AD to be on the Wizards this fall, or do you think that's a guy that could maybe unexpectedly get moved tonight?
That's a good question. I think I did cross paths enough with Anthony Davis to know I always start with the dude, with the human being, with the person, because that's where the character and integrity of athletes come from. And Anthony Davis is a high character, high integrity person, which then allows him to really, it's why he's been a great in the league over the last decade or more. And so I think, here's the thing. I think Anthony Davis will still be in Washington for now, just one, due to what his current contract structure is. I'm not sure if other teams have seen enough of Anthony Davis recently enough to say we're going to swing a draft day trade and try to bring him to us right now. What I think could be really fun, and I think Anthony Davis could be really excited about, is there's a point in your career as a veteran where you go from the young guy or the guy that's always chasing something to be somewhere else, and then you get to a point as a veteran where you actually flip to the unk of the room, right? Mm-hmm. You flip to the OG in the room. That now your focus becomes, I've had a great career, I've had great experiences, I'm still great, but what can I start to do that can make other people's experience greater? You saw Kobe make that shift. You've seen LeBron make that shift. You've seen guys kind of shift to I'm going to continue to be great, but I'm going to start passing some stuff along to other guys.
There you go.
And I think AD could really be potentially excited about that in Washington. I think that's why Trae Young is excited to be in Washington. Those guys have been all-stars. They've been to the mountaintop. They've made all the money they need to make. Sure, they should continue to get paid at the level they're capable of getting paid, but they want to start setting other guys up for success. And what better way to do that than to have whoever gets drafted number one be a guy that you can help mold into an all-NBA player. So I think AD is there for now. He's going to need to put together a couple back-to-back seasons of being healthy and performing well, I think, before other people start to want to maybe take the risk of rolling the dice and bringing him in at a high level.
There you go.
It's going to be interesting. Fish, I know you got to run, man. Thank you very much for making time for us.
Appreciate you guys, man. Have a good one.
All right, man. Thank you.
Derek Fisher. It's crazy, B. I pulled up Derek's career stats.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he played in the NBA for 18 years.
Hey, I guess he kept answering that question. Yes, I'm willing to go out there and keep working as hard as I can, and being away from the fam because he's 18 years is a long damn time to do a sport, bro.
5 rings.
Yeah.
So the 5 rings, the 3-peat was Shaq and Kobe, I'm guessing, and then the other 2 with Kobe and Powell, right?
Could be.
I believe that's it. And maybe he was on. So late in his career, he kind of bounced around a bit. I wonder if maybe he snuck on one of those Golden State title teams, but I don't think so.
I don't think he did.
Yeah, I think it was all with the Lake Show. Very cool. He gets to do radio in L.A. I imagine he is beloved in Los Angeles.
Got the hardware, baby.
Also, so he went to college at Arkansas Little Rock. Is that also where Scottie Pippen went?
Did Scottie go to Little Rock?
I thought Scottie went
Could
to.
be.
I know he didn't. I know he's from Arkansas and he didn't go to like the big Arkansas. Oh no, Scottie went to University of Central Arkansas.
CA.
They got some athletes in Arkansas. You ever
Some
going to tell
athletes
your
in Arkansas, dog?
You ever going to tell your Arkansas recruiting trip story publicly? Have you shared that one publicly?
No. Ain't people business. I still didn't go. Yeah, they try to lie about which aspect you talking about? The flight?
Those listen.
Or the
story I
people's?
like that you've told me is about the activities, the tours you went on.
Yeah,
the part you've told publicly is that
sometimes we gotta make sure you
understand.
understand. You can't bring certain things to the airways.
I'm not. But the part you've told publicly is that their coach told people you had committed and you
Yeah.
hadn't, and that pissed you off.
Yeah, that's the part. That's the part I'm gonna keep telling.
Didn't that part piss off one Blanche Mitchell too?
Yeah, Blanche Mitchell was like, "Did you say that?" I said, "No." He said, "Well, you ain't going there." Pops don't play, dog. Pops didn't play.
I find your father to be one of the most fascinating characters in our story.
My
if you
dad did not care who you were, how big you were, what you were doing. You disrespected him and said something crazy, he's gonna let you know about it.
I believe that. I believe that tremendously.
Immediately. And not know later on, right now.
I mean, I know you well enough. I can only imagine Blanche.
So I stayed on his good side.
Yeah. I mean, if you're staying on somebody's good side, means you really don't want to be on that bad side.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so we are about, we're inside of 10 hours from the draft, right? I mean, the Wiz are on the clock at 8 o'clock. And
But
the
the draft, it's 118 right now, dog. We're
so-
inside of 7 hours. It's 6
Yeah,
hours
that-
and something now.
Thank you. I was clearly struggling with the math. And the draft picks are only every 5 minutes. So, this is going to happen and happen fast, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Here's what I want. I'll open the phone lines for this. NBA draft is always the most fun. Crazy suits. It's also because it's a much smaller player pool, and generally we know.
It's only
who
2
these
rounds, right?
Yeah, and the second round's tomorrow.
Yeah.
So, and because the nature of basketball is a smaller player pool, and this isn't a heavy international year, this is a heavy college basketball year. So, like, we know who these players are. Like, where this dude Wagler gets drafted, like, that's a dude I've seen play 15 times when he was at Illinois. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
So it's really fun to watch this unfold. I want to open the phone lines up for draft day predictions. And it can be, just if you want, who's going to be at number 1. It can just be who's going to be at number 1. But it also could be further down. You think Adai Mara is going to go way earlier than people expect. You think Cam Boozer is going to slide out of the top 5. You think Caleb Wilson goes ahead of Boozer. Whatever your draft day predictions are, let's open that up. We're going to run through all of the final rumors that are kind of circulating right now. Is it AJ? Is it Peterson? Could there be a trade? It is. B. Mitch and Finley, 800-636-1067. Your NBA draft predictions and ours next.
You already hear me talk about rude for a long time, but you know what's rude? For two people to constantly yell rude in your ear when you already know you got to read. But if you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you this summer, you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heat, your cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn up the AC before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds and stop cooling an empty house. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the cool, crisp difference instantly. And here's the best part. Rude systems are whisper quiet. No more noise interruption while you're trying to relax, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in the absolute peak of the summer heat. Its comfort and performance, perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. Make sure to visit Rude.com to learn more about the different ways you can save on your home HVAC products. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
All about basketball right now. The blockbuster Giannis trade to Miami tipped things off last night. Tonight, it's the NBA draft, 8 p.m. starting in Brooklyn, New York. Wizards have the top overall pick for a 7th time in franchise history. That's an NBA record. The Junkies will be at the NBA draft party live at the Anthem tonight, 7 p.m. over on the Team 980. Baseball, Nats get a win over Philadelphia, first of 4, beating the Phils 4-1 last night. Luis Garcia Jr., Curtis Mead went deep. Foster Griffin 8-2 now, scattered 4 hits over 7 1/3. He fan 9 for the win. Nats are tied once again for the final NL wildcard spot. And now just a game behind Philadelphia for the second wildcard, so they could make up a little more ground tonight. Another one against the Phillies, 6:45 first pitch for Nats baseball here on The Fan. Also a reminder that James Wood's going to be a guest in studio today with Grant and Danny, 3 p.m. right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Draft day, baby. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. The Wizards got the ping pong ball luck that has been elusive for many years.
It's been some years we've been waiting on this.
Yeah, man. I mean, the most painful one was, sliding way back last year. But they got it tonight. The draft starts in Washington, and it should be a lot of fun tonight, man. Why don't we all make our official pick who it's going to be tonight? I'll keep track of it. I'll write it down, and then Stallion can make a graphic of it.
You say what?
Make your official pick who you think it's going to be tonight.
Okay.
All right.
You want me to go now? You want who,
Jeff can go first.
Jeff, go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, I like both of these guys. I want Peterson, but the pick will be A.J. Debanta.
All right. Jeff is off the clock. White Brian on the clock.
A.J. Debanta.
Man, a few words. Stallion.
I think.
Okay, well,
B's just mad because I smoked the fastball up the middle again.
And I just struck you out.
All right. Well, tit for tat.
I didn't see the strikeout.
I struck him out.
Where'd you hit the did it hit the wall?
No, he hit a line drive. He'd have been thrown out.
Is it a wiffle ball or a baseball?
He'd have been thrown out. He
It's a
hit
stress
it at me. Listen, the second baseman would have filled that thing, threw him out. He's slow as hell, so he'd have double hop, double clutch.
I think he would have got a
him
double.
Out. No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't.
Maybe
Not
a
close.
triple. Maybe a triple.
No,
but,
you ain't getting a triple.
All right. I think A.J. Debanta,
you went 18 months without a triple. You ain't getting a triple.
he didn't even get on first base, Jay.
Yeah, I did it.
One of the most, we talk about records and statistics all the time. Stallion's sexless streak of 18 months is one of the most remarkable statistics for any 22-year-old man in history. I mean, I tip my cap to you at this point.
I made up for lost time.
Jeez, Jeff. I hope that was in my ear, not
yeah,
over
not
the
over there.
All right, Stallion, who's your pick tonight, number 1 overall?
For me, it's A.J. Debanta. It just, that's what everyone's saying. I would actually really like Darren Peterson. In fact, I think I kind of want that at this point. But I'm happy with Debanta. This guy's going to be a star.
Brian Mitchell.
I'm going Peterson. I'm going to go against the grain.
That's so unlike you.
Hey, I'm just saying. Because you know why? Because no matter what I say, they're going to pick what they want any damn way.
I've now written A.J. Debance's name down 5 times, and I've spelled it differently each time, so I'm going to have to figure that out.
Just put A.
AJD?
A-D.
They already got an AD. He's got to be AJD.
AJD.
Maybe they won't have an AD concern by the time we get to tomorrow. I kind of doubt that, but I'm also going with Debanta. I may have talked myself into Peterson, but that may also being like a sports hipster and just kind of wanting to zig when the world zags. I think Debanta's an incredible player. I think he's an incredible prospect. I think it's incredibly exciting that the Wiz have this opportunity. My draft night prediction is going to be the Wiz get back into the first round. I don't know when, I don't know where, I don't know how, but I think they're getting 2 guys tonight, and I'm all for it, frankly. I want a big fella. I would love Landenborg. I don't know if that's going to happen. That might be too rich a price to pay, but I think the Wiz get back into the first round tonight.
Oh, boy.
I know what you're laughing at.
Yes. I'm going. He spelled it Debonsa.
That we know that's incorrect. Jeff, spell Dybantsa.
Dybantsa, right?
I think you got it. Dybantsa.
Oh, yeah, you got it.
Yeah, and Dybantsa. Now, Greg spelled it Dybantsa.
Greg can't spell. Y'all know this.
Greg is the absolute worst. And if he ever tries to help out my homeboy, his little son, for like any spelling bee, I'm gonna beat him up.
Greg can use him how to run a power tool.
His son should try to help him in the spelling bee.
B, you got any predictions tonight? You think anything crazy happens?
I believe they're gonna try to get back in the first round as well, or they're gonna leave with some level of a super amount of picks.
Does anybody think Anthony Davis gets traded tonight?
No.
I truly think he's going to play, bro. I think the signing of Trey is going to make him want to come back here because he likes the young guys, and then you see he got that veteran dude with him who can get him the ball like he needs it. I believe he'll be back.
I do too. I think they've shown us a vision of Trae Young, Anthony Davis, the number 1 pick in between those two, Sarr, Keyshawn, Riley, the other Trey.
They got some boys, man.
I mean, we haven't even gotten to Bilal, Bub. Like, they think they have a vision. It does turn the pressure up. It's a self-preservation league. I understand that. And Winger and Dawkins could say, we're not worried about this or that. But, like, if you get the team you assembled on the court with some relative sense of health, got to win.
That's true. But I think the whole thing about we might look at pressure. These people put teams together and they ready to go play. They're not worried about pressure. They feel, look, their battle is trying to think that they put the best team possible on the court. And every team is going to be compatible. They have to find the people that they feel they can put together and build the chemistry and see if they can go win.
So, obviously, the NBA has grown to be wildly international, mad international, someone would say. On opening night rosters last year in the NBA, there were 135 international players from 43 different countries across 6 continents. 71 Europeans, certainly the most from Europe, the most single countries, Canada. I don't even know if Canada doesn't count anymore. But the draft tonight will be televised in 214 countries and in 45 different languages.
Yeah. Everybody playing it. Everybody playing it. And I guarantee you, if a coach is traveling or a GM is traveling or even an owner in one of these countries and they see somebody about 7 feet walking down the street, he going to get off him.
Holler at him.
Remember, Shaq was about 13. He was about 6'9", 6'10". And the coach from LSU, Dale Brown, offered him a scholarship.
Might have been a contract.
Take me to your daddy. I need to meet your dad.
Take me to your leader.
I need your son. What is it? What's it? How old is he? He's 13. Oh, well, when he hits 17, here we offer him this. They'll find you.
All right. How about this one, B? Adai Mara, the big kid out of Michigan that we all really like.
Mm-hmm.
If he gets selected 14th or higher, he would be the highest drafted player from Spain since who?
The highest what?
The highest drafted player from Spain since who?
Wemby.
Wait, Wemby's from France, dog.
From Spain. In Paul from there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Paul brother came after him.
There's another one. You're going to know the name when I say it.
Who?
Ricky Rubio, 5th overall.
Oh, Lord.
I got it.
What do you mean you got it? I already said the answer.
No, he nailed it back here. Like as soon as you said it, White Brian was like Ricky Rubio. He nailed that.
He was
All right.
He was great too, huh?
Hans Steinbach is German, played at the University of Washington. If Steinbach is selected 17th or higher, he would be the highest drafted German player since who?
What's
I'm
your
just
boy,
starting making
your
weird
boy in
noise
Dallas?
studio.
Well, left Dallas.
Dirk, you're saying?
Was it Dirk?
Nope. Why, Brian, you got this one?
Franz Wagner.
Got it. Damn, that kid is just a mountain of useless information.
He got all that information, can't play a game.
All right, I got one here that I don't even think White Brian's going to get. Henry Visar, the big boy that played for the Tar Heels last year.
Mm-hmm. He already said it.
He already said what?
The
Just
name
say
of-
it into the microphone then.
Nah, I'm joking.
Henry Visar, the big boy that played for Carolina, is from Estonia, Brian.
Okay.
Lovely place.
Yeah.
Estonia is beautiful this time of year.
Yeah.
If he gets drafted, it'd be the first Estonian drafted since 1996. Name that Estonian drafted in 1996.
I'm not going to build a name for you.
Anybody? Got it?
I think is it the from watching The Last Dance, Tony
Kukoc? No, he was Serbian.
I
think he was Serbian. Dub B, you got a 96 Estonian? Too deep a cut.
Too deep.
We're all going to remember this dude. I remember his name.
Peja
Jeff, you gotta get-
Stojakovic?
Nah, I think he was also Serbian.
Ersan Ilyasova?
Martin Murasep.
What?
Remember that name?
No.
You don't remember Murasep?
Hell no. Never heard of him.
Yes, you have.
No, I have not.
Yo, but seriously, I don't know
All
what
right,
you want to do.
hold on.
We got major breaking news
There
here.
was 1996.
Yeah.
I know what the news is. Miracep, no, nobody, you didn't even know who he was back then.
Murasep, not
I
Murasap.
said
We got
Murasep.
breaking news.
Let's
Serious
go.
breaking news right now.
Good. Good for him, too.
Okay. We have major breaking news coming down here in just a moment. Perhaps. There we go. Per Mike Garafolo, NFL Network, ESPN, sources, the NFL has informed Texas Tech quarterback Brandon Sorsby there will be no supplemental draft this year, rendering him ineligible to play in the league this season. The league told Sorsby it is the NFL's sole discretion whether to hold a draft. There will be none in 2026.
Good.
This is a clear indication the NFL is not dealing with a kid that bet on his own games.
Well, I just think that this is good because I am so sick of the AAU mindset parents who just think that we can just constantly move our kids and pay money at getting the kids moved. You do something wrong, you got to pay the crime. You got to be there. You got to deal with the consequences. Then you move forward. But you're not going to just get the opportunity to just try to litigate your way into playing. He was wrong. He got caught, and he should not be given all of this freedom to go do stuff. Hands down.
Yeah, dude. Like, you got to be suspended. I'm not trying to ruin a kid's career. Like,
No, I'm not saying ruin it, but I'm
maybe a
saying
year from
he
now-
has to deal with this here. Listen, bro, the guy all of a sudden when he got caught, he claimed he had this gambling addiction. Yeah, okay. I don't fall for that.
If you missed the news, Brendan Sorsby, the Texas Tech quarterback that basically gave up his attempt to play at Texas Tech because college football was in upheaval with the gambling allegations. Not even allegations. He admitted to gambling on his own team. You cannot do that. That is
90
the third
G's
rail.
in college.
That is the third rail in sports. $90,000 in bets, including betting on his own team. There's no way he should be playing this year. Finally, I guess he maybe made the right decision or was forced to make it. And now the NFL has said, yo, we're not doing a supplemental draft. You're not joining the league this year. That is the advantage the NFL has. They are able to be judge and jury and put down a decisive statement.
When it came out that judge that was affiliated with his college, I said then that wasn't the end of it. Then people are gonna just go out running from that. That league first started to say, hell no, this ain't happening, while the NCAA was working in the background. And then he said, well, I'm gonna just go to the NFL. That's the worst league to try to go to if you're a gambler. They're not gonna deal with you for sure.
Do you think Sorsby now tries to go back to college football, D?
He's not playing college football. He better go try to play in Canada. Or go play with my cousin over there in the European League with my nephew.
I wonder if he could play in the UFL next spring.
They'll take him.
The big news, Brandon Sorsby will not be in the NFL this year. The league decided we're not holding a supplemental draft. In essence, young man, you committed the most serious crimes you can playing sports, and you're at least sitting out a year. You're not coming into our league.
Let me ask you this question. They say informed Texas Tech's quarterback. He no longer is a Texas Tech quarterback. Shouldn't they just say him by himself without putting Texas Tech in it?
Yeah, seriously. I mean, he never played a snap there.
Exactly.
If anything, he's Cincinnati's quarterback or Indiana's when he was betting on them. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Uh-oh. Banger right here. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Coming to you live from the WFAN studios in New York City, getting ready to head to Brooklyn for the draft tonight. I'm excited to watch this thing tonight, B. Are you going to the Howard draft party tonight?
No.
What are you doing tonight?
Going to MGM.
Oh, nice. That'd be fun over there.
Yeah.
I imagine they got a good setup for you. What are the boys doing for the draft? Mimosas? Iced coffees? What are you doing, Stallion?
Please don't do it.
I could do both those things, but I think I'm just going to watch it at my place. I think, but you never know. You never know.
Dub B's obviously watching at home unless he's working one of his 8 jobs. What about Jeffrey? We got a gig tonight?
I'm watching it at home while double screening the World Cup.
Okay.
All
what
right,
World Cup
Jeff.
action we got today?
We have Portugal versus Uzbekistan right now, and Ronaldo scored 2 goals so far.
Oh, wow.
We have England and Ghana at 4 o'clock, Panama and Croatia at 7, and Colombia and Congo at 10.
Damn, we got a lot of World Cup.
Tonight.
Yesterday was wild.
I've been checking it out, though, dog.
Dude, I watched the France game on the train up. France is lethal. I'm not sure how good Iraq is, but that team is lethal. Like, just constantly attacking, constant pressure. You get why they are, one of the absolute best teams in the world.
They definitely might win it.
Yeah, they look good, man. Mbappe looks good. Messi looks good. Who's your boy from Spain, Jeff? Yamin?
Yamal. You see,
Yamal.
he came back and put a goal in.
What, 18 years old?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Some bets tonight that I think are kind of interesting. Nate Ament. Yeah, we can make some bets.
Gather around.
If you're looking at the NBA draft, one that I find pretty interesting is Nate Ament to go top 10, I believe.
I think he will.
I think he will too, man.
Yeah.
And you can get that depending where you're shopping. You can get some decent odds on that. I imagine the guard from Arizona to go top 10. What? Whoa. What? Yeah.
What did you say?
It said plus 50,000, but it was for number 1 overall.
Oh, Lord.
Like, if it was top 10 plus 50,000, I think we'd all be on it.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think that's what it's going to be, dude. I think it's any draft bets you like. Jeff just completely derailed me with that. The kid
Jeff does that a lot.
The kid from Arizona going top 10 could be pretty interesting. Burries, if you try to nail his spot. Wagler, the kid from Illinois, maybe top 5. All right, so B, we know the top 4 in some capacity. Debanza, Peterson, Boozer, Williams.
Wilson,
pardon me.
And my
That caller
question,
screwed me
though,
up.
my man from Arkansas, does anybody think about jumping him up there?
Do you think Acuff goes 5th?
I think he could go 5th, maybe 4th. Acuff is a baller, dude.
You've been high on him. He's a scorer in a league
Yes,
where you got to
indeed.
score. The real question is, you've got those 3 point guards, Wagler, Acuff, and Flemings, the dude of Houston. You can even include the kid from Louisville if you want, and Brown. But Flemings, I won't be shocked if he sneaks up higher because he plays really good defense. And I'm not sure the rest of these dudes have that reputation.
Yeah, I
But-
just saw him. His name starting to pop up a lot across. I looked up on Google, and his name was all over the place, Flemings.
Bets I would like would be Mara going in the top 10. You'd probably get some plus juice on that. Will you be shocked if the top 4 picks aren't, in whatever order, Debanza, Peterson, Boozer, Wilson?
I wouldn't be shocked, but I think it may go like you just stated, and I think the 3 and 4 can switch up.
3 and 4 could switch.
Yeah.
What are odds of Boozer going 2? Does that exist out there? Because his dad works there. Darren Peterson seems to have some enigmatic qualities, I would say. Like, what if he's told Utah he doesn't want to go there? He didn't visit there. He's a presumed number 2 pick.
Mm-hmm.
Utah did it with Ace Bailey last year anyway, where nobody thought he wanted to go there, and they took him anyway.
Yeah.
But Boozer at 2, what you got odds on that, Dub B? Does that exist?
Plus 350.
That's kind of juicy, B.
Get it, Jay.
I don't know if I actually will. I bet a lot on the U.S. Open. Didn't go great.
So who did you take?
My biggest bet. Now this was a real lotto ticket, but I took Goddard to win it all. $50 to win 2 Gs.
I'll tell you this though, those
he
greens
did not win it all.
Those greens were killing him.
Yeah, I won some money on Sam Burns. If Burns could have made one more putt, our friend Lee would have made a lot of money. Thank you to everybody that listened to the show today. James Wood, CJ Abrams in studio with Great and Danny at 3 o'clock. We got all sorts of draft coverage tonight on The Fan. The Junkies are going to be live at the draft party. Stay on The Fan all day. See you later from New York City.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? It is a big night for DC basketball fans. The NBA draft set for tonight, 6 hours away, 8 p.m. up in Brooklyn, New York. Wizards have the top overall pick for an NBA record 7th time in franchise history. We'll have you covered all day. And the Junkies live NBA draft show tonight from the Anthem starting at 7 on the Team 980. Baseball Nats continue their winning ways. They knocked off the Phillies 4-1. One of those teams are battling potentially for a wild card spot. Nats are tied once again for the final NL wild card spot. Another one against the Phils tonight, 6:45 in the Fan. Also, James Wood, a guest in studio today with Grant and Danny here at 3 p.m. And the NFL news, the league has informed teams it will not be holding a supplemental draft. That means Texas Tech QB Brendan Sorsby will not be able to enter the NFL this season. Celebrating her birthday, discover the stunning collection of Tacori fine jewelry at Mervis Diamond Importers. From engagement rings and anniversary bands to necklaces and bracelets, at Mervis you'll find the largest selection of fine quality diamonds and Tacori jewelry in D.C. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
An absolutely massive day in DC sports. Grant and Danny welcoming you in. Tuesday, June 23rd, 2026. We are live at the Anthem on the Wharf downtown in DC in the nation's capital, where we are getting ready for the Wizards draft party. They have the number 1 pick. They are the epicenter of all NBA and sports conversation all over the country today. What a show we've got planned for you, including plenty of discussion on the NBA draft and the Wizards. And at 3 o'clock, we will be joined by James Wood, who came in studio to catch up with us today over at our Half Street headquarters. Very, very cool to have him, not just on our station, but on several of the stations in our clusters. Odyssey DC gets out the vote for a very deserving Major League Baseball All-Star.
That is an All-Star. That is an All-Star that should be starting in the All-Star game, and everybody recognizes that. So now let's get to work. I've already gone to MLB.com/vote today. I encourage you all to do the same, and you got to scan all the way down to the bottom among the outfielders to get James Wood into the All-Star game. Vote James Wood. Vote James Wood. One more time. Vote James Wood.
Yeah, he is 7th in voting right now, which is fairly inexplicable and not okay. And it is time for us to do our part as Nats fans to make sure that he gets to Philadelphia as a starter. Only 3 outfielders get the start. You look at where he ranks among NL outfielders right now, first in runs, walks, home runs, extra base hits, second in OPS, WRC+, WOBA, third in on-base percentage and slug. I mean, there is nobody more deserving than the 23-year-old National to be a starter in the All-Star game in the outfield. So we'll get out the vote with James Wood coming up at 3 o'clock in 55 minutes in studio. By the way, James Wood signed a bunch of baseballs for us when he was at the studio today. We're going to be giving many of those baseballs away via raffle to listeners who can prove to us that they maxed out their 5 votes. You got to send a screen grab of the thank you from MLB.com, Nationals.com for voting to our 1067 The Fan Instagram or X accounts, and you will be entered into a raffle. We're going to pick some listeners randomly in the coming few days to send a James Wood signed baseball to. And that's coming up at 3 o'clock, though, our conversation with the soon-to-be second-time All-Star. Danny, today is such an exciting day, though.
Yep.
The NBA draft. I've got some juice flowing here. I am excited. I've got some nerves, a little anxiety going, but mostly I'm just super excited. This is one of those get-to days in this job. Not a have-to day, a get-to day. We are sitting as they set up the Anthem for a draft party. It looks already awesome and amazing. There are gigantic screens in front of us where people will be watching the NBA draft. You can tell with all the balloons and the different decorations and things they're hanging and setting up. This is going to be such a first-class cool event. And we are front and center here. We'll be here all night long. The Junkies are coming out. You and I will be hosting show with them, Strobes and Tobes, deep into the evening with our nighttime show. Linnell Willingham's involved, but it's going to be a blast. And this is one of those days, if you're a DC sports fan, that is kind of generational. This is a once every 10 to 15 years kind of night where your beloved team gets the number one pick and gets to take one of the great players in America to join our organization.
Of course, nothing is guaranteed, right? The Wizards have picked first before. Of course, there's no, because you have this player, the countdown starts T-minus 3 years until you're in the finals or whatever. You never know. But I will say this. Every once in a while, I think of people like myself who are lifelong Washington Wizards fans. You don't get much, quite frankly. You don't really feel a lot of times like it's worth it. You haven't had a whole bunch of moments to fall back on and real profound joy from following this team. Even the stuff that was great are still fairly small potatoes when it comes to it, right? I mean, you think of Gilbert Arenas' shot against Chicago after Janelle Pargo went nuts to win a first-round series before they got summarily swatted away. You think of some cool moments where the John Wall-led Wizards got out of the first round only to be dismissed. No conference final appearances in my lifetime. There aren't that many moments of celebration in Wizards history. This is one. And again, as I said, doesn't guarantee anything, and you guys can be cynical and you can scoff and you can make fun, and that's fine. But this is one of those moments where that lottery win happens, the good fortune of John Wall representing the group up there. This could be the beginning of something that I have wanted literally my entire life, a great basketball team here in Washington, D.C. Again, there are no guarantees, but I knew the other way, the build from the middle, the Ernie Grunfeld trade away multiple first-round picks for Trevor Ariza, try to find a way to win 40 games or whatever. That wasn't it. This is it. There is a chance, finally, that they could be great, and it starts this evening. And the excitement, GP, is warranted.
Yeah, the build has been ongoing since Michael Winger, Will Dawkins, and Travis Schlenk got to town. And they started detonating the roster and selling off pieces and trading away assets like Bradley Beal's terrible contract. And for a while, that detonation phase lingered and the tank was on, and going to the arena was a chore. There were people, season ticket holders, who went a lot and found reasons to enjoy and to hope, and that's great. Many people kind of checked out and just sat and watched at home. This is a sleeping giant of a basketball town, and you have started to see this plan taking shape, this process coming into focus over the last calendar year with the development of the young players. Alex Sarr, massive breakthrough this past season as the big in the front court who was posting up and living in the paint and would routinely go get double-doubles. I was in the arena for a couple of dominant Sarr performances that you start salivating about and thinking, this guy could be one of the next great big men in the NBA. They drafted Trey Johnson at 6 last year. I still think that was a gift that he fell into their lap. He was injured off and on this season. It was a disappointing year, but he is a lethal sharpshooter from the outside who might play really, really well with Trae Young, who they just gave a massive extension to yesterday. We'll talk more about that in a little bit. But when you look at the kids, whether it's Sarr, Keshawn George, Will Riley, who I think's special young player.
What a find he was.
The depth pieces in the next tier down, like Bilal Coulibaly or Bub Carrington. Trey Johnson's got to be added into the conversation. They've done a very good job kind of setting the room up with some furniture. But they still needed a sun in the solar system. They went out and they got Trae Young to help improve the floor, to basically elevate the worst-case scenario, to make sure that they could start to turn a corner, that they crept up on play-in game type activity. But the plan here, Danny, the whole part of this process that has been missing is who is your superstar? Who is the alpha 3 years from now who's going to carry this team deep into the playoffs? And they've had a hard time here recruiting that player.
Yep.
You can't get that guy in free agency. You can't really trade for that guy, as we found out, with all the money they had. The best they could do was kind of broken down Anthony Davis or overpaying Trae Young a little bit. Those aren't bad options, but it's probably not, you're not in the Giannis tier. You're not in the, best in basketball tier. So where do you get that guy? You know how you get that guy? You win the lottery, and you pick right at number 1. And A.J. DeBonsa or Darren Peterson, maybe somebody else, becomes one of the 7 to 10 best players in the NBA in the next couple of years. That's the dream. That's what tonight's about.
That's the idea. Yeah, and you said it. As you're gathering, I like the furniture analogy. You don't know what the style of your room's going to be. You don't know how this whole thing's going to be decorated. They were very much, and I think still are to a degree, in an asset gathering phase. The deconstruction part happened, where you get rid of the low ceiling. We know what this is, and it's no disrespect to Bradley Beal, really good player in this league, but that should not be the best player on your team. And he was, and they treated him like a superstar, and you got 33 win seasons to prove it.
Before you move on, you just mentioned Beal. What was the low point for you recently as a Wizards fan? I think when they acted like Bradley Beal was LeBron James or Steph Curry, and he got the super-duper, ooper-duper supermax with the no trade, taking up over a third of the salary cap or whatever, and you just knew that they were kind of boxed in a way that you could never advance beyond being a fringe playoff team. I just felt like I was in basketball purgatory, spinning my tires. That was the worst I felt, honestly. Where was that for you?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I talked about my low point with the then Redskins was when even Mike Shanahan couldn't fix it. You know what I mean? When it was like we brought in a serious person to do serious things, and even that was probably worse than it's ever been. I go, it'll never work here. It'll never happen as long as these two boobs are in charge, or really just Dan Snyder's in charge. I think for me it was that I can't remember which year exactly, but multiple straight years with mid-30s wins, running Beal into the ground. Again, playing him among the league leader in minutes. This is somebody who had to have years cut short because of chronic shin issues and stress fracture potentials and all those other kind of things. And then at some point they decided we're going to treat him, to your point, as a superstar, and it was just feeding from scraps from the table. I want you to sit at the head of the table. The endeavor to just be okay. I never understood it. I never got how ownership, according to even Ted Leonsis' own ownership manifesto, he was violating all the tenets of that manifesto that he produced early on in his Capitals tenureship. After realizing you can't just buy something, you can't just go Yager or Notes on a couple of guys. And he said, if it's not a championship team, you got to break it down and rebuild. There was no objective way to look at those rosters and say, yep, championship team. No way. They weren't even going to finish, fourth in their own crappy division. And I just go, this rudderless, empty, pointless hamster wheel of an exercise, there's no hope unless somebody has a paradigm shift. We'll enter the paradigm shift. Enter, and this is no disrespect to Tommy Shepard, a nice guy, a good basketball man, but you enter visionaries. You enter the Dawkins, Schlenk, Winger group to say, there's more than this. There is a different way to do it, and it's going to involve some pain, but these fans, they got pain covered. They've been doing pain for 50 years.
Well, Tommy Shepard wasn't trying to do this, but we don't know if he thought this was the right idea or not. Was it ownership saying, we're not blowing this whole thing
We don't
up.
do that.
We're not rebuilding, tanking for 4 years, picking high in the draft, trying to play for a lottery. I mean, maybe Shepard didn't think you had to. And the New York Knicks, to some extent, just proved that there are other ways to do it. I think it's really, really hard. I think landing a plane on that runway is the hardest thing to do in the world.
Quick editorial, because that's been a major talking point among NBA circles.
Yeah.
You let me know when other cities are in New York. Where people just automatically go to New York, L.A., or Miami. Everybody else has to compete in a different way. But back to you.
The Wizards are not able to do what the Knicks can do.
Correct.
Or the Heat can do, because they're not New York and Miami. They're not destination, for whatever reason, cities. I've always found that weird, by the way.
Same.
I think D.C. and the NBA should be viewed very, very differently. I think the Wizards should actually be on that New York, Miami level of a destination where players want to come and set up shop and build their super team. But we're not, and it hasn't been. And
never has been.
I think that's been proven many years over. But that having been said, there is an argument to say, and I've always thought there was only one way to do it necessarily, which is the way the Wizards are doing it. And the Knicks, to their credit, have proven that if you're in the right market, you can absolutely win. It just takes a long time, and by the way, they haven't won in decades. Not like it's easy to do. But I go back to finally giving this a try and making this night possible. Ted Leonsis, Michael Winger, Will Dawkins have stuck to the script. They could have abandoned a few different times. There were no butts in seats. There's nobody spending any money at concessions. Yeah. You're looking at the numbers, and it's a lot of red, I'm sure, for Ted Leonsis over a couple seasons. You've got to stick to the plan. And they did, and they made tonight possible. Tonight, the NBA draft, we're here at the Anthem where the draft party is going to be. It's not set up yet. They're kind of getting everything set up, putting cloths on the tables and still putting out chairs. But this looks like it's going to be an absolutely beautiful event. I can't stress enough just how excited I got. My heart started pounding when I walked in the door. It feels like a big deal, and it is. 16 years in the making for Wizards fans. I got texts from a couple buddies that I haven't heard from in years this morning that growing up I would talk basketball with, or that I would go to Wizards games with when we were kids with our parents, that I don't keep in touch with necessarily, like, dude, this is our day, big day for the Wizards. That's the kind of vibe of this day. It's almost like the groundhog coming out of its hole to, like, look up and go, can I come out now? Can I look around? It's that feel.
The casual conversation isn't just, can you believe the weather? It's who they're going to take tonight. Who are they going to take? Who are they taking tomorrow? What have you heard? What have you heard? That kind of stuff is fun. It's exciting.
Let me see if you agree with this text I sent. So I was texting with our buddy Joe House from the Ringer fame, who does all the stuff with Bill Simmons.
Uh-huh.
And I said, happy draft day, whatever. He was talking about how nervous he was. I said, I don't think they can screw this up tonight. Like, you could tell me that in 3 years we'll look back and say they didn't take the right player, whether they took DeBonsta, like everyone thinks they're going to, the small forward from Brigham Young, or they take Darren Peterson, the guard from Kansas, and the other one ends up being the better player. Like, in 3 years we can find out, a la Sarr being the right pick at 1, and the Wizards got him at 2, that's who you should have taken first. I don't think there is any path tonight to me being frustrated when I leave this building. There is nothing that could happen tonight that when I put my head down, I'm not going to be thinking, what a massive win for the team. I don't think it matters. I mean, do I prefer DeBonsta narrowly? Yes, because I think he's safer, and I don't think you can afford to be wrong. But I've said this a million times. If it's just about basketball, if it's all the stuff that you and I don't get to know because we don't get to interview the players and be around them, and if health isn't a concern and character and all this stuff, if it's just basketball, Darren Peterson's the best player in the class. He's the scorer. He's the shooter. I'm not going to be upset if they take Darren Peterson.
No, I won't be upset either. And here's the beauty of having, to your point you made earlier, good leadership. It's that I have questions. Me, Danny Rouillet, fairly informed fan, but that's kind of what this is, right?
How informed?
Fairly. Okay. I read the same things you guys do. I'm looking at the same scouts reports that you do. I'm looking at the same aggregators, the same blogs, the same whatevers to form my opinions. I watch the same games. I don't have access to all the things that these guys do. But I know that the questions that I have as a reasonable person, they have them too. And if they say it's Peterson, that means those questions were answered beyond appropriately and beyond like a satisfactory way. Not only is there no concern, they're excited, they're bullish, right? Whereas I just to borrow again from the Van Redskins, I didn't have that trust that Bruce Allen did his due diligence. I didn't have the trust that Dan Snyder knew what he was doing when he got off the yacht and made a pick. This group did it. This group has a vision, and they have the understanding that I could never have. So the questions that I've got about Peterson, I think, are very legitimate, and I don't think it's just, he missed some games. Lots of guys miss games, man. Kyrie Irving missed a bunch of games with injury. Caleb Wilson missed a bunch of games. This ain't that. This isn't he pulled his hamstring, it doesn't go, you can't make him go. This was, frankly, bizarre behavior with an explanation that doesn't necessarily translate into someone that's going to be available for 82 games for you going forward. You need to have those questions answered. If they do have them satisfactorily answered, or even then some, and they're excited about Peterson, I will be too. Because to your point, they got a dude. That guy was put on this earth to put that basketball through the hoop. He is a gifted scorer. I mean, there's one part Dwayne Wade, there's one part Donovan Mitchell, there's some knockdown shooter to his game. However you want to get beat, he'll beat you on the offensive end. It could be a catch and shoot. It could be off the bounce. That guy can score on anybody on this planet right now this minute.
The
if that's the
Peterson
selection,
thing
just fine.
Is growing on me as we get closer to the draft because there's something to the idea of him being off the ball at the 2 and Trae Young getting him set shots from the perimeter that he knocks down as the best shooter in the class. That's just working for me. I think DeBonsta's the pick, and I think he should be the pick. But there are a lot of people that have a horse in the race. I feel this way, frankly, the way I did about quarterback at number 2, going back to 2024, where my preference at the time was Drake May. But I was going to be upset if they took Jaden Daniels. I feel that way. I think I prefer DeBonsta, But if they take Peterson, cool. I don't know that they can go wrong tonight. Now, eventually, one of those guys will probably be better than the other. Next, let's make our prediction on how we think this is going to play out at the top of the board, not just with the Wiz, but with the couple of picks after them. And then we can take some calls as well. What do you guys hope happens with the Wizards on the clock at number 1? We're going to be out here at the Anthem for the draft party. We'll be on with the Junkies deep into the evening, monitoring the draft live on the Fan as well. After the Nationals game, you will hear live coverage all night long on the Fan. Who do you think they take at number 1? And do you think it's close? Do you think this decision is tight? Or do you anticipate that this is something that they've actually known for days and they're just keeping a pretty good secret? 800-636-1067 is the number if you want to hop in. Grant and Danny from the Anthem live on the Fan.
Hey guys, this is Nationals outfielder James Wood with your sports update on The Fan. Tonight's a big night in DC sports. The Wizards have the number 1 pick in tonight's NBA draft, and the Nationals take on the Phillies for Game 2 of 4 at Nats Park at 6:45. Listen to Charlie and Dave tonight on The Fan as we look for another win over the Phillies. Also, make sure to go vote for myself and CJ Abrams in your favorite Nationals for the All-Star Game in Philadelphia. You can vote up to 5 times every day at MLB.com/vote. I'll be on with Grant and Danny at 3 p.m. to talk more about it. Go vote, and I hope to see you at Nats Park soon. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm James Wood on The Fan.
Outstanding job.
Look at that guy.
Look at James Wood.
What can't he do?
I wouldn't want to be Toby Altizer or Kevin DiDomenico right now. That was pretty good from James. First update.
That was nice.
Hit it out of the park. That was like going the opposite way. Left on left there. Just 103 off the bat over the left field fence.
Breaking ball going away, and it stayed away.
Do you have a favorite part of his update? His first ever update on The Fan?
Where he said, don't forget to vote for myself.
Yeah. That was funny. Yeah.
I dug that. There's no way to do that that's not awkward. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, remember, vote for me. Anyway, yeah, vote for me. But seriously, go vote for him.
I actually thought his clean, exit for, the sponsored desk and where he was very professional. Let me get that one more time, Dad, if you don't mind. I need to get up to date one more time. By the way, James Wood is on the show in 30 minutes. At 3 o'clock, we're getting out the vote today. You can go to nationals.com/vote. Show us a screen grab of your thank you from baseball for voting, and you will be entered into an opportunity to win a signed baseball from James Wood. Signed some balls for us at the studio today. But here was his update on The Fan.
Hey guys, this is Nationals outfielder James Wood with your sports update on The Fan. Tonight's a big night in DC sports. The Wizards have the number 1 pick in tonight's NBA draft, and the Nationals take on the Phillies for Game 2 of 4 at Nats Park at 6:45. Listen to Charlie and Dave tonight on The Fan as we look for another win.
How about the smoothness of the transition?
Very smooth.
Sometimes as an update anchor, you want to give too much information. You want to get too deep into everything.
You end up doing your own show.
We're
for a
just
minute.
keeping it moving here. Right. You get the stuff you need to know, and we're moving on. We got things to do, places to be. All right, here we go.
Listen to Charlie and Dave tonight on The Fan as we look for another win over the Phillies. Also, make sure to go vote for myself and CJ Abrams in your favorite Nationals for the All-Star Game in Philadelphia. You can vote up to 5 times every day at MLB.com/vote. I'll be on with Grant and Danny at
Danny. He knows all the rules.
All the different things.
Right? He's giving you all the details. Now everybody knows where to go and how to vote. And then he's shouting out his guys. He's teasing that he's coming on the show. How often do I ask that? Can we get a tease of something coming up on the show on the update? James Wood, 400-level graduate already.
Already doing the master-level stuff, right? Already turning in A work on the grad courses. That is the next level. Because the update, anybody can, not anybody, but you can write something. Here's what happened in the game last night. The Nats won 4-1. The winning pitcher was Foster Griffin, who has 8 wins on the season. Coming up tonight was the first pick from the Crowd Metcalf Sports Desk, blah, blah, blah. Okay, right. That's a doable thing. The next level is, what are we all doing here? We're doing some radio programming. That's what we're talking about. The radio, part of doing the radio, a little behind the scenes, a little radio insider bit, Junkie Sounder style. We want to tell you what's coming up. Why? We'd like you to listen to it. We want you to, if you got to go to that meeting, come back and see us. That's the point. And there's James Wood going, oh, I get that. Knocked out of the yard.
Big finish, James. Here we go.
I'll be on with Grant and Danny at 3 p.m. to talk more about it. Go vote, and I hope to see you at Nats Park soon. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm James Wood on The Fan.
Crop Metcalf. Let's go.
5-Star Sports Desk.
James Wood knows what he's doing, people. All right, we're at the anthem. We're getting ready for the NBA draft tonight. The Wizards have the number 1 pick. I think they've known for an extended period of time that they're taking A.J. Debonsa. I think most of the smoke on Darren Peterson and the reporting that we've heard about them going back and forth is them trying to keep the cards close to the chest and feeling like there's no benefit to anybody knowing how they actually feel. Mm-hmm. I also think it's true that they did their due diligence, as they should. There are 2 guys that are better than everyone else in this class, and they should have gone to the end of the earth to find out everything they could about both of those players. I don't think it was Debonsa by himself and then the rest of the class as was talked about maybe a month ago. I think it was more likely, DeBonsa, car length ahead of Peterson, half track ahead of everybody else. And because of that, you're going to just make sure. And I think they did that. But my guess is not only is it A.J. DeBonsa, but, Danny, I think they've known it's DeBonsa for a few weeks. And probably we're leaning pretty heavily in that direction when the lottery balls bounced in their favor going back to when they found out they got 1-1.
This might be semantics. You could accuse me of that. I think that's fine. I don't think they've known. I think the way this group operates is we're going to see. We could have a preconceived notion, but you could have your mind changed. You could have that workout or that interview or that thing that converts you. And if you went in with a preconceived notion, you might end up in a bad place. I think that's who this group is. I think they're too smart to have been locked in before doing all the analysis. I really do. But now I have also been believe it's DeBonsa. But I think it's we went through the process. Wherever that took us is where it took us. And I think it landed on A.J. DeBonsa, who has the higher floor and a pretty damn high rocket ship ceiling that may not be exactly Peterson's, but it's close. It's not like it's some fall off. We're not talking about a Peterson versus Boozer, who I think Boozer's being slept on in this draft, by the way, but that's another conversation for another day.
DeBonsa's ceiling's probably a 9.5 if Peterson's is a 10, and DeBonsa's floor is a 7 and Peterson's might be a 3.
Right.
It's a safer but also elite-level player. The only pushback I'd give you or argument I would have about your point, because it's probably true, these executives in these sports, and especially in basketball, they have known these guys since they were like 10.
Oh, yeah.
So the idea that you would start a draft process without a proclivity, like that Will Dawkins, I don't know if you saw the viral video, he was playing pickup basketball with all of the staffers, and Ketsia Coleman from the PR staff came in and told him they'd won the lottery, and they got 1-1. That's how he found out, because he wasn't in the room. Winger was. But I think Dawkins, the moment you get 1-1, I think in your mind, it's no different than like you thinking about a food you might want to eat tonight. There's something you might like a little better. Now, you still got to figure out what's open, what's not, who has reservations, who doesn't. There's a lot of legwork to do after that.
Sure.
But I believe that as soon as they got that pick, the first thing they thought was, A.J. DeBonsa probably
we got
is
A.J.
the guy. And then as time goes on, maybe you cement that. But look, maybe they kept the best secret in basketball, and we find out tonight as we sit here at the Anthem that all of that smoke was coming from actual flames, and they're in on Peterson.
Yeah, what do you make of that smoke? Because, again, we do this with the NFL draft. We know with the NBA draft, too. It is lying season. Everybody, and I mean everybody, has an agenda one way or the other. Every time there's a rumor, you always have to look at, like the departed, cui bono, who benefits? There's always somebody somewhere, right? But there's too much, you guys, it could be Peterson, for me to totally ignore that and dismiss it. Where did that all come from, do you think? Was any of it valid?
I think it's valid because I think most of the reports and stories were they're really digging in on Peterson. They're trying to find a lot out about Peterson. They better. He's the most talented player in the draft. He's the best scorer and the best shooter in the class. And he's got all these issues. Why wouldn't they do everything that they can, overturn every single stone on Darren Peterson? That's the whole draft mission to me, is to find out, is this guy trustworthy and reliable and viable at 1? If you can prove him healthy and whatever the creatine cramping nonsense stuff was, that's gone, and there aren't character concerns, then he should go first overall. So they should absolutely have done everything they could to find out information. And that's what I had mostly heard over and over and over and over again in these reports was the Wizards really like Peterson. That one I'm not buying necessarily as much. I'm sure they like him. Do they like him more? I don't know.
Yeah.
We didn't get that from reputable people necessarily. But the one that you saw from the super plugged-in folks is the Wizards are doing a lot of work on Darren Peterson. And to that I go, yeah, no kidding.
Well, of course they're, but
they better be.
But when you combine, again, it doesn't always mean stuff. But last year, for example, Ace Bailey didn't work out for Utah, ended up in Utah. Of course, ended up firing his agent as a result of that for the process that may have been mismanaged in his view. But Peterson canceled everything. That means something to me. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the meaning is, what I'm supposed to ascribe to it. But there's too much ancillary jumbling and confidence from one camp. It could be bravado, it could be fake. But when Peterson doesn't work out for Utah or anybody else for that matter, because he's going 1-1 in his mind, again, that could just be, if I'm not going 1, I'm going 2 or 3. It doesn't really matter. People aren't going to pass on me for that long. I'd love to have that kind of confidence, by the way. See Marvin Harrison Jr. Coming out for the NFL draft going, yeah, I'm not working out. I'm going top 3, so you guys can do what you want. But there's just so much
That
energy
part
around
was
it.
more interesting.
Yeah,
That's true.
There's so much energy around it. It's all these things are connected in some way. And again, it could just be, to your point, a smokescreen. It could be for the Wizards to try to create some sort of frenzied environment. Well, who knows? At the 11th hour, somebody has a gotta-have-it moment, and you get that Godfather offer to move back a spot and still get who you want. I'm just saying, everything is to their advantage because they hold the hammer. They're number one.
I think the Peterson part of it, where he only worked out for the Wizards and told everyone else to kick rocks, I think that was message sending from him. Him getting the word out, I'm the best player in the draft, I should go first overall. And I think he also knows, if I don't go 1, I'm going 2 or 3, whether I work out for anybody or not. I'm not sliding to 9. So that, to me, was nothing more than him going, I'm the best player, I know it, and I want everyone to know that I know it. Let's go to Edwin and Laurel on Grant and Danny. Edwin, thanks for the call. We're live at the Anthem ahead of the NBA draft tonight. How are you? Edwin, are you there? You will get nothing and like it.
Nothing, Edwin.
Ford in Kensington. You're on Grant and Danny. We are live at the Anthem ahead of the
What's
NBA
up, Ted
draft.
Ford?
How are you?
Good. Thank you for having me, Grant and Danny. I've been a Washington sports fan all my life. Been listening to the fan since a little kid, and I think there's no doubt in my mind that it's going to be DeBonsa tonight. I think he's going to be a similar guy to Jaden Daniels, where he's going to be able to turn this franchise, this program around, and he's going to have major effects on DC sports fans in general and all of DC.
Appreciate the call.
I think you're right. There's that level of competitiveness that he has that I always call it. He has that dark heart. He has that evil inside him where a lot of people would like to win. I think he wants to destroy you. And some of the greats of all time have that. I see that. I see that competitive streak. I see that that relentlessness.
You don't think Peterson has that?
Not to the same degree. Not what I've seen. What I saw is a guy that was willing to check himself out of games, that when the coach thought he was going to play, he didn't play.
Yeah, but if you buy what he's selling, there's health reasons for that. He didn't do that healthy and just because he wasn't enjoying playing basketball that day as he was getting buckets.
Again, I don't know. Now, I understand the scare. The scare happened months before. Is it because I'm tired? Is it because I'm breathing heavy? What is it? Whereas you would have to drag some of these guys off the court that have been the greatest to ever do this, right? These attributes that probably don't make them a lot of fun to be around all the time. You know, you look at The Last Dance. Look at some of the how like Scotty Burrell and a bunch of Jordan's teammates are tormented by this guy because he's just a killer. If you're not about winning the game, you're in the way, right? And I don't know if DeBonsa's to that level because that's like reserved for the ultimate. That's that Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan kind of killer vibe. But to me, I see some of that competitiveness in DeBonsa that I have not seen yet in Peterson. He may have it, but I haven't seen it.
To Ford's point, if they draft A.J. DeBonsa tonight at 1-1, I think he immediately becomes a Mount Rushmore DC sports figure. I don't even think that's debatable. Alex Ovechkin is on that Mount Rushmore. Jaden Daniels is clearly in that discussion. Those two guys are locks. I think James Wood, who we're going to have on the show, by the way, coming up in 20 minutes at 3 o'clock, you'll hear which player he would take at number 1 overall if he was the Wizards. He's a massive basketball fan, was a great hooper growing up. In fact, his sister works for the San Antonio Spurs currently. But I would think that would be the list. It'd be Ovi, Daniels, Wood, and A.J. DeBonsa immediately in terms of superstardom in DC sports. Basketball's just different.
Yep.
You're not wearing a helmet. It's all
You're
built
playing
around
both ways. You get 35, 40 minutes a night.
There's 7 or 8 guys on a team that really play. It's all built around you. It's very visual. Everyone sees you all the time. The size, this guy's 6'9", walking around the Anthem, and everybody knows where you're at. Like, it's just different, man. I think he would immediately become right there with Daniels and Ovi because of the lifetime achievement element with the Capitals as the biggest stars in DC sports. Grant and Danny, we are at the Anthem NBA Draft Party, getting your thoughts on what the Wizards will do and should do when they pick at number 1. This is The Fan. James Wood, superstar with your Nationals. On the show coming up in 12 minutes at 3 o'clock right here on The Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny. We're at the Anthem where they are setting up for what looks like it's going to be an incredible draft party tonight. We're honored to be part of it. We'll be broadcasting until 6:15 in Nats pregame. Then we're going to be doing a draft show with the Sports Junkies that you can watch on YouTube. You can also listen to over on 980 on the AM side. And eventually we'll be back live on The Fan deep into the evening. Strobes and Tobes hanging out with a late-night show here on The Fan as we paint this town Wizards colors. The DC family having a get-together. This is a family party tonight.
It's one of the fun ones, man. The Nats came to against the Phillies. It's just good stuff is happening. We were joking earlier with our buddy from Nats PR, Kyle, about the usual June fare isn't this.
Yeah.
That we have not been doing anything like this for some time. It's, somebody might or may not be in a contract dispute with the football team. Let's do 10 hours of it. This is a baseball team playing great. The basketball team turning a corner, and it starts tonight, a legitimate, honest-to-goodness reason for warranted excitement. There is an energy that's really, really cool. It's fun. I mean, we thrive. I mean, you and I are obviously massive sports fans, but we thrive in general, both in our industry and then just kind of in general with these teams, on give a damn. That's really what this is. That's really what we're all talking about. And there is a good energy in that department here for this franchise.
Darius just texted the show chat, and I'm going to read this to you, Danny. He said, GP casually dropping a DC family. That was tough for me too, Darius, I'll be honest. But today is the day, okay?
You're going to do it?
I'm in a great mood. I'm not going to do it again. It slipped out.
Can you go #datitude?
No, I'm not doing that. I'm in a great mood. I'm really happy. The Wizards pick first. Let's have a day.
You won't say ride with me.
#DC family. #ride with me. #tap in.
What?
Yes.
What?
Tap in with me. Ride with me. Anthem. Draft party.
Yeah.
I'll say whatever you want. Just come on out to the Anthem.
Okay.
You tell me what you want me to say, I'll say it. You can record it. No, that's a joke.
Okay.
All right, let's go to Edwin and Laurel. Edwin, you're on G&D on The Fan. What's up?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Very well, thank you.
All right. At the beginning of this process, when we won the lottery, I was so sure I wanted Debonsa. But over the last couple of weeks, given the analysis about the two players and two, the way they've carried themselves, I'm pretty sure I want Peterson. I'll be actually disappointed tonight if we draft.
You'll be disappointed?
Debonsa over him. Yeah, because one, I think we'll be drafting scared if we took Debonsa over Peterson. We didn't come this far. After the type of player Peterson is, we could never hope to sign him. We could never hope to trade for him. Even many years, even if we get the number one draft pick in another year, we couldn't draft the type of player that he is, which is the type of player that can take over. I mean, we need a player who can take over a game. Debonsa has many talents. He's very good, but I think he's more like the other players that we have now.
Debonsa took over a lot of games, Edwin.
That's my pushback, Edwin, is how about a guy that scored 40 in a gotta-have-it conference tournament game? How about, as they're getting beat, went down with a 35-point effort against Texas? Now, granted, BYU didn't have that much around him. In fact, they had nothing around him, especially when their second-best player got hurt, and the whole world's looking at him. But he's averaging 30-some points down the stretch in these gotta-have-it games for them.
Let's go to Mike in Virginia, wants to hop in on what the Wizards could do at number 1 overall this evening. What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's up, Greg? What's up, Danny? How you doing, man?
Good.
Hey, I asked my question already. You want me to ask it again?
Yes.
You haven't asked it to us, so go for it.
Okay, look here, man. I'm trying to figure out, so I can figure out who I want the Wizards to select. I'm trying to figure out who's going to go to the bench if we draft Debonsa, and same thing, if we draft Peterson, who goes to the bench? You know what I'm saying? Does Keyshawn George go to the bench? Does Saul go to the bench and we get Debonsa? But I can't figure out who's going to be on the bench now, because one of them going to be starting whoever we draft.
So I would say to you, that's a good problem to have. I'd rather have that problem than not have it. I mean, to me, I think maybe Trey Johnson's minutes might suffer, especially if it's Peterson as a two guard.
Yes.
I think you actually end up starting George, whether it's at the 2 or kind of this new positionless world that they're going to be in with switchable wings. It's basically Trey Young and 4 guys with absurd length for their position.
Yeah, you're going to go Young at the point and George at the 2. Debonsa would be at the 3, and Bilal Coulibaly comes off the bench.
Yep,
and then you're going to have Davis and Sarr in your front court, and then your off the bench core includes Trey Johnson as your sharpshooter, Bilal Coulibaly with that length and the ability to play defense,
And Riley.
Bub Carrington, Will Riley, Justin Champagnie. I mean, it's a decent little core they've got.
And you're also talking about a bunch of flexibility there, but you're also Sarr's coming off this broken foot situation where he's getting surgery on it.
Yes.
And Anthony Davis plays 7 games a year. So
Well-
you're going to have plenty of times where you're either running small lineups,
Yes.
where you're running a bunch of switchable wings, where you play 1 point guard and 5 guys that are 6'8". You get a lot of choices.
But that brings me to something else I want to talk about next hour, which is they need another big. I don't think this is getting talked about enough. Sarr gets hurt all the time. I don't know why no one talks about that. He doesn't play that much. Now, I love Alex Sarr, and some of it is that they restrict him because they were tanking, but he was banged up a lot, and he has just had a foot surgery. You also have Anthony Davis, who is the king of not playing ever. They need another big man that is going to play a lot of basketball this year. I think that's a need. We've heard they want to get back into the lottery or pick someone in the top 20 tonight. Maybe that could be a big. I want to dive into that. They've got 2 second-round picks. Very likely to me, though, that they maneuver because they've done it every single year the last few years as a regime. I think they're going to pick twice tonight. We'll talk about that this coming hour. Next, though, James Wood, the Washington Nationals superstar who's going to play in a second straight All-Star game, joins the show on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
Sports Update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. After finishing 17-65 last season, today is the day that the Wizards will be on the clock with the number one pick tonight at 8 p.m. It's the first time the Wiz have had the number one pick since 2010 when they took John Wall, and the opportunity in front of them with that loaded class and a franchise-altering decision coming up. It was also reported yesterday that the Wiz are not engaging in trade talks for that number one pick, according to Mark Spears. 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 will have you covered until late tonight at 11 p.m. In baseball, the Nationals coming off a series-opening win against the Phillies last night. Back in action at 6:45 for Game 2 of the series. Jesus Luzardo against Zach Littell. Nobody pays more retail anymore. Why should you? When you're ready to pop the question, think Mervis, Diamond Importers, and Tacori. Mervis offers unbeatable value, while Tacori brings handcrafted detail and signature design to every engagement ring from the very first sparkle. For the largest selection in D.C., visit Mervis. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. It is NBA Draft Day, and we are talking Wizards basketball throughout the day as they have the number one pick. We're live at the Anthem ahead of the draft party. Show's brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murad. They'll take care of all of your important needs: last will and testament, living trust, medical power of attorney. Just schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We told you that James Wood spent some time at our headquarters today. Odyssey Sports getting out the vote for Wood, who is the best outfielder in the National League this baseball season, and somehow right now is 7th in All-Star Game voting. Started the conversation by thanking James for coming down Half Street from the ballpark to kick it with us on this NBA Draft Day.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So let's just start with, are you surprised at all with where you guys are? Over 500. We came to spring training. We met with everyone. Danny and I left and thought, wow, this is going to be a pretty fun team in a couple years. A couple years turned into like May.
We meant weeks.
Yeah. Are you surprised with what's happening?
I mean, no. I think we all kind of knew like what we were capable of. But I mean, yeah, I do think there's like a little bit of a surprise, like with how quickly it kind of clicked. And I mean, I feel like after the first series, like having the series win against a playoff team, like that kind of puts a little bit of belief into the team, and then you kind of just kept it going from there.
How hard is that? Hard maybe not the right word, James, but when a coach or somebody tells you, hey, if you do this, it'll work. And then you go, okay, maybe I'll try it. And then you start stacking some of those good results, whether it's individually at the plate or in the outfield or as a team, then it just kind of compounds, it feels like. And you guys are now a freight train.
Yeah, no, I think especially early on, it's tough because especially with a new staff, like just kind of building that trust. But I just think a lot of all the guys are just super hungry and just wanted to just improve. So I feel like, I mean, everyone was just hoping to anything really, just trying to find any type of way to get better.
James Wood ranking first right now among NL outfielders in runs, first in the big leagues as well. He ranks first among NL outfielders in walks, home runs, extra base hits, second in OPS, WRC+. It's been an incredible year for you. What would it mean for you to get a start in the All-Star game? It'd be your second time going, which is a lock. You're going to be there because people who know baseball eventually get a say in this thing. But what if you get to start in Philadelphia?
Yeah, I mean, it would be pretty cool. I mean, just being able to represent DC. I mean, especially in Philly. Hopefully, get some booze there. Wear the jersey.
I've never heard the phrase. Hopefully get some booze. I mean, those are coming, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like it's like a sign of respect. Like I was in Atlanta last year, and like Schwarber gets up, he gets booed. I get up there, like I didn't get as many boos. I was like, damn, I guess I still got some more work to do.
They didn't know yet. We have to boo this guy because
we've been affectionately booing Freddie Freeman for years, right? Yeah. I mean, and he's like waving and smiling on the boos rain down.
Like a sign of respect.
That's actually a great point because the All-Star game was here in 2018. And I do remember, like, loudest cheers were obviously the Nats, Bryce, and those guys. But just to torment the NL East guys that we hated was like the thing everyone did the entire week. So that would be a rite of passage, I guess.
For sure. Like I remember, especially like it was in San Diego. I can't remember when, but like how loud they booed the Dodgers guys there. That's like, I feel like that's how you know, like you kind of done something.
James, for you at the plate, the way that teams try to attack you, right? How do you keep your swing, your mechanics, all the things flowing, still based on adjusting to what other teams are doing to try to get you out?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like one thing I've learned a lot from last year is like, obviously, like these guys are really good, but they make mistakes as well. So just being able to realize, like, just obviously you're gonna get out. It's baseball. Like when you get out, like, all right, did he just make good pitches and there wasn't really a whole lot I could have done, or was there a pitch that I could have been able to do damage on, and either I missed it or I wasn't ready for it, and kind of just learn from my at bats in that sense.
Second half of last year was rough for you, and you've been a pro about not really talking about some of what you're going through physically. But I've been watching you since high school, and you clearly weren't running the same. You had 15 steals all last year. You have 13 so far this year. Are we still going to do the thing where we pretend like you were just completely healthy and everything was fine? Or have we had enough time now where you can acknowledge like you just kind of weren't right last year? What would you say about that?
I mean, yeah, I wasn't obviously feeling great, but I mean, I don't think that's like, I don't want to give myself like a cop out or an excuse. I mean, my body felt good enough to play. So, I mean, yeah, I just feel like that's kind of the goal. I mean, by the end of the year, you kind of just want to be in better shape than anybody else. So I feel like that was definitely a big focus going into this off season. So hopefully instead of slowing down, we'd speed up through the second half.
National superstar James Wood on his way to a second straight All-Star game. With your help, could be starting in Philadelphia. Got to get out the vote at nationals.com and MLB.com/vote. He was 7th in the last update. Got to get him into the top 6 so that he can be part of the next ballot. But the idea is to have him in the top 3 ultimately among outfielders. Specific to like adjustments you made this offseason, did you kind of know naturally there was going to be a leap here? Or were there certain things that you went back to the drawing board on? Because that was your first full year. And said, okay, the last 162, because you play every single day at your size. Like, these are the things I got to do different.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a little bit of both. Like, I feel like after the season, like, you kind of give it like a week or so, and then you can sort of step back and be like, yeah, like, here's what I think I did pretty well. And then here's some things that I wasn't too happy with, and I want to work especially hard on that. But I mean, I just think it's kind of a little bit of both. I feel like you're just trying to improve, find any way to get just 1% better.
Defensively, how are you feeling now, and how close to where you ultimately kind of set your goals? How close are you to those goals?
Yeah, I mean, I feel pretty good defensively. I mean, I think the numbers don't look the best, but I feel like I made a lot of good improvements, and I just feel like now it's kind of just locking in the focus and everything. I feel like I've done a good job with the preparation, so now it's just a matter of just locking it in for the rest of the year, every pitch.
Yeah, the transition from left field to right field, you seem way more comfortable. You've taken a couple of home runs off the top of the wall where you're just kind of like reaching up and getting a cup out of the drawer or something. But you're right, that like the metrics don't reflect necessarily what, to me, my eyes say you've been very solid defensively. Are there defensive things you care about or don't numbers-wise, or is that harder to quantify, do you think? What's your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of tough because, like, you go on, like, it just depends where you look. Like, the Nationals have, like, their own internal defensive thing, and then you go on, like, Baseball Savant. They have
That's the one I have access to.
Yeah.
I don't have the Nats one.
Could we get that one?
Although if Paul Taboni or you would like to give it to me, I'd love a login whenever you're ready to give that to me.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, like it's just like there might be one play where it's like it says it's 15% here and then it's 35 here and then like 50 on another. So it's just like I feel like you kind of can go back and forth. Like some are better than the other. Like Savant isn't the best at like getting balls at the wall. So, like, I feel like I use ours for that one more or less, but then Savant's a little bit more available.
By the way, speaking of the wall, so you've taken 2 homers away. I don't know what we have to do about the wall at Nats Park. You had 2 home runs that hit the very top of the fence and came back. And then Dylan had one the other night.
Yeah.
I've never seen that once.
Yeah, we were
happened 3
joking,
times.
like, we got to, slant them, this way, so when it hits it, bounces over.
That's 3 home runs
That's
that have
3.
been taken away.
Yeah.
At literally the top and came back.
Which bizarre. It's like they're spitting it out or something like that. It's like the bleacher creature in Chicago throwing it back.
Yeah.
So this is a philosophical question. You're so gifted, right? And you know that. And I'm not just blowing you up because you're sitting here, but you are. It reminds me of Shohei Ohtani, who decides, this year I'm going to try to win the Cy Young and can just ramp that up. Or this year I'll hit 50 homers. Or this year will be the 50 steal year. You've got that kind of skill set, maybe not pitching, but you could do I'm going to crash into the wall and dive and make every play in right field. Or I'm going to sell out and hit 50 homers. Or I can steal 40 bases. How do you decide what fader, just to make yourself so that you're still available, you're not killing yourself in one specific area?
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough question for sure. I mean, obviously you want to go out there and give everything you can just for the team and for the pitcher, but I mean, you also kind of got to know the most valuable I can be is just being out there,
just being available,
every day. Yeah. So it's definitely tough to find a balance, and I think I'm still sort of figuring that out. But I mean, yeah, I just think you I don't want to say you have to pick your spots, but you just kind of got to know your limits and not try and overexert.
So to that point, I'm thinking of it may have been last night. Pitch up in the zone, hit a base hit to left center field. Maybe Jacob Young tears ass out of the batter's box and gives an aggressive turn. Maybe has to slide halfway between to bust it back. You're going, you know what? That's probably not a double. I don't need to go crazy and put myself in an adverse spot. Just kind of to your point where you're going, I'm picking my spot there.
Yeah, but no one loves the hustle double more than me too. So I mean, if it's there, I want to.
But if it's there, it's kind of your point. Yeah.
This could be just like an old man thing too. This it almost feels like I'm your parent, like Kenny Wood saying this. But also, you've never slid into second on a hustle double and not scared me. It's always very limmy and just you're always when you slide in, or you get there and you're just have you ever just gotten up and been that was totally an easy slide for me?
No, and I mean, you said that, and I immediately thought of there's a double I tried to stretch out in Cleveland.
Yes, you did. I remember that play.
I'm about to slide, and Bazana's right where I'm about to slide, and I'm dude, if I slide, I'm taking his legs out. I can't do that to him. So it ended up just being a terribly awkward play in the end of the day, but. Yeah, I mean, that was definitely one of them for sure.
Get out the vote for James Wood. If you can send us to the 1067 The Fan X and Instagram socials, receipts on you, maxing out your votes, you'll be entered into an opportunity to win a signed ball. James was kind enough to sign some baseballs for us. So go vote for James Wood for the All-Star game. He is deserving, has been the best outfielder in the National League. I want to talk challenging with you for a second. I don't think you've had a single challenge yet where when you challenged it, it was obviously not going to go for you.
Yeah.
Nasim had a couple early where it was middle, and I'm come on.
Let's take that privilege away for a week.
Every single one of yours has been by 0.0001 inches, and I now see you laughing a little bit. Even the ones that go against you the other way. You had one maybe last night where a catcher challenges.
Yeah.
And it's always a seam of a baseball.
Yeah.
What's your mindset on that system now? And was it like this for you in the minors too?
I mean, I was also pretty bad at it in the minors, but it wasn't as bad going against me. But I mean, yeah, I at the end of the day, I think it's good because I mean, I feel like it's doing its purpose. I feel like if an ump's missing outside all game, I feel like he should know, So I feel like they're being able to get checked in that way, and I feel like it's overall just made them better. But I mean, with the challenges against me, I've kind of just been able to laugh at it. We were playing Seattle, and Mitch Garver was catching. He challenges. He's like, "What do you think about this one?"
Yeah. What are they? Normally, there is a little back and forth.
Yeah.
I always see K-Bert talking. What are you guys saying?
Yeah,
it's
just usually like that. What do you think? And I told him, I was like, I mean, I think it's a ball, but every time someone challenges, it just finds a way to touch at least some part of the zone.
Is it because your strike zone is so big? Do you think? You and Judge probably have the biggest real estate in the sport.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit of that, and then it was weird. So the year I debuted, I had the most I was tied for second with the most missed calls going against me. And then last year, I had the most calls in my favor. So it's
really? I would say it's the other way.
Yeah, it's weird. So I think, and just talking to some umps, like, I just think the hardest part is like going from, like, especially if Nas is hitting ninth, like going from his strike zone to my strike zone. Like, that's a pretty big adjustment from the top and the bottom of the zone.
It has been a game changer. We're talking to James Wood, because now when you're out of challenges, it feels like last year there was never such a thing, and now it's like such an affront. Like last night, Dylan had a ball basically bounce in front of home plate at the end of the game.
Yeah.
Bases loaded.
That's a run.
Yeah,
that's a run.
And and they didn't have a challenge. But you could just tell he was like livid, and Riak had blown Mead and Cruz back to back, so it felt worse. But it's so necessary, but only having the two, they're precious.
Yeah.
We got to take care of those. But you've had bad luck so far. James Wood is with us here on Grant and Danny. So a couple of things I wanted to talk about non-baseball with you. Today's the NBA draft. You're a hooper. You love the NBA. I know your sister works in the Spurs organization. The Wizards have the number 1 pick. Where are we going?
I mean, I like Darren Peterson. I like when I watch him play, like he gets to his spots, and like it to me it looks like a lot like Shea. Like he kind of gets to his spots in the mid range, and like his jumper's smooth as I don't know what. And then he's super athletic too. So, and obviously there's like the injuries, like the cramps and all that, which I'm not worried about. But I mean, AJ's also, he's a freak too. So I mean, you can't really go wrong. I don't know if Boozer's in the question either.
It sounds like they're debating between those two, but forever it was the big three.
Yeah.
And now Boozer maybe goes.
I like Caleb Wilson's nasty too.
Probably
but,
fourth.
I mean, he'll probably be fourth.
We didn't see enough because of that injury, but just that's I feel robbed because like someone 6'10" that can move like that. You just go,
freak.
I'll figure it out, right?
Yeah.
We were talking to one of the Wizards execs last year, and they said they've done this for a long time, and they said this is one of the best drafts they've ever seen at the top. Now, they were lucky. I don't know if it's the best or the worst year to get one, theoretically, because like there's a lot of guys in that top 3 or 4.
It's a great year to get third.
Yeah, exactly. Like when there's a one prize, like a Wemby or a Cooper Flag, it's great to get one, but I'm not complaining. I'll take one overall. But you can't go wrong to your point.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what was the year that it was like, I think it was 24 when we got Sarr.
Second overall.
Yep. Yeah.
Richese went first.
Yeah, I mean, like that. I mean, Sarr at 2 was also a great pick then. But I mean, having won at this draft, I feel like, I mean, obviously 1 through 3, I feel like you're getting or 1 through 4, you're getting a really good player. But I mean, just being able to pick your guy, I feel like also it's got to be nice.
I'd imagine you haven't played with any of the Wiz, just because I don't know when you would have. But have you played with anybody in the league at any point? Like pickup or anything?
No, not that I know of. Like maybe I played like when I was in high school. I might have.
I think you told me you played with like some Spurs G Leaguers or something at one point.
Oh
right?
yeah, I ran a practice with them. So, but that was like I was just helping out. Like I wasn't like going 5-on-5.
You were just a jobber, like
sure,
yeah, literally, yeah. I was like catching passes.
Yeah. So, but go back to Peterson for a second. Obviously, the talent is all world, but that saga with him, with the creatine and the cramps, and then sort of, I think it led to him questioning a lot of stuff about, oh my God, am I going to be able to do this again? You ever face something like that as an athlete where you go, this thing you're so gifted at, you're so good at, I'm not sure I can do it right now physically. You ever gone through something like that?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like baseball kind of has you, like baseball can
always,
put you
right?
in a blender. Yeah. So, I mean, like, I feel like I'm a lot better with it now. But like, I mean, in high school, like my senior year, I had a pretty rough senior year, and like, there's times where I was like, oh, like I don't know, like I don't have as much of like to go back on to really like be like, okay, yeah, like I've gone through this, I know I'm good and this and that. So, I mean, it definitely happens. I mean, especially like you see it a lot at the big league level. Like, I mean, there's guys like. It's even harder to struggle here just because there's no higher level. So it's like these are the best of the best, and I mean, you sink or swim. So
James Wood of the Nationals. So this is a bigger picture question. It's just something piqued my interest as I was watching my little guy play youth ball for the first time this year. What are some of your thoughts on just the way the game's trending in youth baseball and travel ball? And I'm just curious, like you went through it, you lived it, you played here locally, then went to IMG. And what would you tell young people listening in the DMV that might be multi-sport players or baseball players?
Yeah, I mean, youth sports is crazy now. Like, I think it was starting to get kind of crazy when I was going through it, but like I feel like it's kind of just it's gone to another level now. But I mean, I'll just say like play as many sports as you can for as long as you can. Just like have fun. Like, don't just lock in on one sport from 9 to 18. Like, I feel like I see a lot of people who kind of did that, and you see like a little bit of burnout, and it's just like, I don't know. Like, I just think just keep it fun is the most important thing. I think a lot of people and kids and parents, like, they want to be the best right now, but I feel like that I've seen so many guys, like even like Jackson Merrill, for example. Like, he's always been a good player, but like he shot up like the draft boards his senior year, ended up going in the first round. Like, I just think just keep it light, keep it fun, and then obviously there comes a time and a place where you got to get extra serious with it. But I mean, just keep it fun for as long as you can.
It's like in the NBA, it's almost like a badge of honor to have that AAU team that's like in your name. Is that something you want to do for baseball, where it's like the James Wood traveling road show eventually, where it's one part giving back, but one part like, I beat your team. You know what I mean? With like a little
Yeah.
chirping of the Phillies version of that, right?
Yeah, I know Snell, Blake Snell's got like his Snellzillas. Or
Oh, does he really?
Yeah, he
That's
has,
cool.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like you don't see that as much with baseball, but that's something I haven't really given much thought to. But it sounds like a fun idea.
Yeah, the wood choppers out of like Northern Virginia or something like that, right?
The wood choppers is funny. The Giants, something you have given thought to. The New York Football Giants, the worst team in the NFC East. They are projected to win 7.5 games this year, so that sounds
That's
fun.
nice.
John Harbaugh, Jackson Dart, big draft class. How we feeling?
I mean, when's the last time Harbaugh's won less than 9 games in a year?
Well, he's never coached the Giants, so that's going to make it more difficult.
I'm feeling good, but I mean, obviously, like training camp, you get all the hype and all this and all that. So, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter till week 1.
Did you see enough from Dart to think he's the guy?
I mean, yeah, I definitely think like with what he did last year. O-line was kind of beat up, receiver room was beat up. Like, I feel like he showed enough flashes to, definitely give me enough hope.
And then you go Reese and Maui Noah in the top 10. You have 2 top 10 picks. It's going
That
to
ain't
look
bad.
pretty good.
Yeah, that ain't bad.
But
Yeah.
it's hard to do better than that on both sides of the ball, too.
Yeah, I kind of like. I've always thought, like, especially when they won the Super Bowls, like they had elite D line, O line was pretty solid, and I just feel like, especially now, like I feel like running the footballs back. I feel like that's kind of where you got to build your team and build your team from there, and then go out from there.
Last one on baseball. Would you do the home run derby again this year?
I don't know. I'll have to give it some thought. But I mean, if I get invited, I mean, hopefully I'm in Philly either way. But I'll definitely give it some thought.
You will be in Philly. The question is, are Nats fans going to get this vote out? And I think we're going to get them to now to get you up the board here to start in Philadelphia. But it'll be a second straight All-Star appearance for James Wood. We appreciate the time. Thanks for coming in studio. Really means a lot. And look forward to seeing you at the ballpark, hitting the ball over the wall here soon.
Yeah, hopefully. Appreciate you guys.
Keep killing it, buddy. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
James Wood of the Washington Nationals. Back with more from the anthem ahead of the NBA draft. The Wizards pick first. Is that the only pick they'll make in the first round tonight? That's next on Grant and Danny.
Sports Update is brought to you by Melwood. Draft day is here. The Wizards have the number 1 pick for the first time since 2010 when they took John Wall. Tonight at 8 p.m., we find out who the new cornerstone of the franchise is. According to Mark Spears, they will definitely make a pick, not engaging in trade talks here this evening. 106.7 The Fan and the Team 98 will have your coverage until late tonight at 11 p.m. And breaking news in football today, Brendan Sorsby will not be able to compete in the NFL in 2026 as the league did away with the supplemental draft this year. In baseball, the Nationals coming off a series opening win against the Phillies last night. Back in action at 6:45. For Game 2 of the series, it's Jesus Luzardo against Zach Littell. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit Melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
The third pick will be made by the Memphis Grizzlies. Picking second will be the Utah Jazz, and that means that the number 1 pick in the 2026 NBA Draft goes to the Washington Wizards.
And just like that, tonight was made possible. Welcome back, Grant and Danny, live from the Anthem on the Fan. Thank you for making this show part of your day. It's NBA Draft Day on the Fan. We will keep you company all day long up until 6:15. Then the Junkies are coming back. We've got a Junkies G&D draft extravaganza deep into the evening, and eventually a late-night show from right here at the Anthem, reacting with fans to whoever's picked 1-1 with Ben Strober and Toby Altizer, the Strobes and Tobes broadcast, to end this day. But, Danny, this is one of the biggest days in Wizards history. It's one of the biggest days in recent DC sports history because it's got a chance to completely change the complexion of this Wizards organization. The big debate is it A.J. Debonsa as expected? Could there be a surprise? And might the Wizards shock everybody and take Darren Peterson?
The point that I've been making a lot as they were going through this painful tank, and that's what it was. It was painful. It's not much fun. Although, to me, it's more fun, frankly, to figure out who's going to be here than watching a 34-win team. I just, again, that's the way I'm wired through my fandom, but that's beside the point. The thing I said a million times, and you said it too, their best player, their fill in the blank, superstar, MVP candidate, the guy that can be on your team in his prime, that can lead you to a conference final. Everybody kind of takes turns doing that around the league, whether it's Jokic or Doncic or Anthony Edwards or people all over the place. That player's not on their team yet. You're assembling assets to be part of the supporting cast, to figure out who your OG Anunoby is, to figure out who your Rudy Gobert is, to figure out who your Stephon Castle is. You need those guys too. Those are championship players. You need excellence around this guy. But the dude, where there's 4 seconds left on the shot clock, the play didn't work, you give it to that guy for a huge fourth-quarter bucket, that guy's not on the team yet. And it's one of these two guys, presumably up there at the top, as the Wizards make a selection tonight.
I think it's going to be A.J. Debonsa. The clock is ticking. We are T-minus 4.5 hours away from the NBA draft getting underway, and the Wizards holding the number 1 pick. Just to go back, though, to the clip that Darius played on the way in, and the Wizards winning the lottery 16 years in the making. What a storyline. John Wall was the pick 1-1 back in 2010.
That's right.
They sent Wall to deliver them the first overall pick this time around in 2026, and he did just that. They have had opportunities. They've done everything correctly in previous years, including last year, and so many times they got Wizards. Not this time. They finally hit the lottery. They get 1-1. And now they get their pick of the litter. By the way, all reports are, I know there's a couple of specifics that have been cited, but everyone is now saying the Wizards are making the pick, that there is no consideration of trading this selection. I don't think that should be a surprise. I know there was conversation throughout. There were certainly points at different moments where it felt like maybe they could go back to 2, get a package from Utah. If they like Peterson more, maybe you take Darren Peterson. But sitting at number 1, the asset was winning the lottery, getting to choose from all these players, and they're going to do just that.
that was the beauty of it. And on the night that it happened, I did a reaction video. I'm not even sure what I said. I was basically delirious and punch drunk from the joy of it. But the point of it is you don't have to do anything. Going full Brian Windhorst, 2 fingers in the air. Now, why? You could do whatever you want. You have the hammer. You are at no one's mercy. At 2, at 3, you're waiting around and you're figuring it out. You're maneuvering. You're hoping. What if this? What if that? There's no what if for Washington. If you don't like anybody's offer, you ain't got to take it. There's nothing that you have to do. They have to wait on you. Use the full allotment of that draft time. Use the full allotment of the attention gathering phase where you get analysts, hopefully, that know what the hell they're talking about, that will speak glowingly about you. You finally get some of that positive attention. We used to joke about this, and for years, and this was true, before the Washington pick in whatever sport, they would just go to commercial. Because it's not that interesting. What are the Knicks going to do? Well, coming up, Stephen A. Smith waxes poetic. What are the Lakers going to do? What coming up? Name that guy. Kendrick Perkins gets really angry. They are going to talk about the Wizards, that full allotment of time. Hey, have you noticed this? Have you noticed that? This is kind of exciting. Look at what Dawkins and Winger have done. Look at the turnaround. And all of a sudden, you're getting a free advertisement. And they're speaking glowingly about you, your process, your city, your organization. They're going to reference Anthony Davis and all the various positive comments that he's had here of late. You're going to reference Trae Young, the extension. Whether you like it or not, he has spoken glowingly about the regime here in Washington and the fact that he wants to be here, etc. It is a paradigm shift. And then it culminates with that number 1 overall pick, the difference maker tonight. It is so exciting, man. It's genuine.
We'll take calls from you guys at 800-636-1067 if you've got thoughts on what the Wizards are going to do with the number 1 pick and just where this ranks for you as an evening and as an event. As a Wizards fan, I'm trying to think of the short list for my life. I mean, my credentials would go back to, I was born in 88. My earliest memories of basketball in D.C., they were still the Bullets, and they made the playoffs in that 98 season where they got knocked out and swept by Michael Jordan and the Bulls. Mm-hmm. And it would have been, a Juwan Howard, Chris Webber kind of operation, maybe the season before he got traded and blew up in Sacramento, obviously. But for me, my childhood, there was a time where they were my favorite team of all the DC sports, or right there with the Redskins. It was kind of a seasonal thing. But I've said this to you before. I would get off the bus. I'd go grab a radio, an actual radio with like an antenna.
Oh, yeah.
And I would go pull it out, plug it in with an extension cord into the back deck, and I would listen to like Steve Zabin and Andy Pollin, the sports reporters or whatever. There was no fan at the time. 980 was the only sports station in town. And so I would listen to crackly AM radio in my backyard, and I would shoot basketball, and I would pretend to be Calbert Cheney, or I would be, Mitch Richmond or whoever it was at the time, and would track every single night on loose leaf paper points and rebounds and assists for every player, and lived and died with all the acquisitions. And over time, the other sports just became more important because it always felt like to me the Wizards were the one that was never run in a way that I could completely agree with. It was always harder for me.
Yep.
And that has changed completely with this regime. It's been a blast, but there was a time even for the radio station on a draft night where I was covering the Wizards and was at the John Wall draft and got to speak to him a couple hours before he was drafted. But I would say if I'm trying to rank all-time days as a Wizards fan, number 1 for me might be some kind of playoff achievement, like maybe the John Wall scorers table game against the Celtics to force Game 7 at Capital One Arena where he jumped up on the table after hitting the game-winning shot. I would think possibly, even though I didn't love those teams or think they were going anywhere, when they swept the Raptors like those Otto Porter Jr. Wizards teams,
yep,
that was kind of fun. There was a night where they won one of those games against the Raptors, and it was one of those, like, all the DC sports teams won the same night things. The Caps, the Wiz, the Nats, and it was super fun. And we had a show at the time, you and I just starting or a couple years in. That was a blast. So that's on the short list. I think winning the lottery to get John Wall, I remember where I was. I was in the Orioles press box covering a baseball game in Baltimore when they hit the lottery that night, and John Wall was going to be the pick at 1-1. That would be on the list. Maybe an evening where Gilbert Arenas poured in 60 points in L.A. or something like that. Gilbert Arenas was probably like the apex of my fandom just because he was such an offensive assassin, so fun to watch. But this is right up there, man.
It's up there.
If I'm ranking a top 5 days as a Wizards fan, this has to be one of them.
This is on my list as well, and I've got a few years on you. I mean, finding out Michael Jordan was going to play for the Washington Wizards, I can't express to you what that was.
Great
like,
one.
Right? I mean, going after the drought. I mean, of the late 80s and throughout the 90s, they didn't make the postseason. They weren't close. It was, aging stars like Moses Malone and Terry Catledge and, Jeff Malone with his knee braces. But some of those teams in the mid 80s were pretty fun. They had some players that I liked.
Did MJ play for Bickerstaff or Jim Bravelli or?
It was Doug Collins.
Collins would have been the coach here. It was after those.
Yeah, he asked Doug to come back and do it.
Bravelli was the interim coach, then maybe a Bickerstaff in there. So it was Doug Collins, and maybe he helped handpick him, basically.
I think so, yeah.
Part owner with Ted.
Like, I need you to come back and do it.
Yeah.
Obviously it didn't go according to plan, and he wasn't the same, and he was still was incredible, by the way, but the Eastern Conference was so stacked. But the Weber-Howard group kind of getting started was legit exciting, and that was for real. Losing, and then, of course, the whole thing gets derailed, and it was miserable again for almost 7-8 years afterwards. But then Gilbert Arenas hitting the shot against the Bulls, beating Gennaro Pargo, the one-man band, and then you touched on it, those John Wall series. But it's been few and far between. It's basically once a decade they flare up, and this is the chance at something special.
Manny's in the city in Southeast, wants to hop in on Grant and Danny on draft day for the Wizards. What's up, Manny? We're live at the Anthem ahead of the draft party. How are you?
I'm well. I'm ecstatic, man. DC is the new place to be. We got free agents that want to be here, and we got players that listen. We the Kish, Bill backwards. Anyway, I'm not sure that this is a foregone AJ DeBonza, but if it is, I think we fumbled. I'm gonna let Will cook because if we let everyone think that we're getting DeBonza, knowing that so many people want him so bad. We could have, demanded a king's ransom, especially if we're eyeing DP or Boozer.
I want to get into that, actually, because if they do take Peterson, it will feel like they absolutely could have traded back and still done that. And I'm not going to be upset about that. They have more details and more information than I do. But that is going to be how I feel. If you take Peterson at number 1 overall, I'm sure it's important him to go first. I don't really care that much about that variable. You could go back to 2 and still get Peterson. Some people think you could even get to 3 and get Peterson.
Because there's a lot of romanticism there with Boozer and Utah.
Exactly. Yeah. Jordan, Washington, what's up?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think Darren Peterson, from the tape, I watched his game against BYU, and I've watched other games, and I think the minutes he's played, he's getting 18 points and a half. He's getting 20 points and a half. And I think if he brings those types of minutes to the Wizards, it could be dangerous. I mean, I've watched a lot of Kansas basketball, obviously played under Bill Self, a great coach. But I just think if he's getting up to 40 minutes a game in the association, I don't know. I think the sky's the limit.
Definitely is, buddy. It definitely is. But the floor is subterranean. I mean, that's the part that scares the hell out of you. But, no risk it, no biscuit, obviously. But someone with that level of talent, and any other year, even with the questions, he goes 1-1. But this is not any other year.
I want to get into the floor. I don't think it's quite as low, maybe, as you do, but I want to try to figure out our disconnect on that as we continue on Grant and Danny. Double Play is next. What's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports. We are at the Anthem. It is draft night. In the NBA, the Wizards hold the number 1 pick. The epicenter of the sports world is your basketball team. It has been a long, long time. This is The Fan. We're live ahead of the draft party at the Anthem. Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Anthem going to be home tonight to one of the great watch parties in the city for the Wizards taking pick number 1 in this NBA draft. Double Play sponsored by FH Fur for 45 years. FH Fur has set the standard for premium comfort. To celebrate, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase, plus a premium EnviroAir IAQ 5-inch filter, absolutely free. FH Fur, plumbing, heating, air conditioning, electrical, absolutely the best. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports.
I had a Cubano sandwich just now, thanks to our guy Kevin DiDomenico. He went to a little coffee shop close by, the Colada shop here close to the Anthem, and I Venmoed him and he brought back a Cuban sandwich. The point of this is, every time I have a Cubano, I'm like, why don't I eat these all the time? They're so good. And then I started thinking, there's a bunch of sandwiches like that where I like it every time I eat it, and I feel like I don't eat it near enough. Now, in general, we're trying to eat less sandwiches, just, as a couple of fats where we're trying to not be pudgy. But I'm telling you, when it is sandwich time, it never seems to be a go-to for me. But every time I get it, I'm so thrilled, so happy, it's so good. That's what I've got for you. It joins the Reuben atop that list for me.
What's
every
on
time
a
I eat
Cubano?
That's your ham, that's your pulled pork, that's your mustard, and that's your pickles on bread that they press down and heat up.
That's
that make
it?
sense? Yeah.
There's no cheese?
I think sometimes there's some cheese.
Okay.
Yeah, but traditional one, I don't know if it has any cheese or not.
I actually think that sounds like something I would love. Why would I have never had that?
Well, you don't eat stuff. It's
Yeah,
got
but-
some Swiss cheese on it.
I was going to say,
Yeah, a
doesn't
little
it have
Swiss.
to have Swiss cheese?
Yeah, it's got some Swiss on it.
It would be weird if it's just meat and bread. That wouldn't make any sense.
With a little bit of mustard in the pickles.
The cheese makes it a sandwich.
It's so delightful because I don't know how to say it better than this, but it like your normal girth of a sandwich, and we do like girthy ones in general. We're talking about sandwiches.
Yes.
I don't know what you're talking about, but like you take that normal sandwich of a normal, weigh it around, etc., and they put it in that press and smack that son of a gun down. So now everything is heated up. He's heating up like sandwich style, and it's really good every time. Every time the Cubano's good.
Yeah, I think I should eat those. I don't know why I haven't. That's going to have to be something that I add to my itinerary in the near future.
Yeah, there you go. I mean,
the
you can see a
pictures
picture.
look like something because there's nothing on it that I would have to ask them not to put on.
Yeah, you see the grill marks right on top. I
Yeah.
mean, that's that pressure. That's the heat.
I like a good
to
warm
it.
sandwich.
Of course
and
you do.
The pressed nature as
Uh-huh.
well.
Mhm.
Everything tightly packed together. Then you cut it and you can kind of snap it like, so you can look at both
Oh,
sides
yeah,
of
oh,
it.
yeah.
It's exactly what I'm looking for. Time for my double play. Every time I'm in the Anthem, I feel like something really cool or big is happening. Because the times that you and I have been here have always been for some major epic DC sports event. One of the
Yep.
last times you and I were here, and the last time I believe we broadcasted from here, was when the Nats released their World Series DVD. Do you remember that?
I do.
I think it was called Fight
Finished.
And so we were here. They did a big red carpet event. They rolled it out. It was really, really well done. And they did a cool thing where they showed the DVD for the first time on the screen for everybody to watch. And it was basically like reliving the entire playoff run. But you and I and other members of the station were, I don't want to say heavily involved, but there's a lot of like narrating game to game or talking about the pitching matchup or whatever, where they grab audio from the radio station. And so there's a handful of different points where our voices can be heard on that DVD. We were here for that. I've been here for some like Nats return to season galas and things as well, draft parties. We were here for, I believe it was the night that the Commanders drafted Dwayne Haskins, if memory serves, who's tragically no longer with us, which
Right.
is crazy to think about. But a then Redskins draft party with a top 15 pick when they were looking for a quarterback. Like, just being in here, it's good energy. I've never been here for a concert. I know this is one of the great concert venues in town now. Seen a couple of other acts, stand-ups, and whatever in here. This is a great place. I love the Anthem.
It is. It's that perfect. What am I going to call this? It's bigger than the 930 Club, and it's smaller than like the super giant theater. It's smaller than Cap One Arena, obviously. It's like that perfect in between size where it feels intimate, but yet it also feels big. That makes sense? Like it feels like, hey, it's pretty special. You look at all the surround, the balcony seating. There's not a bad seat in the house. You can always see the stage. You can always kind of be in close to the action, but also removed enough where it feels Like, it is big, but it's also so intimate. It's the perfect balance, man. It's such a cool spot.
Beltway Blitz coming your way in just a few minutes at the top of the hour at 4 o'clock. And then we will get back to the Wizards and the number one pick in the NBA draft. By the way, at 5 o'clock today, we're going to take a look at the top of the draft board and some of the prospects. We'll talk to Matt McCall, a former college coach, who's on SiriusXM's NBA radio as one of their draft experts. I want to dive into some of the prospects in this class with him. That's coming up a little over an hour right here on The Fan.
Sports Update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Draft day is here. The Wizards have the number 1 pick tonight at 8 p.m. for the first time since 2010 when they took John Wall. Washington is hosting a draft party tonight at the Anthem. That's where our coverage will be live on the radio and on social media all night. Two main options at the moment. A.J. Debonsa, who was the consensus top recruit in the high school class of 2025, averaged 25, 7, and 4 in his lone season with BYU, or Darren Peterson averaged 24 and 1 in his 24 games last year with Kansas. Breaking news in football today, Brendan Sorsby will not be able to play in the NFL in 2026. The league did away with the supplemental draft this year. In baseball, Nationals coming off a series opening win against the Phillies last night. Back in action, 6:45 first pitch for Game 2 of a 4-game set. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to the Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle guarantee coverage. All just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
Number 6 is Malachi.
From the Anthem on NBA Draft Day, Grant and Danny on the Fan. The NBA Draft comes your way tonight in 4 hours, and our coverage will be going all day and night long right here on 106.7 The Fan and all of our social channels. We've got live programming deep into the evening from the Anthem, where we are hanging out right now. If you can hear behind us, they've got a Wizards dance competition. Finalists are being announced for their dance team. Seems like a big moment for the dancers up there.
There's a lot happening on the stage. Everybody's dancing. There's choreography. Then there's individual moments to showcase and shine.
Yes.
I don't know. Like, honestly, I think they're choosing someone to be part of the squad.
I have not seen Dave Johnson bust a move just yet, but I'm sure
it's in the
point
works.
Tonight,
he's hosting tonight.
He's going to be both hosting and dancing. So without further ado, let's get to our Beltway Blitz. And to our guy, Dave Johnson, Wizards Radio Network, who is one of the hosts this evening out here at the Anthem of the Wizards Draft Party. Dave, what a day. Wizards fans have been waiting for this night for some 16 years or so. We were saying earlier, this might be one of the greatest days in team history.
No, and that you're not exaggerating there, because it's different from 16 years ago. Obviously, we were all excited about John Wall, and that's who we ended up selecting. But this is a very good draft. A very deep draft. We are told by the experts, which I've the last 6 months. But this young player will join a team with some.
I think we're losing Dave, so let's throw him on hold and see if we can get him back.
Yeah, but as Dave was getting into before his cell phone betrayed him, was that this has been billed as the draft for years. There have been prizes in other ones. Cooper Flag, Victor Wembanyama, you've seen their impact, certainly. But this draft overall, in terms of if you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way up to people think of the low double digits in the teens, you're ending up with a really big difference maker, if not a star, ultimately. It's too early, obviously not fair to compare this group to 2003, but that's kind of what's being evoked here. When the LeBron, the Chris Bosh, the Dwayne Wade, kind of the excellence therein, I don't know that it's fair to put that on this group, but still, you're talking about an excellent class by any estimation.
Yeah, Debonsa, the likely 1-1, who's minus 650 last I saw, to be the pick for the Wizards. 6'9", 210 pounds. Excellent mid-range game. He's going to have to work on the outside shot, but he's the projected number 1 guy in this class. We've talked a lot about 6'6" scorer at guard Darren Peterson, but not that it'll be relevant to the Wizards. One of the reasons this class is beloved, the depth thereafter. Cameron Boozer from Duke, Caleb Wilson from North Carolina, and the list goes on and on. You could be picking in the 17 to 20 range and maybe get a plug-and-play immediate contributor. But, Dave, you were just talking about the quality of this draft class and why it is so special for the Wizards to pick first.
Yeah, I mean, they get their first pick of what, as you just mentioned, is a quality draft class. Now, again, I always tell people when you really want to evaluate a draft, ask me in 5 years, because that's really plays out. But all indications are this is just an embarrassment of riches, if you will, from this particular draft class. And as I mentioned before, and I apologize for the phone line, I think it's just a unique situation. Why there's so much excitement is that this young player that the Wizards select tonight will be joining a core that has Trae Young and Anthony Davis, but also a young group of guys that have been growing together, and we're seeing their potential unfold before us.
Dave, what's fair to expect from this group this year? I mean, fans have rightfully been patient. They've waited through this, this teardown phase, the building phase, and now we're kind of in the ascension phase. Add in this star that they're going to select 1-1 tonight with that group that you just mentioned. What should folks expect this season?
Well, I think, it's realistically, as we're talking here in June, it's hard to really forecast next June, next spring. But again, Trae Young, I believe, has reached a legacy point of his career. In other words, he's 27. He's accomplished some things, but he wants to accomplish more. And now he's being put in a situation with a franchise that the whole goal was stated by Michael Winger and Will Dawkins. We need to have sustained success. As we drafted John Wall and then Bradley Beal, some success, and then we don't have success. So I think realistically, the contention for the playoffs, starts here. And Anthony Davis, he's a big part of that. But what I'm so excited about, again, you just go. I mean, think about last year, guys. The Will Rileys, the Keshawn George. These are not top 5 picks, and how they're developing, and they're so young. And so I think that's part of the excitement, is that we could really, with the start of a rise that will last over several seasons.
Dave's phone's cutting out again. I tell you what, Darius, he's coming to the anthem. Just tell him come on by when he gets to the anthem, and we'll talk to him then, because his phone does not want him talking to us today.
Not up in here.
But he is going to be hosting the event out here at the Wizards Draft Party. Cannot wait to chat more with Dave Johnson. We'll get him on when he gets out here in just a few. Technology can't stand in our way then. Let's keep the conversation on hoops moving, though. Keith Smith of Spotrac joins us now to cover the association from the national perspective. So, Keith, let's look at the top of the draft board. Any chance the Wizards don't go A.J. Debonsa tonight, do you think?
I mean, if he said any chance, yeah, maybe, but very unlikely. I think it's going to be A.J. Debonsa off the board. He's the number one player on my board. Number one player on a whole lot of boards out there. He fits a need as far as a big wing for the team, so that's who I think the pick's going to be.
So, for us outside, Keith, just me, just a pudgy zilch that likes hoops, I look at this Peterson thing and I'm going, I have so many questions. Those questions could be answered with conversations from front office members to coaches to players, talking to Peterson, etc. How concerned are front offices, in your view, with just the craziness of that college basketball season for Peterson?
Yeah, I think they've largely gotten their questions answered through the draft process about his health and why he was unable to finish games, why sometimes he was unable to even play. I think everybody's in a better place with that. I know there are some teams that are perfectly fine with what they found out. There's others that are still a little shaky on it, but think it is something that's largely been solved. But the talent is there. There's no question about that. Everybody believes in the talent. So now it comes down to, all right, are you willing to look past the rest because the talent is so good?
The Wizards and other teams are hoping to get back into the lottery. That might be unlikely, frankly, but let's say they could get a pick somewhere in the 15 to 22 range by moving around. This regime has done a lot of that. What's still available there in this draft class? And give us an idea of what they might be able to accomplish, or any team in that range might be able to do tonight that is abnormal because this is a better class.
Yeah, if you're going to get back up into the lottery with another pick, you're probably going to have to give up future draft assets or something really good. And there are a couple teams in the lottery that are like the LA Clippers, for example. They'd love to add veteran talent. So if you're going to get up to a trade with them, you could maybe offer them a veteran or two that's going to lift them, that is better than them believing they have the number 5 pick. But this lottery group, really through the lottery, it's so strong that it's going to be hard for teams to get in there without offering either an overwhelming number of draft picks or veteran talent if those teams are looking for win-now players.
Where's somebody, and this is so hard, it's obviously because we haven't seen these guys play at the NBA level yet, but just sort of prognosticating for fun, where is someone going to get a steal in this draft? You know, like, oh, bummer, I didn't get the top 2 or 3, but you still end up with fill in the blank. Who's getting a steal tonight?
Yeah, I think there's a chance we could see a player like Darius Akoff slide a little bit. He's somebody I'm extremely high on. I think he's going to be a great player in the league. So if all of a sudden it starts to be, all right, a couple teams are going in a different direction at 5, 6, maybe the Kings tend to do stuff that's kind of out of nowhere, then all of a sudden Akoff could slide a little bit. And then after a player like him, you're really looking, maybe the latter part of the lottery, where, you're still going to have players in range like Braden Burries or Mikal Brown Jr. potentially, if he doesn't go off the board earlier. Nate Ament is a good player. Ade Mara has picked up a lot of steam. Morez Johnson. There's a lot of good players that I think in a lot of other drafts, they might have gone even a little bit higher than the late lottery. They might have been mid or even high lottery picks.
Darius Akoff from Arkansas, 6'3" and sub 200 pounds, shot 44% from deep this year, but he is a poor defender according to most of the scouting reports. And speaking of bucket getters that are bad on defense, Trae Young signed an extension, 4 years and $212 million with the Wizards yesterday. We spent a lot of time talking about it. Today's been a lot more on the draft, and it's kind of been in the rearview mirror. But what did you make of that extension?
Yeah, not surprising that he signed an extension. I think we all knew that was going to come. It was the size of that deal that'll be the surprise there. That $200+ million is not, I think, what anybody was expecting. But when news broke that there were some other suitors for Trae Young, we heard Miami was interested if they did not pull off the Giannis trade, which obviously they did. But then there was news of maybe Chicago, maybe Brooklyn, who have cap space, could get involved. All of a sudden, it started to be like, whoa, wait a minute, maybe the Wizards are going to have to pay up a little bit more. And I think Trae Young and his agents played this really well to get him that big contract, because now he's taken care of and he's going to be there. And for the Wizards overall, I think there was a lot of unnecessary hand-wringing. For the next couple of years, they're fine with paying Trae Young big money. Maybe by that last year, it gets a little wonky, a little sideways, but we'll see. As long as he's able to hold up and they're able to put the right guys around him. People are acting like Trae Young's not a great player. He's still an all-star level guy on the offensive end. You just got to figure out the right defenders to protect him.
Is Giannis Antetokounmpo on a better team today than he was on yesterday?
I'm going to say yes, simply because I trust the Heat to round out their depth, and Bam Adebayo is that good. But yeah, there's been this always happens when a star gets traded. You get the silly graphics of who's stopping this team, and then that team goes out and wins 45 games, and it's like, well, a whole lot of teams stopped them. The Heat have a lot of work to do. They don't have any real shooting on that roster. They don't have anybody who's going to go get their own basket outside of Giannis and Bam a little bit. So their guard depth is really poor. So there's a lot of work to be done for Miami, but I do trust that front office to get that work done.
Keith, I want to go back to Trae Young for a quick second. He said something that got my mind rolling here. I think at one point Trae Young was maybe overrated, right, when he's getting buckets for a very mediocre Atlanta team. But people are acting now like he can't even tie his shoes. You know what I mean? Like he's so toxic and terrible that he's lucky to get out of bed most mornings. And the truth is probably closer to the pretty damn good player on a playoff team that he was in Atlanta. And I'd love to see what it looks like in his second act where he's not the first banana for a team. And presumably there are better players around him than there ever were in Atlanta. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. I think it's gotten really silly with the way people start talking about Trae Young. It's, that's the problem with some of the discourse, and I know it exists in other sports, but it's extreme in the NBA. Guys are either the best thing ever or they're garbage, and there's no in between at all. And it's like Trae Young is one of the best offensive guards we have in the game still. He's an outstanding scorer, he's an outstanding playmaker, and he can shoot with range unlike almost anybody else in the game. So you put all that together and you have, really, really good player. The challenges come in on the other end of the floor, but he's not the first, he's not the last player that is going to have those challenges, especially at the point guard position. And that's why for Washington, again, you get the right kind of guys around him, it's going to be just fine. And if he gets the offense humming, you don't really start to worry as much about the defensive end. And maybe it becomes a problem if you're deep in the playoffs, conference finals, or NBA finals. But at this point, I think Wizards fans will be like, yeah, we'll take those problems. Those will be just fine to try to figure out.
Last one on the Wizards with you, and Keith Smith of Spot Track is with us. Anthony Davis as a trade chip. Is there a world where he gets moved today, in your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I think that could happen. I think teams are going to be interested in Anthony Davis, especially what's happened now. The Giannis trade is agreed to. So now what we're going to see is teams that missed out there, they're going to expand. Teams that were waiting for that to get done so that they could maybe move on some other business. Those are going to be things that are going to open up, and that'll start, really today with the draft, especially as players start coming off the board. If there's someone really likes or something like that, you could see something happen there. I don't expect it. I think we're going to see him debut for the Wizards in the fall when the season gets started. I think he'll still be there, but there is definitely a possibility that Washington could say, hey, we got a deal that was too good to pass up. We had to move on this now.
Keith, thank you as always, buddy. Enjoy the draft tonight.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
We'll see you, my friend. Let's talk some Nationals, please. Our guy Kyle Williams, Baltimore Banner, covers those Nationals. That's why he's coming on now to talk about the Nationals here on the Beltway Blitz. They took game one against the Phillies. Zach Littell tonight. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so, today, Zach Littell, PJ Poulin is going to be opening for him, but it's, they're feeling confident after getting last night's win after 7-3 from Foster Griffin. And, they try, they know what's at stake in this series where, the team's battling for wild card spot, NL East, rivals. And it was a big series. And you kind of felt that in the clubhouse after the win yesterday.
Yeah, I actually was talking on the field in our walk-off interview for the radio network with Clayton Beater. He said something I was actually really surprised by, and people can check this out on my Instagram, Grant H. Paulson. But he said something to the effect of, there's not a team we enjoy beating more than the Phillies. And I kind of double-clicked it. I'm like, are you saying that because you're playing them or because you're behind them in the standings right now? And he's like, no, there's something between these two teams. He talked about the geographical nature and how their fans take over the ballpark. I was really surprised by that.
Yeah, I mean, it was, pregame yesterday, Blake said that, the group was excited to go out there and play the Phillies. And then Curtis Mead said something along the lines of yesterday that, they proved that they can compete with, the Phillies last night. And I think there is a little bit of an edge when it comes between these two teams. And, and so getting, the win like they did, especially after the rain delay for Foster to, shut out, allow one run over 7-3, striking out 9. Like, it was a huge momentum boost for the team, especially in a 4-game set against, this division rival. And you kind of got the sense that they want every series, but, especially this series against the division rival.
Foster Griffin's 11th in ERA in the National League right now, 3.15.
Unbelievable.
If you take one start out when he gave up 9 earnings in Cincinnati against the Reds, he's got a 2.3, which would be 6th in the NL behind a bunch of dudes vying for the Cy Young Award. They only paid him $5 million. He's a rookie, 30 years old. He's only ever pitched a few innings as a reliever and then in Japan. I mean, how do you chronicle what he's doing?
What he's doing is incredible. I mean, I asked Blake yesterday, has he exceeded, even the most positive outcomes that they envisioned for him? And he said, yeah, like he's been a horse for them. And he's kind of been a stabilizing force in the rotation, Outside of that blip against Cincinnati, he's been fairly reliable. I believe he's 3 or 4 consecutive starts of at least going at least 6 innings. Like, he's been reliable, dependable. And, according to FanGraphs, he's already been worth almost, $5.5 million according to their dollar metric. So his value is being proven like on the field and in the advanced metrics. And it's just, it's hard, for a team that's light on like reliable starting rotation, especially early in the season, what Foster's been able to do has been incredible as the team has gotten off to, one of the most probably surprising starts in baseball.
seen a number of guys with career years offensively, at least to this point. Looking at Ruiz and Nasim Nunez, has been on fire here of late. Wood, C.J. Abrams goes without saying. The only guy that doesn't seem to be riding the tide is Dalen Lyle. Looks like he's been scuffling here a little bit. Still a positive player for this team, but it just kind of feels like he hasn't turned that corner this year and just kind of fighting himself at the play a little bit. What have you seen from him, and what are folks saying?
Yeah, he's kind of struggling right now. I mean, they gave him the day off today to kind of, mental reset, kind of a, physical reset as well. He's played a lot of games, and they just kind of want him to, like, take a back seat, relax, and, like, recalibrate and then come back in there. I mean, he puts a lot of pressure on himself. Dalen's a guy who he wants to really produce. And you've seen those flashes from Dalen, whether it's in Cincinnati where he, almost, was the sole reason they walked out with 2 games in that series, just for how great he was at the plate. But they just really just want him to kind of take this day off. He's been working with the hitting coach, Matt Borgs, and they just want him to kind of get back to what he does best. And, at his best, he's a guy with strong bat to ball skills that has tapped into some power. And so hopefully the reset for him works, sitting tonight's game, and then they'll probably put him back in the lineup, for, game 3 or 4 and just see where he's at.
Nats in action, 6:45 first pitch, 2 hours and 25 minutes from now, right here on the Fan. 6:15 pregame with Charlie and Dave. Kyle, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Thank you guys for having me.
Thanks,
Absolutely. Kyle. There's Kyle Williams of the Baltimore Banner on the Nationals beat. Next on G&D, you and I were talking earlier about Darren Peterson's floor.
Yep.
I want to get into that. I think it's increasingly unlikely that the Wizards take him, but until we get some type of word that it's going to be A.J. Debonsa, I think it's a very relevant conversation. Also, I want to pose that question to you guys at 800-636-1067. I think the worst-case scenario for Peterson is that he becomes kind of a mercurial personality and maybe just doesn't reach his ceiling, but he ends up being a good basketball player. You seem to think it could get a lot worse than that. Where do you guys come in on that? What do you think is the floor for Darren Peterson? 800-636-1067. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan.
And it's brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. The Nationals coming off a series opening win against the Phillies last night. Back in action at 6:45 for Game 2 of the series. 6:15 pregame on the Fan. It's Jesus Luzardo, who's got a 4.20 ERA against Zach Littell. PJ Poulin opening for Littell tonight. In 3.5 hours, the Wizards will have a new cornerstone of their organization. The Wizards have the number 1 pick tonight at 8 p.m. for the first time since 2010 when they selected John Wall first overall. Two main options at the moment, A.J. DeBonsa, who averaged 25, 7, and 4 in his lone season with BYU. He's currently minus 800 to be selected. That's according to FanDuel. Darren Peterson averaged 24 and 1 in 24 games as a Kansas Jayhawk. He's plus 650 to go at number 1. When your HVAC strikes out, call Foley Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised. Foley Mechanical proudly installing Amana Systems. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
Live from the Anthem ahead of the draft party the Wizards are hosting tonight. Happy to be guests on site, Grant and Danny. 106.7 The Fan's draft coverage is underway and will be going all day long and deep into the evening for you, sandwiched around Nationals baseball. During the NBA draft, you can hear our broadcast with the Junkies, G&D, Linnell Willingham, and others over on the Team 980. You can also follow on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel. So, Danny, why don't we talk Darren Peterson for a moment? Because while this wasn't on the rundown, it has become apparent. It seems like if you draft him and it doesn't work out, you think that could be disastrous. Whereas I certainly understand that that's always a possibility, but I think it's more likely if it goes badly that he just doesn't end up being an exceptional player. Part of that is I'm focusing more on the basketball, and I think you're focusing more on the other stuff.
Yeah, and I need to know. Now, again, I'm not making the decision. These guys have more info than me, and I'm
just assuming if they draft him that they've done the work to feel like the injuries and the character stuff isn't a huge concern.
Totally, and I'll be excited tonight. But here's all I got is what I got. All I got is the information that I have, and I watched the same games you did, had the same questions you guys did, presumably, unless you're kind of all in the tank for Darren Peterson. The ceiling, I think we're all aware of. I don't think that's the part that's in debate, right? This is a Dwayne Wade, Donovan Mitchell with better shooting ability. I mean, this is a sneaky, explosive, powerful guard that moves in a smooth way, but then also will dunk on you if you're not careful, and also will knock down a three-pointer from 30 feet away in your eye. The floor to me is O.J. Mayo and Ricky Davis and Michael Beasley, guys that just couldn't really be bothered to do it. That's the part that I would be terrified of if I was an executive, unless I got the questions answered. I don't get to have them answered, so that's what's in play for me.
I understood, and that is also a concern for me. I guess I'm operating from the understanding that if this staff were to take Darren Peterson 1-1, their legwork would make me think that the worst-case scenario is very unlikely from a non-basketball standpoint. Sure. And then I think about the basketball part of it and what are his weaknesses. And I think about Jeremy Woo, who's one of the top draft analysts over at ESPN, and some of the things that he's said. And the weaknesses, as he wrote his scouting report for Peterson, were he played on the ball plenty in high school, but he didn't get to do that a lot at Kansas based on style of play, impact of challenging health situations. Sharpening his handle and getting more playmaking reps will be key to realizing his ceiling. Well, early in his career, Trae Young's going to be getting you shots.
Yep.
It's going to be teeing you up, getting you open looks. You're going to be an off-ball scorer, essentially, which I think plug and play. He's a 17 to 20 point a night type scorer, just like that, based on what we saw at Kansas. And if the questions are more when he's on the ball as a point guard and a distributor, what is he doing to get his own shot? Based on the extension they signed yesterday with Trae Young for that absorbent amount of money, that's really not something I worry about. But again, I'm looking at this more from the basketball profile report. You're looking at it more from the injuries and the makeup, and I totally get that.
Right, and that's, again, we're talking about 1-1. We're talking about the cream of the crop here. And again, most years you'd go, if there's no DeBonsa, I go, listen, I know the risk, but you have to take Darren Peterson. He's so talented.
Yeah, what if DeBonsa wasn't in this class? I think you might be leaning toward like Boozer or Wilson.
No, I would still do Peterson, but I sit there and go, I'd make my deep exhale, I'd write the name on the card, I'd turn it in, knowing that either way he gets you fired. In other words, if you're the guy that passes on this dude and he goes on to do what I think he can do,
and you take
fired.
Boozer and he's a way better player, you're in trouble.
Fired. And if you take him and he does whatever this act is 2.0, whether it's not creatine this time, well, this time it was I took a multivitamin, I took a collagen pill, whatever the hell it is, and he can't go because they didn't sleep well in the hotel the night before or whatever. That's the kind of stuff that I just wonder about so badly when you had a year to showcase your wares in front of the country and you left questions. There are no questions with Dabonsa in that regard. You know what I mean? It's whatever I've got, I'm going 1-on-5 with this Nubs team around me, and you're going to get it from me.
Let's hit the phones, 800-636-1067 if you'd like to join us. Dan is in Woodbridge. Wants to hop in on 1-1 on draft night for the Washington Wizards. What's up, Dan? How are you?
I'm good, boys. Thanks for having me. I always appreciate calling in and talking with you guys.
Yes, sir.
I think his worst-case scenario is, ironically, worst-case scenario for the draft for him, going to Memphis and basically being a Ja Morant without the actual character issues of Ja Morant, but having that availability concerns, whether it be in his own head, his mercurial attitude, or whatever, and still being a hyper-talented player, but just not getting that ceiling that you're looking for, where he's a borderline all-star every season, but not what we all are hearing when we hear Mamba or personality and that kind of stuff.
I think it's right on. I mean, we talk about this all the time when it used to come to football, when Washington would have a high pick. It's like, or Oakland or now the Vegas Raiders. When you take someone 1-1, they're going to a terrible situation. If Darren Peterson goes to Memphis, that's an awful situation to put anybody in. It's like, hey, we don't do things well, but can you come fix us? That's what Washington was like for so many years, and it's hard to rise above that.
Good news for him is I don't think he's getting to Memphis. I know there was this momentum for Cam Boozer, number 2 to Utah. I never really bought that. That has certainly cooled over the last 48 or so hours. It does sound like if the Wizards go to Bonsa as expected, that Peterson is projected to go off the board at 2 to the Utah Jazz. They would take the Kansas freshman. That would leave the Memphis Grizzlies at 3 to likely pounce on the Player of the Year collegiately, Cam Boozer, who was outstanding, averaging 22 points and 10 rebounds for Duke this year as a freshman. And the Bulls seem to be the team with the least question, because the other 3 guys kind of feel like in some ways, based on rumors, you could throw them into a blender at points. At 4, it's always felt like Caleb Wilson's still going to be there. He has the massive upside. Didn't get to see as much of him at North Carolina as we would have liked, but the power forward center projected to Chicago at number 4 has kind of been a mainstay at that spot in mock draft. 6'10", 215, plays really hard and dunks everything, and just really, really big upside on the offensive end. Let's go to Andy in Pittsburgh, listening on the Odyssey app today out of the DMV. What's up, Andy? How are you?
Hey, pal, good here. I want to say I think it'd be a mistake if they take Peterson at number 1. He's just a me player, and you already got 2 me players like Anthony Davis and Trae Young. They're not team players. And if you want to keep stinking as a team, go ahead and take Derek Peterson. I take the Bonds in a heartbeat.
Appreciate you, dude. Again, it's so hard for me to slam the gavel in a definitive way about what somebody is based on what they did in an audition year as a 19-year-old. But it's also hard for me to definitively say the other way, no, he's not that. So I can't push back either way, if that makes any sense. I don't think it's fair to say this is a selfish player, talking about Darren Peterson forever.
Well, here's what I'm willing to say.
Right?
He had a selfish year at Kansas.
Yes.
Now, if all of the issues he had, staying on the floor, pulling himself out of games, some of those things were legitimate, cramping, injury, real issues that he didn't want to or couldn't play through, then he's getting a bad rap from me and everybody else, and I'm willing to acknowledge that. But the facts are still the facts.
Yep.
We got to a point where his coach was so upset with him that he basically in press conferences was throwing his hands in the air going, I don't know, man, go ask him. I didn't think he wasn't going to play tonight. I don't know, dude. We didn't know he was coming out of the game. And basically the coach at the time, Bill Self, is saying something to the effect of, go ask his teammates who have to bail him out every time he doesn't show up for the second half of a game. So it was a selfish season, but there could have been reasons for it.
Well, you could explain it,
yes,
but it doesn't justify it. You know what I mean? Like, oh, well, the reason is he's about to make a bunch of money in the NBA.
But if that's the reason, that doesn't justify it.
Right.
If he just couldn't go because his body's literally shutting down on him legitimately, then I think his teammates might understand that. But I will say that at some point it did not sound like his staff or his teammates always completely bought in on that. We'll see. I mean, this creatine thing, if it's left behind him, if 10 years from now we look back on this and it's a distant memory and he never had these issues in the NBA, then maybe it's just going to look like a lot of people got him wrong.
I am not and never was the athlete that Darren Peterson is. I'll keep that on the record. I think that's pretty obvious. When I pulled my hamstring, the first couple of times it was the trainer told me you can run, I was scared to death to do that. So I have some empathy. I understand a little bit where you feel the first fraction of a feeling, oh my God, the cramps are happening again, and you get scared. But eventually, down the stretch of the season, you're not doing that stuff anymore. And in their tournament games, he was kind of a passenger at too many times, and Big 12 tournament games was kind of a passenger. Again, if there was this, you got to drag me off the court feeling I had from him, I'd be a lot more confident. Again, no one's doubting the upside, and no one's doubting the ability, because when he's right, my God, he's sublime. It's just, if I'm choosing between 1-1 and 1-2, I'm going a different direction in 1-1.
Let's talk to our buddy Glenn Consor, who's going to be all over the draft party here at the Anthem tonight, one of the hosts with Dave Johnson. He is stopping by with us on site next. We are live taking you up to the NBA draft tonight on Grant and Danny. The Wizards have the number 1 pick. This is The Fan. Welcome back to the Anthem, the site of tonight's NBA draft party in D.C. It's going to be a blast. We are thrilled to be here. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan, and we're pleased to be joined right now by our buddy Glenn Consor. Of course, you know him from the Wizards Radio Network, here on the Fan and over on the Team 980, and for so many years on television and Down Talking Wiz as well. Glenn, what a day for this organization, for this fan base. So many years in the making, too.
Yeah, you know what this is? It's joy.
Yeah.
It's pure joy, given the fact, and I love you guys. You know that. I love listening to you and all the torture that you guys have talked about over the last couple of years that you've lived through because you're fans and you want the organization to do well. And now they have a really think about it. They just signed Trae Young. You know, Anthony Davis is in the waiting. All the young players. I think I told this to one of the Wizards management guys. I'm almost more excited about what we have coming back than as excited as I am about this draft pick. Because all those guys improved this year. You add this draft pick who could be impactful, you got something.
Glenn, you've been around the game for so many years, and I love your acumen talking about this. Help me and some Wizards fans understand here. So I think the best way to develop, put just in a pure development situation, is you just throw guys at the wall and say sink or swim, right? And if you lose, it doesn't matter. Now as you try to turn the corner and say let's win some more games, Trae Young's got the basketball more. Whoever it is that won, the guy's coming back. Develop, yes, but also still try to compete. How do you walk that tightrope now as you're trying to maybe count some more wins and losses?
Yeah, well, first of all, I think over the last 2 years when we got Bilal and Alex and last year with Trae and Will, those guys got major minutes.
Huge minutes, yeah.
Like minutes that most rookies and first and second year players don't get. Because of that, they really rapidly have improved their games. I could break that down all you want because that's all I talked about over the last 2 years is how they've improved. So now you add a guy, you add somebody, whether it's Peterson or DeBansta or Cameron Boozer or Caleb Wilson, one of those guys, you add an impact player plus Trae. Trae knows how to play with those guys. You got a guy like Trae and Anthony Davis. Trae Young, because of his high assist level, he's one of these point guards that is not ball dominant. In other words, he can shoot and he can score when he needs to, but he also understands how to get other players involved. So I think that's where and when you'll see the beginning of this big turnaround for this organization.
To that point, and Glenn Consor's with us, one of the stats you saw yesterday floating around as he signed his $212 million extension was that Trae Young's the first guy since Oscar Robertson to average 25 points and 10 assists for a career.
Right.
I'd almost like to see him closer to like 20 points and 12 assists.
Right.
And setting everybody up and maybe not being as ball dominant or the scorer. And when you think about it, like I think of this as who he is. That's who he was with that Hawks team, where you had Capella and all these guys who weren't getting their own shots. The Wizards have a lot of guys that might be able to.
They do, and I think I think about Trae's game because I'm a big fan, and I have been, and I have heard all the rumblings of how he was in Atlanta and what fell apart in Atlanta for him. This is an opportunity for him to change his legacy. To work with the young players, to get them the ball where they can be successful. To understand what it's going to take to win, what he has to do to help this team win. So this is his opportunity, at 27, 28 years old, which is what he is, to turn that corner and show everyone just how great he is. And we know he can play that way.
So for, again, whoever it is tonight, we can narrow it down to the top two, whoever you want. The thing I've kind of argued, as you've gathered these assets, give them a chance to play and improve, you're kind of building the nest for this new guy to kind of be with a lead goose or just somebody to come in here and take an instrumental role. It's going to be hard, I think, for fans to be patient still with that because it's like, okay, he's here, give me 30, give me 12, give me 10 assists, et cetera. And that's obviously not the way the league works, as you know very well. But that process of both integrating this player, getting him used to the NBA, but also saying, you know what, you got a chance to be a star. How do you build that?
If you think about the number one picks through the years, so many of them have been Hall of Fame players. There's been some busts, number one picks, but there's a very strong likelihood that whoever we pick here, the Wizards pick here, at number one, it could be the face of the franchise, an all-star player, an all-NBA player, a Hall of Fame player. So, it remains to be seen. But with those 4 guys that everyone's talking about, those guys have an opportunity, and they have the skill set, the versatility offensively and on the defensive end to become all-stars in this league. And it doesn't happen overnight. You know, you think about Wemby when he first came into the league. It takes time to kick in. Even Cooper Flagg when he first came into the league. You think about all the great ones. There is some time. So what I'm going to say to the fans is let the dust settle a little bit and let this team play. And think about it. Trae Young, Anthony Davis are going to play with Will and Keyshawn and Bilal and all those guys, right, and Bub. They haven't played much together. So there's going to be that time period where they're going to have to develop some chemistry.
I'm glad you said that, because one of my reactions to the Trae Young extension, and there's a lot of things I like about him being around. One of my concerns is, whether it's DeBonsa or it's Peterson, that you're taking the ball out of their hand a lot early in their career.
Right.
I don't know if that's a bad thing.
And maybe that's okay.
You know, when you look around, like I'm thinking of Dylan Harper and some of these guys, it took a couple years. So maybe they shouldn't be on the ball constantly in year one. By the way, to your point on getting the number 1 pick, I saw this from your colleague Chris Miller today. I thought this was a great stat. Teams that held the number 1 overall pick averaged plus 8.2 wins the following season, from an average of 24 and change to 33 the following year. So that's just as an aside for the impact you're getting.
Yeah, there you
this
go.
is obviously a whole different situation. Trae Young's only played 5 games. You're going to unveil and unwrap Anthony Davis as well.
Right.
Let's just hypothetically say it's DeBonsa for a second. Nobody knows anything. We've been trying to figure out, it's kind of fun to just play that game, like what a starting lineup could look like. Do you think more likely Keyshawn George is the 2, DeBonsa's the 3, and then a guy like Bilal's off the bench with a Trey Johnson? How could that look?
I think you got to earn it. I think, you know, it's going to depend on the number 1 pick and how he looks early on in summer league and then during training camp. More so even during training camp, because, you know, you play in the summer league, which – you know, is sometimes misleading. You know, the MVP of the summer league, they get cut the next year.
Right.
So, like, don't read too much into that.
Would you agree that if you're good in the summer league, it doesn't necessarily mean a lot? If you're bad in the summer league, it's a bad sign?
Yes.
Yeah.
I do. But, you know, I don't know who's going to start, but I do know this. You know, Alex and AD, that's a pretty formidable front line. You know, and, you know, if you get a DeBansto or a Peterson, someone that could score like that and that has that type of versatility and length, and both of those guys could be sneaky good defenders. So, you know, with Trae at the point, I think Keyshawn, to me, was one of the most improved players in the league last year. I know he was out quite a bit, but, boy, he really impressed me with what he was doing at the end of last year. From when he first came into the NBA was just tremendous improvement.
I know this is probably like asking a parent, and you are one, so happy late Father's Day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank
both
you.
You guys.
All of us, yeah.
To pick their favorite kid, but in a world where, like, I think I'd probably overweight Will Riley now, where I'm like, you cannot move this guy. I think he could be great. Is there one of these guys that you think maybe we don't even know how good he is yet, that you just think that there's still a lot in the tank that people haven't seen?
Yeah, I think there's multiple players, and you hit the nail on the head. Will Riley, I've been talking about him. I mean, he just blew me away last year, what he can do. He was unguardable. You couldn't guard the guy. You know, great pivot moves and very shifty and crafty, and he's 6'9".
Yeah.
And he could still be growing. You know, he's got a very unique skill set of tremendous feel, how to score and when to score. That's rare. I think Keyshawn George's in that boat, and I think Alex Sarr's in that boat as well.
Let's
and
go into Sarr.
Bilal too. Bilal all of a sudden at the end of the year was scoring. So, you know, he jacked up his game.
He 100% did. The year 1 to year 2 jump for Sarr, shot selection, getting, you know, his better spots on the floor. Then all of a sudden those threes felt more in rhythm, where it was year 1, explore the space, young man. We'll see what happens. I think a Trae Young would be massive for him. I think maybe playing with another big might be massive for him in Davis. But where did you see his progress? And I don't think it means it's a finished product yet. He's still just a 21-year-old kid at this stage. Where do you see his game going over the next couple of years with, again, another superstar to take some of the attention away?
You're talking about Alex Sarr?
Sarr.
Yeah. Alex Sarr, to me, completely changed his game second year from the first year, because on pick and rolls, he wasn't playing the pick and pop game. Not only was he rolling, but he was welcoming contact. So he got really a lot stronger, which is what I think you're going to see that with this draft class too. There could be 15 freshmen picked in the first round.
Yep.
15. Wow. That's unheard of. You know what that also means? Their bodies haven't developed. Maybe with the exception of Cam Boozer, who's the youngest player in this draft, he's got a great body. But his body's going to change too. So, you look at these guys, Alex Sarr's acumen his offensive game. He started to understand how to score inside. I really like the way when he was double teamed, he kicked out of double teams. So he's learning how to play. Look, he also didn't grow up here. So, that aspect of it really changed.
Glenn Consor is going to be all over the stage in the party this evening with his broadcast partner, Dave Johnson. They are your hosts of the Wizards Draft Party out here at the Anthem, where we're broadcasting live. Enjoy the night. It should be an absolute blast. People in town, as you know, are just giddy. I mean, this is an electric
And
evening.
they should be. And you know what? The fans deserve it. Grant and Danny deserve it. And for goodness sakes, so do I.
Yeah, you and Dave too.
Right. You definitely deserve it. I mean, we have the ability to multitask with other things. You're doing post-game shows, giving out gift cards to Fly 15 years ago, talking about JaVale McGee rebounds. You know what I'm saying?
You've earned it.
You've earned this thing, man.
Oh, man. I forgot about Fly.
We haven't.
He called a bunch. We know Fly.
Is he still around, Fly?
I haven't heard from him.
It's
in
been a
long
minute.
Time,
Been a minute.
I hope he's still listening somewhere.
I hope he went through all his Carmine's gift cards.
He got a few of those for sure.
That's great
Glenn,
stuff.
thank you, buddy.
Great to see you
Good to
guys.
see you,
You're
buddy.
my favorite
well.
two guys.
Appreciate you. Let's talk nationally about this draft class and the rest of the board after Washington with Matt McCall, former college coach, next on G&D.
Sports Update is driven by Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. In 3.5 hours, the Wizards will begin the 2026 NBA Draft. First time they've had the number one pick in 16 years. The two main options at the moment, A.J. Debonsa and Darren Peterson. In the NFL, tight end Kyle Pitts Sr. and the Atlanta Falcons have reached an agreement today on a 3-year, $54 million contract that includes $36 million fully guaranteed. That's according to Adam Schefter. Nats are back for Game 2 tonight, 6:45 first pitch against the Phillies, 6:15 pregame on the Fan. It's Jesus Luzardo against Zach Littell. P.J. Poulin will open for Littell. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and the Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to the Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. And all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
Which has been the message and the goal all along.
Grant and Danny from the Anthem on the Fan on draft night. The Wizards hold the number one pick. All eyes on Washington. Very rare from an NBA standpoint in this town, and a treat and a joy for Wizards fans. Welcome back into G&D. We're taking you up to 6:15 in Nats pregame. Remember, our coverage from the Anthem, from the draft party all night long. The Junkies, myself, Linnell Willingham, and others will be on site deep into the evening, so no reason to leave Odyssey DC. Will be over on 980. We'll be on the 106.7 The Fan stream during the Nats game, and then live and local on the Fan after the Nats game tonight. But without further ado, let's chat with Matt McCall of SiriusXM NBA Radio. Of course, has a background coaching collegiately and a strong analyst when it comes to not only the college game, but some of the prospects and what the NBA teams need at the top of the board. He's joining us now on G&D. Matt, you're on in D.C. Everybody's very excited. How are you?
I'm doing great, fellas. Appreciate you having me on. It's a great night. It's one of the more anticipated NBA drafts that I think we've had in a long time. Looking forward to it, and we'll see what transpires.
Is that
excited.
hype warranted, do you think? I mean, people were evoking 03. It's probably too early to say that, obviously, but is this draft as good as people think?
I think it's as good as people think. I really do. And the reason I think that is just kind of the storylines at the top in terms of, what do the Wizards do? What happens with, Debonsa or Peterson or Boozer, who I feel like is going to be the rookie of the year out of all of these guys because of the substance and the job that he did this season at Duke. I do think it's anticipated. You got guys, like a Caleb Wilson, who nobody's talking about in terms of being a top 3 pick. So I'm excited to see how everything unfolds. The Wizards, what do they do with the number 1 overall pick? Because it's one of those things. There's a responsibility with being the number 1 overall pick. And we've seen it gone really, really well for certain guys, and we've also seen it sometimes not go as well, being thrusted into an environment where maybe you're not ready to handle what comes with being the number 1 pick. So I'm excited and can't wait to get to it tonight.
You can hear Matt McCall on SiriusXM College Sports Radio and SiriusXM NBA Radio. He's got draft coverage on satellite radio this evening we'll tell you about as the conversation goes on. Matt, let's debate the two guys at the top of the board. You tell me. I mean, what's the case for Debonsa? What's the case for Peterson? And if you were calling the shots at one, which would you take?
Well, I would put 3 guys in that category, and if I'm taking the shots at one, I'm taking Cam Boozer.
Really?
And I'm taking Cam Boozer 100% because of the things that I just said. He's a winner. He's won everywhere he's been. He averages a double-double this season in college. And I understand he was at Duke and there was talent around him, but he still averaged a double-double. He makes winning plays. Go back to the Michigan State game where they were on the road and the game was on the line, and John Shire put the ball in his hands, and he drove down the lane, played off 2 feet, kicked it out to his teammate to win the game. They're a possession away from being in the Final Four. He was Naismith Player of the Year. I don't get the knocks on him in terms of, is he athletic enough? Will his game? He makes threes. He makes the right play. He rebounds. I'm taking him. He's a surefire pick at number 1. I think there's some question marks on the other guys. I think Devonta has the most upside. And in terms of Peterson, I don't know, guys. I'm concerned. I hope he proves me wrong, because there's a lot of people that are extremely high on him. There's a lot of people that think highly of him. But everything that transpired in college basketball this year with him, with all the games that he missed, I'm not saying that the full body cramping stuff wasn't real. I think it was real, but he also pulled himself out of a game when he was sick. So I'm concerned. I'm concerned about Peterson. I hope he proves me wrong. But a surefire number 1 pick for me that's going to have a long-standing NBA career, whose father was also in the NBA and had a long-standing career, give me Cam Boozer.
So, Matt, I'm with you on the fact that people are somehow sleeping on Cam Boozer. The knocks sound like a scout wrote him 30 years ago about he doesn't play above the rim. It's like you haven't seen the league where someone like, I don't know, Nikola Jokic is dominating, or Luka Doncic is dominating, or any of these other guys that aren't high flyers. His IQ is off the charts. But going to the discussion then, it would be between Boozer and Devonta. If you think Devonta's ceiling is higher, how does he get there to kind of make sure that he ends up being the more worthwhile number 1 pick if it is indeed him?
Well, I think, listen, the hay's in the barn. You know, this is whoever Washington is taking, they know who they're taking now. The interview process, everything that's transpired, they know who they're taking. You know, the one thing about Boozer as well, you know, you see some of the stuff with Devonta and the interviews that he's doing, and I'm going to be this, I'm going to be Rookie of the Year in the NBA, I'm going to be a 10-time All-Star, I want to be the best player in the world. You don't hear that from Boozer. You just hear a guy that's working and continues to work and has won at every single level that he's been at. I think Devonta's upside is through the roof. And another guy that played the game, this season unselfishly, he lost his teammate, during the season, which, maybe had he still been there, BYU season would have been differently. But I like the quiet confidence. I like the quiet confidence of Boozer. I like the quiet confidence of Wilson. There's no noise around those guys right now. They're getting better. They're working. And that to me is something that's important. But the upside for Devonta is obviously there. You got the comparisons to Tracy McGrady with the athleticism, his shot-making ability, but also the playmaking ability of Boozer. And with Trae Young signing and saying he's coming back, and you're talking about a guy that's an all-star. Who can you put around him right now to elevate your franchise next season? Next season that will impact winning. There's nobody in that top three. When I talk about that top three, Boozer, Peterson, and Devonta, that's going to impact winning more right now than Boozer. He's the guy that's going to impact winning. So if Trae Young is bought in, and who knows, what's going to happen with Anthony Davis, but if Young is bought in, you're trying to win now and win right away. The only guy in that top three, in my opinion, that impacts winning right away more than any of them is Boozer.
Wow. Matt McCall, great insight. Sirius XM, NBA radio, college sports radio over on SXM, joining us on Grant and Danny in D.C. I want to talk to Bonsa again for a second. So give me two answers here. The first would be, realistically, what could we expect from him as an impact in year one if he's the pick, as he's expected to be? And then number two, let's say 5 years from now, it was a slam dunk, it was a home run, and we're all thrilled with Winger and Dawkins and the selection they made. How good is he, and what does he become?
I mean, how good is he? I mean, again, you just heard me say that the comparison with Tracy McGrady. I mean, he's that good. He's that talented.
That's crazy.
He can put it down. He can play off the bounce. He can make jump shots off the bounce. He's as athletic as anybody in this entire draft. So how good can he be? I do think what he's saying, a 10-time NBA All-Star, I don't know if he's a 10-time NBA All-Star, but I think he's an All-Star, being thrusted into the right environment. Now, he has to be – this is the other thing that me and Coach Tom Crean continue to talk about on Channel 86 on Sirius XM in terms of the draft preview, if you're going to get picked in the top 5, you have to be a self-motivator as well. Do I think Trae Young is pulling A.J. DeBonta into the gym and saying, this is how you're a pro, this is what you have to do? No. Whoever gets drafted by the Wizards has to be a self-motivator and be willing to pull themselves into the gym, work hard, outwork guys, prove to everybody else within the franchise that you are worthy of being the number 1 overall pick. If A.J. DeBonta is willing to do that, his upside is through the roof because of the athleticism, because of the shot-making ability, because of the ability to play off the bounce, and he also knows how to make the right basketball play. I think 10 years from now, we could talk about him as being one of the best players in the NBA, yet to be seen, but someone within that franchise has to pull him under their wing and say, this is how you are a pro. I don't care what you've done up to this point in time in your career. This is how you are a pro, and these are the things that you need to do.
Matt McCall with us here on Grant and Danny breaking down the NBA draft. So one more on DeBonta, just kind of up there at the top. I'm with you on the shot making, and I see Tracy McGrady, maybe even more advanced at this age than McGrady was coming out of high school. The three-point shot was inconsistent at times. I think some of that is degree of difficulty on some of those, right, where it's 1-on-5, off the dribble, kind of extended possessions, etc. But to me, I also sometimes see a little bit of hitch there in the jumper without getting too nerdy on it. A, do you think it's correctable? B, do you think that gets cleaned up and improved over time, or is this like not to be hyperbolic, the beginning of a Markelle Fultz situation where the guys, or Ben Simmons, where he won't ever hit jump shots?
Yeah, I think it's definitely correctable, and I'm not worried about his jump shot by any means. I think the elevation that he gets to when he gets to his spots, that is not at all a concern for me when I watch him play. I think the biggest concern for me with regards to him right now, day one, now he needs to have a little bit of swagger when it comes to everything that's going on and walking into the gym and knowing, hey, listen, I am that good, but he also needs to have a level of humility. To me, that's the biggest thing for him, is knowing day one, walking through the door, I'm not the best player in the league. Maybe in my mind, I think I'm the best player in the league, but I'm not the best player in the league right now. I have to continue to grow. I have to continue to get better. I'm still really, really young when it comes to that. But a hitch in his jump shot, no, I'm not. There's nothing I'm concerned about in terms of his talent level. The only thing I'm concerned about with him is understanding I got to get a lot better. I have to improve. I have to outwork people in order for me to be one of the best players in this league, which I do think he's capable of being.
Matt McCall's got draft coverage post tonight. You can hear him on Sirius XM NBA radio and, of course, on College Sports Radio as well. As far as this Wizards group around whoever they take at 1, the big building block that was established yesterday was the 4-year extension for Trae Young at $212 million. We had all kind of heard this idea of 3 years and $120 million. And that, because of that, which was not correct and it wasn't the right market, we got sticker shock at $212 million. I know they've been paying nationally for that contract, but when you've been in point guard purgatory, like so many of us here in D.C. waiting on a point guard, you're willing to do a crazy deal maybe to get some production out of the position. What's your thought on that deal and Trae Young moving forward in D.C.?
Yeah, listen, I think it was time for him to move on from Atlanta. I think a fresh start for him is good. I think it's great for Atlanta. I think it's good for him as well. And him getting back to work and getting back out there on the floor. And who they pick, again, I think is extremely important for what we talk about in terms of Trae Young moving forward. And, one of a guy in terms of the talent level we know has always been there. But do we ever consider him one of the elite of the elite? Because has he won at a high level? Has he won and gotten, themselves to an NBA Finals? I think if he's able to do that within that franchise, it's not just one of those things like he got a huge paycheck and he took a breath and relaxed, and that was it for him. Because I think that's where we're at right now with where he is in his career. And that's why I think this pick for the Wizards and for Trae Young personally, to talk about him in a category of one of the best players in the NBA, they got to turn it, and they got to turn it fast. And that's why I think this pick tonight is so important.
Matt, give me a couple other guys in this draft, maybe a little bit later on down the board, outside of that top few. Everybody's so focused up there for obvious reason. Give me a couple guys maybe a little bit later on that you think are just going to have great careers that are steals for teams that end up picking them.
Well, I think Adai Mara, I'm anxious to see with Dusty May going to Dallas. Does that Dallas take him at 9? I think the job that Dusty did with him this season, the development piece, coming out of UCLA, nobody really knowing about him at his size, being more of a rim protector. That's kind of the spot that everyone thought of him. And then all of a sudden, Coach May's initiating offense through him, through the 5 spot, his ability to pass. Anxious to see if the Mavericks take him at 9. I also love the other 2 front court players that won a national championship this year with Michigan in terms of Morris Johnson Jr., Yaxel Lindenborg. Lindenborg being a little bit older than those guys. We'll see where he ends up. But to me, the sleeper of the first round is Zuby Ejiofor, the Big East Player of the Year. He could drop all the way to late first round, early second round. But another guy that, St. John's won the Big East regular season, won the Big East tournament. They ran offense through him. They played through him. And when you have a 5-man that can pass and you can play through your 5, the NBA has become so much 5 out that makes your team so much better. So Zuby's another one. And then how about Braden Smith? This guy's going to get picked somewhere in the second round. You're talking about a guy that has more assists than anyone in the history of NCAA and college basketball. He broke that record this year that was set by Bobby Hurley. I can't wait to see who picks him up because he'll be ready to play. He'll be ready to get injected into a game and impact an NBA franchise right away.
Matt McCall, SiriusXM NBA Radio, College Sports Radio. Last one for me as we watched the draft tonight. Along the lines of what you just got into schematically, the changing landscape in the game, kind of said this is something to think about. What else should we try to impart as a chip into our brains? Because the game is evolving. It's changing constantly. What's something schematically or otherwise that you don't think maybe we talk enough about that as we watch this draft tonight should be considered?
Well, I think front court players that can shoot threes. My guy Al Horford, who I was with at the University of Florida for, 3 years, he's still in the NBA because he can guard pick and rolls and he can make an open 3 from the 5 spot. So if you have a front court player, can he guard pick and rolls and can he make an open 3? That's why I'm so high on Zuby Ejiofor. St. John's switched a lot this season. They switched 1 through 5, which shows you that he's able to move his feet and can keep guards in front of him. Also has the ability to knock it down from behind the 3-point line. That, to me, is something to really pay attention to. And we're going to see a historic draft with a number of different freshmen. They're going to get picked. They're going to get picked early, but also the guys that have stuck around and have been in college, like a Zuby Ejiofor, like a Braden Smith, like a Trey Kaufman-Renn, that Yaxel Lindenborg, if you pick them, they will impact your team, impact them at a high level, and impact your team right away. So I'm also paying attention to that. With all these talented freshmen, with all these freshmen that have had unbelievable years, it's an historic draft. Some of these upperclassmen, where do they go? What teams do they go to? And the other thing that I'm paying attention to as well is what do the Thunder do with their 2 picks? Is it Morris Johnson Jr. to help Chet Holmgren, up front, being a little bit more physicality with him to be able to guard a guy like Wemby? But these seniors that have played in college for a long time, that have won a lot of college basketball games, I'm anxious to see where they land, and we'll see what happens.
Well, you mentioned Dusty May and coaching in college. I know you have experience doing that. Just what do you make, of that ascension a few years ago as an assistant, then at Florida Atlantic, then at Michigan, and now for the Mavericks, and that landscape of college coaching is different now, huh?
I think it's different, but I think the Mavericks hit a home run because, you've heard me say about those 3 front court players from Michigan. You can go back last year to the 2 that have played in the NBA this season in Vlad Golden and Danny Wolf. the development job that he does with his players is tremendous. And nobody talked about Adai Mara before he got to Michigan. Nobody talked about Morez Johnson Jr. before he got to Michigan. Elliot Cadeau leaving North Carolina, everyone was scratching their heads on why Dusty May even took him. And look at the job that he did with him this season in terms of his development. Dusty will go up there with very little ego. He'll try to pour into the franchise, pour into the players like Cooper Flagg or Kyrie Irving that are already there, and he'll make them better. So great hire by the Mavericks. Excited to see how that whole thing plays out. They got 2 first-round draft picks tonight. Excited to see who they select.
Well, Matt, it's awesome to catch up with you. Really, really good information. Thanks so much for spending a busy chunk of your night with us, and we'll be listening SiriusXM NBA Radio as you guys break everything down.
Appreciate you guys anytime.
Thank you, buddy.
Matt McCall, former coach at the college level, now covering both the collegiate and NBA games. We're live at the Anthem. Draft party getting ready to get underway here in the next half hour as we lead up to the Wizards having pick number 1 tonight. Are they going to make 2 picks? Can they get back into round 1? What might that take? Let's get into that next on The Fan.
It is the biggest basketball night in D.C. in a very long time. It is the biggest basketball night in D.C. in a very long time. In 2.5 hours, the Wizards will select a new cornerstone of the organization. First time they've chosen first in the NBA draft since they took John Wall back in 2010. We'll have you covered all night on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. In the NFL, Kyle Pitts and the Atlanta Falcons reached an agreement today to a 3-year, $54 million contract. It includes $36 million fully guaranteed. Broken by Adam Schefter. Nats continue their most important series of the season tonight against the Phillies. Beat them 4-1 last night, now just a game and a half back in the NL East, second place. Tonight's first pitch is 6:45, 6:15 pregame on the Fan. It's Jesus Luzardo against Zach Littell with P.J. Poulin as the opener for Littell. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
As if we didn't have enough going on in D.C. sports today, the Capitals just made a massive trade, a blockbuster of a deal for the Washington Capitals. We'll get you the details here in just a moment, but the team is making this official. They just tweeted moments ago. Sometimes there's something that pops up right as we're live on the air, and I just want to confirm that it's real.
I get that.
Fairly significant. So the deal is Connor McMichael and the 16th overall pick being traded by the Capitals to the St. Louis Blues for Jordan Kyrou. Jordan Kyrou of the St. Louis Blues, who is a star. I mean, this is one of those deals that we said the Capitals had to be on the hunt for a top-tier stud, and they're acquiring a player in a right wing who in his career has scored 37, 36, and 31 goals in 3 of the last 4 seasons. He was down this past season, played in only 72 games, but a 3-time 30-goal scorer who averaged well over 30 goals over a 4-year span leading up to last season. Kyrou for the Blues is a 28-year-old Canadian native who's the 35th overall pick in the second round back in the 2016 draft. But they just added their 30-goal scorer. We said they needed one, and it's a steep price. The first-round pick at 16 they wanted to wheel and deal with, and Connor McMichael. But according to the Capitals, Emily Kaplan is saying this, and the team just posted, Jordan Kyrou for McMichael, a prospect, and the first-round pick in 2026.
There you go. It wasn't going to be free agency. It was going to be wheeling and dealing, and there's why you kind of keep your powder dry to be able to make a move like that. So, again, the price, as you said, pretty steep. McMichael, to me, was one of the case studies where it was a mildly disappointing year, I would say, for someone that it felt like broke out and was kind of on the ascend. He went months at a time, it felt like, without potting a point or getting a goal, and just kind of struggled this year. I don't say fell out of favor. That's too harsh. This isn't like anybody toxic or anything like that, but just sort of maybe became more expendable, if that's even the right word. But, yeah, you give up him and a first-round pick and a prospect now for Kyrou. That is, as you said, that is kind of that's your big move, I think, of the offseason.
That's your splash. They needed to make one. They needed to go get a 30-goal guy. And with or without Ovechkin, that was kind of the priority.
Yeah, with Ovechkin, you need one. Without Ovechkin, you need one.
Now, this past season, again, if you just look at 72 games and 18 goals and 46 points and a -5, you could probably pick some nits. But what if I were to tell you that you were acquiring this player on the heels of a 37-goal season, which he scored just a couple years ago, 36 goals 2 seasons ago? Remember, too, Danny, the Capitals are the team that seemingly always brings players in, and then because of their culture and because of their development and because of their coaching, a la the Nationals this year with some of the analytics and the tech and the things that they're doing, they seem to max players out. They get more out of them. This has happened for years. They acquired a blue a Blues player at the same age, and T.J. Oshie at this point in his career. He flourished for years to come, won a Stanley Cup. You think about guys like Brett Connolly and Dylan Strome and so many others through the many, many years of Caps hockey. I think Jordan Kyrou from the Blues is a prime of his career player that immediately comes in and will play on the top line and be critical for them offensively. But we were talking earlier about like benefit of the doubt for Winger and Dawkins tonight with the first overall pick. Generally, this Caps front office has earned benefit of the doubt when they evaluate a trade like this and go get a veteran. You saw it with Pierre-Luc Dubois when they took on a massive contract, remember? Everyone said, really? You're taking on the PLD contract? He's kind of a headache. He's kind of a pain in the locker room. He has been a mensch. He's been nothing but a positive influence on the Capitals.
Indeed. Yeah. Your point about track record, where this is the place where if they deem you worthy of their attention, you tend not to underachieve. There are certainly swings and misses over the years. That's sports. I mean, no one's got a 1,000 batting average, but they've been pretty darn good in this regard, where if you fell out of favor or, that St. Louis team was pretty pedestrian this past year. They were boring, weren't particularly good offensively, and that can kind of affect a sniper, a goal scorer like this. So maybe that's why his numbers are watered down. They would have to feel confident that that wasn't the start of a trend, and at 27 years old, you wouldn't think it is. But, you look at a guy that for the previous 3 years before that was a mid to upper 30s goal scorer 2 of those 3 seasons. Certainly fits the bill that he'd come to an offensively efficient group and fit in just fine.
The contract they're inheriting, significant. So this is something I kept talking about. You and I would take calls and people would say, who cares about cap space? There's nobody out there. There aren't veteran free agents that they want that can score 30 goals. It's not about free agents. It's about inheriting contracts in a trade. This is a huge deal. It's 8 years and $65 million. Now, the salary cap is exploding, but this is an $8+ million forward who you're inheriting. He's 3 years down into this 8-year deal. So you're going into year 4 where he's going to take up about 7% of the cap. But with the cap growing, when his deal started, he was almost 10% of the cap for the Blues.
Yep.
He's down this year to like 7.5% of the salary cap. But this is year 4. Then you will have 4 years after this, where he goes from 7% of the cap to 6.5%, and then a dwindling number because his 8.125 stays the same every single season. But I got to say, am I disappointed that you trade Connor McMichael because he's been such an institution over the last few years, because he's been such an integral piece to the puzzle at 25 years old? I am. He was really, really good for them, scoring 26 goals 2 seasons ago. You talked a lot about the disappointment of the step back that he took this season. It's a steep price. I mean, you're giving up a one. Yeah. You're giving up a prospect.
No, he can help him. He can play.
He's a good player. He's a homegrown 25-year-old, but there was a little bit of a tweener element of, is he a center? Is he a wing? How do we mix and match and make this work? So they're incorporating him in the deal. You got to give something up to get something. They're getting a guy that I would anticipate scores at least 30 goals this year. And if they have it their way, I'm sure is closer to a 35-goal scorer.
So what does that line look like then, right? If he's a right winger, so too is Tommy Wilson.
Well, I mean, yeah, I would think top 6, the 2 of them combined. Tom Wilson doesn't have to necessarily skate on the top line. There's plenty of nights where he's on a second line. It's basically based on the size, the matchups, who you're employing them against to be physical and lean on. I would imagine that, Kyrou would be on like whatever the most gifted offensive skill line is. We'll call it the first line. Go out there and score some goals. Wilson's with PLD and a bigger line probably.
Thump a little bit.
Absolutely. And so it's interchangeable. I mean, sometimes that line will start, sometimes it won't. This is a highly skilled 28-year-old, 5 years at a number that's only going to get better with the cap exploding, and he brings additional skill to the top 6. This is exactly what the Capitals have been looking for a couple years. I got to say, I'll be curious to see. I'd love to hear from some Caps fans. You can tweet me at Grant Paulson or send me some messages on Instagram, Grant H. Paulson. You can call us at 800-636-1067 because I'm curious to see what the response will be initially, because McMichael has been a fan favorite. But I think this is actually one of the couple of names when you and I were looking around and I pulled up some names that I thought would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, sure. You obviously know the landscape much better than I do in terms of who might be available, who or whom you could pry away from certain teams that are looking to kind of retool or pivot in that regard. But, so that was one of the names that was on your radar. So kudos to you and others that kind of called that. But this is sort of again, we talked about this with knowing Ovechkin, his decision or how it's going to go, and not just knowing that he wants to come back, but at what price, at what role. Those are the variables that everybody kind of needs to figure out. Regardless of that, the static factor, the thing that was unchanging in this regard, was they needed just an easier button on offense. It was too hard for them to score at times. They need kind of a paradigm shift as they've transitioned from the old Caps, quote-unquote, to this sort of brand-new group. You're giving up a guy in his mid-20s, Connor McMichael entering his age 26 season. I'm fine with that, to be honest with you, for a higher ceiling. We sometimes will celebrate the idea of somebody more so than the production of somebody. I like McMichael too. I was there for that mid-20s goal season a couple years ago, but this felt more like kind of settling into who he was, a perfectly fine 40-something point scorer where you need something a bit more if you're going to give that guy 18, 19, 20 minutes of ice time per, and it seems like they got their young star, in his prime star.
How about this day for Ted Leonsis in Monumental Sports?
Yeah, have a day, Monumental.
We're sitting here at the NBA draft party at the Anthem, and the Capitals are pulling off a blockbuster trade to go get a 30-goal scorer. Have yourself a night, Ted Leonsis. I mean, he's getting all these calls, I'm sure, from Michael Winger and Will Dawkins, and they're setting everything up to introduce whether it's DeBonsa or Peterson. And then Chris Patrick and Brian McClellan are on the other line. He's like, this isn't your day. What do you guys want?
Yeah, what are you guys doing today?
Sorry, boss. We're pulling off a trade here. We got a blockbuster. We're bringing in our 30-goal guy.
Ted's just walking down the hallway finger guns on everybody, right?
Been searching for this for a couple of years
Have a day.
at this point. 800-636-1067. You want to react? We'll get back into hoops as well. We're closing in on the end of our show, but also the start of our official draft show tonight. The number one pick belongs to the Washington Wizards. We are at the Anthem on Grant and Danny. Welcome back to the Anthem, where the Wizards are getting ready to make the number 1 overall pick, and the dignitaries are showing up. Our guy Glenn Consor's in the house. I see our friend Christy Winter-Scott. It's going to be a fun night for basketball in D.C., but really it's a big day for Monumental Sports
DC
because
Sports, dude.
The Caps are stealing the headlines here initially. It'll be all Wizards in just a few minutes, but real quick, we wanted to get a reaction from Capitals voice John Walton on this blockbuster trade that just came down the pike. Connor McMichael, the 16th overall pick in a minor leaguer to the St. Louis Blues for several-time 30-goal scorer Jordan Kyrou. So, John, what do you make of this? This is a massive trade.
Yeah, it's a big trade. I mean, I think we've been waiting for this for a while. Chris Patrick, anytime that we've had media avails with him for more than a calendar year, there has been discussion about the need for a top 6 forward. Well, Capitals took down one, 3-time 30-goal scorer. And maybe the biggest thing, he's under contract for the next 5 years coming from St. Louis. So big commitment. It takes a lot to get a lot, right? So for Connor McMichael to be leaving, obviously you're giving up a young asset. And then you also are losing a number 1 pick or a first round pick, I should say, in this year's draft. But you still have one, too. So it seems like it's a trade that is probably good for both sides. But, boy, Jordan Kyrou can play. He's fast. Really excited that he's coming to Washington.
John, help someone like me who doesn't, see what you guys see on a nightly basis. 37, 31, 36 goals previous 3 seasons, then it drops down to 18 this past year. Why did the production go down? Seems like the Caps weren't worried about it, figuring it'll jump right back up here. But what's the explanation there, do you think?
Yeah, the funny thing is, I think, he'd kind of run his course in St. Louis. I mean, going back to November, there was talk that he was looking to be traded. And I think there were a lot of teams at the time that were interested, but the assets weren't necessarily there. And from a Capital standpoint, they didn't have 2 first-round picks back in November and December, and then the Capital season went the way it did, and maybe the timing wasn't there. But I think for a guy that has proven, again, he's only 28 years old, this is to have 5 years of control and to be able to have a guy that not only scores at the rate he does, but he's a good skater. The Caps have been trying to get faster for so long. This is an exciting deal. Really happy to see it. Sorry to see Connor go. Obviously someone that's grown up in the organization, but man, oh man, this is a big deal for the Capitals, and good on Chris Patrick and the hockey ops staff for pulling this one off.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe you put him on whatever your offensive kind of scoring line is, and then you've got a heavier Wilson PLD type line. I'm just starting to try to mix and match a little bit in the top 6. How do you see it with or without Ovi? Because they have to have all those plans with and without him as we await word from number 8 on his future.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of an interesting thing, right? And, that's something we'll probably know here in the coming days. My feeling and sense is I think into the first part of July maybe, and then we'll have some kind of idea. But, yeah, I mean, I'm thinking also, too, when you had Tom Wilson with the Protas brothers, and now if you've got Kyrou on the other side, I mean, Ovechkin and Kyrou certainly could be something that we could be looking at next year, and a guy with the kind of speed to be able to help out Ovi, who, of course, is going to be at 41 and still will be able to shoot, but obviously not as fleet of foot as he used to be. So it really interesting, really, really great fit, and excited to see how that's all going to mash out here, and look forward to seeing when Chris Patrick talks, and when we hear, I'm sure, from Spencer Carberry, development camps next week, we're going to hear from all of the people in the room. But just the knee-jerk reaction is, man, this is an exciting deal, and what a bolt on a night where the Wizards are picking number 1. You're right, big day for Monumental Sports.
I was just joking, John, that Ted's been busy with the Wiz and Winger and Dawkins
all day. That cell phone's buzzing today.
And then that cell phone goes off, and it's Patrick and Mac, and he's going, guys, this ain't your day. Not today, fellas.
It's crazy. It all comes down on the same day, but you never know when and listen, with the draft coming up, getting out in front of it, too, is important. I mean, sometimes these things happen on draft day next weekend in Buffalo, but I'll tell you, I mean, you got to get out in front. If the deal's there, do it. And this is the first big deal of the Chris Patrick administration here. So, been trying to get this done for a bit, and boy, he did today.
John, really appreciate it on short notice, man. Thank you.
You bet, fellas.
John Walton, voice of the Capitals. Appreciate him hopping in minutes after that deal went through. So if you're just joining us, the Capitals, a blockbuster. They've been hunting for a 30-goal player to add to their top 6, and in the form of 28-year-old Jordan Kyrou from the St. Louis Blues, they're adding that player. It's going to take Connor McMichael, a draft pick, and a prospect. what a day in DC sports. We had James Wood in studio today.
Yeah.
Did a lot of fun things with him. If you haven't seen our 106.7 The Fan Sports Center style commercial that we did with James, go check it out on our socials at 106.7 The Fan, Twitter, Instagram. I think you guys will enjoy it. Otherwise, there's this little thing happening tonight for the Wizards where they have the number 1 pick in the draft for the first time in 16 years. And that is why we are at the Anthem, and business is picking up. People are starting to make their way into the building. The energy is outstanding. We're going to talk to our friend Christy Winter-Scott of Monumental Sports coming up in just a few about the selection tonight as we get closer and closer to the NBA draft. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.